The gale whipped up dark clouds, between the clouds and the sea. Shut up, Nietzsche, you've messed up my thoughts. Watson, have Mrs. Hudson take him away. Hey, I'm the landlord, not your servant. Clever Nietzsche, would you like a cookie? At 221 Baker Street, London, in room 221, a boy pulled back the living room blinds, looked at the grey sky, and stood in front of the arched window reciting a collection of essays aloud. Not long after, several gunshots rang out from the other end of the living room, along with the muttering of a middle-aged man. Nietzsche turned around and what came into view was a surprise on the table, not some delicious food, but a corpse. Mrs. Hudson, the landlady, was startled when she entered, but she didn't seem too surprised, as if she was used to it. She was just a little annoyed by the bullet holes left on the innocent wall. Well, Nietzsche has to admit, he did it on purpose. The man at the dining table who kept whipping the corpse was none other than the famous Sherlock Holmes. Nietzsche always felt that his adoptive father was very similar to the playboy named Iron Man in his dreams. Sherlock Holmes and Tony Stark have completely opposite personalities. Why don't you call for the all-powerful Jarvis assistant? Nietzsche muttered to himself, taking a raccoon-patterned cookie from the tray. If I really had that omnipotent robot butler of your dreams, then Watson could retire in peace, Sherlock muttered to himself, glancing behind him with disdain. John Watson, who was taking notes nearby, was somewhat inexplicably caught in the crossfire. Ahem. Nietzsche just had a very rich imagination. All right, child, I think you should go and play with that little girl at school. Did you discover anything? The time of death was approximately 2 days ago. There were no gunshot wounds, no fighting, no history of illness, and no other signs of illness. It was as if Nietzsche, leaning on the table, sniffed the pleasant smell of gunpowder and continued, like being killed by magic. Interesting. Our little superhero who used to run rampant at school has started to believe in magic. Sherlock rubbed his stubble, took a puff of his pipe, sank into the sofa, raised his left hand, and fired another shot at the wall. The sudden sound made Mrs. Hudson scream. Sherlock. Nietzsche calmly took out a newspaper from his bag and tossed it onto the table. The headline above boldly proclaimed, "A bizarre death, yet another case of incompetence by English police." Dad, this is the latest newspaper. Another murder occurred this morning. The victim was a church member. People are starting to believe that this is a disaster sent by God. Even some people in the police department think it is impossible. I'm not you. Never mind, nothing is impossible in this world. Sherlock tilted his head, grabbed the newspaper, and asked casually as he read, "What do you think? God is dead." This was Nietzsche's calm reply. My God. And this sound came from Mrs. Hudson, who looked up and closed her eyes in a sigh. Watson, however, closed his notebook and looked at Nietzsche in disbelief. How did you find out about the police station? Dad, I ran into Inspector Lestrade after school today, and he told me about it, Nietzsche said with a hint of exasperation. Please don't make that face, after all, you can all hide a human head in the refrigerator. What? You even put a head in the refrigerator? Mrs. Hudson was even more shocked. Sherlock and Nietzsche exchanged a glance. The father and son coughed a few times in succession, then got up in perfect unison, put on their trench coats, as if their nerves were connected, their movements were extremely synchronized, and they left the room without a word. Only the elderly father, John Watson, was left at home, facing the landlady's questioning. Yes, Nietzsche had two adoptive fathers, Sherlock and Watson. And she also has a busy foster mother, Marie Mott-Stein. Although it won't be long before she changes her name to Mary Watson. Although Nietzsche was adopted by the Watsons, he actually spent almost every day enjoying time with Sherlock Holmes due to his busy work schedule. At least for Nietzsche, dealing with human heads and dismembered corpses every day was very interesting. All right, you brat, you've achieved your goal. Sherlock patted the ash from his cigarette and twisted the tobacco in his pipe. So, what trouble have you gotten into at school this time that I have to clean up your mess for? You'll find out when you get to school. Nietzsche gave him a disdainful look. I really don't know how Aunt Eileen could have taken a liking to you looking like this. If you just duck into a pile of beggars now, I guarantee someone will drop a coin into your hat. You antisocial little lunatic, you were transferred to another school last time because you went too far. What was the name of that fat kid you beat up again? Dully Disley, a cake piled high with lard. This wasn't the first time Nietzsche had beaten up a classmate. You're not much better. Sherlock scratched his stubble, which hadn't been trimmed in a long time, and suddenly appeared outdoors from indoors, causing his eyes to narrow. Just as his eyes adjusted to the light, a postman rode by on his bicycle across the newly paved cobblestones and swiftly shoved an envelope into Nietzsche's hand. His voice was deep and resonant, and judging from the lines on his hands, he was probably in his early 50s. Mr. Holmes, your envelope. Nietzsche looked away from the postman and his fingers habitually touched the paper. It's not commercially produced paper, it's very rough, and you can clearly feel the tiny bumps when you touch it. There's also a mark on the cover that's the same as the sealing wax symbol. A shield containing a lion, a snake, an eagle, and a badger. The boy looked at the letters under the markings, somewhat puzzled. Hogwarts? I don't remember filling in that school. However, Nietzsche didn't say much. He just walked and thought for a while, and when he turned onto Baker Street, he calmly opened the letter. It says, Dear Nietzsche John Holmes, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The semester is scheduled to begin on September 1st. Please send your reply via OWL as soon as possible. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Vice Principal, Minerva McGonagall. Sherlock Holmes peered out curiously and asked, "What's written on it?" "A magic school. Don't you think it's a coincidence that such a letter was sent out within days of a religiously motivated murder? Is this a warning?" Nietzsche frowned and handed the envelope to his disheveled foster father. He's the real expert when it comes to finding clues. When Sherlock received the letter, he first touched the texture of the paper, then sniffed it, and finally, after confirming that Nietzsche had read it, he stuck out his tongue and licked it. They even smacked their lips in lingering relish. Ancient handmade parchment, with a hint of chocolate sweetness. Interesting, was that just a letter from a human? Otherwise what? There are no mobile phones that look like miniature televisions these days. The letter emphasized that you must reply with an owl, but animals are not capable of delivering mail and require professional training. Even if it is a threatening letter, it is far too unprofessional. Sherlock's face fell, and he threw the letter into the trash can with some disappointment. So this is a prank. So the whole book list was just to make it seem real. Sherlock then tossed it into the trash can. Maybe it was just to fool naive kids like you. Whether it was a prank, a threat, or a real school, the final clue, no matter how real, rendered everything a mirage. No owl was specified. The only thing that is certain is that their residence was exposed. Who would go to that kind of magic school? Nietzsche said dismissively. From now on, I will dedicate myself to all of humanity. Just because of the dreams in your head. I always felt that those things really happened. Father, you have to admit that some things cannot be described by language. Language itself is a kind of symbolic order, a kind of violence. Just like his name. Nietzsche and John Holmes sought to break free from this conventional framework. So that's your reason for hitting your classmate. As the eccentric father and son walked to the school gate, a voice shattered their illusions. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw a girl with brown curly hair, freckles on her face, and chocolate-colored eyes. She was standing at the door, frowning, holding a few books. He, Nietzsche, encountered the person he would never find trouble in his life. Hermione Granger? Chapter 2, Nietzsche, the Superman, and Childhood Sweethearts. Damn it, why hasn't she left school yet? This was Nietzsche's first thought upon meeting Hermione. She seems to be a middle-class girl who has a lot of conflict with Nietzsche. This was Sherlock's first thought as he looked at Hermione. In fact, as a longtime consultant detective in the English police force and a friend of Inspector Lestrade, he had already seen the truth through the abrasions and bruises on Nietzsche's hand joints. I've just gotten used to it and I'm too lazy to call him out in front of Watson. It's normal for kids living in the Holmes family to be a little bit like Holmes, isn't it? Is this your classmate? Your friend? Sherlock's eyes habitually lit up with a scrutinizing gaze. Let me guess, is this the only friend at school that John Watson mentioned? Hermione felt a little embarrassed by his gaze. Is this Nietzsche's father? That's right. Absolutely. They look each other up and down the first time they meet. They're practically identical. No. Friends? No. Nietzsche, 11, and Hermione, 12, denied it almost simultaneously. I am his father. May I ask who he hit at school today? Sherlock suddenly smiled and placed his hand on the boy's head. Sorry, he transferred here last time because of something like that. Nietzsche looked like he'd seen a ghost. Looking up, you can see the Oscar-worthy smile on your adoptive father's face. Karma has caught up with them? Sherlock will not let himself be taken advantage of. Hermione's eyes widened even more upon hearing this, and she looked at Nietzsche with an incredulous gaze. Didn't you say that you were a hero and that the police arranged for you to transfer schools because they were worried about retaliation against you? Indeed. Fraud. It was Inspector Lestrade who arranged my transfer, but in reality, it wasn't much different. Nietzsche suddenly returned to an unusually calm state. I just beat up a fat bully. Sherlock, with his hands in his pockets, interjected, not just one, but several. The boy stepped on his foot and walked straight inside. Hermione didn't leave. Instead, she chased after him with the book in her arms. Nietzsche didn't say anything, just listened silently as she kept rambling on about school rules and moral standards. He stopped when he reached the ground floor of the principal's office. What are you doing here? Hermione, who had been muttering to herself, suddenly stopped and her cheeks flushed red. The freckles, a quintessential feature of British girls, were faintly visible against the red background. Nietzsche looked at this face, which was free of any makeup, and was momentarily filled with admiration. He stammered and couldn't manage to utter a complete sentence for a long time. Go inside, ma'am, you mad woman. I hope you won't be expelled before you graduate from elementary school this time. Think about it carefully. Holmes, pipe in hand, glanced at the shadows on the wall at the end of the corridor leading to the principal's office, raised an eyebrow, and, too lazy to even wipe the soot off his face, pushed open the door and entered. In the office of this private elementary school, the walls are covered with medals and trophies. The principal was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. Behind him were photos of some important figures, and in the corner were photos of him with donors. Nietzsche and Shylock's first thought was, this is a person who extremely admires authority and values reputation. Nietzsche John Holmes, then this must be his father. Please, all three of you, have a seat. The headmaster's face twitched when he saw Sherlock's dirty clothes hanging next to his own suit. He was unaware that his every move was being observed by the seemingly reserved Sherlock. Your son is an excellent student, but he has a bit of a personality problem. Just a few days ago, he injured 3 people, one of whom had a broken nose, and the other 2 had broken ribs and dislocated knees.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
This morning I received letters from 3 parents complaining that, based on the school's practices, I should expel your son. Hermione's breathing quickened as soon as she heard this. Nietzsche could see the book in her hand, the edge of which was bent from being gripped so tightly. Headmaster? You said. Hermione mustered her courage and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. You said he should be expelled. Although Nietzsche was speaking to the headmaster, he was actually giving Hermione a reminder. Could it be because he's about to graduate from elementary school, and expelling him now would have repercussions? Or perhaps he doesn't want to offend Inspector Lestrade? He considered every possibility in his mind. Sherlock did not utter a single word throughout the entire process. He just pouted, biting his unlit pipe, staring blankly into his mind, mentally rehearsing the murder case over and over again. The principal glanced at the 2 lost in thought and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Problematic father and son. You said you saw the 3 of them engaging in school violence, so you went to stop them, and that it was all self-defense. Nietzsche, I'm sorry, but the victim didn't say he was being bullied at the time. The principal pushed up his glasses and flipped through the documents on the desk. Just a few days ago, this problem student with good grades tricked 3 people into a corner without surveillance cameras and beat them up. The 3 people who had fainted were found by officers on duty after school and taken to the hospital. They didn't even know why Nietzsche had caused them to develop mental illness. Yes, you should have been transferred to another school, but this girl is willing to come forward and be your witness. A thunderclap exploded in Nietzsche's mind. He had planned everything meticulously, but he never expected that Hermione, who was always at odds with him, would actually step forward as his witness. In fact, Nietzsche had his own set of rules of conduct at school, but sometimes, Hermione, who was also a book lover, would speak up to stop him. He couldn't do this or that. Nietzsche gave Hermione a nickname, Lady Rule Follower. Hermione, of course, was not to be outdone, and privately called him Mr. Always Right. Hermione. Nietzsche said, somewhat incredulously, Hermione. Miss Granger said that she had also been teased and bullied by those 3, so after deliberation, Mr. Holmes, your son will not be expelled. But he needs to undergo a psychological test. To Nietzsche's surprise, after he went outside, he saw Hermione immediately running towards the end of the corridor. He saw a couple emerge from around the corner and embrace Hermione. Mr. Granger nodded toward Nietzsche and tipped his hat in respect. Sherlock clapped his hands. To celebrate that you weren't expelled, let's go out for dinner tonight. Isn't it surprising that your arch-nemesis at school actually helped you? It's not surprising, after all, Aunt Eileen has a precedent of this happening to you. As the 2 walked towards the school gate, Nietzsche suddenly heard someone beside him burst into laughter. He said angrily, Aunt Eileen likes you, but what I have with her is a different story. You can see this as a miracle of life. Living is not just about rational thinking. I didn't say anything, tonight at the Royal Restaurant. No problem, just don't tell Watson. If he didn't realize it. Hermione got into the car with her parents, and she felt a little happy as she watched the scenery rushing past. That kid, is he the friend who helped you get out of those 3 bastards last semester? I don't agree with what he did. Hitting someone is never good. Hermione pouted, retorting confidently. Besides, I wasn't helping him, it's just. Mr. Granger and his wife exchanged a glance and immediately broke into silent smiles. My daughter hasn't been this confident in a long time. Although she always liked to bicker with that child and would constantly ridicule Nietzsche when she got home, at least she wasn't spending all her time buried in books by herself anymore. Hermione was no better than Nietzsche. To escape reality, she preferred to lock herself in the world of books. Mr. Granger picked up where she left off, and said softly, I just think it wasn't worth it for him to do that. Hermione nodded and continued, although his methods were wrong, he at least helped someone. But the person he helped repaid kindness with ingratitude. If I don't help him, how am I any different from those people? Nietzsche was always like that, like he was drunk, never thinking about whether his behavior was allowed by school rules. Whatever. She finally caught the other party red-handed. The thought that Nietzsche would start using philosophical principles to confine himself in the future prompted her to attack him with I am your savior. It's shameless, but it works. Just as she was swinging her legs, lost in her imagination of riding on Nietzsche's head, Mrs. Granger pulled a beautiful envelope from her bag, which also bore the name Hogwarts. The contents inside are exactly the same as Nietzsche's, except for the recipient. Hogwarts, the school of wizardry. Some secrets surfaced from the depths of her heart, and Hermione suddenly became somewhat fearful and uneasy. Chapter 3, An Unpleasant Encounter with the Old Bat. A month after Nietzsche's expulsion from school, the weather in London finally returned to normal. Even 221 Baker Street became unusually lively. First, the Duke of Blackwood, who had been captured by Sherlock and executed, miraculously crawled out of his grave, and then committed a series of inexplicable murders. The Prime Minister panicked and began to appease the public, ordering that the suspect be found at all costs. How is this possible? No chemicals, no struggle. Sherlock sat on the sofa, frantically searching for information in his mind. This violates the rules. This is a miracle of crime. A miracle? His thoughts suddenly flashed to Irene Adline in the Bohemian scandal, how she escaped the siege, not to mention that she had taken Nietzsche hostage at the time. He knocked out all the police and guards, then left with the photos in a dignified manner. Clearly, this is not something a woman could do. At that moment, Nietzsche came out of the room, yawning. Good grief, it's still night? No, of course not. Holmes simply drew all the curtains to create the feel of an interrogation room. Nietzsche passed by the old churchman lying on the table and walked toward the bay window. No, don't open it yet. The blinding sunlight made Holmes start to lose his focus, and he slid off the sofa. He lay on the carpet and rolled around incessantly. It's summer vacation now, you should go out and get some fresh air. Also, I don't want to dine at the same table as the new guest tonight. How much time has passed, Nietzsche? Let your father catch his breath. 1 month. Nietzsche glanced at his watch and reminded her, I need to go and capture some amphibians to prepare for your experiment, so, see you tonight. Originally, it was just him and Hermione together, but yesterday she suddenly called to say that she had guests at her house and couldn't go out to play. Poor Nietzsche, completely manipulated by Hermione. Just as the two were still chatting, the door opened, and a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe, who looked like he belonged to some cult, walked in silently, holding a small wooden stick in his hand. Her jet-black hair looked greasy, even reflecting the sunlight streaming through the window. If you're looking for Sherlock Holmes, he's not interested in other cases right now. Nietzsche looked at the man before him warily. He knew that the door was locked, and only the Watsons and Mrs. Hudson had the key and could open it from the outside. But the man remained unmoved and stood blocking the doorway. I'm here to see you, Nietzsche John Holmes, he said in a long, weak voice, his eyes dull. You can call me Professor Snape, and stop deliberately losing your letters. As he spoke, he pulled an envelope out of his sleeve. Nietzsche stared at the letter that had been thrown away as a prank, his pupils dilating before he ducked to the side. He shouted, Stalker. Before Snape could even figure out what was going on, he saw Sherlock on the sofa suddenly pull out a short metal rod and point it at him. Looking through the dark hole, a sense of danger rose in his heart. After a 0.5-second thought period, the short metal rod made a loud bang. Wood chips flew from the door frame next to Snape. Raise your hands above your head. Are you guys out of your minds? Nietzsche suddenly saw Snape's hand, which was holding a wooden stick, turn towards Sherlock. He quickly crouched down, using a wooden dummy as cover, and raised his right hand into a claw, aiming at Snape's right hand. Okay, he does have some little secrets. It was because of these little secrets that he was able to frequently defeat students who were taller and stronger than him. I adopted what he called the Force? Snape saw his movement, of course, and then a powerful, invisible force suddenly gripped his wrist and lifted him above his head. This was something he had never expected. Who are you? But Snape just gritted his teeth, looked at the father and son with a viper-like gaze, and said, word by word, I am the potions professor of Hogwarts, you muggles. When his gaze fell upon the corpse on the dining table, he immediately sensed that this family was no ordinary people. But Sherlock showed no fear and met her gaze. All right, Professor, who are you working for? I'm only working for myself? That's enough. His lips uttered something, a gust of wind rose from his body, pushing Shylock and Nietzsche aside. Then, he pointed with his right hand, and a red light flashed across the room. Sherlock then felt the cold revolver in his hand fly out of control. Just as Snape was about to explain, Watson silently crept up the stairwell, pulled a gun from his waist, and pressed it against the back of Snape's head. The metal brought him only a chilling cold. Stop your tricks, or I'll risk being kicked out by Mrs. Hudson and kill you on the spot. Watson rarely showed his fierce and violent side in front of children, but as Holmes' friend and guardian, he couldn't afford to be too lenient when faced with danger. Even when muggles pointed guns at his head, Snape showed no emotion whatsoever. If Dumbledore hadn't forced me to come out for a walk, I wouldn't have bothered dealing with this kind of thing at all. No sooner had they spoken than the Watsons saw Snape twist his body and, in the blink of an eye, reappear in the corner. The gun barrel moved again, pointing directly at him. Reparo, restore to the original state. Snape indifferently drew a circle with the stick in his hand, and everything in the messy room began to float up and return to its original position. Curious Sherlock lay on the ground, sweeping his hands back and forth around the floating objects. Unfortunately, there was nothing there. How did you do that? Let me say it one last time, I am a professor at Hogwarts, and one of the heads of the households. Your son is a wizard. I must say, you are the most. He meant to say freak, but swallowed the words back. But that's just how it is. He had never seen a muggle's house with a corpse, or a collection of strange blueprints and dangerous weapons. Nietzsche frowned and said, Muggle. That's what wizards call ordinary people. Snape watched as Watson hooked the revolver with his cane and handed it to Sherlock, his eye twitching. This is already the most benevolent thing he could do, there's no malice intended. Tell me, what trick did you just use? The Duke of Blackwood, whom I once captured, also mentioned magic, so what kind of illusion or electromagnetic device did you just use? In Nietzsche's view, Shylock's exploration of new things suddenly overlapped with that of the Stark in his dream. What are those things in your hands? Pistol. Attack me, just like when I walked in. Protego, armor, ... Watson shielded Nietzsche behind him and looked at Sherlock with a bewildered expression, suddenly feeling uncertain. Suddenly, Nietzsche's foster mother, Mary, snatched the gun and calmly fired a shot at Snape's left leg. The bullet struck the white, transparent wall, but the huge recoil also made Snape pull his legs back. Now everyone could see clearly that this indifferent uninvited guest was completely unharmed by the cold bullets. A thin membrane was all it took to stop them. The mystery. This is the only thing in Sherlock's eyes. Nietzsche could not have been a wizard. It seems he still has some secrets to hide. Why don't you try the same trick again? Snape's hooked nose pointed toward the boy behind the Watsons, and he memorized his appearance. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anything about wizards, and I'm not going to any magic school with you. Nietzsche had a very clear definition of himself. His future path should be to enter the Royal Institution of London, and through his outstanding academic performance and the insights gained from his dreams, he should enter the Research Institute and make some contributions to humanity. Of course, if they were ordinary children, they might aspire to become omnipotent superheroes or magicians. But Nietzsche's bedtime stories were all about Sherlock and Watson telling various murder cases and how human nature changes in different environments. You can do that too. Even Watson could easily sense his adopted son's calm in the face of all the strange phenomena. Of course he can, and he's already surpassed many wizarding students, but I'd like to remind you that using magic carelessly can lead to an obscurity. Nietzsche corrected him, that's called the Force. We are wizards, that's called magic. He couldn't stand being stared at by the Watsons, so he raised his hand and waved at Snape. The chair beneath the other person flew away at an extremely fast speed, finally crashing heavily onto the ceiling and breaking into several pieces. At this moment, Professor Snape, having lost his support, was affected by gravity, his buttocks pressed intimately against the floor, his hands clenched into fists inside his black sleeves. Why didn't you ever tell us? Oh, I thought Aunt Eileen would tell Dad. It seems she really values the agreement. At this point, Sherlock couldn't sit still any longer. He withdrew his probing gaze from Snape and said resentfully, so, you were partly responsible for my two precious failures. Nietzsche stuck out his tongue. The Bohemian scandal was simply because Erin had taken the governor's private photos. At the time, she thought she would become a political victim, so the sincerity she showed was what Nietzsche remembered most vividly. I need this photo just to save my life. And this was also the last thing she said to Sherlock Holmes when she left. Chapter 4, The Real World. You must go to school to study. You don't understand how many people want to enter Hogwarts and experience magic, but as muggles, they have to give up. Snape talked himself hoarse, but he couldn't sway Nietzsche. If it weren't for the law and Hogwarts school rules, he would have even considered kidnapping the other person. Nietzsche's reply to him was only one sentence. That's well said, but I refuse. You can use your advantages to expand infinitely, and you can easily do things that muggles cannot. Snape couldn't understand, and just said expressionlessly, the world can be made into whatever you want it to be. He waved his wand gently, and the candlestick turned into a snake. With a heavy sway, the long withered flowers beside it began to bloom again. But at least a muggle who can't do anything can keep his hair clean, Sherlock said abruptly. He looked at the other person with a mocking and arrogant gaze. Snape clenched his fists even tighter in his sleeves, trying to calm himself down, but Sherlock noticed his trembling sleeves. So, his purpose in coming here was solely to see Nietzsche. It is precisely because ordinary people cannot do all this that I am even more determined to make them do it. Even primitive people could not have imagined that modern humans can hear voices from the other side of the earth. Snape remained silent. To be honest, this was the most shocking answer he had ever heard. It wasn't the content that mattered, but Nietzsche's age. Looking into that resolute gaze, he understood that all the words he had prepared were futile and powerless. If only he had been there back then. Snape stood up and inadvertently glanced at a blueprint under his bottom. The document contained a strange pattern and some toxic substances that needed to be extracted from living organisms. He couldn't help but pick it up and quickly scanned a few lines. How do you know how potions are made? What? Watson thought he had misheard. Potions. Snape muttered to himself. Damn it, the Ministry of Magic's memory erasure team doesn't do any work. Muggles have no way of knowing these things about wizards. Sherlock and Nietzsche exchanged a knowing glance. It's happening? The Holmes family's unique telepathic abilities? A murder case, several people died, and there were absolutely no leads. Actually, I couldn't send you letters because I didn't have an owl. Also, your clothes are really... Nietzsche is simply too lazy to even comment on. The owl came with the letter, how could it not be there? The problem lies with the mailman. Also aroused by suspicion, Snape began to take the documents they handed him. Perhaps it wasn't enough, so he even went to the dining table, pried open the dead man's mouth, and put his wand inside. Mary returned the pistol to her fiancé and whispered, "Why are all the people who come here a little strange? That's one of the reasons I want to marry you and move out as soon as possible." Watson leaned closer and whispered, "At least it'll keep Sherlock quiet for a bit." Meanwhile, Sherlock stood opposite Snape, and Nietzsche stood beside the professor. There are traces of dark magic that muggles cannot detect. So this has something to do with you, wizards. Sherlock said with difficulty, and added rather stingily, "Never mind, I already have one hidden around me." Nietzsche dared not refute. Silence is the best course of action. As long as he doesn't speak, he won't say anything wrong. Very likely, but what is hydrogen cyanide? The toxin was extracted from the apple core, but Watson examined it and found no signs of poisoning. Snape lifted the dead man's eyelids, paused, and simply said, interesting. What? So what muggles can do, wizards can't? Sherlock said sarcastically. Nietzsche, next time you can't say God is dead, you have to say wizards are dead. With Snape's help, the inspection process proceeded quickly, and some unusual terms were noted. For example, undetectable poison, death curse, and unforgivable curse. Finally, Snape sensed that the situation was somewhat dangerous. He noticed that the deceased were all figures from Muggle religious sects, which made him feel uneasy, so he prepared to leave quickly. I must tell Headmaster Dumbledore about this. Sherlock always sensed something in his mind, but all that blocked his way was an indistinct fog. Before him lay another world, or rather, the true face of the world. Nietzsche also showed some interest. Dad, I think I need to go to that magic school. Nietzsche. Watson said seriously, a departure from his usual humor. You can't go there because of a murder case. I'd rather you learn some magic, at least that would save us some housework. Snape was equally meticulous, and he immediately sensed an opportunity. This matter involves dark wizards. According to the laws of the wizarding world, muggles cannot be informed, and even if they do, their memories must be erased, unless you are relatives of a wizard. Nietzsche, however, was thinking of the owl that never came. He understood that the adoptive parents had been drawn into a vortex, and this murder case was different from the ones of the past. The potions professor's demonstration alone was enough to pique their curiosity. He had to pave a way for Holmes and Watson. With great power comes great responsibility, that's what you told me. Nietzsche took a pen from his breast pocket, grabbed a scrap of paper, wrote a simple reply on the spot, and handed it to Snape. That's my and Holmes' responsibility, not yours. But I will eventually become like you, and surpass you. Watson understood his son. In some ways, Nietzsche was just as stubborn as Shylock, and at the same time, he had the same yearning for adventure. Some birds are just born to be free from cages. Well then, a week from now, I'll take you to Diagon Alley to buy some things, if your muggle parents are willing. Finally, Snape, carrying the reply, disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if he had been sucked into a pipe, twisting into a point at an extremely fast speed. All right, I think we should talk about how you helped Irene Adler leave Bohemia back then. Oh dear, I just remembered, I was supposed to go frog catching with Hermione today. See you at the royal dining room tonight, everyone. Wait a minute. Watson tapped his cane on the floor, stopping the two who were joking around. Nietzsche, you can't get involved, Sherlock? Say something. Okay, John Watson got into it. Holmes had no choice but to shake his arm, the bones making a crack sound. Nietzsche looked at his father, eager to try, and said, shall you do it, or shall I? The young go first. Nietzsche cleared his throat, drawing everyone's thoughts back to the moment Snape had just entered the room. Snape, a man who extremely represses his own desires, from the moment he walked in, his target was me, which means, he is not like what a tracker should be. No matter how shrewd a person is, when arriving at a new place, they always begin by observing the people or place. The desire to put things into practice is very high. The fact that there is no dirt or dust on the bottom of the black robe indicates that it did not come all the way here. Yes, I saw it. Watson nodded. He just disappeared in a flash, but that doesn't mean he's a normal person. He might be connected to the murder case. Nietzsche gave Watson an approving look. Although his father's reasoning ability was much worse than the others, his intuition was very sharp. The problem lies in the content of the letter. He seemed surprised when he learned that there were no owls, which means that he may not have known about it and was just a professor informing his students. Most importantly, when a gun is pointed at them, their will to resist is not strong. He didn't project confidence, as if saying, I know you won't kill me, but rather a bewildered observation. Furthermore, we've been exposed, and we know nothing about the enemy lurking in the shadows. I must provide you with intelligence. I can't accept it. Watson paused for a moment, then shook his head repeatedly. Dad, I'm just going there to study, write a letter, and collect information for you. I'm not going to my death. Did you hear what that man said? Dark wizard. Watson's eyes widened, as if he could see his adopted son jumping into a fire pit. And you're going to a place full of wizards. Mary took his arm, which calmed Watson's turbulent heart. All right, perhaps we can get Nietzsche to protect himself. Then, glaring at Nietzsche, she said angrily, also, you have to explain everything about magic and the Force tonight. Nietzsche had no choice but to agree. He had a feeling that this case was definitely Sherlock's father's most brilliant one. It is also the key to opening the door to a new world. Why did you refuse Chapter 5-2? On the same day that Snape visited the Holmes family, Hermione experienced the same thing. The doorbell was rung by a tabby cat, which then transformed into an old woman in a dark green robe in front of her and her parents. The woman claimed to be a professor at a magic school and said she had come to inform a Muggle-born wizard. Muggle, a term used by wizards to refer to ordinary people. To be honest, she didn't really like it. When Professor McGonagall saw her mother's distrust and her father's furrowed brow, she even transformed a single sofa in the house into a lion. Hermione was somewhat resistant, admitting a fact she herself was reluctant to admit. She had just stepped out of the book and was now being moved to an unfamiliar place. So, can I not go? Professor McGonagall, who was originally full of confidence, did not hear the little girl excitedly shouting I want to be a wizard, but instead heard a rejection. Why, darling, don't you want to learn what I've shown you? Actually, I don't want to learn any magic. Hermione thought of Nietzsche, and she mustered her courage, pouted, and whispered, I want to go to the medical school where my parents graduated, become an excellent medical expert, and make some contributions to humanity. I'm sorry, but if you don't continue your studies, your life may be in danger, and the magic power accumulated within you will erupt. The Grangers fell silent. They naturally knew their daughter's secret. Once on her birthday, Hermione, who had been feeling down all day at school, returned home so excited that the entire living room floated up. On that day, the Grangers experienced what it felt like to roam in space. My parents can take me to the hospital. First, Muggles don't know magic. Second, Miss Granger, if Muggles discovered your magic, what would happen to you? Would you be hailed as a miracle by God, or as a heretic? Professor McGonagall spoke the cruelest truth in the gentlest and kindest voice. Hermione wasn't unaware of this truth, but she was unwilling to face it. To avoid returning to the time when she was ostracized and labeled a bookworm, she didn't even tell Nietzsche this secret. No, it's perfectly normal not to tell him. Hermione shook her head to herself, and under Professor McGonagall's gaze, continued to ask, can ordinary people also study there? This feels so familiar, Professor McGonagall thought, feeling like she'd heard that phrase somewhere before. Why do you ask that? Is it because of your parents? Mrs. Granger raised her eyebrows slightly, looking at her daughter's flushed face, and laughed. No, it's a friend she made at school, her only friend. Mom. Professor McGonagall's gaze changed. From shock to curiosity, and then glancing at the mockery in Mrs. Granger's eyes, he finally understood. No wonder it felt so familiar. McGonagall's thoughts drifted back to a summer more than 10 years ago, when she had just become a professor and visited a girl's home in a Muggle village. The girl was doing it for her sister, while Hermione was doing it for her friend. That's probably unlikely, my dear. You should think of it this way, even if your Muggle friend goes to school with you, he'll only feel more lonely by himself among the wizards. It's all right, I'm here. Hermione frowned slightly and answered her words of advice as if it were the most natural thing in the world. At school, although only he was willing to talk to her, this bookworm, and discuss various topics, Hermione Granger felt a sense of mission after witnessing Nietzsche's inner world. This person has some serious psychological issues. So gradually, she told herself that she, Hermione Granger, was there so that Nietzsche wouldn't be expelled for hitting someone. Although she sometimes felt that the people Nietzsche wanted to beat up deserved it. Ahem, child, how could you think like that? It's okay. He helped me when I was not a social person, so I think I can accept things like loneliness. However, in McGonagall's eyes, Hermione was the most abnormal one. She patiently said, but how do you know if he's willing to accept a wizard? How about this, next time I take you to Diagon Alley to buy school supplies, I'll take him along for a stroll, okay? Professor McGonagall only considered herself a genius. Isn't this mild approach more reasonable than that school principal who does nothing and leaves everything to the vice principal? Oh well. Hermione couldn't think of any other good ideas, so she could only follow Professor McGonagall's suggestion. After the professor left, her previously serious face finally fell, and she slumped onto the sofa dejectedly, hugging a plush pillow and wriggling around like an earthworm. He exuded an aura of unease. Say something. Mrs. Granger kicked her husband. Mr. Granger, somewhat helpless, could only put down the newspaper for the time being and clear his throat. Hermione, try to look on the bright side. What if your friends can accept that you're a wizard? Besides, Nietzsche, whom you ramble about every day when you come home for dinner, doesn't seem like that kind of person. No, I just, Hermione said in a muffled voice, her legs tucked in and her face buried between her knees, I just don't really want to go to places I don't know. No matter what, we'll be able to see each other when we go shopping together in a few days. Hermione didn't say anything, but listlessly ran upstairs with her arms hanging limply and locked herself in her room. Mr. Granger suddenly slapped his thigh, as if he had just thought of something, and quickly pulled his wife away from the restaurant. Superman. A word flashed through her mind. During the heyday of superhero comics, Hermione had naturally seen Nietzsche frequently perusing them. On that afternoon, right after her exams, Hermione sat beside him, clutching a letter sent by an owl. The girl, looking at the other person's comic book, nervously said, Nietzsche, I mean, what if we were Superman, what would you do? But his answer left a deep impression on Hermione. If we were Superman, you could become a greater medical doctor, while I could research more powerful weapons, machines. Unfortunately, just as Hermione began to have some dreams, reality knocked them down once again. The thought that she couldn't keep an eye on Nietzsche, and that he would become even more unruly once he entered high school, made her hope that her next return wouldn't be to a prison or detention center in England. So, she and Nietzsche were not friends at all. More like enemies. For several days in a row, Nietzsche didn't call her to go to the library to read, and Hermione could only stay at home, punching her pillow repeatedly. Meanwhile, Nietzsche at 221 Baker Street was constantly being taught by Watson how not to be paralyzed by the recoil and received a crash course in combat from Holmes. As a military doctor, Watson was extremely strict in this regard, but to keep Nietzsche from getting bored, he still commissioned retired Captain Philip to help him customize a cane of the same style, which was just a little shorter than his own. There's a sword inside, capable of firing a 9mm round. He suddenly turned to look at his fiancée. Am I a little neurotic, and perhaps a little bit manic? Mary didn't even bother to lift her head, she was constantly touching up her makeup in front of the mirror. Really? She felt the firepower was too weak. The thought of my little one, whom I've raised for 10 years, running off to be among a bunch of wizards makes me a little anxious. That's a wizard? What do wizards represent? So evil that they would poison apples. Just last year, you even thought it was dangerous for Sherlock's father to fire a gun in the house. Nietzsche greedily inhaled the gunpowder smell in the room. And today, the vest you changed him into is a military bulletproof vest. Watson smacked him on the head and said resentfully, but you'd rather tell the secret to Irene Adler than to us. Holmes, standing to the side, took a puff of his cigarette, looking quite smug. What he had in his hands was a personality analysis of Snape, along with a summary of the case. Watson, come with me to the Diogenes Club later, we're going to see someone. Uncle Mycroft. Uncle, could you please not call me that so affectionately? Sherlock glanced at his adopted son. He only praised you a few times for your keen intuition, and he said the same thing to Watson. Dad, you just don't want to admit that Uncle Mycroft is smarter than you. Excellent. Extra training tonight. Do not. Nietzsche looked at the weapons hanging all over his clothes. He had already reached his limit by walking from the door to the stairwell. Nietzsche, the Superman, was crushed by the burdens of life before he even took his first step. Chapter 6 Diagon Alley. Snape's impression on the Holmes family was that of an uninvited guest. Saturday is a public holiday in England, a time when most workers are legally allowed to rest. While they had just gotten up and were preparing for a leisurely meal, he, dressed in his long black robe and sporting his thick, black hair, sat in the middle of the dining table like the master of the house. Snape's hair was finally styled, and he looked down at Sherlock like a victorious rooster. Fortunately, we don't have to worry about extra oil in our breakfast, it's better to keep it light in the morning. This was the first thing Sherlock Holmes said when he saw him sitting there. Watson shook his head and covered his face with the newspaper. He didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing, especially since Sherlock's constitution always seemed to attract all sorts of trouble. Nietzsche, on the other hand, quite enjoyed watching the rivalry between Sherlock and Snape. How about we take a car later? Sherlock ignored the cold gaze and said as if no one else was there. After all, a wizard's broom probably can't carry 4 people. Let's give this snarling viper a little muggle shock. A broom. Snape thought he had misheard. Don't make that face. There are obvious friction marks on the robe on your buttocks. Of course, an arrogant wizard would never notice some splinters on his buttocks. Given some muggle legends, it's not hard to deduce that. That's interesting. How about this? Snape lowered his head slightly and squinted. He tapped his clothes with the small wooden stick, and they were instantly transformed. All the clues vanished in an instant, leaving Sherlock and Nietzsche with only endless question marks. Sherlock. Watson warned. We still need to go shopping later. Indeed, this is not a good time. But this time it was Snape's turn to bite back, and he said in a drawn-out tone, but I insist on doing so. Mary watched the scene with wide eyes and great interest. This familiar plot seemed to have happened when she first met Sherlock. He insists on doing so. Sherlock shrugged. Although Snape might become his professor in the future, did Nietzsche care about such things? No, he doesn't care. Snape's arrogance and unwarranted prejudice towards ordinary people reminded Nietzsche of the old British aristocracy's attitude towards colonies like India. Strictly speaking, he was extremely disgusted by this attitude. This is also one of the reasons why Nietzsche subconsciously rejected Hogwarts. I wonder if the wizard has ever heard of handwriting psychology. He pulled a letter from his pocket, which had the leader's signature on it. It reads, Severus Snape. Each stroke is meticulously written, but overall it's slightly smaller than the average person's handwriting. The lines slant downwards, yet the overall style is very elegant. What does this represent? Nietzsche, feigning curiosity, lowered his head and read aloud. Sitting next to him, Shylock secretly applauded in his heart. He knew that Nietzsche had not raised him in vain, at least in front of outsiders, he would still be united against a common enemy. If you were like me instead of Watson, you would understand. Professor Snape was a pragmatist, extremely meticulous in his work, but at the same time he constantly suppressed himself and almost lost his empathy. Perhaps Nietzsche and Shylock's analysis was too outrageous, causing the atmosphere in the room to drop to zero. Watson shook his head repeatedly, knowing that if the two of them acted like that, they would definitely offend others. Maybe muggles aren't as stupid as I think. Snape turned his gaze away and continued, as for you, Mr. Holmes, I hope your studies will continue as well as they are today. This blatant threat, it seems we need to add another one, pettiness. Snape said with a forced smile, when people say I'm petty, I'd better really be petty, otherwise how can I prove your reasoning is correct? Good, good, good. They've already won by making this mysterious wizard lose his composure like this. Nietzsche and Shylock, seeing that ashen, sullen face, felt their appetites return. Diagon Alley, in Snape's brief description, seems to be a gathering place for wizards, a place specifically for purchasing magical items. Strangely enough, a few days ago when I went to the Diogenes Club and asked Mycroft Holmes, a junior British official, to temporarily access the satellite, I didn't find any gathering place. Clearly, the magic Snape spoke of was more mysterious than Nietzsche imagined. Nietzsche? Shylock? Someone is looking for you. Just as they were about to leave, Mrs. Hudson's voice came from down below. The footsteps in the hallway were quite chaotic, numbering about 4 people. The first to appear at the door was Hermione Granger, Nietzsche's classmate and nemesis from school. She took 2 steps at a time and was the first to run up. "Oh, looks like they're looking for you." Watson straightened his collar from behind. "What happened?" Hermione stammered. "I'm planning to go somewhere to buy some things. Do you want to come with me?" She wasn't the type to hide her thoughts, she practically wore her inner turmoil on her sleeve. Nietzsche, leaning heavily on his cane, cleared his throat. His thoughts were also drawn back to a year ago, before finally returning to calm. The corners of his mouth naturally turned up, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Those who knew him well knew that Nietzsche had found a new source of amusement. "What a coincidence, I'm also planning to go out for a trip. Maybe we can go together." Hermione stamped her foot in frustration, and when she saw Snape with a sinister expression behind Nietzsche, she felt a little scared. Nietzsche wasn't in a hurry. He just watched Hermione Granger painstakingly explain that she hadn't come specifically for this purpose, but simply wanted to hang out with him during the summer holidays, and was just passing by. But Professor McGonagall's exclamation made her swallow back the words she was about to say. Severus. Minerva. Following Hermione was a person also dressed in wizard robes, but the color was much nicer than Snape's. Professor McGonagall was initially sighing inwardly, lamenting the changes and injustices of fate, and just a moment ago she felt like the sinner who had torn apart her childhood sweethearts. But the next second, he saw that familiar face of Snape, who always had a stern face and looked as if the whole world owed him a million galleons. Hermione is numb. "By the way, where are you going to buy something?" Nietzsche, having mastered Sherlock's father's acting skills, pretended to be serious and said, "Oh, let me guess, is it a place called Diagon Alley?" "You know." "No, how do you know?" "You told me that yourself." "Has anyone ever told you that you're really not suited to lying?" Hermione got an erection. Her fist hardened. "So, you're just going to watch me spend so much time explaining and make a fool of myself." She was even thinking of excuses, how to comfort Nietzsche who didn't know magic, and how to persuade him that even if he wasn't a wizard, he could still become the most powerful ordinary person through his own intellect. However, the cold reality is that Nietzsche also had secrets, and he had even managed to extract information from her questions that afternoon, right after the exam. He kept pretending he didn't know. After calming down, Hermione, contrary to her previous anxiety and shame, suddenly felt that if Nietzsche were to get hit by a dump truck later, she would only think it was good that he was hit, and that he should be paralyzed. "You're a really bad thing. By the way, did you think I would be scared? So you wanted to take me to Diagon Alley today?" Hermione's gaze turned cold. She was certain that if their parents weren't here, if they were at school, she would have smacked him on the head with a dictionary. "Professor McGonagall, the person I'm looking for has moved away from Baker Street. Let's just leave." They rushed down without looking back. All that remained were the Grangers and the Watsons shaking hands warmly. "My name is Wendell Granger, and this is my wife, Monica Granger. Our daughter mentioned that Nietzsche's father was a military doctor." He looked at Sherlock, then hesitated, "And this is..." Damn it, he saw Shylock that day, could it be Nietzsche's father or mother? "John Watson, this is my friend Sherlock Holmes, and this is his fiancée." Watson's lips twitched, and he quickly explained, "We are all this boy's guardians. You guys are, truly genuine." Mr. Granger couldn't understand it, but he was greatly shocked. 2 adoptive fathers and 1 adoptive mother even in England, that would be considered a bit premature. Aside from Nietzsche and Hermione, the others were all somewhat unexpected, so it seems this Diagon Alley trip won't be too boring. Chapter 7, I was wrong, I'll do it again next time. The current situation is very unfavorable for Nietzsche. On the one hand, the 2 professors were having a very pleasant conversation. The Grangers and the Holmes family were also chatting and laughing, but Hermione turned her head away, not wanting to talk to Nietzsche. "Are we going to back down again? Wait a minute, why did he say again?" "Shut, he's not afraid of Hermione." The 2 cars stopped in front of a bar. Sherlock Holmes got out of the Grangers' car, and both of them were laughing heartily. It's unclear what he said that made the Grangers laugh so hard. After getting off the car, Sherlock immediately strode over, his smile vanishing instantly. "I've almost run out of jokes, Watson. I'll drive next time." McGonagall and Snape led the way into the bar, followed by Watson, who stepped in front of Nietzsche and Hermione. He leaned on his cane with his left hand and tucked his right hand into his waistband, swinging it slightly. The people passing by on the street merely glanced at the 2 people in wizard robes ahead before continuing on their way to work. The sign above the tavern was still swaying in the wind, the Broken Cauldron. As soon as you enter, you are greeted by a strong aroma of butter. The lighting is dim, but you can still see traces of beer foam on the dented wooden table. There is also a staircase leading to the 2nd floor on the wall. They looked like the protagonists of a Western movie, their shadows stretched long by the sun outside the door. In a state of tension, Hermione instinctively reached for the nearest object. Then, as if disgusted, he deliberately used force to fling Nietzsche's sleeve away. "Professor." A bald bartender behind the counter, wiping glasses, suddenly brightened his cloudy eyes. "Just opened. What would you like to order?" His head was like a walnut, covered in wrinkles. "Tom, we're picking up new students." McGonagall nodded seriously, then turned around and asked the group behind her, "Before we enter Diagon Alley, you can choose to wait for us here while drinking butterbeer." Mr. Granger asked worriedly, "Ordinary people can't go in." "No, I'm just worried about giving muggles unnecessary frights," Snape said coldly. For example, a very good muggle who is good at reasoning might go crazy if he sees something that is impossible for him. Sherlock touched the table with his finger, then dipped it in the foam and held it under his nose. Such a powerful taunt was so infuriating that it not only failed to break his defenses, but it also failed to stir his emotions. Watson first looked at Sherlock, and when the other man didn't take out any money, he looked at the unmoved Mary. Unfortunately, neither of them made any move, so he could only walk away from the bar in disappointment. He only wanted to order a drink, but unfortunately, he saw a few people playing chess and wanted to gamble a few rounds. Ah, freshmen, have a pleasant journey. After following the two professors through the back door of the tavern, all they saw was a solid brick wall and a trash can in the corner. Professor Snape lightly tapped a few bricks with his wand, and the entire wall began to tremble and contract outwards, forming a giant door in the center. The only way to get deeper into the area is a path paved with cobblestones. Nietzsche touched the bricks, and surprisingly, there was no mechanism at all. He could clearly see that the bricks were stacked together, rather than inserted into gaps. The order of knocking is, starting from the trash can, count 3 pieces upwards, then count 2 pieces horizontally. Welcome to the magical world. Everyone, do you really understand this world? Passing through the dark passageway, you are greeted by rows of commercial streets paved with cobblestones. It's hard to imagine that such a quaint street is hidden right next to Charing Cross in London. There was a sense of shock, as if from another world. It's as if Sherlock and his friends, along with the Granger family, have traveled through time and returned to medieval Europe. If that's true, it's too dark. This isn't DC, the neighboring city. No one wants to go back to Europe's darkest period, unless they're crazy. Look at the clothes those people are wearing. Ah, and a bookstore. Hermione's eyes were practically glued to the view. The shop window was filled with colorful books and crucibles. Watson even noticed the wanted posters pasted on the stone wall, with faces in them still showing him fierce expressions, sometimes disappearing. Everything is alive. Snape glanced sideways, but unfortunately, he didn't see Sherlock show any emotion, and Nietzsche was at best a curious child. Is this the detective family you mentioned, investigating murders committed by dark wizards in the Muggle world? McGonagall observed cautiously. If you're truly unfazed by Poland's arrival, that's a lie. Sherlock suppressed his curiosity. Nietzsche revealed it without reservation. Watson was a retired veteran with a mental illness, only Mary was the most unfathomable one. She was initially a little excited, but she managed to calm herself down, a feat that even Sherlock had to admire. Believe me, Minerva, that boy is no pushover. I don't ask for anything else, just that they be more obedient than those two from the Weasleys. Professor McGonagall rubbed her head, waved her hand, and shouted, "Everyone, we need to go to Gringotts to exchange our galleons." Gringotts, located on the north side of Diagon Alley, appears to have its own monetary system, according to Professor McGonagall, making it seem like a second country within Britain. Hopefully, the Prime Minister, who is still dealing with Northern Ireland, won't hear this news, or he'll be furious. Nietzsche tried hard to make some analysis in his mind. Professor McGonagall, who is also the vice principal on the envelope, is not short-staffed for welcoming new Muggle students, which means that this Hogwarts school is not large and is short-staffed. Judging from the crucibles and clothing they sell, wizards are also very distant from human society, probably because they can use some unknown methods to block signals. Is that an orc? Hermione looked at the small creatures guarding the Gringotts gates. They looked a lot like the orcs living underground in The Lord of the Rings. This ugly thing is what made Sherlock lose his composure. He even crouched down, not to stop them, but to pinch their long, pointed ears. Just as these dwarf-like creatures showed signs of getting angry and raising their hands, he immediately slipped behind Snape. They are fairies, Miss Granger, who thinks she knows everything, not some kind of orc. Hermione pouted, about to say something, when Nietzsche pulled her into the conversation. As she passed through the first bronze gate and the second silver gate, she noticed inscriptions of poems warning her about theft of financial statements. Those who constantly demand and seek gain without effort will inevitably face the most severe punishment. Did you offend the professor again? She looked down at her hand being held, unaware that a blush had already crept onto her face. I only met him for the first time, and he's already so fierce. Ignore him. That's just how Professor Snape is. When he first came here, he almost got shot by my fathers. With a gun. We are investigating the recent murders. Besides, who told him to wear the same cult-style black robe as the Duke? You always have an excuse, Nietzsche. Hermione growled, her cheeks puffed out. You haven't learned your lesson yet. If the professor gets angry and fires you, you're finished. Nietzsche watched the Grangers and his family exchange pounds for a pile of gold coins, and lazily surveyed the magnificent marble hall. Hundreds of fairies sat in front of the counter, weighing different coins on bronze scales. He saw a giant, much taller than an ordinary person, leading a thin boy with black-rimmed glasses, as they squeezed through a small door in the hall. Wait a minute, haven't I seen that little boy somewhere before? Nietzsche. A roar snapped him back to his senses. What's wrong, Miss Rule-abiding? He looked into her chocolate-colored eyes and naturally took over the conversation. I know. Yes, you'll keep an eye on me, Okay, good luck. It's been 2 years since I beat up that fat guy named Dudley and transferred to Hermione's school. Nietzsche knew what Hermione was going to say just by looking at her bristling like a lion. So Hermione, whose lines had been interrupted, froze on the spot. Nietzsche had already said all her lines. What should she say? But one thing is certain, she was even more annoyed by Nietzsche's stubbornness. Next time, I won't help you. Ahem. How about I treat you to ice cream later? Don't forget, wizards must study, or their lives will be in danger, so Hogwarts won't expel students randomly. Hermione thought about what Professor McGonagall had said earlier and nodded. Suddenly she looked at him with a strange expression. By the way, you didn't bring a gun to school, did you? Nietzsche placed his hands on his cane and paused for a moment. Of course I won't bring it. He certainly wouldn't bring it voluntarily. If Watson and Sherlock asked for it and secretly put the cold revolver in the suitcase when he wasn't looking, then it wouldn't be Nietzsche's problem. Speaking of which, when you're hitting people, you don't use magic, do you? She pinched the other person's thin arm and complained, with a physique like yours, how could you possibly beat 3 upperclassmen? Congratulations, Hermione Granger, you've finally found the blind spot, though I usually call it the Force. How did you do that? Is she the only one who loses control? I won't tell you, sorry Hermione, but even at the new school, you can't surpass me, Nietzsche said casually. You used to be #1 in the whole school, just because I didn't transfer. Nietzsche? No wonder you have no friends. The boy froze, stiffly turning his head away. As soon as she said it, Hermione felt a little ashamed. She stammered, trying to explain that she was just joking. Well, she was just too excited and went a little overboard. If you have friends, why bother me with rules every day? Hilarious, she probably thinks I'm angry. Nietzsche looked at Hermione's awkward expression and grinned heartlessly. Hermione considered herself to be quite patient. After all, she could read an entire dictionary by herself. But for some reason, once she started talking to Nietzsche, her patience would be quickly worn down by him. Grind it down until there's not a single bit left. Just kidding, I don't really know why. Roll. Okay. Chapter 8, Unicorn and Fire Dragon. 5 pounds equals 1 galleon, which is equivalent to 17 silver sickles or 29 bronze gnats. Nietzsche looked at the large bag of galleons in his hand. He never imagined that Watson, whose wallet was controlled by Sherlock and Mary, could actually get those fairies to refuse to continue exchanging pounds for wizard coins. After all, Muggle money is of little use to fairies, so a limit was set. If you gambled less, maybe we could take over the whole Diagon Alley, Nietzsche said wistfully. Happiness is priceless, son. Watson puffed out his chest and said righteously for his few hobbies, just like how you beat up so many people. I've never been angry about the compensation. That seems to make sense. Hermione, standing to the side, stared wide-eyed. So that's how it is. No wonder Nietzsche was always good at making excuses for himself. He learned it from his own family. What a good person he was, but he just went astray. Hermione was heartbroken and vowed to straighten Nietzsche's head and stop him from breaking school rules and making excuses for himself. Professor McGonagall led them out of the bank, explaining the school's curriculum as she did so. Let's go buy the books first, then we'll go to Ollivanders to buy wands. She pulled out the wooden stick that was different in style and pattern from Snape's. It's an essential item for wizards, unless you can master wandless spellcasting. Wandless casting? It sounds unusual, like the highest level of target shooting is not having to hold the gun in your hand. You mean the small stick made of cedar wood? McGonagall was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected that the muggle in front of her could recognize the material at a glance. It's not just cedar wood, there's also a dragon's heartstring inside. I know muggle factories have mass production capabilities, but believe me, no 2 wands can be perfectly replicated. There are only twin wands, no 2 are exactly alike. Just like no 2 leaves in the world are exactly alike. The professor cast an approving glance at Watson, who had interrupted. I used to speak out in the muggle world too, although I haven't been in contact with it for a long time and don't know how things have developed, but the basic principle is the same. Ollivander's wand shop is on the south side, directly opposite Gringotts. This shop looked more dilapidated than other shops selling crucibles and clothes. The signboard hanging on it looked like it might fall off at any moment, and some of the gold lettering was peeling off. It reads, the Ollivander family, making these since 382 BC. Cough cough. Nietzsche pushed open the door and was choked by the dust and pungent incense that rushed in. The shop looked small, with only a bench in the center of the room. Hermione curiously examined the wand placed on the purple cushion, while Miss Granger and Mr. and Mrs. Watson followed closely behind. As for Sherlock Holmes, he's nowhere to be found again. Your wands were all bought from here. The boy cast a pitiful look at the 2 professors. He was sorry, but he simply couldn't imagine how the wizarding world, detached from human society, could be in such dire straits, its economy seemingly as bad as England's before the Thatcher plan. Nietzsche. Hermione secretly pinched the soft flesh on his waist. Teacher, it's because you don't respect your teachers that they didn't speak up for you? Professor McGonagall simply shook her head, looking at the 2 of them with a hint of envy in her eyes. Snape, on the other hand, simply chose to ignore it. Ah, who hasn't had a childhood sweetheart? It's a pity, fate is cruel. But luckily, at least these 2 freshmen don't have to go through what their generation went through. Ollivandine, we have a guest. Immediately afterwards, a clanging sound came from the corridor at the end of the room, where countless small boxes were stored. The old man, known as Ollivander, slid down a movable wooden ladder with a skill beyond his years, carrying a pile of sticks he hadn't had time to store, probably raw materials for wands. When he saw Professor Snape standing next to McGonagall, he felt a strange sense of dread. The school season is here so soon. The old man hunched over, walked quickly to Hermione, and grabbed her arms without a word. Which hand do you prefer? Right hand. Try this, poplar wood and White River monster spines. The clearer your moral compass, the stronger you become. Hermione became confident upon hearing words like honest and elegant, which seemed tailor-made for her. Unfortunately, with a gentle wave under her guidance, she only managed to blow up a nearby cabinet. The violent explosion startled the Grangers. Fortunately, Watson had seen this kind of thing many times before, and he habitually pulled up his trench coat to shield the three of them from the flying wood chips. No, change it. Cat leopard hair. Wetland werewolf fur, drawn to dark magic. Well, you're not suited for dark magic either. She tried almost one by one, and Hermione went from being confident at the beginning to feeling awkward, hesitant, and finally numb. Nietzsche, observing from the sidelines, understood from Ollivander's words that the wand had to choose a master whose temperament matched the wand's. This reminded him of Eastern divination and gypsy tarot cards. He glanced at his mechanical watch and asked, "Do you have any grapevine wood?" Grapevine wood. Ollivander waved his wand, and a box flew out from the wrecked ruins. Grapevine wood paired with a dragon heartstring. Frankly, this wand core is suitable for wizards with strong learning abilities. Surprisingly, Hermione's mechanical, casual wave of her hand only produced a small, powerful shockwave. There were no small tornadoes and no explosions. Perfect. Ollivander looked at Nietzsche with childlike excitement. How did you know she was suited for grapevine wood? Usually, those who use this kind of raw material are wizards with lofty ambitions. Am I that kind of person? Hermione asked, somewhat puzzled. I didn't know that about me. You're just being repressed. If only you weren't so conformist. Hermione moved a few steps to the side, away from Nietzsche, who in her eyes was like a villain from a superhero comic book, always thinking about how to bewitch others with words. She realized that Nietzsche must have changed his strategy. I want to become like him? Unfortunately, Nietzsche was unaware of the mental storm raging in Hermione's mind. He was simply getting goosebumps from her staring at him. Hermione Granger's eyes sharpened. Sir, which hand do you prefer? Right hand. Try this, laurel wood with thestral tail hair. Deadly. Their owners always act with integrity, unlike those Slytherins. Even when it comes to honor, they do it openly. It sounds a lot like the staff of a virtuous gentleman. Under the watchful eye of a seasoned gentleman like Watson, Nietzsche, of course, failed. They're practically in cahoots with the Sherlock Holmes family, and have absolutely nothing to do with being above board, especially Nietzsche, who grew up listening to all sorts of murder cases. Pearwood. Ollivander remained calm. Building upon the aspects Nietzsche previously revealed, this article recommends a type of wood that embodies warmth, generosity, and wisdom. Nietzsche touched the wand, but unfortunately, the energy simply poured out violently through the pearwood. Lightning grazed Ollivander's scalp and flew to the roof, causing a thunderous roar to erupt in the room. After trying dozens of wands and renovating the house 7 times, Ollivander finally experienced a feeling he had never felt before. The grain of black walnut wood is absolutely beautiful. The moment Nietzsche grasped the wand, he felt as if his arm and the wand had become one. Black walnut wood, paired with unicorn tail hair, 14 inches. Ollivander's expression was somewhat regretful. Looks like you're going to have a hard time in defense against the dark arts class, kid. What do you mean? While unicorn hair is very stable in casting magic, it is extremely resistant to dark magic, which means, wands made from it are very stable, but they cannot be too powerful. Hermione, who was standing nearby, breathed a sigh of relief. Black magic sounds evil, but at least she doesn't have to worry about this antisocial little madman going further and further down the path of a black wizard. It's alright, consistent spellcasting is very helpful for transfiguration. The news presented completely different trends in the eyes of the two professors. Professor McGonagall was somewhat pleased, while Professor Snape let out a laugh. At least I don't have to worry about Slytherin's new students this year. Nietzsche, however, disagreed and continued, can a wizard only be defined by black magic? Not really, it's just that there are almost no wizards who can master white magic like Headmaster Dumbledore, and dueling magic and war magic both belong to black magic, which are more prominent in combat. Does the wizard expect floating objects to carry out the attack? Therefore, the inability to delve deeply into dark magic means that wizards will ultimately be drawn into spell research, and will have no chance with professions like Auror. Nietzsche had many questions in his mind, but he chose to go to the bookstore to find the answers. Thank you for your consideration. Each wand for new students costs 5 galleons. Don't break it. This price is only for the first purchase of a wand. After leaving the wand shop, Hermione puffed out her chest with pride. The same staff corps as Professor McGonagall, the dragon heartstring, the heart nerve of a fire dragon, just hearing it sounds incredibly powerful. It's okay, unicorns are cute too. Nietzsche gritted his teeth, ultimately too lazy to refute. Fine, let her be smug for a while. Nietzsche allowed Hermione a period of smugness before he discovered the fundamental principles of magic, but afterwards, he would repay her 100-fold. Chapter 9 Harry of the Morgan's Robes Shop. Hermione's swaggering demeanor was something Nietzsche most wanted to ignore at the moment. But she deliberately lingered in front of him. Even when she saw the defense against the dark arts book at Flourish and Blots, she would still say a few words. To be honest, Mrs. Granger wanted to remind her daughter, but her husband stopped her in the end. When have you ever seen her like this? Mr. Granger deliberately pulled his wife away from the two running ahead, saying with a mix of amusement and exasperation, "Don't you find this smug look very real?" It's true, yes. Hermione's behavior in these ways was more endearing to her parents than when she was lost in her fantasies from books. This was meant to be Hermione at 12, not someone who spends all day like a boring office worker, going to and from school, doing homework, eating, taking a bath, reading, and sleeping. This vibrant energy is what Hermione should be like. For a moment, Mr. Granger was unsure whether Nietzsche had done it unintentionally or intentionally, but considering his father's, it would be plausible if it had been intentional. Inside Flourish and Blots, Nietzsche tucked away Defense Against the Dark Arts, a guide to basic knowledge, and held it in front of his face. Hermione, while the dragon heartstring is indeed more powerful than the unicorn hair, don't forget that Ollivander said it's also one of the most difficult wand cores to control. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly because of Hermione's lively demeanor. Yes, this is what life should be like, vibrant and full of sunshine, instead of spending all day with books, constantly aware of the unspoken rules set by those in power for the weak. But don't forget, as long as I learn fast enough, I can master it forever. If that's the case, you shouldn't have only taken first-grade books. You reminded me, that's right, there's also Defense Against Magic Theory and Magic Potions. So, among the group of freshmen, Nietzsche and Hermione were the two most unique. The books they carried were stacked up to their heads, and they could only see the way out of the corner of their eyes. After paying, Hermione, clutching the book, staggered towards the door to meet her parents. Then came the robes. To be honest, Hermione and Nietzsche, who were born into human society, had a rather uncomfortable view of wizarding attire, especially those brightly colored robes and patterns. Especially the ordinary clothes, they are almost all exactly the same. Sorry, I'm sorry. Just as Mrs. Malkin was measuring the height of the two men, a burly man accidentally knocked over the clothes rack. It was the giant Nietzsche had seen at Gringotts before. His beard was as filthy as Shylock's, and the boy beside him seemed somewhat embarrassed by his recklessness. Hagrid, are you here to have a mole fur coat custom made? I'm here to bring Harry. Harry Potter. Mrs. Malkin covered her mouth, her face paling. My God, that lucky child. Nietzsche turned his head and saw that the thin little boy next to Hagrid looked somewhat familiar. He noticed that Madame Malkin lifted Harry's long hair and exclaimed in amazement at the scar on the boy's forehead. Where have I seen this before? He thought to himself that none of the people he had beaten up were this thin and small. Nietzsche? This wasn't Hermione's warning shout, it was more of a surprise and joy. This kind of exclamation usually comes from seeing a friend you haven't seen in a long time. Even Hermione raised her eyebrows. Nietzsche's only response to her was blank stares and a shrug. You, excuse me, have I seen you before? Me? Dudley's cousin. Harry exclaimed in surprise. You're the one who beat up Dudley, I recognize you. I'm sorry, I wanted to speak up for you, but the day you were expelled, Vernon locked me in the room. The mention of Dolly's cousin brought back some memories for Nietzsche. It was the boy who was bullied by the fat guy at that moment, but Nietzsche beat up the fat guy back then, partly out of personal grudge. That's right, he was transferred to another school because he was beaten too badly. You have no idea, after Dudley was beaten up by you, he rarely bullied anyone anymore, you damn Vernon. If I hadn't been locked in the room, you would never have been expelled back then. Nietzsche nodded smugly at Hermione, giving her a slight nod. Did you hear that? Everyone's saying he played well. Do you know? Hagrid, standing to the side, scratched the back of his head with a honest and simple expression, looking even more surprised than Harry. He's the guy I told you about, the only Superman in school who ever beat up Dudley Dursley, all because of Nietzsche. Dudley spent his summers learning boxing, thinking about getting revenge. After taking a closer look at Harry's figure, Hermione was speechless. Clearly, Nietzsche's popularity has been proven, and she couldn't help but wonder if those people would be as excited as Harry one day when they look back and find that the school bullies can no longer get away with it. Harry was lucky enough to escape Vernon's family, but he never expected to run into that person again. This doesn't make sense. Hermes found it strange. Generally speaking, after Nietzsche leaves, wouldn't those thugs retaliate against ordinary people even more severely? Such people seek happiness through the suffering of others. Harry just shook his head blankly, not understanding any of it. I don't know, but Dudley seemed really scared later. Oh right, I remember now, he had that same look in his eyes when he saw Hagrid using magic. Very well, the answer was clearly laid out before Hermione. You actually used a wizard's magic too. No, I only used a little bit of psychological intimidation. Hermione glanced at Hagrid, who was listening in, and immediately shut her mouth. After quickly buying a few comfortable wizard robes and school robes, she hurriedly left. Harry was awkwardly pulled around by Madame Malkin, and finally waved to the departing couple. He suddenly realized that these two were completely different from those wizards who went crazy when they saw him, and he felt a greater sense of identification with them. What he needed was not celebrity treatment, but friends. Then, see you at school. See you at school. After returning to Baker Street from the Leaky Cauldron, Nietzsche once again settled into a routine of going back and forth between home and work before September 1st. He went back and forth between 221 Baker Street and Granger's house. In just 2 months, he had almost finished reading the book Basic Knowledge of Black Magic that he had bought, and then he also picked out some simple spells from the Book of Spells written by Miranda Goshawk to experiment with. Magic can dissipate electrical signals like a magnetic field. Meanwhile, Sherlock was talking to someone on the other side. He spoke impatiently and quickly, recounting all the clues. The obese man sitting next to Nietzsche's father, who looked as if he might die from sweets at any moment, was none other than Sherlock Holmes's older brother and Nietzsche's uncle Mycroft Holmes. He praised Mrs. Hudson's creme brulee, seemingly ignoring what Sherlock was saying. Sherlock, in fact, the British government knows of their existence. Mycroft shifted his position, trying to sit more comfortably, but is very curious about the magic used by this group of wizards. You knew this all along. I've always said that our reasoning operates on different levels, but fortunately, we now have Nietzsche. But Sherlock flatly refused his brother's request, even before he could bring it up. Don't even think about it, Sherlock said, puffing on his cigarette butt and staring at the gun holes in the wall. He has his own path. He's only at the school to cooperate with our investigation. Yes, you're right. However, although Nietzsche was resting with his eyes closed, it did not mean that he was asleep. In fact, he could feel the force as he did the first time. No, I mean magic. Nietzsche really wasn't interested in that word, it sounded so cliché. Reparo. Nietzsche gestured with his wand over the deliberately broken cup and whispered the incantation. He could sense that there was an energy that seemed to be causing the broken glass to fuse together. This energy existed in all things, and Nietzsche was simply using the energy within his body to bring it together. This amazing phenomenon also attracted the attention of the two Holmeses who were talking on the sofa. Sherlock was the first to ask, is it healing or fusion? It's not healing. I can't create things out of thin air. It's more like atoms are being refused and rearranged. Mycroft pondered for only 2 seconds before realizing the problem. What if you lose a piece? Then the glass will have a chip, but I can fill it with the same material, just like building a house with bricks. The 3 Sherlock Holmeses were all speechless. What does this mean? This signifies the third revolution in productivity? The world order will begin to shift once again? Imagine if England had the help of wizards, the entire society would undergo tremendous changes, and resources would be truly reused. Someone is trying to sabotage the relationship between wizards and the British government. After witnessing this strange phenomenon firsthand, Mycroft instantly realized that his consciousness transcended the murder case and saw the entire scheme from a macro perspective. The reason why Sherlock Holmes was able to become Scotland Yard's secret weapon was because Mycroft was a master of macroscopic observation, and Sherlock was a master of microscopic manipulation who found clues from the microscopic level. Although Nietzsche often witnessed the two of them arguing. I must tell the Prime Minister about this. Oh, and Nietzsche, after you go to school, keep in touch with MI6 by letter. After saying that, he put a black bowler hat on his head and hurriedly left. However, he was the only one who was working hard to bring Ying along. Sherlock began to work with the wizarding community to rearrange all the cases, while Nietzsche began to explore the application of this magic. After using several dark magic defense spells, he discovered that the unicorn fur was somewhat unpleasant. It's like a clogged faucet. The output of magic is unstable, sometimes strong, and sometimes weak, but when he uses other standard spells, this doesn't happen at all. Nietzsche was forced to begin exploring the secrets of commonly used spells. His keen intuition told him, magic spells are not something that can be accomplished by simply waving a wand and reciting a spell. Chapter 10, I am the King of Fire. Self-study ultimately has its limits. So Nietzsche went to Granger's house, so he wouldn't be considered self-taught. Chapter 15 of Defense Against the Dark Arts contains a definition of dark magic. This book is the most tedious one I've ever read. I really don't know how you managed to read it. Hermione sat in the living room, sipping red tea and watching the leaves in the yard gradually turn yellow, with a copy of Hogwarts, a history on her lap. So you're a pragmatist now. Nietzsche savored the aroma of the black tea and the sweetness of the honey spreading across his tongue, as languid as a cat. Although Defense Against the Dark Arts is all theory, it's all foundational. However, Wilbert Slinka's theoretical book was surprisingly unpopular among wizarding communities. However, as can be seen from Chapter 2, The Theory and Origin of Defensive Techniques, this book is too metaphysical, like a lighthouse floating in the air, which explains its unpopularity. However, Nietzsche thought it was a good way to enrich the magical foundation of Muggle wizards. Anti-curses are just to make curses more acceptable, so any spells with offensive properties are considered dark magic. He turned to the chapter Hermione had mentioned and began reading the utterly uninteresting words. In Chapter 15, the author even explicitly states that wizards should not use offensive defensive magic. But some defensive spells are also considered curses, spells, or poisons. What about your wand then? Unicorn hair, while stable, prevents the use of powerful spells with dark magic properties. This obvious drawback limits the wand's power. Nietzsche wasn't as worried as Hermione. This just means I can't use it too smoothly. Don't forget white magic and standard spells. It's alright, my wand can control these defensive spells, Hermione said haughtily. At worst, if you get bullied in the future, just come to me. After all, I'm a year older than you. Nietzsche's eye twitched. Damn it, when will school start? He couldn't stand Hermione's triumphant peacock-like demeanor anymore. Her competitive spirit was even stronger than Nietzsche had imagined. He climbed off the sofa to Hermione's side, grabbed a handful of cookies, and stuffed them into her mouth. I can't even stop your mouth from eating. Just then, Mrs. Granger came into the living room, intending to call the two for dinner. She was somewhat surprised to see Hermione and Nietzsche wrestling on the sofa, each holding the other's wrist. Although I didn't mean to disturb you too, but, she said, looking at her daughter, at least you shouldn't be seen by your parents, right? Hermione, Mom? It's all Nietzsche's fault. Nietzsche, it's all Hermione's fault. The two stared at each other for a moment, then looked away. The days flew by as the two chatted, and on the morning of September 1st, Nietzsche and Hermione arrived at King's Cross Station, the station in the envelope, and were searching for Platform 9. Hermione, like a headless fly, dragged her luggage from one end to the other, but couldn't find the 9 sign. Do you think a reclusive wizard would hang a sign on a road frequented by ordinary people? Nietzsche looked around. 4 pillars at each platform. Hermione suddenly snapped out of her daze and asked, so it's the first pillar on Platform 9. It should be right. But a new problem arises, how do they get in? Nietzsche, carrying a birdcage, stared helplessly at the 4 supporting pillars of Platform 9 alongside Hermione. After a while, Hermione even began to doubt Nietzsche's reasoning. Fortunately, reinforcements arrived. This place is full of muggles. A short, plump woman was talking to 4 red-haired boys, each of whom had an owl, and a red-haired girl was following behind them. The word muggle immediately perked them up. So the Grangers and the Watsons all saw the 4 boys pushing suitcases, crashing headfirst into the dividing pillar between platforms 9 and 10, and then disappearing. Aha, they've found them, so, I am leaving. Nietzsche turned his head and looked at the Watsons. Go ahead, be careful. Watson raised an eyebrow at his suitcase and coughed a few times on purpose. If you need help, open your treasure chest. Compared to the Granger family, there was less sadness between them. Mary and John Watson simply thought they would be grateful if their child would behave well and not cause any trouble on his first day of school. Hermione glanced behind her, then turned back to look at her parents. She felt much more uneasy than Nietzsche. After all, sending a 12-year-old away from the city to a truly strange world was somewhat unfair to both the adults and the child. I'll be back for Christmas. If it weren't for the fact that the magic within her daughter could be life-threatening, Mrs. Granger wouldn't have wanted Hermione out of her sight. Protect yourself, and don't let your relationships with your classmates deteriorate too much. While his wife was nagging and giving instructions to their daughter, Mr. Granger didn't say much. He gave Hermione a gentle hug, then turned back to Nietzsche and whispered, you know, she's not very good at interpersonal relationships, so if anything happens, just write to me. Mr. Granger knew Hermione's personality. If she encounters anything that makes her feel wronged, she will definitely keep it to herself. While this is common in the adult world, as his daughter, there can be one small exception. Be a man, don't let ladies stand in your way. That's actually the definition of capitalist society, Watson. Don't forget the case of Gone Bride, Nietzsche said in a rough voice, mimicking Shylock's manner as he made a face at his father. Besides, she's a year older than me. Of course he would help her, even though Hermione never agreed with his approach. But sometimes, acting first and informing later can be very effective. Under the watchful eyes of his loved ones, Nietzsche, carrying a birdcage in his left hand and dragging his luggage in his right, led the way into Platform 9. His instinctive fantasy didn't come true, he felt no obstruction, and the space immediately expanded. A deep red steam train was parked beside the platform, with a slogan written on it, the Hogwarts Express. The noise was deafening. In addition to people dressed in wizard robes, various breeds of pet cats ran into the carriage along with the crowd. Before Nietzsche could take a closer look at the smoke-filled platform, he was suddenly pushed from behind. What's wrong? Hermione sniffed, frowned, and waved her hand to disperse the thick steam in front of her. Nietzsche didn't speak. He focused his mind, taking in every face, conversation, and appearance, including but not limited to Harry, whom he had seen earlier, being escorted onto the train by several red-haired boys, and a blonde-haired boy, looking arrogantly at the passers-by around him. It's nothing, I was just waiting for you. Nietzsche shook his head, clearing his mind of the jumbled thoughts. The English mornings were unusually sunny, and the two of them, carrying their luggage, boarded a train bound for the unknown. In fact, the carriage was not as crowded as they had imagined. On the contrary, it was quite spacious. There were carriages on both sides of the corridor. Nietzsche and Hermione kept walking forward for the sake of quiet, until they were stopped by a student. With his neat short hair, tall stature, and well-defined muscles, Nietzsche guessed that the person in front of him must be good at sports. There was a mark on his chest, a P etched on a yellow and black background. The section behind this is the prefectural carriage. Only prefectural heads and professors from each college can ride in it. I'm sorry. Well, it seems we've reached the end of the road. Hermione chose the innermost carriage, which was the most suitable for freshmen. The train started moving, and the people on the platform were left behind until it turned a corner and the platform was no longer visible. Only then did the noise from the other carriages gradually quiet down, but only relatively speaking. To pass the time, Hermione took out The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts from her bag and started reading. Do you know that Harry you helped before? He's been mentioned in several books. If you're talking about 20th century magic events, which is as thick as an American history book, then I do see the name Harry Potter. Nietzsche was indifferent to all of this. He took out 2 bottles of Coke, pointed at them with his wand and said Immobilis. Immediately, frost appeared on the surface of the glass bottles, as if they had just been taken out of the freezer. Perfect? This is the perfect way to break the spell? The names wizards give to spells are not just for their literal meanings. For example, the freeze spell. This spell can cool things down, but that's just a side effect. It can paralyze animals, making them appear as if they are frozen. Nietzsche lifted the burlap lining of the birdcage and pointed his wand at the owl inside. Before Hermione could react, the owl, which Hermione and Nietzsche had jointly purchased, stopped moving. What have you done to my Mercury again? Hermione had only taken her gaze off Nietzsche for 10 minutes when trouble struck. It's ours? He looked at the owl, still in the same flapping wing motion as a second ago, and said uncertainly, I was just experimenting with the freezing spell's effect on living beings, which reminded me of the hibernation project. It died 12 times in the 2 months after we bought it from Diagon Alley. Hermione gritted her teeth, got up, snatched the birdcage from Nietzsche's hand, and thawed the poor owl. It's as if someone pressed the play button, freeing it from the frozen state, and the transition between the previous second and the next second wasn't awkward because of the freeze. Why are you so serious? Shut up, you're not the Joker, and I am not Batman. Hermione ignored him and started reading again, but this time, she used her other hand to hold the birdcage next to her. The carriage finally settled down, and sunlight streamed through the window onto the girl's brown hair. She bit her lip and silently recited the contents of her book. But Nietzsche felt this scene was somewhat similar. Wait a minute. Isn't this just like Watson and Holmes at home? Thinking of this, Nietzsche cast a pitying glance at Hermione. What a pity, she was just like Watson. Excuse me, have you seen my toad? There was a knock on the carriage door, which was then opened a crack. A round-faced boy with a mournful expression peeked out, revealing half of his body and head. He paused for a moment when he saw Hermione tucking a strand of her curly hair behind her ear. But when he looked at the books in their hands, his mind became even more confused. Wait a minute, that doesn't seem to be the reading list prepared for first graders, does it? What the heck? Is Hogwarts really this messy now? No. Just as the other party was about to close the sliding door in disappointment, Nietzsche stood up. Like Hermione, he felt uneasy at the thought of the unfamiliar magic school, and even after memorizing all the official and unofficial histories of the school, he still couldn't feel safe. However, an opportunity presented itself. If you don't mind, we can help you look for it. He immediately changed from his casual attitude to a warm and humble one. Thank you, my name is Neville Longbottom. Nietzsche turned around and winked at Hermione, who immediately understood what he meant. The Longbottom family is one of the 28 holy families. Nietzsche, whose right to use Mercury has been confiscated, plans to go out for a stroll. Hermione closed the book and put it away. That's true, but you're right, that's a good reason indeed. Neville Longbottom, did I miss something? Did they just talk to each other? Attempt to connect to the shared brain, connection failed. However, it's always a good thing to have kind-hearted people willing to help you. Nietzsche draped his trench coat over his shoulders, picked up a metal cane from the corner, put on a felt hat, and hooked his arm around Neville as they walked out, seizing control in an instant. Are you from some noble family? Neville looked at Nietzsche's demeanor and shrank back. No, I'm just an ordinary muggle wizard. Phew, thank goodness. I thought you were from a family like the Malfoys. The Malfoy family? Are there nobles among wizards? Hermione squeezed next to Nietzsche, making full use of her strength curiosity. She didn't pretend at all, and it was this curiosity that gave the originally timid Neville Longbottom some confidence. Poor Neville Longbottom, willingly being manipulated by Hermione and Nietzsche. He smiled and said, of course, but most pure-blood families like the Malfoys produce a lot of dark wizards. If you're going to talk about this, you can't go wrong asking me. My grandmother said my parents were heroes who suppressed families like theirs back then. Chapter 11, Sherlock Holmes and Watson. The entire Hogwarts Express is decorated in warm colors. The front carriages were reserved for the class leaders, while the rear carriages were for the rest of the students. Each compartment was not as small as it looked, and the corridors were much more spacious than those on ordinary trains, which were only big enough for the train conductors and trolleys. Nietzsche counted them. There were approximately 5 carriages in total. Oh, you must be talking about the mysterious figure from 20th century magical events. Hermione immediately started making connections based on Neville's mention of resistance. Yes, almost everyone lost their lives because of this. Neville's expression began to waver, and his hand that was knocking on the door stopped, his eyes filled with fear. Even my parents just survived. Nietzsche simply draped his arm over his shoulder with practiced ease. The level of understanding he displayed at that moment was something Hermione had never seen before. In fact, if she hadn't known Nietzsche, she wouldn't have been able to see through his act at all. That kind of instantaneous empathy. They are heroes, Neville. So what's the story behind this Malfoy family you're talking about? Hermione glanced at her sideways. These familiar words seemed to have been spoken in the same way when Nietzsche first transferred to her class. Neville felt much better after being comforted by him, and said in a somewhat indignant tone, "Humph, the mysterious man's lackey. There's a rumor in the wizarding world, even if you know that Malfoy killed someone, you'll never find their fingerprints on the murder weapon, and it's true." Upon hearing this, Hermione felt as if he were some kind of villain who could control everything. They are like the behind-the-scenes figures in politically charged films, or disgusting lawyers who walk the line between law and reality. At this moment, Neville pushed open another sliding door to a cubicle, his voice becoming as weak as before. Excuse me, have you seen a toad? It's my pet, Rafe. Some of the disturbed witches were about to impatiently shut the door, but when they saw Nietzsche behind the chubby little boy, they managed to force a smile. A black trench coat, a simple cane, and dark brown bangs that just cover his ears. She has the cuteness of a little adult, and a maturity beyond her years. No one can resist beautiful things, and even if someone doesn't care much, their attitude won't be too bad. Nietzsche merely gave a perfunctory laugh and then turned away to think about other things. Hermione looked at the group of witches impatiently, grabbed Nietzsche's hand, pulled it back, and whispered, "He's already out here, we can't just use him as a tool, can we? Isn't that your business?" However, Nietzsche looked at her blankly. Hermione was immediately taken aback by this matter-of-fact attitude, and instinctively recalled how her mother dealt with her father. So she quickly grabbed his ear with her right hand. Nietzsche. Nietzsche Holmes, seek intelligence. You, Hermione Granger, cooperate with me. This is a flawless plan. Don't talk to me like your father does. Hermione stood on tiptoe and bit his ear, letting out a low, cat-like growl. Which one are you talking about? Okay, I got it. Neville and the others were unaware of Nietzsche's suffering. Instead, they looked on with envy. Only after Neville closed the cubicle door with a smirk did Hermione and Nietzsche return to their previous state. The two still wore slight smiles, as if it had all been Neville's hallucination. By the way, did you guys hear that Harry Potter is also a freshman this year? It's Harry Potter again. Since their trip to Diagon Alley 2 months ago, the two of them had seen his name in other wizards they passed by, in newspapers, and even in some books about history. Interestingly, this boy, who is so talked about by wizards, was once bullied by his own cousin. Nietzsche observed Neville's excitement and asked curiously, how did Harry Potter become the boy who survived? My god, you didn't know, well, you're muggle wizards. Neville cleared his throat and said in a low voice, in fact, it was because of Potter that Mystic fell from power. Is he a born magical genius? I don't know, but my grandma told me that the mysterious man died after he broke into his house. That's all I know. Is it possible that Potter's parents did it? Neville was instantly filled with fear. His eyes seemed to travel through time and see the scene from back then. He looked out the window. It was noon, and the sky was bright and clear. He felt the warmth of the sunlight and swallowed. No, Harry Potter is the boy who survived a great calamity, the Ministry of Magic's acknowledged savior, precisely because he was the only one who survived. That's an unforgivable curse. Dark magic that no one can survive. This time, however, Nietzsche was quiet. He watched Neville's expression change silently, from initial fear and unease to later joy, as if he had witnessed the mysterious man die at the hands of an infant. Unlike others, Nietzsche did not find it particularly gratifying. What's wrong? After recounting the story from the newspaper, Neville noticed the hesitation on Nietzsche's face. Did I say something wrong? Neville. What? He put his arm around the other man's shoulder and said softly, don't be happy because of other people's suffering. Surviving a disaster means that Harry's parents aren't in St. Mungo's hospital. At least don't congratulate them in person. Nietzsche and Hermione finally understood what was going on. This so-called boy who survived a great calamity was simply because he survived at the hands of a dark wizard, nothing more. The skinny boy was bullied by Dudley and his friends, and this honor was an inescapable curse for Harry Potter. The entire wizarding world even celebrated this tragedy openly. Hermione was initially just curious, but Nietzsche's reminder sent a chill down her spine. What a huge irony. But the wizarding world is celebrating. Neville also sensed something was wrong, but he couldn't understand it. Well, looking back, his happiness stemmed from the downfall of Mystic and the victory in the struggle, so it seems. Harry Potter's aura isn't as dazzling as he imagined. Is the boy who survived a great disaster really something to celebrate? Politicians? Neville. Nietzsche recalled his father's conversations about some cases and said with a wave of his hand, never completely believe what you read in the newspapers. It's like those murder cases that were publicly claimed to be religious killings. You should be quite suitable for Ravenclaw, Neville muttered as his excitement faded. In reality, toads aren't very good looking, but it was precisely because of this ugliness that Neville found his answer in the compartment of the third carriage, since no wizard would want to hold an ugly toad. There were two witches in the cubicle, one with beautiful long hair and the other with 2 golden braids. I saw one in the snack cart just now when I was buying lunch. Oh right, would you like some chocolate frog? One of the witches set aside some snacks from the table. So Neville, having learned of Rafer's whereabouts, also got a huge pile of chocolate frogs stuffed into his compartment by the witch. Hermione was about to take it when Nietzsche grabbed her wrist and stopped her. I didn't eat lunch because of you. Nietzsche felt something was off about Hermione after hearing this strange remark. Scratching his head, he declined Neville's offer of a chocolate frog and told her, Lever probably wanted to find a companion, which is why he jumped into the passing snack cart. Why do you think that witch was so kind? Even if we take a step back and assume the toad didn't touch the chocolate in the box, it's still a bit unsettling. Hermes felt a little disgusted and wanted to remind Neville, but seeing that he had almost finished eating and the frog leg in his mouth was still twitching, he swallowed his words. Nietzsche asked, aren't you going to remind him? Hermione, forget it, he's already finished eating. Do you want him to be so disgusted that he throws up? Well, she wasn't doing anything bad, nor was it a perverse act, she was simply offering advice from Neville Longbottom's perspective. If we don't say anything, everyone's happy, but if we do, Neville will be somewhat disgusted after eating the chocolate frog that Ralph touched. When they passed the witch selling snacks, Nietzsche's prediction proved to be correct. The slippery toad was indeed wriggling around in the snack pile. It thought its companion was locked inside. Rafer is here, Hermione exclaimed as she saw the animal's appearance. She quickly drew her wand. The summoning spell can cause objects and living beings to fly towards the caster. Generally speaking, the greater the magical output, the larger the living being that can be controlled, and the caster must also know what the summoned creature looks like. At the end of the carriage, a toad, about to be taken into the staff storage room along with a trolley, was lifted from a pile of chocolates by a force and carried through the long carriage and the crowd in the corridor. Suddenly, 3 people fell out of the compartment, one of whom had his finger bitten by a rat. Unfortunately, Hermione, who wasn't very skilled at using spells, made the summoned creature's flight path erratic, so the toad landed squarely on the face of the blonde boy in the middle. Besides the slimy mucus, there was also some chocolate sauce stuck to Malfoy's face. The horrific scene was so horrific that Nietzsche couldn't help but hunch his shoulders and close his eyes. Sure enough, after a 3-second roar, the toad that had been intercepted was grabbed and thrown to the ground by the man, tumbling and crawling to Neville's feet. Ah, Rafer. Neville's eyes were filled with it. Hermione looked extremely embarrassed. Now, with that roar, the onlookers who were peeking out from the cubicles shifted their attention from the 3 of them to Nietzsche and his companions. Oh no, you've gotten yourself into trouble. Who knew they'd just fall right in the middle of the hallway? Hermione exclaimed in a frenzy. Now the pressure has shifted to her. When has Hermione ever been stared at like this? It's even more terrifying than when she stood in front of a group of teachers at school to give a statement as a witness. Longbottom. Malfoy. Chapter 12, 28 Holy Families. Malfoy fell out of Harry Potter's cubicle. Although he knew that Potter was not a pure-blood family, he was still willing to be friends with Harry Potter for the sake of that well-known honor in the wizarding world, but only on the condition that he distanced himself from certain people. The problem is that Harry himself loathed the thorn crown on his head. He hated the savior and the condescending attitude the other party displayed as soon as he entered. To be honest, in Harry's eyes, Malfoy was no different from Dudley, who was full of fat. Longbottom, can't you control your dem toad, he said, his face ashen, as he pulled a napkin from his clothes to wipe the chocolate and slime off himself. Forget it, you're a penniless pauper just like Weasley. Hermione was initially a little apologetic, but seeing the other person's old aristocratic air, he swallowed back the sorry that was on the tip of his tongue. The pale-faced, blonde-haired wizard was none other than Malfoy, whom Neville had mentioned, and the 2 tall, muscular boys beside him appeared to be his bodyguards. Neville turned around and saw Malfoy hitting Lef. He hugged his toad, a lump forming in his throat. Serves him right. 2 more heads popped out from the open doorway of the cubicle, a red-haired boy and Harry, whom they had met before. If I were you, Potter, I wouldn't associate with scoundrels like Weasley and Longbottom. You should learn to show some respect, or you'll end up like your parents. Malfoy turned his face away again, trying his best to calm down and offer advice. Just as Malfoy and his companions were about to leave after shaking off the rat, they were blocked by Neville's toad, and now they were surrounded by onlookers. They had nowhere to go. Harry also saw Nietzsche at the end of the carriage. For some reason, upon hearing Malfoy's advice, the fire that had been burning inside him could no longer be contained. Why would you rather be bullied by them than fight back? Since you're going to get beaten up either way, you might as well fight back. He instinctively recalled Nietzsche's beating of Dudley and the others, clenched his fists and rushed forward, wrestling with Malfoy. The pain of each punch landing on his flesh actually gave Harry a sense of satisfaction. They started fighting, and today is the first day of school. Watch this, Hermione. This is the cream of the wizarding world. Nietzsche raised an eyebrow and said, can't you see? This is a family feud. It looks like that red-haired Weasley and Malfoy don't get along. Hehe, well done. Harry, bracing himself against a chubby fist, delivered a beautiful, heavy blow to Malfoy. Malfoy collapsed, severely wounded. So much trouble before school even starts? Ugh, I'm done. Hermione had spent most of her energy on Nietzsche, and she didn't want to deal with these problems anymore. Before Harry could continue his pursuit, he was grabbed by the shoulders and thrown to the ground by Malfoy's 2 bodyguards. Goyle, Crabbe, Stop Potter, and Weasley. Malfoy, like a wounded peacock, scurried towards the end of the carriage with his tail drooping. Longbottom, get out of my way. The carriage had 2 ends, of course, but on the other side, 2 tall, red-haired men blocked the way. So Longbottom just stood there dumbfounded, stunned by the sudden fight. Malfoy, clutching his stomach, rushed to him in a panic, trying to push him away and get out of there. Unfortunately, Longbottom was only pushed and stumbled, but did not move aside, because Nietzsche, standing behind him, was supporting his back with his right hand. Are you deaf? I said get out of the way, and you 2 mud bastards. Nietzsche and Hermione's clothes were still Muggle attire, unlike those worn by people from wizarding families like Longbottom. It was immediately obvious. Longbottom, don't let Malfoy get away. Weasley, who was pinned to the ground by Crabbe and surrounded by a rat, shouted urgently. You're unlucky to have fallen into my hands. You can't run away like your father could now. Hey, stop him, George. Let's go stop Percy. The sound wasn't just Malfoy's howl, 2 other red-haired boys were also shouting. Everything is in chaos. the main character being discussed by almost the entire carriage. Harry Potter seemed to know the Muggle wizard behind Longbottom, who was heard roaring angrily at Malfoy. I'll show you whether my parents deserved what they did. Malfoy, don't get involved. Hermione rubbed her temples and whispered her advice. Nietzsche looked at Harry with a face full of satisfaction, and laughed wildly. Finally, Harry, who hadn't dared to fight back when he was hit, took the first step. Nietzsche felt that the punishment of being transferred to another school was worth it. A person is most hopeful when they take the initiative to stand up for themselves. Even though the frail Harry was like Sisyphus pushing a boulder uphill in battle, he was still a strong man who dared to challenge authority. You said this was just to gather information and influence in the wizarding world. Don't get punished on the first day of school. Hermione, usually so conservative, said through the car window. At this moment, Weasley crouched down next to Goyle and, like his mouse, bit his hand. With a wince of pain, Goyle loosened his grip, and Harry seized the opportunity to break free and get up from the ground. Driven to desperation, Malfoy shook his fist, and seeing that Nietzsche had no reaction, he gritted his teeth and threw a punch. Nietzsche didn't flinch, he seemed stunned by the shock. Just then, Hermione sighed, shaking her head helplessly as she sighed at Nietzsche's cunning, and drew her wand. Immobilis, frozen. Malfoy's frame was frozen, his fist was firmly positioned just 2 centimeters below Nietzsche's nose. He could make Nietzsche's nose bleed and then take 3 steps back to clear the way. Unfortunately, Hermione stopped all of this. You can use spells. Neville was somewhat shocked. Who exactly is the Muggle? I'm not quite there yet, Hermione said with an embarrassed smile. After all, our parents aren't wizards. Indeed, this was also part of Nietzsche's calculations. He deliberately didn't dodge, and whether it was Neville Longbottom, who seemed a bit timid, or Hermione by his side, who took action, it was all a good thing. If an event with an extremely low probability is triggered, it doesn't matter if he endures the pain in his nose and turns back to fight back. Thank you, Miss Rule-Abiding, who's suddenly not so respectful of rules. You did this on purpose. Your wand was clearly hidden in your sleeve. Nietzsche simply sniffed, offering no rebuttal and pretending not to hear, content as long as the outcome didn't deviate from his plan. Hermione's repeated scratching of the grapevine handguards with her fingernails and her slightly evasive gaze clearly reveal her excitement and secret delight. The fact that she dared to testify for Nietzsche alone shows that she also had a natural sense of adventure. It's like a rebound, the more closed off Hermione was before, the more she'd have to vent in certain places. You two, get off Harry and that unknown friend right now, Nietzsche commanded casually as he stepped forward, leaning on his cane. What are you all standing there for? Waiting for Neville to carry you away. Goyle and Crabbe glanced at the wand in Hermione's hand and withdrew their hands. As they dragged the immobile Malfoy past the others, they didn't forget to leave behind some harsh words. We'll remember you? So, do you know who I am? Gore and Crabbe shook their heads blankly. You dare to talk tough without knowing who I am. Nietzsche raised his metal cane, as if to strike. As soon as he raised it, the two fat men were so frightened that they dragged Malfoy back to their carriage. The farce ended before the prefects arrived. The two tall, red-haired students were the most excited. The King of Trains. The King of Trains. Stop jeering, George, pull me up, I feel like Crabbe broke my back. Ron, even though you got a beating, you still looked like a Gryffindor. And I'm Fred, he's George. Roll. Ron, who had been helped up, leaned against the car window, panting. His face was as red as the hair on his head. Harry, on the other hand, was trembling with excessive excitement. His legs were shaking from the surge of adrenaline. Although he looked miserable, the punch he landed on Malfoy's stomach was very satisfying. Who gave that idiot the right to bring up his parents? Nietzsche clapped his hands and exclaimed with delight, Congratulations to our train king Hermione Granger, she has quelled the Hogwarts train riot. Aha, now more than half the people in this carriage know the name of this girl with brown curly hair and chocolate eyes. The way she decisively pulled out her magic wand was indeed very cool. He truly deserves the title of King of Trains. Even Hermione couldn't help but raise her head amidst the gasps of amazement from the crowd. Harry, why can't we treat this hero of the battle to something to eat as a reward? Harry Potter, who had been prompted, immediately realized what was happening and extended an invitation with excitement and gratitude. Take whatever you like, it's on me. Harry wiped the blood from his nose, pulled 2 galleons from his pocket, and placed them on the snack cart. 2 pumpkin sodas, please. Everything happened so naturally, which is the difference between Nietzsche and Hermione. He acted only because he wanted to, not because he had a bad relationship with others. You know, his uncle was Mycroft, to a junior official in charge of managing a warehouse for the British government. Hermione walked proudly forward, her flat chest held high. However, when she passed by Nietzsche, she still had to step on him, and he deserved it. Enjoy your lunch, Lord Granger. Nietzsche put his wand back at his waist and squeezed into the cubicle with Harry, Ron, and Neville, who was holding Rafer. P.S. For now, the author is too lazy to make too many changes to characters like Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Neville. They will simply base their character designs on the original novels and expand and improve upon them without going out of character. For example, courage does not mean recklessness, while cowardice means being timid and indecisive. As for the movie version, well, it only borrowed scenery and Hogwarts architecture, among other things. After all, I still prefer Hermione's character from the original books. In 4th grade, she was able to discover the animagus ladybug through logic and intuition alone, and even caught it. And her politically charged dream of liberating house elves? That's just ridiculous. That said, why did the Fox include the English variety show? Perhaps it's because I've watched too many Sherlock Holmes movies, but every time I see Watson helplessly following along on his adventures to solve cases, and Hermione Granger gradually changing her attitude towards school rules for the sake of her friends, it's exactly the same. To paraphrase The Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, the spirit of the Turk buried deep within. Chapter 13, The Sorting Ceremony. The express train only gradually slowed down when the sky turned purplish red. Hey, time to change your clothes. Nietzsche suddenly woke up from the sofa with a start. Like a frightened rabbit, he frantically slapped Hermione's arm with his paws, urging her to wake up from her dream. Where are we? He clutched his violently pounding chest, his eyes wide with confusion. We're almost at school, we need to change into our school uniforms. Hermione threw the black wizard's robe at Nietzsche. Then go ahead and change it. So why don't you just get out of here? Hermione clicked her tongue, unsure whether he was pretending to be stupid or had just woken up. Do you expect me to stand in the hallway changing clothes? I had my eyes closed just now. Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly, then she grabbed his wrist with a stern face and pushed him out the door. Troublesome. Nietzsche, standing outside the door, rolled his eyes, calmly took off his overcoat, and put his black school uniform robe over his grey shirt. In fact, he dreamed of another universe. To be precise, he was like a god, standing in the middle of the crowd watching everything that happened around him, and that world was like a replica of popular DC comics. Those skyscrapers and technologies that are ahead of their time are just too real. Did you have a nightmare? When the cubicle opened again, Hermione was already wearing her pointed hat and carrying Mercury's cage. Not really, maybe it's just that your voice is too scary. On this train, Hermione only knew Nietzsche, and of course, Harry was only half a person, so she couldn't help feeling a little nervous as she looked out the window at the station getting closer and closer. She glanced at Nietzsche, who was deep in thought, and sighed inwardly. Honestly, sometimes Hermione really doesn't understand Nietzsche. If you say he's willful, he's very logical in his actions, but if you say he's rational, sometimes he seems to act impulsively. When Nietzsche was immersed in his thoughts, he created a sense of distance that was as distant as when a reader is looking at an illustration in a novel. What did you dream about? The future. He uttered a riddle. First-year students. A deep shout came from the platform, interrupting the two. First-year students, follow me. It was Hagrid, the giant I'd seen at the Morkan's robe shop. He stood in the cold wind, carrying a lantern, the damp mist and cold wind barely making the flame flicker. It was as if that fire would never go out. After getting off the train, Nietzsche dragged his luggage and followed the crowd along a bumpy stone path. The path was dark on both sides, with only the occasional croaking of frogs. The wizarding world is probably controlled by a few wizards who believe in blood ties, but a small number of them fell due to the magical wars in Britain in the 20th century. As for the hostile relationship, you can refer to Weasley and Malfoy. What you dreamed about doesn't matter, Hermione, what matters is the revelation. The two of them kept their heads down and followed at the back of the surging crowd. Is it possible that you've just been reading too many superhero comics? Hermione's gaze was like that of a mother looking at her son lost in adolescent fantasies. That tolerant, helpless look sent a chill down Nietzsche's spine. You're aware of the recent spate of murders in Britain, aren't you? The murderer is a wizard. He pressed his hand, signaling Hermione to lower her voice. From Ron Weasley's words, it is very clear that Malfoy and his ilk are wizards who started out as dark wizards. That doesn't make sense. I mean, it could be any dark wizard. However, Nietzsche knew far more details than Hermione. He began to sort out his thoughts. It wasn't a religious murder. Someone was sabotaging the relationship between wizards and the British government. Nietzsche pulled a magic card that came with the chocolate frog from his pocket. The card depicted an old man with a white beard, and Harry had given it to him because the latter already had one. The silver-haired old man with a crooked nose, wiping his crescent-shaped glasses, is none other than Albus Dumbledore. Nietzsche flipped the card over and handed it to Hermione. The current headmaster of Hogwarts, the greatest wizard, defeated Grindelwald in 1945. Hermione could barely make out the words by the moonlight. He was indeed the most muggle-friendly wizard. The Mysterio died in 1981, after which the Malfoy faction backed down. You mean the killer might be connected to Malfoy? Hermione's logical thinking wasn't bad either, so she quickly realized what was going on. Not entirely correct. Nietzsche hesitated for a moment, then continued, I believe it's related to the entire faction that supported the mysterious man back then. The mysterious figure falls from power, and wizards who believe in bloodline superiority disappear into the background. At the same time, pro-muggle wizards rise to power. Even with this inference, there are still many doubts. The problem is that, as we can tell from Ron and Neville's conversation, the wizards have absolutely no clue about what's going on in the outside world, so how could they possibly know where the high-ranking members of the Church of England live? Not even ordinary people, let alone wizards, could possibly know this. But the mysterious people are all dead. They have no reason to risk being discovered to murder a few ordinary people. Yes, Nietzsche had a headache. But in any case, he sent the information he already had to Mycroft and Sherlock that evening. So, that's what's causing your anxiety. No. Yes, that's about right. Hermione pursed her lips and watched Nietzsche standing on tiptoe behind the stopped crowd. She knew that the other person's behavior on the bus was not entirely due to this incident. The word fear could not describe it. Compared to the usual Nietzsche, he seemed to have been stripped of all positive emotions, leaving only despair behind. That trembling, huddled in a corner look. No more than 4 people on each boat. Hagrid's loud voice boomed, drowning out everyone else. We're now below Hogwarts. Hermione looked up. The sky was now completely dark. On the opposite shore of a wide lake, a castle stands on the edge of a steep cliff, its neatly arranged windows all emitting an orange glow. This was good news for her. Hogwarts was even closer to a fairy tale than she had imagined on the train. Hermione and Nietzsche, who were the last to board the ship, were lucky enough to squeeze into a wooden boat by themselves. When they had traveled a certain distance, Hermione could feel the ivy canopy above her head stroking her. Finally, they arrived at the dock below the castle. Don't think about those things for now, cheer up. Hermione looked at Professor McGonagall, dressed in a bright green wizard's robe, standing in front of the oak door, a little nervous. Why don't you think about the sorting house later? Well, as the one who started the fight on the train, and arguably the most serious one, she suddenly felt a little regretful. The teacher seemed to exert a natural, oppressive influence on Hermione. Professor McGonagall gave her a serious look around, but didn't linger on her for long, which relieved Hermione. You're going to tear my school uniform, Train King. Even if you don't speak, I won't treat you as mute, Nietzsche. Humph. I think Neville is right, you really do belong in Ravenclaw. Nietzsche smoothed out the wrinkles in her robes. They say this house is full of eccentric people. But who is Hermione? She and Nietzsche argued for a full 2 years. Are you talking about yourself? Hermione scoffed as she walked up the luxurious marble staircase. Oh, no, perhaps you'd be better suited to a place like Slytherin. There is no reason for this. Tisk tisk tisk. Nietzsche, why did you deliberately not fight back on the train? Admit it, you bastard who will stop at nothing to achieve your goals. But I didn't hurt Neville, and I didn't hurt you either. I think this is all thanks to me, so there's no need for a thank you. Professor McGonagall carefully recounted the 4 houses of Hogwarts before the ceremony, and only after confirming that everyone was ready did she lead them out of the empty room next to the hall. Passing through the hall, behind a door lies the auditorium. The space was filled with 4 long tables, half of which were occupied by senior students, while the other half was reserved for freshmen. The candles on the table seemed to float in midair, and the tableware on the table consisted entirely of gleaming gold plates and crystal-clear goblets. Hermione thought she had stumbled into some old aristocratic banquet. There were also some white ghosts floating above the 4 dining tables, and the arched ceiling at the very top was exactly like the starry sky outside, as if all the students were eating under the stars. That's Headmaster Dumbledore. Nietzsche saw an elderly man with silver hair standing in the middle of the teachers' seats at the very front. Quiet. Professor McGonagall moved a wooden chair in front of the new students and placed a dusty hat on it. Whoever I call, put it on your head. Then the dirty hat split open and began reciting lyrics in a strange tone. Perhaps you belong to Gryffindor, where courage resides in the heart. Perhaps you belong to Ravenclaw, where wise and learned individuals always find their kindred spirits. That's right, it doesn't sound like singing at all, it sounds like chanting. Nietzsche wished he could learn to shut his ears within 2 months so he wouldn't have to suffer. Hannah Abbott. The first one to go up was the silver-haired girl who had provided Neville Longbottom with the toad's whereabouts. Her head merely brushed against the hat, and the toad screamed and revealed its owner. Hufflepuff. Terry Booth. Ravenclaw. Hermione Granger. The curly-haired girl standing next to Nietzsche nervously walked up to him, taking 3 steps before turning back to look at Nietzsche. For her, it was like being assigned to a different class. If her best friend wasn't in the same class as her, would their relationship fade away? When a person is nervous, countless thoughts will arise. This is difficult. The Sorting Hat's voice echoed in Hermione's mind. Its voice didn't sound like that of an old man weathered by time. Lofty ideals, courage, and also intelligence. Will I offend all 3 founders at once? Oh well, they're all gone anyway. You can read minds. Hermione's hands gripped the edge of the wooden chair. Of course not, let me put it this way, it's just intuition. The human mind is too complicated, how can it be understood? I'm just a novice painter, I can barely classify each color. The Sorting Hat was unaware of the passage of time and even curiously inquired about Hermione's attitude. So where do you want to go? I went to the same academy as Nietzsche. Which one? Ah, he's behind you, dear, the Sorting Hat muttered. While Slytherin is a good fit for an ambitious little wizard like you, I wouldn't recommend it. Slytherin these days is too focused on bloodlines. Hermione noticed the other person's choice of words. Now, ahem, you have such a rich adventurous spirit. I've made up my mind, Gryffindor. After announcing this, it whispered, don't worry, the journey before achieving your ideal is a great adventure in itself. When Hermione put down the Sorting Hat, she realized that everyone below was looking at her and whispering. At this moment, Professor McGonagall led her down and said softly, you were up there for about 5 or 6 minutes, Miss Granger. So long? But I feel. Hermione observed that everyone else resolved the issue within half a minute. I understand, you can go now. McGonagall's originally serious face relaxed slightly. I was just like you back then, which is actually a good thing. But when the professor looked up, the corners of his mouth, which had been upturned, pursed up again. Next up, Nietzsche John Holmes. Nietzsche looked at the hat in front of him with some disdain. He leaned his cane against the chair, suppressed the urge to clean it, and gently placed it on his hair. The movements were very gentle, unlike those wizards who would suddenly slam their heads on their heads. As he put the hat on his head, a thought popped into his head. Why is there another complicated person like this? Can't we have some simple-minded guys like before? Goodness, before he even started to dislike the Sorting Hat started to dislike itself. Hurry up, any house will do, just like Gryffindor from before. What are you doing? Hurry up, either one is fine. Do you think this is chopping vegetables? The Sorting Hat mimicked his tone, muttering, honestly, you have no patience at all. But the Sorting Hat also has some contradictions. Although dealing with such complex wizards is troublesome, it also has its own unique kind of joy. I can feel your helpfulness, like the sun, haha, it reminds me of Lady Helga, Hufflepuff. It suits you well in this respect. Although I've been a bit long-winded, your attitude towards ideals is even stronger than that girl's. Although you don't like pursuing honor, believe me, Slytherin is also very suitable for someone like you. This is troublesome. This is troublesome. Why don't you chat with me for a bit, just talk about anything. 1 second they were in the branch campus, and the next they were chatting like old friends. Nietzsche thought to himself, what do you want to talk about? If you'd like to talk about ideals, after all, you have a proportion of honesty, courage, ideals, and wisdom, but I sometimes sort houses according to the wizard's philosophy. An ideal, unlike a fantasy, is a goal that humanity strives for throughout its life. What was Nietzsche's ideal? This story may begin from the day he first discovered magic and named it the Force. Nietzsche, adopted by the Watsons, grew up in the Holmes family. He was exposed to classic cases and, after discovering his own differences, always felt that the future needed him. It was an intuition, a yearning for utopia. So I used one question to answer another. Do you find it boring that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west every day? Chapter 14, Slytherin without cheers. Sun. The Sorting Hat was actually thinking about this question. If it could talk, it would probably get bored, since it only sees the sun rise in the east and set in the west every day. However, Nietzsche firmly stated that the Sorting Hat's idea was wrong, and this decisiveness revealed to it arrogance unlike any other Nietzsche had ever shown. I really can't think of any other word to describe the Sorting Hat. But its rising and setting is to bring sunlight to people on the other side of the earth. Only when it shines on everyone is it recognized as the greatest star, and wizards are people who are full of light. I think I understand. This answer sounds incredibly boring. Upon closer reflection, a transcendent excitement suddenly filled the Sorting Hat, and it began to tremble uncontrollably over Nietzsche. The dust fell off because of its shaking, revealing its originally comfortable fabric. Which wizard doesn't consider himself independent of humanity? Even the most cowardly wizard considers himself lucky. Only Nietzsche was an exception. He actually thought that wizards were called wizards because they could bring about better changes to the world. Excuse my bluntness, but those old Slytherin rules should have died long ago. That's it. For your ideals, I know what to do. I'm sorry, Nietzsche. Although you are also suited to Gryffindor, if you want to get closer to that ideal, you have to take practical actions. That place is where you can better showcase your talents. It is Slytherin's honor to have such courage and vision. Although saying that would infuriate Salazar Slytherin, well, he's not here anymore anyway. Is not it? Slytherin. When its hoarse announcement echoed throughout the auditorium, those waiting below, who were almost asleep, were dumbfounded. Harry and Ron were stunned, Neville was dumbfounded, and Hermione, sitting at the Gryffindor table, watched incredulously as Nietzsche got up from his chair, picked up his cane, and walked downstairs. Even Malfoy was stunned. Could he be a descendant of some magical family? That idiot's gone senile. Ron exclaimed, still chewing on chili-flavored beans. Hiss. The people who helped us were Slytherin? Harry, didn't he help you before? Keep in mind that they had been waiting down there for almost 10 minutes. But the result? That's it. That's a gathering place for dark wizards, you know. Oh no, this hat must be broken. I probably won't be able to get into Gryffindor like George and Fred. Snape, sitting in the teacher's table, was also quite surprised to hear the Sorting Hat's announcement. He even turned his gaze away from Harry and instead looked at Nietzsche, who was sitting at the Slytherin table. Did he have the blood of some holy family before he was adopted by a muggle? Dumbledore was somewhat bewildered. He couldn't quite figure out what the students below were thinking. What's wrong with this year? It's one thing to suddenly have 2 more hats, but why are people suddenly starting to suspect that the head of the head department is senile just because of the division of the department? Some of Slytherin's people were in the 3rd carriage, so they weren't particularly welcoming of Nietzsche's arrival, nor were they overly cold towards him. After all, Dean Snape is still here watching. Quiet, let's continue with the Sorting Hat. Dumbledore tapped his glass lightly with his spoon a few times, standing in the middle of the seating area and speaking kindly. The Sorting Hat is made based on the wizard's personality and some of their wishes, so let's maintain basic respect. Everyone. But as it turns out, the Sorting Hat was indeed not broken. Malfoy did not go to Gryffindor, and Ron did not go to Slytherin. Afterwards, Dumbledore announced the start of the meal, looking at the students with a broad smile and open arms. Idiot? Cry? Residue? Screw it. As the banquet began, food suddenly appeared on all the golden platters as the principal took his seat. Pumpkin pies, steaks, pork chops, carrot soup, fried lamb bones, and mince to freshen breath were laid out on the table. To be honest, Nietzsche thought that only British delicacies fish and chips were available here. What family are you from? Malfoy sat across from Nietzsche, slowly cutting his steak as he introduced himself. I am Draco Malfoy, and my father is a school board member here. It's quite interesting that the mysterious wizard, a supporter of the Wizard War, was able to become a school board member. This phenomenon is quite interesting. He'll think about it more carefully after he's finished eating. Sherlock Holmes. I've never heard of it. Is it famous? So. My uncle only meets the Queen of England privately. Nietzsche scooped a spoonful of ketchup and poured it over the golden brown fried pork chop. I just heard that the foreign ministry isn't doing so well without him. Queen of Muggles. It's passable, I guess. Malfoy imagined his uncle Nietzsche gesturing wildly in front of the Muggle Queen and felt a little excited. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs sounds impressive. I've heard that the Ministry of Magic also has similar positions, which probably involve dealing with and navigating between the ministries of magic of other countries. In short, those who can enter Slytherin are at least half-bloods. Then why are you still associating with Muggle wizards? Malfoy turned his head and looked at the Gryffindor girl. If I were you, I wouldn't spend a single second with those people. However, it was just such a coincidence. Hermione at the Gryffindor table also kept glancing towards Slytherin. When she noticed Malfoy looking over resentfully, her gaze, which had been fixed on Nietzsche who was focused on eating, met his. Hermione was already annoyed by Nietzsche's continued ungrateful behavior. She's still here explaining things to him. So Hermione transferred her Nietzschean anger onto Draco Malfoy. Draco recalled the paralysis caused by the freezing curse, the feeling that almost put his brain into a temporary state of hibernation, and quickly turned around. You need to see a doctor. What? I'm perfectly fine, Draco said. Her spell only lasts for a few minutes. After swallowing the last piece of pork chop, Nietzsche stood up and, while grabbing the steak, looked down at the other person. His hands, which were holding the knife and fork, trembled slightly and his muscles stiffened when he saw Hermione. You've been given some PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, by a Muggle wizard. Excessive startle response, high alertness, and involuntary recall of trauma-related memories, with severe emotional reactions triggered by the surrounding environment. It was as if Hermione had cast the freeze curse on him again. Then, what is that? The psychological damage humans suffer from after excessive trauma in a short period of time. Nietzsche was staring at him, but his hand didn't stop cutting the steak. It seems the Malfoy family is quite powerful. Moreover, this suggests that Draco was well protected. This is a trauma caused by an excessive fantasy about reality and the resulting discrepancy. Draco's ideas about the magical world within his family were probably the kind of fantasies nobles had about serfs, but the reality was that serfs not only didn't grovel before their slave owners, but they also slapped them in the face. Maybe. Malfoy was taken aback by what he was told. He couldn't understand it, but it sounded very professional. But the way Nietzsche was cutting his steak while staring at him sent a chill down his spine. Looks pretty stupid. Nietzsche mentally marked the key point. Since he's stupid, that makes things easier. It means he can get more information out of Draco Malfoy. Look, he's talking to Malfoy, Ron exclaimed, craning his neck to look at the Slytherin table with a chicken leg in his mouth. Ron Weasley's first impression of Nietzsche was good. After Hermione and he returned to their cell, he heard Harry reminiscing about those Muggle schools, mostly about beating up people like Malfoy, so it couldn't be too bad, right? The question is, how did a Muggle wizard get into Slytherin house? He must be trying to trick me into revealing information. Hermione withdrew her gaze and sneered. But you said Nietzsche was adopted. Is it possible that his biological parents were wizards? Ron swallowed the dry chicken with difficulty and continued. Slytherin would never allow a wizard of Muggle blood to enter. Impossible? If Hermione was too nervous and didn't hear the Sorting Hat's ramblings, she would indeed have been led astray. That's now. When I heard the Sorting Hat talking about this, it clearly distinguished between now and before. Perhaps the original Hogwarts didn't have so many unspoken rules. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hermione cut the steak with increasing force, and Lavender and Parvati, listening to the sound of the knife scraping against the gold plate, felt a chill run down their spines. Miss Granger, indignant, admitted that she had indeed mistaken the piece of meat for Nietzsche. Why is this happening? Why is she angry? She didn't know either. Maybe it was because he wasn't in the same college as her, since kids that age are bound to be a bit emotional, or maybe it was because of his nonchalant attitude. So you're going to argue with me? Hermione stuffed a piece of meat drizzled with black pepper sauce into her mouth and mumbled, "Nothing is impossible in this world, and I'd love for you to take me seriously." Harry initially thought the girl in front of him just wanted to take out her notebook to write this down. To his great surprise, Hermione Granger pulled a thick book out of her bag, the cover of which read A History of Magic. She had 2 copies of this magical history book, which cost 2 galleons. She carried one with her and kept the other in her suitcase. In fact, Hermione was just worried that she would forget to bring the book to class, so she prepared one as a spare for each subject. So Hermione slammed the book down on the table. Are you crazy? Classes don't start until tomorrow. Ron wanted to slap himself twice. Why do I have to be so talkative and argue with this academic genius who can cast a spell even before the start of the semester? Hermione's fingers deftly turned the pages, one hand twirling the paper while the other forked a piece of New Zealand roast meat. Once she got serious, she hardly cared what others thought. I've been influenced by Nietzsche to some extent. When Hogwarts was first established, it was during the witch hunt. Back then, any wizard could get in, so who would set up bloodline requirements? Perhaps those who weren't purebloods were taken into the other 3 academies. The lyrics to the Sorting Hat are the key. Hermione interrupted Harry. Those cunning and treacherous people will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Character is the key, bloodline is just one factor. What era are we living in? Why are we still talking about bloodlines? The last Muggle who promoted the theory of bloodline was beaten down by the Red Giant before his collapse. Perhaps so. The Sorting Hat also said that Slytherin could help me achieve great things. If it were truly about bloodline, it would have mentioned my parents. Harry thought about it and concluded that Hermione's point was valid. The key point is that the Sorting Hat clearly points out its strong determination to prove itself. It is precisely because of this purposeful thought and emotion that it felt it could also go to Slytherin. Looking back, everything can be equated with those lyrics. Even though Ron was still somewhat unconvinced, Hermione's overwhelming logic and Harry's agreement forced him to nod in agreement for the time being. The latter was the main reason. It seems Harry is adapting quickly. Dumbledore had a clear view from the platform. He took a sip of his wine and smiled with satisfaction in the direction of Gryffindor. The Weasley son, and the somewhat clever girl, who liked to show off the spells she had just learned before school even started, Snape said coldly. Apart from everyone else, perhaps all they saw was the savior. His lips curled into a sarcastic smile, as if mocking those who only saw the halo above Harry Potter's head, or perhaps mocking Harry for creating the lively atmosphere for no reason. The story that happened on the train was naturally heard from Malfoy. Professor McGonagall, however, was quite happy. On the contrary, the short, goblin-like headmaster beside her turned his head to the other side, looking like he was saying, "If you're unhappy, don't call me." "All right, fellows, this is all the Sorting Hat's arrangement." McGonagall was the one who was smiling the most. "Look, a student who can use magic just 2 months before the start of school isn't a Ravenclaw? 2 hats? Gryffindor would be one thing, but why did one go to Slytherin?" Headmaster Ravenclaw glared at Snape's long face, his teeth itching. What a waste. A ghost suddenly floated over the Slytherin table. It was terrifying, with dull, lifeless eyes, dressed in a French aristocratic gown, and walked through the wall with the ghost lady from Ravenclaw, sitting down next to Malfoy. Nietzsche, meanwhile, had just finished watching a French magic trick performed by the ghost above the Gryffindor table next door. "Where is that amazing brain? Why are you looking at me?" Nietzsche said eagerly. "What, do you want to perform like it? It's okay, you don't need to look at me, just do whatever you want." The terrifying, blood-covered ghost sat beside Malfoy, shaking his head repeatedly after hearing Nietzsche's words. "I wasn't sent to the guillotine, I'm Bloodman Barrow." The bloodstains on Barrow's face, coupled with his eerie voice, caused the small snakes around him to move to the other end of the table. They had originally wanted to scare the impudent little wizard, but unfortunately, Nietzsche did not react at all. "Oh, that's it?" Having experienced the horrific sight of a human head in the refrigerator the very first morning, Nietzsche didn't find it grotesque or terrifying. In fact, he almost laughed. Okay, then why do you still have so much blood on you?" Nietzsche stared at the blood-soaked Barrow and analyzed curiously. "This kind of bloodstains all over your body can't just be from major arteries. Did you die in the war, pierced through the body by dozens of cavalrymen? That doesn't quite make sense either." Barrow's clothes were all intact, and it's unlikely that a nobleman like him would die on the battlefield. "It's obvious, kid. This isn't my own blood," Barrow said fiercely. "If you have this much energy, you should be thinking about how to get Slytherin to 7 consecutive championships." It floated away after it finished speaking. The Slytherins around glanced at the unpopular newcomer, somewhat numb. Bloody Barrow couldn't stand the probing gaze and actually ran away. Is this still the same Barrow who scared nearly headless Nick? Even Malfoy couldn't help but swallow hard. After weighing the pros and cons, he felt it was better to turn enemies into friends. You can make friends as long as you distance yourself from those mud-blooded people. I can help you with that. I'm full, how about you? Nietzsche tossed the napkin aside, picked up his cane, and walked towards the Gryffindor table. I'm going to chat with a friend for a while, so I won't bother you any longer. See you later. This has never happened before. A Slytherin stepped toward the Gryffindor dining table. Even some Slytherin wizards who had friends in other houses in private did not dare to do these things openly. This behavior is tantamount to putting oneself on a fire. Who cares? Nietzsche shrugged. Chapter 15, Slytherin Dungeons. Compared to the somber and quiet atmosphere of Slytherin, Gryffindor is the other extreme. One is extremely restrained and repressed, while the other is extremely flamboyant. After all the wizards had eaten their fill, the main course on the table was replaced with a variety of desserts and fruits, including Hermione's favorite strawberry pudding. Just as she placed a small bowl of pudding in front of herself, ready to dig in, another silver spoon immediately scooped up more than half of it. "Don't you Slytherins have your own food?" she blurted out as she turned around, not even seeing what was behind her. It was precisely because she knew who it was that her words were so sharp. "Don't you know a truth about food?" Nietzsche said seriously, as if he were naive. "The best food is always the one in someone else's bowl. This idea actually works on me too." Have they abandoned darkness and embraced the light? There are very few black wizards in Slytherin. Among the freshmen, there's only Bride Sabina. Hermione glanced in the direction of Slytherin. Well, in a sense, it couldn't really be considered abandoning darkness. It's really strange that a Slytherin has managed to infiltrate a group of Gryffindors and seems to be doing quite well. The little snakes had initially wanted to see how Nietzsche was expelled, but when they saw the two red-haired boys hooking their arms around his shoulders, their brows furrowed tightly. Can anyone tell them why the Sorting Hat included Nietzsche? Draco, what's his background? A girl with short, black, curly hair sat down next to Malfoy. Her voice was shrill, and her attitude was equally rude. She pulled away another Slytherin standing next to Malfoy, and the other dared not utter a word of complaint. I don't know. You can have some fun with him. Don't worry about me, pansy. Draco innocently raised his hands and shook them, indicating that he shouldn't be a concern. Maybe you'll make him realize what reality is. You need either strength or confidence. Malfoy certainly didn't think that the Sorting Hat sorted him into Slytherin solely because of his past beliefs about their bloodline. On the contrary, people like him believed that they were the true Slytherins. Lucian Ball already dislikes him, but Prefect Gemma Farley doesn't want to get involved. That's enough. Draco thought for a moment, then felt it was a bit inappropriate. Don't go too far, or it will get too big of a fuss and Snape will see it. Actually, it was all Goyle and Crabbe's idea. Pansy tossed her hair dismissively, leaned slightly against his shoulder, and said, let us handle him. If she could, she would also like to teach that Gryffindor girl a lesson. It's always better to be cautious. Gore and Crabbe had a falling out on the train, but they held back because Draco wanted Lannis to join them. Prefect Lucienne Ball, on the other hand, was disgusted to see Slytherin going to the Gryffindor table. The feud between Slytherin and Gryffindor was far more complex than the love-hate relationship between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Malfoy, however, didn't care. He only hoped that Nietzsche Holmes could learn a lesson from what was about to happen. The weak need to find a big tree to shelter under, otherwise, they'll just have to wait to be roasted to death by the sun. This year's Slytherin freshmen are quite good. Dumbledore also noticed the little snake that had mingled with the pride of lions, and stroked his beard. Severus, he's much more cheerful than you were back then. Dumbledore would nudge him with his elbow every now and then, which annoyed Snape. Yes, Nietzsche was just like his unkempt father, with the arrogance of a muggle looking down on wizards who were detached from society. Seeing Nietzsche chatting and laughing with that girl from Gryffindor only intensified my restlessness. Humph. Oh ho ho, you've got some nerve. My name is George Weasley, and this is my brother Fred Weasley. Two strikingly similar red-haired boys circled around behind Nietzsche. One person put their arm around Nietzsche's shoulder, their greasy fingers accidentally brushing against his shoulder, while another person took out a few eggs from their pocket and stuffed them into his pocket. You are Fred. Huh? You can actually tell the difference. Fred exclaimed in surprise. Nietzsche, however, pinched his earlobe and said, your ears are a little different, but most people wouldn't notice. George? I don't have the habit of eating eggs before bed. George's eyebrows danced exaggeratedly as he chuckled furtively, glancing furtively in Slytherin's direction. Listen to me, my friend, this is a rotten egg, not for eating. You'll definitely get a scolding from those Slytherins when you get home tonight. Consider this little trinket a reward from us to the bravest Slytherin. Compared to their younger brothers, Ron Weasley, George, and Fred were not so particular. Good is good, bad is bad, and it has little to do with the college. Fred whispered, if it works well, remember to come back to us. 5 silver scimitars per set. We only charge 10 nats for the delivery fee. Okay, Nietzsche got it. They run a small business, so there's no reason they wouldn't sell to some of the Slytherin students. Wait a minute, this is only the first day of school. We can't cause any more trouble. Hermione protected the remaining pudding, and Nietzsche's spoon emitted a warning growl whenever it came near. After swatting away his hand, which was reaching out from a tricky angle, for the 4th time, she impatiently waved it away. It was as if there was a fly buzzing incessantly in front of her. In that case, you should go back quickly. I'm perfectly fine. Don't get a disciplinary action on the first day of school. Don't forget, your dean doesn't have a very good relationship with Mr. Holmes. I now understand why Sherlock's father mourned Watson's father's marriage. I'm not your girlfriend either, Hermione said, her face flushed, scratching her hair until it was a mess. They're not the ordinary people you used to beat up. The lions smelled the melon? The witches, including Lavender and Parvati, squinted their eyes. Although they were still enjoying their food, their minds had already wandered off. Also, the Watsons entered into marriage. The grave. Their lives have just begun. You can already see the end of their lives at a glance. A new life. The end of the world. A place to belong. A constraint. While Nietzsche and Hermione were having a heated discussion, those around them made a conscious effort to keep their eating noises down. Finally, Hermione couldn't resist any longer and stuffed a large spoonful of strawberry pudding into her mouth. She tapped the empty bowl, raised her eyebrows, and said, but none of that matters. The important thing is, you, Nietzsche, must be rational. I don't want to write to the Watsons that their son has finally been bullied at school. So you're worried about me? Nietzsche asked, feigning sudden realization. Hermione looked up to retort, but when she saw his face, she couldn't help but laugh. A sudden surge of confidence welled up inside her, and she regained her composure as before. Even Nietzsche didn't know why, but her aura suddenly overwhelmed him. Your face. Is there something dirty inside? You've become famous. Hermione nodded affirmatively. You're right. I was indeed worried about you, regarding what I just mentioned. The polarity is reversed. In a duel between masters, victory or defeat often hinges on a single thought. The only thing that can deal with Nietzsche is sincerity. Although Hermione knows that this is a case of losing 800 of her own, as long as she can hurt the enemy 1,000, it will be enough to turn the tide of the battle. Nietzsche, you'll be remembered by Slytherin for doing this. I've heard Neville and Ron say that most of them are very cunning and shrewd. I'm worried that you won't win this time as you usually do. She hid her hands in her sleeves, her hands sweating, but she still forced herself to look him in the eye. Hermione finally breathed a sigh of relief when Nietzsche's gaze suddenly began to wander. Clearly, in his rehearsal, she would not have said such a thing or simply ignored him. You're right, I'll go prepare it right away. Nietzsche chuckled a few times and moved to the Slytherin table without looking back. But after turning around and taking only a few steps, Hermione's face also started to feel hot. Are you boyfriend and girlfriend? Parvati Patil asked her with a teasing smile. Of course not. We're just friends. Ordinary boyfriend and girlfriend. He and I are not friends. No. Hermione was bewildered by their inquisitive gazes. We only met in elementary school. Parvati wanted to press for more information, but Lavender slowly shook his head at her. Some things can't be rushed, they're more interesting when you discover them slowly. When Nietzsche returned to the Slytherin table and casually found an empty seat at the end, the remaining desserts immediately disappeared, and Dumbledore, the headmaster, also stood up. The auditorium gradually quieted down. Before tomorrow's classes begin, I need to say a few things to the new students. Students are prohibited from entering the school's wooded area. Other upperclassmen should also take note of this, especially the more energetic Gryffindor students. Secondly, Mr. Filch, the administrator, also asked me to remind everyone that casting magic in the corridor is prohibited. Finally, any student who doesn't want to experience pain or a gruesome death should avoid the right-hand corridor on the 4th floor. I think Hogwarts doesn't need too many ghosts, a few are enough. The 4 ghosts above the college table bowed slightly and nodded, showing respect to Headmaster Dumbledore. Now, let's sing the school song before we go back to our dorms. A row of golden ribbons emerged from the tip of the headmaster's wand, forming lines of lyrics in the air, and Nietzsche then endured inhuman torture. A group of people sang in their favorite tones. Nietzsche's mouth opened and closed without making a sound, and taking this opportunity, he quickly glanced at the other teachers in the teacher's seat. There was a professor at the top, who was this year's defense against the dark arts class. His head was wrapped in a white cloth like a Persian's, and his gaze darted around, only lingering on each table for a few seconds. Slytherin, come with me. After the school song ended, a tall, long-haired witch walked over. Nietzsche and the other freshmen followed Prefect Gemma Farley down the marble staircase to the underground. Everything around was like a dungeon, constantly radiating cold and dampness, until the prefect walked to a stone wall and said pure blood, which cracked into an archway like the leaky cauldron. The Slytherin common room is right behind the dungeons, Pansy said ominously. Welcome to Slytherin. Chapter 16, The Rorschach Manifesto. Was the founder of Slytherin like Snape? He always has a long face and looks at everyone with cold eyes, just like a real snake. Otherwise, why would the Slytherin common room be behind the castle dungeon? However, putting aside the dampness of the corridor, the interior of the lounge is quite nice. A round, green glowing lamp was chained to the ceiling, while the other window revealed the silvery light of moonlight filtering through the black lake. The carved wooden chairs, decorative skulls, and tapestries depicting the adventures of the Slytherin founders give the entire lounge a dark, cool color palette and a gothic feel. Be careful, Gemma Farley said as she stood in the doorway, waiting for Nietzsche to enter and brush past her. At night, the sound of the lake water lapping against the dungeon windows echoed in the room. Soon, the freshmen, with full bellies and weary hearts, walked across the individual bridges into their respective dormitories. The prefects also left one after another, leaving only Nietzsche and a few others in the large common room. It was Gerda and Crabbe who grabbed his arms and pressed down on his shoulders. The few remaining snakes hesitated when they saw Nietzsche surrounded, but were eventually driven away by Lucien Bohr. Although he disliked the freshmen, he didn't intend to take action. If the dean found out and investigated, Malfoy would be fine, but his position as prefect would be over. Hey, Professor Snape. Nietzsche suddenly called out to the other end of the corridor. Malfoy was stunned for a moment, and even Crabbe and Goyle's strength waned considerably. Stop playing these tricks. The dean doesn't handle these things every year. He always goes back to his office after the welcome dinner. Lucien Ball's indifferent voice dispelled their fear. I understand, you're very close to the Malfoy family. But Lucien did not refute it. He simply ushered the freshmen into the dormitory and left. Who isn't close? Draco's face appeared even paler in the dim firelight of the dungeon. Reality isn't what you think, Nietzsche. Don't be as foolish as Potter. At least follow the rules of Slytherin. Wow, just a reminder, I didn't do it on the train. No sooner had he finished speaking than Crabbe and Gore each punched him in the stomach simultaneously. There were no dramatic rescuers. The sudden, sharp pain made Nietzsche's eyes widen. He opened his mouth blankly and made a series of hoarse sounds, drool dripping onto the ground with each cough. Draco, however, was taken aback, looking at Crabbe and Goyle with some hesitation. But after a moment, he made up his mind. Now we'll remember you. You never thought you'd end up in Slytherin, did you? Crabbe said smugly. Although things happened somewhat beyond Draco Malfoy's expectations, what else could he do after the two bodyguards had already fought? Nietzsche, you still have a choice, stay away from Gryffindor and follow Slytherin's rules. After that, you'll know which side can truly help you achieve great things. Nietzsche, on the other hand, seemed to have gone mad, drooling. His thoughts raced through his mind, and basic logical deductions led Nietzsche to calculate the next few steps. Suddenly, Nietzsche closed his mouth and sprayed the saliva he had accumulated in his mouth onto Crabbe's face, leaving Crabbe covered in Nietzsche's saliva mixed with food scraps. The moment the other person releases their hands, immediately swing the cane to the left with your right hand. Gore only saw a flash of yellow light reflected from the metal before his head started buzzing. After swinging the heavy metal cane a second time, Crabbe lay on the ground rolling around, blood flowing from his head. One person, one stick, a perfect match to the previous one person, one punch. N.I. then kicked the two chubby guys rolling on the ground with the tip of his shoe. Not enough, in Sherlock Holmesian terms, clip off their wings, sprinkle some salt, and flip them over. Then a few more blows were added, as if the butcher was pounding the beef to loosen it up. Draco Malfoy, you've got it wrong. It's not that I'm locked up in Slytherin, but that you're forced to be in the same house as me. Nietzsche took out a handkerchief and wiped his mouth. I have no interest in so-called pure-bloodism. I had assumed Nietzsche would seek refuge from the scorching sun. In reality, he is a radiant sun god, full of sunlight. Draco wouldn't know what it felt like to be hit on the head with a stick, but just looking at the bright red blood left on Crabbe and Goyle's heads made his legs go weak. As the apple of her family's eye, she has always dealt with the theory of bloodline superiority. Usually, when she bullies others, she relies on her two bodyguards or other people. This is the first time she has encountered a tough nut like Nietzsche. Ah, it seems even pure blood is red. Nietzsche disdainfully wiped his cane with Crabbe's wizard's robe, then went straight back to his dormitory. When he came out again, he had already thrown the group's luggage into the common room. The dormitory door was closed, leaving the three of them in the common room. Draco was lost in thought when he was suddenly startled awake by the sound of burning firewood. He then realized that he might not be able to spend the night in the dormitory, and that Crabbe and Goyle were the ones rolling on the floor with their heads in their hands. So he could only laboriously support the two of them, slowly making his way outside. Snape was sitting in his office, surrounded by all sorts of glass bottles and jars. Just as he reclined his chair, intending to take a nap, he was suddenly awakened by a cloud of white mist. After the thick, silvery fog dissipated, he dressed again and headed towards the school clinic on the second floor of the castle. Professor Snape, your new students are quite something. As soon as he entered, he saw a woman in a white nurse's uniform applying ointment to Crabbe and Goyle's heads. And this is only their first night at school. What happened? Both were hit by heavy objects, with minor scalp lacerations. Crabbe suffered a fractured forearm. Gore had a broken nose and 3 broken ribs, and I haven't even included the psychological trauma. Snape turned his head indifferently and looked at Draco Malfoy in the chair opposite the hospital bed. As the head of Slytherin, he was naturally aware of some of the unsavory rules of his house. When new students entered the house, some would be chosen as scapegoats to make an example of them. Simply put, it's a way for senior students to give freshmen a hard time, while also continuing the college's tradition. Because this year's victims may be next year's perpetrators. You should consider yourselves lucky that they didn't use any spells. Snape glanced around the infirmary, a cold smile playing on his lips. Because Hogwarts, when it's newly opened, usually doesn't have time to prepare too many medical potions. Professor, it's Nietzsche Holmes. I understand. It's very late now. I'll look for him tomorrow morning. He beat Goyle and Crabbe like this? If I hadn't run fast, I would have ended up like them. Draco grasped at this straw, exaggerating the situation in his desperation. Fire him? He must be fired. Unfortunately, Snape showed no sympathy or anger whatsoever. Draco cautiously raised his head to look at his father's friend, Severus Snape. His face showed only indifference, a detachment that seemed to care nothing for anything, not even the deaths of people. I'll handle it myself, Delacour. At the same time, I began to re-evaluate Nietzsche Holmes in my mind. They were badly injured. Although some Slytherins have come to me before, most of them only cast minor curses. Mrs. Pomfret, it's clear they've messed with some peculiar people, Snape said impatiently. The fact that they managed to send someone over shows they have a sense of proportion. Snape rarely showed any obvious emotional changes, but every year around this time, he would reveal a hint of disgust. Even Draco could see the dean's furrowed brow and displeasure, but he didn't know if the dean was dissatisfied with Nietzsche or with them. Perhaps it was because of Nietzsche. All right, Draco, you'll be spending the night here. Madame Pomfret, don't call me for anything like this again. Interestingly, instead of groveling to the environment, they rebelled on their own. How long could he last? Snape was somewhat curious about that. What if he had? No, I can't think about such trivial things. Snape, you need to calm down. But they are so similar, Gryffindor girls and Slytherin Muggle wizards. Chapter 17, Sherlock Holmes in the Magical World. The sun rises as usual. Slytherin's bedroom was like a bubble extending from the dungeon wall, and what woke Nietzsche was neither the emerald light shining through the black lake in the early morning, nor the expected knocking on the door. When he opened his eyes and saw Snape's grumpy face on the ceiling, he felt as if he had been forced to drink absinthe. The head of Slytherin also has the duties of a part-time priest. Nietzsche grabbed the blanket and pulled it up a little. The first night of school. Snape ignored his hellish joke, flicked his wand, and a carved chair flew to his feet. So, do you want to be expelled, or are you planning to go to Azkaban? If I remember correctly, Hogwarts school rules clearly state that expulsion is only permitted in cases of serious offenses. 2 students missed 3 days of classes in the new semester because of you. Isn't that big enough? By the way, Malfoy's father is a member of the school board here, so there's a bit more to this clarity. Snape spoke quickly and calmly, just like his father Sherlock when he was thinking. So Nietzsche slowly put on his wizard's robes and packed his schedule into his backpack, saying, I regret what happened yesterday. I should have beaten up Malfoy too, since we were going to be expelled anyway. Even Snape, who was usually expressionless, would twitch his facial muscles when facing Holmes. Is this how muggles teach their kids these days? Wait a minute, according to common sense, shouldn't Nietzsche first struggle for a while, then start to recount the events of last night in front of him, emphasizing that he acted in self-defense, and finally he severely punishes Nietzsche? A real tough nut to crack. Confinement. Nietzsche thought he had misheard, he had just been thinking about whether Gryffindor and Slytherin might have some concurrent courses. However, this is your original sentence. Considering that you have not shown any remorse and even kicked others out of the dormitory, I have decided to extend your confinement period to 1 week. I will tell you what to do afterward. Snape glanced quickly at his schedule and coldly issued the headmaster's highest order. It's just solitary confinement, right? This is no different from the previous probationary period. I thought you were going to let me switch to another college or something because of his father. The Sorting Hat's decision cannot be changed. As for expulsion, if you request it, I can spare half an hour to go to the principal's office and apply for it on your behalf. Nietzsche frowned. He felt a chill run down his spine from Snape's emotionless gaze. It felt as if several spiders were crawling all over his cerebral cortex. He quickly put 1,000 magical herbs and mushrooms and the history of magic into his backpack and immediately went through the bridge-like passage to the common room. He didn't do it on purpose, it was just that the fear of having to dissect a person to see their internal structure drove him to leave. Nietzsche left the place amidst some surprised and astonished looks. There are over 140 staircases in Hogwarts, and this is just the central moving staircase, which changes every 5 days. This doesn't even include the possibility that the central staircase might suddenly disappear. Besides the staircase, the paintings hanging on the walls of the movable staircase depict people visiting each other, but unfortunately, they are all magical figures whom Nietzsche did not know. However, Nietzsche wasn't stupid, so he naturally followed the other older students up to the first floor. Stepping out of the hall and through the central courtyard, you arrive at an open plain. The herbalism classroom is in a glass greenhouse next to the wall, and a little further ahead, you can see hills and owl huts. But for Nietzsche, who had just woken up, filling his stomach was the most important thing right now. Over here, Hermione said, sitting in a less crowded corner. In fact, she arrived early and even declined her roommates Lavender and Parvati's invitation to breakfast. We've known each other for a long time, we're not boyfriend and girlfriend. Lavender secretly glanced at Nietzsche who was sitting down next to her, and mimicked Hermione's words in a sarcastic tone, but the reason for rejecting us is obviously that Slytherin. Parvati, who was standing to the side, nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, her sister Padma, who was sorted into Ravenclaw, smiled and whispered with her head down, haven't Gryffindor and Slytherin always had a bad relationship? That's perfect. Wow, a forbidden love. Ladies and gentlemen, don't you want to witness the birth of history? Lavender slapped the table excitedly. The two parties involved, completely unaware of the situation, had already started eating their porridge. As soon as Nietzsche sat down, he saw Hermione's timetable. She was holding bread in her left hand and writing on the timetable with a quill pen in her right. When she saw him coming, she tapped the table with her greasy fingers. Timetable? Hurry up. The academies are all different, how can they be the same? Nietzsche handed it to the table. Mercury, who had been bouncing around happily, stopped on the table and quieted down when Nietzsche sat down. He then buried his head in the nuts Hermione had placed on the table. Let me look. Hermione switched to red ink and scanned the two timetables back and forth. Finally, her brows relaxed a little. History of Magic class on Monday afternoon, Flying class on Tuesday and Wednesday, and Potions class on Friday. But after returning the timetable with the red circle to Nietzsche, she added, I just wanted to remind you not to be late. Nietzsche hesitated for a moment, but after thinking about it, he exposed Hermione's lie. She was so bad at lying that she couldn't even come up with a reason. If that's the case, why don't you circle all the courses? If you ask. Hermione made a move to snatch it back, but Nietzsche was faster. By the time she reached out, he had already taken the timetable back. Very well, now he knows about the Gryffindor and Slytherin collaborative course without any effort. While the other person was drinking porridge, Nietzsche secretly glanced at her and a strange feeling suddenly arose in his heart. His feelings for Hermione were naturally different from those for ordinary friends. Yet he couldn't describe their relationship in words. Are you in tune with each other? Half a childhood sweetheart? Is there something on my face? Hermione asked, puzzled. No, maybe I'm seeing things. By the way, nothing happened after you returned to Slytherin, right? I won't be expelled on the first day of school, Nietzsche said irritably. Although he didn't explain clearly, he didn't lie either, so Hermione simply breathed a sigh of relief. You can't do what you used to do. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No arguing? Mr. Watson told me so. Hermione started nagging again. If they cause you trouble, I'll tell Headmistress McGonagall. Wait a minute, he's from Slytherin, what does he have to do with the head of Gryffindor? Forget it, it's better not to bother Hermione, otherwise who knows how long she'll have to keep reading. Although he wanted to help Hermione, it was difficult at the moment because she was still immersed in a utopian fantasy of rules. The step on the train was just the beginning if he wanted her to become like Nietzsche. Nietzsche nodded in agreement, while writing a wordplay on the envelope, which was then sent out by Mercury. The herbalism class was held in a glass greenhouse next to the castle walls. As soon as you open the door, you can smell a strong stench, like opening a box containing a pile of rotten meat products a month later. A professor dressed in tattered wizard robes handed out cotton plugs to everyone to stuff in their noses. Based on Malfoy's intimidation, or perhaps on news about Crabbe and Gerda, Nietzsche was naturally isolated. Wear dragon skin gloves. When you are fertilizing the white saffron, be careful not to let your skin touch the dragon dung if you don't want to get burned. She is the headmistress of Hufflepuff and also the professor of herbalism at Hogwarts. Dragon dung is a great fertilizer, but because of its origin, many Slytherins cannot accept it, and the entire greenhouse is filled with various gagging sounds. We came to school, just to do what my servants do. Shut up, pansy, or you'll get points deducted. Daphne, you're no better. Professor Pomona Sprout walked around the greenhouse and came to Nietzsche's side, her furrowed brows relaxing slightly. Nietzsche had cotton stuffed into his nostrils by the cotton the professor had given him before class. With his left hand, he dug away the soil beneath the white sap, and with his right hand, he held a spoon and stuffed semi-solid dragon dung into the soil. It's certainly disgusting on a psychological level, but you get used to it and it's not so bad. It's much more comfortable than Sherlock being bored at home, not sleeping, and spending 5 hours catching a bunch of flies and letting them lay eggs in a bottle. Going a little further out, while dragon dung is highly nutritious, getting it too close to the roots will damage the roots and stems of most herbs. Therefore, soil is the best insulation. Nietzsche, having been touched upon, immediately picked up where the professor left off. Sprout quickly dismissed his preconceived notions about Slytherin. Although most of the little snakes still had that aristocratic air about them, he had a good first impression of Nietzsche. Although the professor understands that it's a bit much to ask to deal with dragon manure fertilizer in the first class, at least don't make those kinds of noises, right? That's right, that's it. Does anyone know the uses of white peony root? Although she spoke loudly, her eyes never left the soil in front of Nietzsche, as if she were deliberately asking him a question. As raw materials. Daphne looked up, her voice muffled because her nose was blocked. Unfortunately, Professor Sprout only nodded slightly and did not say anything more. It is used to make white succinate, which can be used to make potions to treat specific magical wounds, but it also has extremely high healing properties. Nietzsche John Holmes? Okay, Slytherin, 5 points. And while you're at it, pick 2 white sage leaves for me. Pomona was quite pleased. The perfume made from these 2 leaves will be enough for the infirmary for a month. I don't know what's wrong with the school clinic. They were in a hurry to use pyridine flavoring on the first day of school. Nietzsche took off his dragonskin gloves, pulled out a notebook, and noted down the advantages of white peony. It requires little dosage. Professor, is this herb rare? The growing conditions aren't too demanding, it's just that there are too few wizards willing to dedicate their time to herbalism. Her expression was somewhat forlorn as she slowly walked to the side, grinding white peony leaves as she spoke. Nobody wants to spend all day dealing with fertilizer and soil. Yes, Nietzsche could tell just by looking into Slytherin's eyes. Their eyes were filled with contempt from above. This profession seemed to be reserved only for servants. Why should we let ourselves be stained with dirty mud when we can wear gorgeous clothes and precious jewelry? This is truly unfortunate. What did you say? The professor was somewhat surprised. This didn't sound like something a Slytherin would say. A dereliction of duty, a misfortune for all humanity, Professor. Nietzsche looked into her eyes, hesitated for a moment, and continued, instead of dividing people into different professions here, we should find a way to increase the production of white scallions. Of course, will this plant with magical effects work on ordinary people? The answer is yes. In Sprout's natural history, it is mentioned that Pliny the Elder saw a deer that had pulled out a hunter's arrow and then applied white peony to its wound. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. If most people thought like you, perhaps herbalism wouldn't be in such an awkward situation. She handed one of the bottles of white cinnamon to Nietzsche with a very kind smile. This action took Nietzsche by surprise. He suddenly became flustered, wiped his clean hands on his clothes, and then took the small bottle, which was about 5 centimeters high and had a cork on it. The processed white umami essence inside, held above Nietzsche's head, emitted a faint white crystalline luster under the sunlight. Don't think too much about it. She glanced at the unkempt dirt in front of the others. Consider it your payment. I'm sorry, an old woman like me in tattered clothes doesn't have much extra money to pay you. Everyone around was filled with regret. This is not just a simple white leaf. The process of baking and grinding between ordinary white succinate and white succinate essence is quite labor-intensive. On the market, the kind of essence as perfect as salt crystals in Nietzsche's bottle would cost at least 5 gallons. Half a bottle is enough for a soldier whose legs have been blown off by a shell to survive the battlefield. And it won't leave scars. Okay, get out of class is over. Pomona looked at Nietzsche's back, so out of place with the others, and felt a pang of regret. What a wonderful person. How did they end up in Slytherin? Severus Snape really got off easy. Chapter 18, The Magical History of the Serpent Lion. P.S. For the sake of plot and drama, the Fox slightly rearranged the schedules of Slytherin and Gryffindor so that not only flying and potions classes are taken together. Slytherin's score was far ahead. When the wizards head to the Great Hall to prepare for a hearty meal, they can look up and see that the hourglass representing Slytherin has a few more gems than those of the other houses. Have you heard? Gore and Crabbe were hospitalized last night. What happened? Harry Potter, exhausted from just coming out of the Transfiguration classroom, slumped onto the dining table. This is good news for me at the start of the school year. I don't know, but it's pretty serious. At least George and Fred saw that their arms were in casts. Ron comically imitated Goyle's walk, swaying, and waddling, which made many people burst into laughter. No Gryffindor would be unhappy to see Slytherins looking defeated, except for Hermione, who already had a guess when she heard Ron describe their injuries. To be precise, it was her intuition that reminded her of the miserable state of those people when she was in elementary school. Hermione, Hermione. Harry wanted to borrow the notes from the last class, but the other person suddenly pulled out a chair and stormed off toward the Slytherin table. So Nietzsche, sitting in the corner, had just taken a bite of bread when a huge black shadow enveloped him, as if he had angered the god of bread by putting ketchup on his bread. You got into trouble last night? You liar. What are you talking about? Stop playing dumb. Besides you, who else would lay a hand on someone and leave them paralyzed in the infirmary? Hermione stood behind his chair and noticed the small bottle on the table. You have a criminal record. What's that? White fresh flavoring. Hermione, having previewed part of 1,000 Wonderful Herbs and Mushrooms, certainly knew the effects of Dictamnus dasycarpus. She quickly pulled up Nietzsche's sleeve, but there were no marks under the black school robe. Then she gently poked around his back with her index finger. Stop. Nietzsche was tickled by her poking an area. This bottle of white thalit wasn't from the infirmary, it was given to me by Professor Sprout. When have I ever lost a dose? So you admit you lied to me? Speaking of which, you also bear some responsibility. Me. Hermione almost laughed at his blatant cheating. Fine, now it's my responsibility again. You attacked Malfoy with the freezing charm, and I got caught up in it. They were after you, Hermione? So I didn't break the agreement between you and me, because I was passively protecting you. His logic didn't sound wrong. Thinking about it carefully, it seems to make sense. Wait. Hermione, you can't be fooled by the Master of Lies. At lunchtime, a Gryffindor left the table and ran to Slytherin's side. Because their argument wasn't as loud and boisterous as most people's, from an outsider's perspective, Nietzsche and Hermione seemed more like two old friends joking and laughing together. Haha, Nietzsche likes Gryffindor's mud-blooded kind. Malfoy whistled dismissively. Hermione, however, was getting increasingly embarrassed by the jeers from some people, and finally, unable to bear it any longer, she drew her wand and pointed it at the instigator Draco Malfoy. Malfoy stiffened and began to move closer to the people behind him. How long are you going to hide behind a woman? Pansy stepped in front of Malfoy, turning her attention to Nietzsche. You're a disgrace to Slytherin. You should go back to Gryffindor with this little mudblood. Nietzsche slowly swallowed his bread and said, Do you know what's going on with Gerda and Crabbe now? How? I advocate for gender equality, as championed by British gentlemen, so if the university hospital has any spare beds, you can reserve them in advance. If you've got the guts, duel like a wizard. Pansy threatened, trembling. If you fight like a muggle, you're just like those stupid lions from Gryffindor. A dark shadow streaked across the sky above the college dining table and landed precisely on Pansy's head. Judging from the pervasive stench, it was clearly a rotten egg made by George and Fred. Nietzsche silently put his nose plugs back on. Who is it? Pansy angrily turned to look, but unfortunately, the Gryffindors seemed completely unaware, each one lowering their heads and suppressing a laugh. Hermione and Nietzsche had no interest in getting involved in the ensuing farce. Before leaving, they even made a special trip back to Gryffindor to stuff a few chicken sandwiches into their pockets. I forgot to tell you, I'm currently far ahead in yesterday's Transfiguration class. Hermione recalled the changes she had made with the matchsticks and her smug smile returned. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. You might not get my white dried fruit essence. The afternoon class was History of Magic, and the classroom was on the second floor of the castle. When class started, Nietzsche and Hermione realized that the professor of the History of Magic was not a person at all, or even a living being. A gray, semi-transparent ghost floated straight down from behind the blackboard. Professor Binns also impressed the students during their first meeting. Because the entire History of Magic class was extremely boring, he would simply read from the book, his voice drawn out and monotonous. Before half an hour had passed, half of the students from both schools had fallen asleep. Only a handful of people were sitting in the front row of the classroom. Look at Malfoy's behavior. Harry, tell Hermione to be careful and not get too close to the Slytherins. They'll definitely make fun of this. Harry rolled his eyes. He couldn't understand Ron's thought process. So he could only lie on the table, holding up the History of Magic in front of him, and whisper, Hermione and Nietzsche knew each other before they came to Hogwarts. They were friends. What does that have to do with us? That's not what I meant. It's just that, didn't you hear Malfoy making fun of Gryffindor with those two? That's it. Harry ignored Ron's pleas. Sorry, he'd been beaten much more in Muggle schools. Let them laugh all they want, but I advise you not to say these things to Hermione, Harry added. Unless you can beat her and don't need those notes she takes in class. Ron only calmed down a bit after hearing those words, but he still tore a piece of paper from his notebook, crumpled it up, and threw it at Malfoy's head, who was snickering. The catalyst for the first paper ball war was Ron's assassination attempt on Malfoy. Poor Weasley, perhaps you could find a rich young lady in Slytherin, if they're willing. Clearly, Malfoy knew what kind of sarcasm was most effective at striking at someone's dignity. He showered Harry and Ron with all the trash talk and sarcasm that had no effect on Nietzsche. Malfoy then retaliated, and the back half of the classroom was filled with paper airplanes and crumpled paper, flying back and forth between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Professor, aren't you going to do anything about this? Hermione couldn't stand the noise anymore. She looked at Binns Cuthbert on the lectern, who still looked half asleep, wearing small round glasses and swaying in the air, which was quite different from the description in Hogwarts, A History of the School. It's hard to imagine that such a lifeless professor, before becoming a ghost, would always make students who had taken the History of Magic course reluctant to leave the classroom. Miss Greenland, it would be great if you could stop them. Even Hermione, who always respected teachers, couldn't stand Binns's dejected appearance and just listened silently as he continued to tell the story of the Goblin Uprising 1,000 years ago. My last name is Granger, Professor. Seeing Hermione gradually breaking down, Nietzsche couldn't help but laugh. Miss Greenland, your ancestors must have been explorers who explored the European plate. Well, yes, Miss Grant, as you both can see, ghosts, apart from Peeves, have no magical abilities, so I can't suit the students. Restless hearts right now. But everything comes at a price, so Hermione kicked him under the table and then moved their wooden table to the side of the podium. Nietzsche asked curiously, do they all lose their emotions after becoming ghosts? No, of course not. Binns stroked his beard and said calmly, but I just feel a little tired. You wouldn't like the feeling of not being able to sleep, not being able to die, and having to endure for nearly 1,000 years. Professor Binns was invited by the founder of Slytherin from the very beginning because of his erudition and quick wit. Every day, every month, every year remained unchanged. In this extremely boring wizarding society, where there were no updated history textbooks, Binns quickly lost his way in the river of time. Giving lectures seems to have become a habit, an instinct, for him. Later, the students gradually lost interest in history, and I was repeating the same things every year. Hermione listened with a sense of melancholy, but the repetitive lectures had caused Binns to become rigid, resulting in a closed loop in his logic. If he changes himself, his thinking becomes rigid. If he doesn't change, lecturing will be torture for both parties. Perhaps it's just that wizards and humans have been isolated for too long. Nietzsche interlaced his fingers and rested them on the tip of his pen. Professor, you can't use the mindset you had when you were dealing with humans to face students hundreds of years from now. Perhaps the Goblin Uprisings and international wizarding conferences he mentioned, in that era of witch hunts, the huge information gap would naturally allow wizards to feel the grandeur of another world. But how could this idea work on wizards 100 years from now? Before coming to the school, those Muggle wizards could simply press a button to access every corner of the news from every country. They could even hear about the scandalous affairs of any celebrity. So you're saying I'm too rigid? Binns was a little annoyed, but he suppressed his emotions after glancing at the notebook on the other person's desk, which was filled with writing. This is how I taught the first time I came to Hogwarts. No, I'm just curious, is it really just because of short-term witch hunts that wizards don't interact with Muggles? Professor Binns stopped his tedious speech, first glancing at the two people sitting next to him. After confirming their serious attitude, he forced what he thought was a very amiable smile. Although, in Hermione's eyes, this laughter was the same as crying. This isn't something that can be explained in a short time. Is it because of laziness and inaction at the higher UPS? N.I. pressed on, adopting the most relaxed tone. But as far as I know, the British government is aware of the existence of wizards, so why is the Ministry of Magic maintaining the status quo? Binns looked shocked, his translucent fingers repeatedly stroking the edge of the pages as he quietly fell into thought. He seemed to have little understanding of the Muggles of today. This shipwright who forged wooden boats no longer had a place on the ship. The anguish and restlessness caused by parallax filled his soul, which had been calm for hundreds of years. After a long time, get out of class finally ended amidst everyone's snoring. Nietzsche wanted to stop the professor to ask him something, but Hermione immediately grabbed the hem of his robe and dragged him back to the wooden chair. Why do you insist on having a ghost professor? Someone who can swallow his pride and go out into Muggle society to see for himself. The incompetent British government and the Ministry of Magic have wasted precious time, Nietzsche said, watching the professor walk away through the wall without looking back. We can't let our minds be closed off in our final education. In Slytherin, Nietzsche saw little of a future for wizards. At least regarding the future, it's not filled with pure-blooded talk and the idea that Muggles are inferior. Hermione narrowed her eyes. She instinctively sensed a danger emanating from Nietzsche, like a poppy beautiful, intoxicating, and capable of acting as an anesthetic, yet fraught with unknown risks. At the same time, as Mrs. Hudson on Baker Street was about to close the window, a grey and white owl squeezed in. It's like a postman, carrying a miniature shoulder bag. Watson and Holmes, whom I despise the most. The wizarding world is not dangerous at all. I am living a very peaceful life here, so peaceful that I never want to go home again. Watson eagerly tore open the envelope. His face was filled with disbelief. That doesn't make sense. Happy to oblige. Mycroft snatched the letter and quickly scanned it, focusing on the key points. Don't worry, Watson, this is a double code. Shelley and I started using it when we were kids. If the first letter of the message is a consonant, then the true meaning is the opposite of what is stated. I will contact a small group of people to investigate the Malfoy family. Nietzsche's investigation has exceeded my expectations. Watson was still completely bewildered. He was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. The Malfoy family. Nietzsche put it very clearly. All the murders revolve around these families who are hostile to ordinary people, Mary said casually, sitting on the sofa. They don't want wizards and muggles to get along too peacefully. Watson was stunned by his fiancée's words, and even Mycroft cast an approving glance his way. You know what? Now I finally understand why some men with special personalities would, under certain circumstances, wish to have a woman like you by their side. Ahem. You flatter me, I'm just an ordinary female teacher. Watson replied, puzzled, but even if they start a war between two worlds, what good will it do them? Shylock frowned. He had realized just how important Nietzsche was in this. Who knows? World War I was a world war launched by capitalism at its final stage of development, evolving into imperialism. How could the nearly 10 million people who died know that it was just the powerful and wealthy fighting for a piece of the pie? Wizard. They are a truly amazing yet tragic group of people. Chapter 19, May Magic Be With You. On the morning of the second day after Mercury's return, Nietzsche finally stepped into the spells class. However, there is some good news recently. Draco has moved to another dormitory with his luggage, leaving Nietzsche alone. The bad news is that this seems to be a plan by Draco Malfoy to start a Cold War, completely isolate Nietzsche from Slytherin, and drive him insane. Even Snape could see this, so during his nighttime confinement, he warned, the 4 academies will not change because of the will of an arrogant fool. But Nietzsche ignored it. The Cold War was an ideological struggle, but sometimes, many miracles were born from it. In fact, Nietzsche had too many things to think about, and the questions he had posed to Professor Binns yesterday also filled his mind. All right, everyone, whatever has happened between you, at least here you must maintain reverence for magic. Flitwick surveyed the classroom and shrieked, pick up your wands. As if by prior agreement, everyone distanced themselves from Nietzsche. They looked at each other and whispered, keeping their voices audible but not clear. Professor Flitwick stood atop a book, waving his wand, which made the messy podium from the previous class feel light and airy. Then, several heavy books were stacked high, and the book beneath his feet, along with himself, flew up into the air. Wingardium Leviosa, Levitation Charm. His voice was high-pitched, but when he chanted the incantation, it was absolutely clear and unambiguous. After drawing everyone's attention, he continued in a friendly manner, the Levitation Charm, this is the first spell you will learn. The courses on charms, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts are quite hands-on. In this kind of classroom, all the wizards excitedly held their wands, straining with all their might, but the feather in front of them remained motionless. Even a sudden sway would excite the young wizards. Unfortunately, it was just the wind blowing in through the window. Watch your hand gesture. Gently flick your wrist upwards while holding the wand, don't make it too deliberate. Nietzsche, sitting alone in a row, recalled in his mind how he felt when he first experienced a magical outburst. He can make this thing float, not because of the size of the object, but because of whether he wants to or not. There's no such thing as try or can't. Wingardium Leviosa. Nietzsche could clearly feel the gentle warmth from the unicorn hair. The magic was very slow. Then, the white feather in front of him broke free from the constraints of gravity and floated up slowly. It was as if an invisible hand was supporting the feather from below. Although his hands trembled uncontrollably, as if he had Parkinson's disease, at least he succeeded. Not bad levitation charm, Slytherin gets 5 points. Flitwick lightly leaped and floated in front of Nietzsche, his beard trembling at the applause, his eyes narrowing into slits. But this praise sounded very harsh to Malfoy and the others. It's ironic that a pure-blood wizard was outshone by a muggle wizard. Professor, I have a small question. Nietzsche touched the back of his head, which felt a little cold. You're so eager to learn. Go ahead and ask. Does a wizard make feathers defy gravity because of a spell or magic? He always managed to find a way to answer questions from unusual angles. Naturally, it's because of magic. Once you learn the silent spellcasting in the Ultimate Wizard Assessment, you'll understand. Spells are simply used to control the magic within a wizard's body, making it docile. Professor Flitwick paused to refine his final word choice in order to express himself more accurately. But the levitation spell feels more like a grab to me. The magic doesn't make gravity disappear, but rather it grabs the target. What led you to this conclusion? Flitwick was about to instruct the others when he heard this answer. He suddenly turned around, his eyes revealing excitement. This, forgive my bluntness, but it concerns the essence of standard spells. It's just intuition. Nietzsche disliked this word. Intuition means that he has no concrete evidence, only a direct feeling. Explain in detail. Flitwick tilted his head, calming himself down. I'm sorry, I just haven't found a breakthrough in spells for a long time. Are the grab and float you're talking about not the same thing? Floating is the form of expression, but I can feel the interaction between magic and objects. Of course, I can only feel it in some easy spells. Nietzsche severed the connection to the wand, and the feather that had been floating shakily above his head fell back onto the table. In fact, these spells do not require the caster's emotions, so the vast majority of them are harmless. I recommend the fifth element, exploration, which explains the difference between white magic and black magic. This is another point of knowledge that needs to be noted down. Wizards' black magic and the white magic that has not yet been seen generally require the caster to have a certain degree of malice and goodwill in order for the spell to have the corresponding power. Standard spells are different, they do not require any emotion. As long as the wizard's incantation and gestures are correct and there is a certain belief in their heart, they can be cast. To be honest, your perspective is strange. Please forgive me for saying this, because wizards, including myself now, tend to view some spells as long as they work, but that doesn't mean you're wrong. Flitwick glanced at the magic clock on the stone wall, feeling a pang of regret. Time was limited, and he couldn't immediately pull this Slytherin aside to go to his office to discuss it, not to mention that his next class was Defense Against the Dark Arts. At this point, the Ravenclaw headmaster would surely be able to find common ground with the Hufflepuff headmaster. Regarding Severus Snape's incredible luck. What I mean is, the levitation charm might be useful in duels. Nietzsche thought about the description of Dean Flitwick in the book and then said, trying to please him. This seemingly ordinary and insignificant Felius Frivy is an absolute giant in dueling, having been a reigning champion in dueling tournaments in his youth. But do you want to make your opponent float? The idea is good, but unfortunately, all it takes is one ironclad charm to eliminate your interference. What if the essence of the levitation charm isn't simply the elimination of gravity? Nietzsche excitedly waved his wand, making the feather somersault. Perhaps I can control the opponent's armor charm or... Then please prove the true nature of the levitation charm before you speak. However, for your serious thinking, Slytherin will award you 5 points. Slytherin was dumbfounded. Originally, they were the ones isolating Nietzsche, but unexpectedly, during class, Nietzsche ended up being isolated by the professor instead. Malfoy, unwilling to admit defeat, managed to get the feather off the table a few centimeters despite his wrists aching from twisting them. While this earned him some respect from Pansy and Blaise, he knew that such a performance wouldn't even be enough to distract the professor. Just like Daphne in her herbalism class, where Professor Sprout could only give her a perfunctory nod. He can't be all-powerful. Pansy reassured her. Don't worry. I hope so. Malfoy gripped his wand tightly. His magical talent, which his father and mother praised, was nothing compared to Nietzsche's. Even the pride that comes from being born into a pure-blooded family is no match for his attitude of disregarding all unspoken rules. It's like casting pearls before swine. Finally, after Nietzsche's humorous banter, Flitwick happily ended the conversation. All right, the next class will be your Defense Against the Dark Arts class. If you can develop new paths in commonly used spells, then your wand made of unicorn hair will never be a stumbling block. Your professor is Quirinus Quirrell, my former student. You can ask him about the difference between spells and black magic, no problem. Flitwick smiled as if he were young, when he won his first dueling tournament championship. If he remembered correctly, that Quirrell seemed to be quite introverted during his school days, but it shouldn't matter, he had even helped him out a few times back then. Thank you for adding 10 points to Slytherin's tally. I think Gryffindor will be just as grateful to you as we are. As he passed Malfoy, Daphne casually reminded Nietzsche. Her golden hair tips just touched her shoulders, and a hair clip held her hair up, gathering her bangs to the right. In Malfoy's small group, she was much prettier than Pansy. Perhaps because she didn't have a direct conflict with Nietzsche, she considered trying to win him over. What they think is none of my business. Yes, I really hope your little girlfriend can maintain the same mindset in Gryffindor, Daphne said with a polite smile. How long can she maintain it? It's a pity her house isn't Ravenclaw. Was she wrong? From Slytherin's perspective, of course not. After all, Gryffindors are people who rarely think things through and are full of hostility towards Slytherin. How do you think Hermione Granger would abandon her individuality to conform to the crowd? Nietzsche said. After all, there are always a few people who don't care about such childish rules of the game. If that's the case, I can think more highly of her. Daphne, are you really that close to Parkinson? Nietzsche turned his head and looked down at her with a mocking gaze. Or rather, are you happy to be someone else's lackey? How pathetic. The relationship between Greengrass and Perkins is similar to that between Crabbe, Gore, and Malfoy. Daphne was thus outmaneuvered by him. Going against the entire Slytherin will only lead to bad consequences, Pansy suddenly shouted angrily. But she was clearly glancing at Daphne Greengrass out of the corner of her eye, though the latter quickly suppressed her anger. Nietzsche, you must have come to Slytherin with some ambition, money, power. You will know what we have to offer. Don't wait until your spine is broken to realize it. It doesn't matter, darling, none of that matters. Nietzsche waved his hand impatiently and pushed aside Blaise, who had gotten up and deliberately blocked the way. He wished he could turn his wand into a whip and lash him out. At Hogwarts, the Defense Against the Dark Arts class is always associated with some kind of magic. During the first class, many people were betting on how long the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor would last, or whether his term would be exactly 1 year. Nietzsche habitually turned his head, only to find that things were not like they were in elementary school. Hermione was not sitting next to him. Professor, did you just come out of the restroom? The speaker was a slightly chubby, robust girl. She sniffed and, as Quirrell hurriedly pushed open the door and passed by them, a pungent, strange smell almost made her vomit. No, Millicent burst, next time you mock the professor like that, you'll lose points. Quirrell, covering his high-arched headscarf, was somewhat displeased by the uproarious laughter behind him. His face darkened, but once he stepped onto the podium and came to his senses, he immediately changed his demeanor, becoming as sensitive as a squirrel and stammering as he spoke. Burstel, do you usually eat in the toilet? Nietzsche sniffed. It seems you enjoy eating garlic bread while sitting on the toilet. Otherwise, why would you associate garlic with a toilet? I hope your new protector isn't short-lived. Nietzsche didn't even bother to turn his head, he simply leaned back in his chair, raised his right hand, and made a universally accepted greeting gesture. A brief observation reveals that Professor Quirrell's robes bear floral markings, unlike the traditional wizarding robes of other professors. Perhaps he is curious about botany. Garlic is edible, but in witchcraft and religious cultures, it represents vampires. When Quirrell turned his head and gave Nietzsche a grateful look, the latter immediately stopped observing and gave a kind smile. He read the list haltingly, but because some people pretended not to hear him, he had to read it several times. Nietzsche Holmes, haha. I just ran into Professor Flitwick when I arrived. Quirrell was not far from him, about an arm's length away. By the way, Professor Sprout also mentioned you? Dark magic defense spells, do you know what they're usually used against? He forced a smile, wanting to make a good impression in the first class, but unfortunately, the Slytherins, encouraged and led by Malfoy and others, didn't give Quirrell any face. Some of them mocked, why are you wearing that headscarf? This was a gift from an African prince to thank me for defeating a resurrected zombie. Anyway, does nobody know anything about defense against the dark arts? Nietzsche's gaze shifted slightly downwards, revealing Quirrell's fingers repeatedly stroking the gauntlet of his wand. In certain situations or emotional states, many people's bodies will involuntarily begin to repeat a certain action in order to seek pleasure, maintain balance, and prevent themselves from losing control of their emotions. For example, Malfoy would shake his leg, Hermione would tap her fingers on the table, and Watson would twirl his cane. In order to resist dark creatures, black magic, and the practice of dueling. That's right, but you weren't quite right, so I can only give Slytherin 2 points. Quirrell breathed a sigh of relief and stammered, not a duel, but a battle. The answer wasn't perfect, you can see that by simply opening the book, he was happy because someone was willing to support him. Because of his stutter, not many people wanted to listen to Quirrell's lectures. Not to mention, if Quirrell walked even a little to the back of the row, he could hear their gossip and ridicule of him. So it is quite clear that Quirrell and Nietzsche both isolated the Slytherins. Professor, I have carefully reviewed the classification of spells. Apart from white magic, most of the spells that can serve a defensive purpose are classified as black magic curses, poison spells, and curses. In black magic, a guide to self-defense, besides the spark charm which is like a flare and the smoke charm which has the effect of a smoke bomb, the most classic knockback charm is also a kind of black magic. Not to mention the subsequent shattering curse, stunning curse. Quirrell seemed to have a headache. He rubbed the sides of his head with both hands and then straightened his headscarf. In fact, due to its direct destructive power, some forms of dark magic are classified as teachable spells by the Ministry of Magic, while others are. Then it is the strongest curse, the 3 unforgivable curses. You really are clever. Quirrell glanced around nervously, then said haltingly, that's right, the unforgivable curse requires the caster to maintain intense hatred, like the hatred you feel for those people to die. As he finished speaking, fear suddenly welled up in his eyes, and he immediately stopped. I'm sorry, this isn't even what you've encountered yet. I'm sorry. He muttered several times in a low voice, his head down, as if he were talking to Nietzsche. So, the academic community's distinction between black magic and the classification of curses, poisons, and spells is based solely on the negative effects caused by magic. That's one way to understand it. Quirrell's forehead was covered in sweat, and his face was pale. Nietzsche recalled his previous lessons on spells, pondered for a moment, and offered some of his own conjectures. What if I use a standard spell imbued with strong negative emotions to make it somewhat dangerous? Chapter 20, The Dark Side of Magic. Unbelievable? No, it should be something unheard of. No wizard, not even the renowned professors of Hogwarts in academia would think that way. Because spells like the summoning spell, levitation spell, and lockpicking spell were created by wizards to take it easy, they seem to be born to help wizards and have no harmful properties. Naturally, no one would associate such spells with black magic or white magic. As long as you're not a squib or a muggle, even if you memorize the incantation and develop muscle memory for the gestures, it will work as long as you do it correctly. This is the kind of spell that's considered a fool's curse. How could you? Haha, nobody would think that. Quirrell chuckled, as if startled by Nietzsche's idea. I mean, why not just use black magic? Just for personal reasons. Wands with unicorn feather cores are the least likely to succumb to dark magic and are the most loyal among all wands, regardless of whether their first owner was a highly accomplished wizard. As a naive and impetuous young man, Nietzsche had no idea what dangerous things he was saying. He simply felt that this kind of discussion was as ordinary as discussing with his 2 fathers which weapon was most popular with the army during the war. It's like I used a spell to make the table float, but I feel I could grip the table a little tighter. Then it will shatter. Why not just use a shattering spell? But I can make it shatter or not, it's all up to me. Nietzsche gave a prime example, like an automatic rifle, I can choose the type of bullet it fires. Perhaps because he realized that the person in front of him was a wizard, he felt it was not a safe bet. But strangely, Quirrell quickly understood Nietzsche's thoughts. The smash spell is like a giant trap, it only causes damage when its prey steps into its range, just as a spell must hit to cause an object to shatter. Admittedly, the shattering charm can be dodged, but the levitation charm acts directly on objects. So you want to just build a hunting rifle and equip it with regular hunting ammunition and armor-piercing rounds. You know, that's right, I was originally a professor of Muggle studies. Quirinus Quirrell said somewhat embarrassedly, his hands tucked into his pockets like a squirrel. Then you should have established the direct relationship between magic and spells first. This is the Ravenclaw way of thinking. Although they are eccentric compared to ordinary people, they have very agile thinking, and intelligence, vision, and a love of exploring their favorite things are the most obvious characteristics of Ravenclaw. Quirinus Quirrell, as a mature Ravenclaw, certainly was. The essence of the levitation charm is gravity or control, the interaction of magic with objects, and the comparative experiment of emotions and standard spells. There's too much to cover, you need to try them one by one. Professor Flitwick said you can help me complete it. Ketchero did not immediately respond. Even after hearing the former dean's name, he merely swayed slightly, his hands constantly pressing behind his ears. Perhaps he had a headache. Nietzsche could only guess. Let me think about it. Quirrell's headscarf, the part touching his forehead, was already soaked with sweat. He resumed his lecturing haltingly, but his mind was elsewhere. As if possessed by Professor Binns, he stood listlessly at the podium, reading from the textbook verbatim, until the bell rang to signal the end of get out of class. Without receiving approval, Nietzsche could only pack up his books and put them in his backpack. When he was the only one left in the classroom, the professor called him back. I see why Professor Sprout and Professor Flitwick often mention you. Look, it seems you're very curious about magic. That's all right, I used to be like that too. I've been thinking about it, and this seems like a good research direction. Anyway, first-year students only have one defense against the dark arts class a week. How about this, you come sit here with me before curfew every night. This timing sounds perfect. It won't conflict with professors' courses or courses in other colleges, and for senior students, and after sufficient thinking before bed, sleep quality will be greatly improved. What a pity. But I have Snape's detention at night, Professor, Nietzsche said, sounding somewhat aggrieved. It's all right, I'll talk to him about it. Quirrell waved his hand and walked up the spiral stone staircase at the front of the classroom. This is a very important academic matter. Time is money, my friend. The classroom staircase leads directly to the office on the 3rd floor. Quirrell leans against the handrail and slowly makes his way up the empty classroom. The action of pushing open the door seemed to be the last bit of strength he had left, because the moment Quirrell stepped into the defense against the dark arts professor's office, he collapsed limply onto the carpet. The muscles begin to ache and feel sore due to spasms. A mudblood. It's a pity he's a genius, just like me back then. I can smell his ambition. No wonder he's Slytherin. The hoarse, low voice wasn't Quirrell talking to himself, because his lips were pale and he was lying on the ground convulsing. In fact, it came from inside Quirrell's headscarf. Master, I was wrong. I was wrong, please forgive me. Humph, I told you to agree to him, and you still resisted. Some black smoke wafted out from the gap in the headscarf. Quirrell, only power and strength are real. You have no choice. No, I'm just worried about attracting unnecessary attention. He's not part of the master's plans. Perhaps Quirrell was right. The pain, like being bitten by insects in an Egyptian torture, gradually subsided, and he finally caught his breath, turned over, and stared blankly at the chandelier on the ceiling. Yes, he has no other choice now. It's all right. Give a smart person like that a little benefit and he'll naturally discover the secrets of black magic. Her voice began to weaken again. Fool, don't mess things up. Master, master. Quirrell called out several times, but after receiving no response, he changed into new clothes. After resting for half a day, I decided to leave the office. Hermione, on the other hand, did not fare so well compared to Nietzsche. She even somewhat regretted joining Gryffindor. Aside from Nietzsche, whom she had met before the start of the semester, Harry and Ron met on the train. Just when she thought everything was going smoothly and she was about to begin her wonderful school life, a problem arose. The long-standing relationship between Gryffindor and Slytherin has been passed down smoothly. No, Nietzsche added almost all of Slytherin's points. Ron wailed, staring at the house hourglass. Hermione, couldn't you have made him add less? Do you want him to be someone who commits all sorts of evil deeds, someone that every professor would shake their head at? Ron Weasley was about to nod, but when he saw Hermione standing with her hands on her hips, glaring at him, just like his own headmaster, he was stunned. So, he's starting to follow his heart. I added 10 points yesterday and 5 this morning, but your two brothers lost 20 in one night. Hermione turned to Harry and said, I know you'd love to go for a night out, but you'd better not get caught. Harry couldn't understand how Nietzsche could tolerate her. By Merlin, I did not come to Hogwarts to change locations and enjoy the same treatment as I did at the Dursleys. Can't you have a little patience? If it's Nietzsche, this is the 3rd time you've said that in just 2 days since school started. Harry counted on his fingers, thinking carefully. Yes, we already know that if it were him, he certainly wouldn't be impatient. Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly after being shoved in the mouth. The doors to the foyer were wide open, and a cold September wind swept in from the valley. Hermione put her hands in her pockets. Maybe he's out at night too, you just don't know it, Ron retorted as he walked into the auditorium. Don't forget, he's not in the same college as you now. Impossible, he wouldn't be that bored. Damn it, why would she subconsciously defend Nietzsche? No, this is just her dislike of the conflicts between academies caused by stereotypes, and it's definitely not about defending some glib-tongued guy. Who knows? Slytherins are all ambitious people. Maybe you've never really seen through him. People change. Look at Percy, he wasn't this arrogant before he became a prefect. Looking in the direction Ron was pointing, you could see Percy proudly puffing out his chest, his prefect badge gleaming. Harry didn't want to be stuck in the middle of the group. Even Harry, who had little social experience, could sense Ron's general anger and disgust towards Slytherin, which stemmed from the conflict between his father and the Malfoy family. Ron believed that it was Hermione who helped him out of that predicament that day, and that Nietzsche had little to do with it. But Hermione and Nietzsche were both people who helped Harry, putting him in a difficult position and causing him some annoyance. By the way, I mean seriously, what if Nietzsche was like those Slytherins? He's still better than those idiots like Malfoy. She slung her backpack over her shoulder and strode past Ron, adding casually, especially compared to you. Ron stood frozen in place, staring blankly as Hermione disappeared into the crowd. Then she pulled Harry aside and said, she actually thinks Gryffindor is inferior to a Slytherin. It wasn't that Harry didn't want to make friends with other people, but apart from Ron, whom he met first, and Hermione later, everyone else had a strange sense of expectation towards him. The wizard's constant attention made him feel like he was being watched. Only a very few people don't know this, and of those three, two are by your side, and the other is in an opposing college. That's right, Psy girls' minds are so hard to guess. Harry shrugged, his heart filled with anticipation for his old friend from Slytherin. He hoped that the name he used to intimidate Dudley wouldn't be as cold and heartless as the Slytherins. Hermione, back at the dining table, leaned back wearily in her wooden chair, feeling frustrated as she looked at the few remaining rubies in the Gryffindor hourglass above her head. In fact, Nietzsche wasn't the only one who was viewed with prejudice, Hermione was the same. Oh, who angered the future headmaster of Gryffindor? Lavender sat down next to her, his eyes full of playful mockery. Let me guess, it must be George and Fred, who were caught last night. What the hell is the headmaster of Gryffindor? Suddenly, a makeup mirror appeared in front of Hermione's eyes, which the Indian girl Parvati opposite her had taken out of her handbag. The person in the mirror exuded an imposing aura, with a serious expression. Her brown curly hair made her look like an angry lion, a stark contrast to the jovial Lavender beside her. If you don't like that, there's another one, McGuard. Seemingly seeking validation, Parvati kicked the nearest Nawi, and the chubby boy, who was sitting there deep in thought, noticed the lion turning its head and involuntarily began to look away. Yes, it does look quite similar, Neville quickly added, seeing Hermione's raised eyebrows. Of course, the main reason is your excellent transfiguration. Excellent, a perfect self-rescue. Although Hermione knew he came up with it on the spur of the moment, she still found it very helpful. Hermione, who had more or less adopted some of Nietzsche's communication style, was no longer as dull as she had been in elementary school. Although she retained her preaching habit, at least no one dared to think she was wrong. Thus, the nickname Little Wheat began to circulate among some people. Huh, you little traitor. Lavender was somewhat taken aback when he heard Longbottom's self-rescue. Regarding instruction on transfiguration, I remember now. Mr. Longbottom seems to have been there before you all. Hermione casually crossed her right leg over her left and took a notebook from her bag. First come, first served, ladies. What a joke? Does she really think she has no way to deal with these people? I will definitely give my full support to Dean Hermione's great cause. Very good, Neville Longbottom. I hope you can become a knight who breaks the old guard at Hogwarts. At least you won't have to worry about failing your exams. Hermione squinted, somewhat enjoying the awe in Neville's eyes. That's right. She was very unhappy with some of the conservative wizards in Gryffindor. It wasn't just Gryffindor, the whole of Hogwarts was being made to look like it was run by 4 schools. It has become a 4-way struggle. You're practically a Gryffindor who's even more Slytherin than Slytherin himself. Lavender watched the top-secret documents slip through her fingers, feeling resentful. Hermione, after hearing her complaints, smiled slightly. Is there anything wrong with it? There's nothing wrong with that. Hermione firmly believes that she can do some things even better than Nietzsche. Chapter 21, Potions Class Mayhem. This year's House Cup won't be so easy for Slytherin. Don't ask, the answer is always damned Mudbloods and Professor McGonagall's favoritism. But thankfully, those 2 Gryffindor idiots lost almost all their previous points because of their nighttime outing. However, at present, the biggest threat to Slytherin is still Hermione Granger, the ruthless score-farming machine and the hand-raising maniac. Even the real headmistress McGonagall was considering whether to designate Hermione as a candidate for Gryffindor prefect in advance. Because Nietzsche went to Professor Quirrell's office every night, he didn't speak much on Wednesdays and Thursdays afterward, occasionally chiming in with the teachers, and averaging only 2 or 3 extra points per class. Because of his mistake, Hermione quickly caught up with Gryffindor. There is only one potions class on Friday mornings. Daphne looked around, but she couldn't find that person at any of the tables. Gryffindor has caught up with Slytherin in terms of grades because of 2 charms lessons, she said, taking a sip of warm milk. Even Malfoy had to admit that most of his credits came from Nietzsche. That's impossible, Prefect Lucienne said, frowning. The Gryffindors are always partying and going out at night, and they never speak in class. How could they have changed so much? Opposite him sat Malfoy, with Pansy Parkinson on his left and Goran Crabbe, who had just been discharged from the hospital the day before, on his right. The two looked much better. The potion made with white sage essence hadn't left them with any hidden injuries. Because of Granger, I overheard other people talking in the school infirmary. It seems there's a small group within Gryffindor centered around Granger, and most of Gryffindor's grades are from them. That's indeed the case. Neville, Lavender, Parvati, and other new Gryffindor students, thanks to Hermione's tutoring and pre-training in charms, excelled in their 2 charms and herbology classes. Hermione is finally free from having to do everything herself. As soon as Malfoy looked up, he saw Neville Longbottom's smug face. At first, he raised his hand tremblingly, but the positive feedback from his friend's surprise and the professor's praise greatly boosted Neville Longbottom's confidence. Then why don't we create an organization like a club? Malfoy said dismissively. But what can we do? Daphne shattered his fantasy abruptly, and said calmly, what I mean is, even if we invest the time and learn those facts, the professors won't be paying attention to us. She was right. Herbalism, charms, defense against the dark arts, not to mention Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, boosting the morale of others while diminishing our own. No, Pansy, she's right. Malfoy slammed his fist on the table, furious. These professors have all been fooled by him, unless we can attract more attention than Nietzsche. After some mental reflection, Malfoy came up with an idea that even he himself had to admit. If Slytherin wants to win their 7th consecutive title this year, it means that they must personally curry favor with Nietzsche, and what Malfoy least wants to do is lower his noble head to others. This was especially true for Nietzsche, who came from a Muggle family. What about others? Who knows, they're either in the library or already in the potions classroom. However, just as Daphne had guessed, Nietzsche had arrived at an underground classroom. Walking down the corridor and turning a few corners, one could see the dungeon stone walls leading to the lounge. While the others were still leisurely enjoying their breakfast, he was already fiddling with the crucible while holding a piece of bread in his mouth. Nietzsche Holmes, even if you bring in Professor Quirrell as a shield, your confinement will only be extended. Snape stood in the center of the classroom, his dark eyes fixed on him. His eyes were always so empty and indifferent, like 2 abandoned train tunnels. Let me guess, this whole series of plans has been going on for about 6 months. Nietzsche gave him a polite smile and said softly, I'm sorry, but my confinement may indeed need to be extended. But Snape saw his smile as a provocation. The professor moved closer to Nietzsche's face, and now he could hear Snape grinding his teeth, adding to the somber atmosphere of the cold, mad scientist-like classroom. Do you think your little bit of cleverness is enough to challenge the dean's authority? If you are referring to the tacit acceptance of academic tradition, my answer is wrong. Nietzsche feigned sudden realization and continued, authority versus authoritarianism, Slytherin is clearly the latter. You just hope that coward Quirrell will protect you, don't you? Snape glanced at the students who were gradually entering through the door, and the sarcastic smile on his lips slowly faded. This student is just as despicable as his Muggle father. Friday's potions class was a joint class for Gryffindor and Slytherin, so the students from both houses were practically shoving each other as they entered. Suddenly a girl sat down next to Nietzsche and put her textbook on it without asking. I don't think you'll mind something like this, right? Daphne smiled at him. There's no name engraved on this table. Of course I won't kick you out, Nietzsche replied with a smile, glancing behind her. Good, Daphne Greengrass, a Malfoy diplomat, breathed a sigh of relief, at least she didn't show much disgust. Unfortunately, the next second, 2 stacked potion books came crashing down, and a pair of hands pressed down on them, pushing them aside and knocking over Daphne's own textbooks. I swear, I was not the one who drove you away. It wasn't Nietzsche, of course, because Daphne saw the names of the owners of those 2 books on their covers. Didn't you see there are already people here? Daphne wasn't angry, instead, she looked aggrieved. When did Gryffindor become so domineering? If you don't mind, you can sit at the table next to Nietzsche's. Hermione crossed her arms and looked down at the golden-white venomous snake. Lavender, sitting at the desk behind him, nudged his roommate with his elbow, reminding him, the show's about to begin. I've seen this scene in a movie. Parvati recalled for a moment and said, isn't this a typical fight between the wife and the mistress? Usually, the heroine slaps the hero as the ending. But Daphne is no ordinary girl. Deeply influenced by certain knowledge within her family, she behaves very naturally. Knowing that Nietzsche and Hermione were good friends, she flexibly changed her approach. I suppose you two wouldn't mind spending a class period, right? Let's consider it a friendly exchange between Slytherins, how about it? Her sweet smile stunned Theodore next door, but unfortunately, neither of the 2 people around her were impressed. What is your opinion? Hermione activates her ability, shift the blame. I don't know. Daphne said this desk doesn't have a name. Nietzsche tilted his head and said in a drawn-out tone, if it doesn't have a name, it's first come, first served. Daphne, who thought she had everything under control, nodded in agreement. As expected of Nietzsche's deskmate, Hermione immediately turned the matches in her pocket into a silver needle and engraved Hermione Joan Granger's initials on the edge of the wooden table. Perfect transformation and application, but unfortunately this isn't a transformation class. Hermione thus gained the upper hand in the direct confrontation, while Daphne could only slink back to her seat, wiping the spot where Hermione had touched her with a handkerchief before leaving. When did you start hanging out with those old aristocratic gentlemen and ladies? Perhaps they contacted me on their own initiative. Nietzsche immediately grabbed her hand, grinned and said softly, the reason you couldn't find me the other day wasn't because of them. I was in the library and Professor Quirrell's office organizing materials the whole time. Nietzsche anticipated Hermione's attack. Perhaps it was because Friday morning was the last day of potions class, which made the young wizards very alert. They whispered among themselves as they looked at the glass jars placed on both sides of the classroom. Snape picked up the roster and stopped when he called out Harry Potter's name. Harry Potter, a very famous person. Malfoy and his animal friends immediately covered their mouths and chuckled, but that wasn't all. When they read out the name of Slytherin, they stopped as well. I almost forgot. We have someone here who is no less capable than the savior. He looked up at the seats, and the whispering students immediately held their breath. I hope your ability to conjure magic is as good as your ability to cause trouble. No one knows what happened inside Slytherin. Snape is known for being fiercely protective of his own, and is the most biased head of the four houses when it comes to favoring his own people. Perhaps because she was sitting next to Nietzsche, Snape looked her over as well. But after half a minute, his gaze returned to Harry. Harry had sensed from the beginning that the professor didn't like him, but he didn't lower his head. Instead, he met Snape's gaze and stared back. The professor quickly turned around. You don't need to foolishly wave your wands here. If you weren't a troll, you could truly appreciate the wonderful aroma emanating from a cauldron slowly simmering over a low flame. I can teach you how to boil honor, soak reputation, and even steep death. As everyone began to drift into daydreams because of Snape's opening remarks, even Hermione leaned forward slightly. Nietzsche, who had been her deskmate for 2 years, knew that this showed Hermione was paying close attention to the lesson. However, Snape suddenly turned his attention to Harry in the back row. Potter, what would I get if I added daffodil root powder to wormwood infusion? Unfortunately, Malfoy didn't see the scene he wanted to see. He thought Harry Potter would stand there like a fool, stunned along with Ron Weasley. I will get a very strong sleeping pill, Harry answered haltingly, then immediately corrected himself. It's the water of life and death. Now it was Snape's turn to freeze in place, his gaze fixed on Harry's green eyes, somewhat hesitant. Then let me ask you again, Potter. Snape's voice was much gentler than before, and his previously contemptuous gaze had returned to its vacant state. Where do you need to find Bezoar? Inside the cow's stomach. Very well, Potter's reputation doesn't include ignorance. Sit down. Gryffindor gets a point. Bonus points? The head of Slytherin actually gave Gryffindor extra points? Harry slumped back in his chair with a sigh of relief, the chair legs scraping against the stone slab with a sharp creak. He looked at Hermione with gratitude. In fact, he initially refused. When he first enrolled, the professor looked at him with obvious annoyance. However, Hermione deduced from his account that he might be tricked in potions class today. Because of this tiny possibility, Harry actually spent some time in the common room on Thursday night. I give up. I have to say, although she's a bit long-winded, she makes a lot of sense. Harry patted Ron on the shoulder. Now I understand why Lavender and Neville call her Little Mag. Harry grinned defiantly at Malfoy and the others, returning their mockery. However, none of the changes escaped Snape's notice. When he saw the smug look on Potter's face, he immediately withdrew that precious point. Gryffindor loses 1 point because the vain Potter attempted to disrupt the class. I knew it. Ron stomped his foot angrily. That's not important. What's important is that Harry broke the Gryffindor curse, Neville whispered, leaning on the table. You know, Snape really boosted Gryffindor's grades. Although the score remains unchanged, behavior is the key factor. Now that Harry has broken the curse, it means Snape will get a 2nd and 3rd bonus? Nietzsche John Holmes? Let's see this future master of spells. Snape, to make an example of someone, quickly found a new target. How many methods are there for making potions? The question Harry just asked was about the basics of herbalism, something that could be learned simply by listening to Professor Sprout's lectures. Therefore, the difficulty level immediately increased. 7 types, in addition to the decoction, infusion, and soaking you mentioned earlier, there are also poultices, tinctures, washes, and ointments. What would I get if I brewed a mixture of mimosa flower powder, unicorn hair, and peppermint? This question was clearly beyond the scope of a first-year student, and even Hermione, who was standing next to her, gradually withdrew her hand, unless she had already finished reading Advanced Potions Making. Hermione muttered indignantly, That's not fair, Professor. Gryffindor loses another point because Miss Granger questioned the professor, Snape said coldly. Although Nietzsche aspired to the fame of Mr. Potter, it seems there's a difference. Nietzsche held his left hand in front of his chest, his right elbow resting on his left arm, his knuckles supporting his chin, like a standing statue of a thinker. According to Potions and Elixirs, most potions contain 1 or 2 common main ingredients that have coloring properties, while peppermint is generally used to refresh the mind. Let me think. This potion must have strong side effects, and it's a golden yellow potion. The purpose of a potion is the most important thing, Snape said with extreme sarcasm. You must never use a potion to save people again. I'm worried that your deduction show will turn poison into a healing ointment. Malfoy was quite lucky, although he didn't get to see Harry Potter make a fool of himself, at least he had Nietzsche. If someone's daily source of enjoyment is missing, who will make up for it? Hermione, what is the meaning of the acacia flower? Nietzsche didn't look down to see the worry in her eyes, but looked directly at Snape and asked. Happiness, fleeting, transient happiness. The answer is obvious, isn't it? This golden potion brings a brief but intense pleasure, which is why peppermint is needed to keep the mind clear and maintain balance. Nietzsche sighed, and out of boredom, without giving everyone time to think, he gave the answer directly. Behind him was Tracy Davis, who was completely stunned by Nietzsche's reasoning, staring blankly as he flipped through every potions book he could reach. But why aren't unicorn feathers included in the deduction? Is that even a question? Nietzsche turned around, as if the most foolish ogre in Lord of the Rings was sitting behind him. Magic potions certainly need a few raw materials with magical properties. It's not like the antlers and snakeskin that muggles commonly use, the key is the raw materials with magical effects, which is why ordinary people can't imitate them. Meanwhile, Hermione had already found the answer in advanced potions making. Indeed, the description and Nietzsche's inferences were almost identical, and she turned the page and turned to face her deskmate. Professor Snape is the euphoric drug as he described it. The young Slytherins were once again given a harsh lesson by Nietzsche Holmes. Chapter 22, Gryffindor's Victory. Although you answered correctly. But Snape did not give Slytherin any extra points for this. This year is really strange. In the usual potions class, Gryffindors never get any advantage, while Slytherins take the opportunity to fill their house hourglass with points. Why didn't you write these down? Snape roared. Next time, I expect you to just state the name of the potion directly, instead of showing off your ridiculous reasoning. The potions class continued amidst the rustling of quills and parchment. Interestingly, after the first-year students entered the school, all the instruments they had bought from Diagon Alley that were not suitable to be carried around appeared on their respective desks after Snape casually waved his wand. For Gryffindor, this lesson has only just begun. Snape will instruct the people from both houses to mix a potion, and he flies between the tables and chairs like a bat. Every few minutes, Nietzsche and Hermione, sitting in the front row, could hear reprimands coming from behind them. You have to move the crucible off the fire before you throw in the porcupine quills. Move it. How many times do I have to tell you before your mountain troll brain can remember? Weasley, if you don't do it now, I'll make you boil a slug all night long. Even some Slytherins were not spared, except for Malfoy's slug, which was used as a model by Snape to show them the perfect way Malfoy handled it. There were also some Slytherins who hadn't been scolded yet, but might be affected later, so they could only lower their heads and slowly move to Nietzsche's seat. Behind the two, the wizards immediately craned their necks and stood on tiptoe as soon as Snape turned around to look for the next unlucky victim, just to imitate how Hermione stirred and how Nietzsche ground the snake's fangs. But when all the materials were processed and they were just waiting for the final step, they never saw Nietzsche's next step. Are you waiting for them to grow legs and jump in themselves? Hermione rolled her eyes and complained as she stirred her potion. Of course, no, I'm just curious what this appropriate means. Nietzsche suppressed his urge to lash out at the author, Arsene Geiger. His approach to dosage is as ugly as the way British delicacies are made. A suitable amount of dried nettle, a small amount of porcupine quills, a spoonful of snake fang powder. This ambiguous and seemingly casual description exacerbated Nietzsche's obsessive-compulsive disorder, to the point that the water in the crucible in front of him was about to boil dry. That's it, take your hand off me. Hermione glanced back and saw that Snape had reached the end of the classroom and was about to turn back at any moment, so she quickly slapped Nietzsche's hand away and threw his materials in one by one. Just add the amount as needed. When it comes to the simmering stage, remember to remove the crucible before adding the porcupine quills. Just as she was watching Nietzsche nod silently, wondering if he was pretending to be stupid again, a scream from the back of the classroom interrupted many people's thoughts. The Gryffindors were the first to stand on the benches and look out, and then some of the Slytherins followed suit. Longbottom, you idiot! Seamus Finnegan, take him to the infirmary. Snape waved his hand, cleaning up all the spilled medicine that had soaked his robes. Neville's exposed skin was covered with red boils, and he was being supported by Seamus, who had short, brown hair and burn marks on his hair. Draco Malfoy laughed even harder. If you don't want to end up like him, remember when you threw the porcupine quills. Hermione glared at him, then shoved the materials she hadn't thrown in back into his hand. But mixing potions is always very tedious and boring. Not long after, Hermione broke the silence between them again. I said, you can come to me. I usually help the Gryffindors with their homework around noon. If you don't have any friends in Slytherin. Her voice grew softer and softer, as if she were unwilling to expose Nietzsche's current situation. When did Sherlock ever commission you to investigate the wizarding world? Hermione's hand, which had reached for his waist, froze in midair. She ultimately held back. Yes, I just thought it would make it easier for you to investigate. When Nietzsche dropped the last porcupine quill into the crucible and turned it clockwise with a ladle, his previously serious expression immediately crumbled. Immediately afterwards, Hermione heard a suppressed laugh coming from beside her. Whether I have friends in Slytherin or not makes no difference to me, he said with a mischievous grin. You were just pretending. Hermione finally twisted her right hand away. You clearly heard me from the beginning, and you're still trying to dodge the question. Oh my god. I didn't expect you to actually believe it. Forever, Nietzsche, you'll always have your reasons. You just want to see me. But Snape had somehow appeared behind them and said coldly, this isn't a tea house in Hogsmeade. Slytherin and Gryffindor, each lose 5 points. Who knows if there are other motives involved? Listen to the resentment in this. If Nietzsche were to say, this old bat with hair so thick it could be squeezed out of oil and a shuffle that it walks without making a sound, is probably thinking about some kind of psychological trauma again. At this moment, he casually scooped a spoonful from the cauldron in front of the two of them, sniffed it, and then took 2 transparent bottles to store Nietzsche and Hermione's potions separately. One of the bottles contained a slightly cloudy solution, while the other was a translucent, emerald green liquid with some sediment at the bottom. It seems that our future genius of curses is not omniscient or omnipotent after all. Damn it, why didn't he inherit anything from Sherlock's medical doctorate? Nietzsche glanced at the girl's happy profile, his heart beating a few times faster than during the first half of the class. I just made room for someone else, no need to thank me. Mr. Always Right, I'm so sorry, it seems potions class is going to drag down your average. Nietzsche let out a brief laugh, then sat back down in his chair with a sullen face the next second. The dramatic change in expression made him look quite comical. Even Hermione, whose work was being scrutinized by Professor Snape, kept her lips tightly pursed, her eyes looking at the bluestone slab with a smile. For Hermione, this was good news. Nietzsche seemed to be very bad at potions. Half an hour later, the young wizards climbed out of the underground classroom with mixed feelings. Just as Nietzsche was about to strike up a conversation with her while packing his school bag, as he did in elementary school, Hermione was already engulfed by the sudden surge of people, leaving only her hands waving helplessly above her head. He could hear many Gryffindors cheering for Hermione, led by Harry. Incredible. Gryffindor gets a point. He could only shake his head and tidy up the messy table by himself. Come here on weekend afternoons from now on. The enormous shadow stretched endlessly under the overhead light, enveloping Nietzsche. Slytherin is inferior to Gryffindor in potions, which is a disgrace to me. Perhaps Nietzsche misheard, but he could sense the dean's disappointment and frustration. Malfoy clearly fell for this. The sight of someone he disliked getting humiliated was more exciting than drinking a whole bottle of euphoria first thing in the morning. Without waiting for the other party's consent, Snape tossed his wizard robes that were dragging on the ground, turned around, and left the classroom. Today, Gryffindor is far ahead. While Nietzsche was having lunch, Mercury returned carrying a newspaper. But it flew straight past Nietzsche to the Gryffindor table. However, when it looked down and noticed Nietzsche taking out his wand from his waist, it quickly glided and made a turn, urgently returning to Slytherin Airport. All right, let's go back. N.I. took down the Wizarding World's newspaper, put his latest emails inside, and affectionately patted its little satchel. I don't have any food for you here. He opened the Daily Prophet, blocking Mercury's mournful gaze. The sun was shining brightly today, and the headline in the newspaper made him feel even better. Gringotts intrusion incident, the Ministry of Magic's incompetence. Aha! This was the first wizarding newspaper Nietzsche had subscribed to. As soon as he opened it, he smelled a familiar scent. He almost mistook it for another media outlet criticizing the English police. The investigation into the Gringotts trespassing incident on July 31st is ongoing, and according to exclusive sources, it was the work of an unknown dark wizard. Nietzsche folded the newspaper several times and carefully tore out the section about the Black Wizard. He was still somewhat clueless about the magical world, but it seemed that things weren't as peaceful as he had imagined. My dad also said that Harry Potter killed the Man of Void on his own and will be a powerful dark wizard in the future, Draco scoffed after reading the Daily Prophet. I'll go home and say it's completely not worth it. Sitting opposite him was Daphne, who looked like a hunter who had her sights set on her prey. Although her recent seating arrangements were all coincidental, Nietzsche believed that her greatest flaw was her excessive randomness and perfect coincidences. Daphne's purpose was far too strong. Nietzsche simply read the rest of the news while asking questions. Is this claim, made by the Ministry of Magic, that Harry Potter was the savior of the First Magical War? Surely not. The police in the magical world aren't more incompetent than the English police. Before the First Magical War, there was a global magical war. The former was a magical war within Britain, while the latter was a world war within the magical world. It's not entirely nonsense. Daphne turned her head and looked around. After confirming that he was talking to her, she explained, in fact, many families believe that Potter is a natural master of dark magic. Only a born master of dark magic can stop the inevitable, unforgivable curse. This is how most pure-blood wizards perceive Harry Potter, and it's also one of the reasons why Malfoy wanted to win him over. I'm not some born dark wizard. No, of course not. Your value far exceeds that. Daphne said softly, her head lowered. Draco is currently studying magic under Headmaster Snape, and he wants to challenge you to a duel. Do you think I can't see through your charade? Nietzsche once again considered re-evaluating the intelligence of certain members of Slytherin in his mind. No, you can think of my actions as an investment. You're a muggle, so you can ask me if you don't know anything. Believe me, Ravenclaws rarely talk to people, and Gryffindors don't know as much as we do. Daphne's calm demeanor made her seem as if she were now the heir to the Greengrass family. Clearly, there is some kind of parallax between her and Malfoy, much like Nietzsche. Even if she can't win him over, she's willing to spend some time investing in him. Anyway, whether Malfoy wins or loses, she won't suffer a loss. However, there was also a difference of perspective between them. Daphne mistook Nietzsche's interest in magical things for the kind of curiosity that a Muggle wizard would naturally have when he first arrived in the magical world. Nietzsche placed his hand on the table, habitually making a gesture of thinking, and briefly changed the subject. What could possibly make a level-headed investor willing to act as a follower? Let me guess, Parkinson has preserved a deeper foundation than Greengrass after the First Magic War. You're overthinking it. Nietzsche glanced at the middle of the Slytherin table and saw Draco, who had just finished eating, resting on Pansy's shoulder. All possibilities existed in his mind. There used to be an unwritten rule in the Muggle world that, in order to maximize profits, royal families from different countries would have some degree of blood relation. I think, this unspoken rule also applies to purebloods. He's so stupid, he should have figured it out sooner. If purebloods want to eliminate the possibility that their behavior might violate their beliefs and fully uphold the pureblood ideals, they must either marry close relatives or form alliances. Daphne had heard of a spell in the magical world, but only powerful wizards could master that kind of mind-reading ability. Even though she didn't feel any magic interfering, she was still stripped naked. An unspeakable shame and anger replaced the aristocratic demeanor she had cultivated on the outside. You stick close to Pansy Parkinson, perhaps because only in this way can you know Malfoy's preferences and thus achieve a level playing field. A shrewd businessman is willing to invest himself in the process. Before Nietzsche could finish speaking, he was splashed with water in his face. Daphne was pressing her hand to her chest, her face flushed, but not from embarrassment, but from an outburst of anger. Your reasoning is correct, except for one thing I don't like, Draco Malfoy. I'm only getting close to Pansy to survive between the two of them, otherwise why would I invest in you? Daphne left in a panic, while Nietzsche, amidst the curious glances and laughter of those around him, silently wiped his face with the tablecloth and continued eating his steak. What a bad day. A leaf folded from craft paper floated in through the entrance of the auditorium, hovered in front of Nietzsche, and gradually unfolded. The only inscription is Quirina's Quirrell's signature, along with a short sentence. 8 p.m. Everyone, please leave lots of comments, although I don't know why I can't reply, but you can see them. However, regarding the Slytherin common room, I did some research, and the door to the Slytherin common room is indeed the stone wall behind the dungeon. Damn, look at this unusual style. Chapter 23, Quirrell's tutoring classes begin? Friday nights are so exciting. Imagine this, you've just finished a grueling potions class, and the next day is a weekend with no classes. You can sleep in, play to your heart's content, and wander around the castle with your friends, watching those empty suits of armor humming and fighting. Unfortunately, none of these things have anything to do with Nietzsche or Holmes. After gathering his thoughts by taking the movable staircase of the main tower, he knocked on the oak door of the third-floor office. Please come in. The office looked quite ordinary, compared to the principal's office in a primary school. The only difference was the variety of decorations. To the left of the entrance is a huge bookshelf, and to the right is a glass display case filled with pressed flowers. Directly opposite the door is a desk with a crystal ball on it. Beyond Professor Quirrell, who was writing a letter with his head down, you could see the astronomical telescope on the windowsill of his office. Nietzsche was not one to be disturbed, so he closed the door and carefully examined the rather spacious office. He walked to the bookshelf and found a book about botany and gardening that was free of dust. This is a book from outside. The outside world he referred to, in the wizard's words, meant the Muggle world. I bought it while traveling. I had just graduated then and liked to travel around, so I wanted to sit closer to people. Quirrell pushed the letter he had finished writing aside, clapped his free hands, and turned the metal object standing on the ground into a chair. He then demonstrated a silent, staffless spellcasting technique. The chair first flew to Nietzsche's feet, and after he was settled, it immediately flew to the side of the desk. The strong smell of garlic made Nietzsche squint and lower his head slightly, just in time to see a letter the professor had just finished writing. Nietzsche could only glance at it briefly in 5 seconds. Because of Quirrell's distinctive stutter, he had to shift his focus. What new information has your intuition brought this time? In fact, I found a lot of information in the library. Nietzsche glanced at the dark night sky and took out his prepared notes. The levitation spell was still a bit troublesome when translating the Latin. He didn't have the kind of cell phone that looked like a miniature television from his dream. When translating, he could only refer to the dictionary and look up each word one by one. His eyes were almost blinded. Quirrell took the book and became deeply interested after only a few minutes of reading, because Nietzsche had broken down the incantation into several parts and analyzed them section by section in a literal translation. Levitation charm, wing/ard/eam leviosa. Translated as, fly/lift up and rise. I see, no wonder you thought the levitation charm didn't eliminate gravity from the target. Quirrell was somewhat excited, but ultimately sighed in disappointment. Lift them up, and fly them high. He looked at Nietzsche and thought to himself with a touch of admiration, how young he is, he's only a first-year student. Ketchero suddenly covered the back of his head, and then sweat seeped from his forehead. He quickly got to the point, knowing that he had no choice but to seize the time and get to the point. Your current research direction doesn't have too many problems. The standard incantations are indeed based on the Latin system. This terrible speaking speed caused Nietzsche's thoughts to wander, and he was really being driven crazy. It is worth mentioning, however, that although Professor Quirrell has a Ravenclaw-like eccentric personality and a stuttering accent, in terms of theoretical knowledge, he is almost standing on the shoulders of giants, looking down on Nietzsche. So the conclusion is correct with my intuition, right? Anyway, magic is invisible and intangible, you can only feel it. Don't rush, but do you know how to use emotions to cast spells? When Quirrell looked up again, his eyes were full of admiration as he looked at the student. It's already quite impressive that a Muggle wizard can cast a spell perfectly. Are Muggle wizards generally slow learners? Of course. Muggles and wizards see things differently. You should understand what your heart was like when you first successfully used the levitation charm. He temporarily put down his notes and guided Nietzsche from a different angle regarding the question. A firm resolve. Nietzsche was somewhat uncertain. It's rare to find a young wizard who succeeds in the very first lesson. That's right, it's all about determination. Most Muggle wizards need time to adapt to new learning methods, and the same applies to emotions. Professor Quirrell's logic was straightforward, so Nietzsche understood it very quickly. A wizard's determination can mobilize magic, and the influence of positive and negative emotions gives magic a special quality. Muggle wizards, living in the outside world, are influenced by the Muggle society's emphasis on rationality and rules, which is the complete opposite of the emotional nature of wizards. Therefore, when they first enter the magical world, they always suppress their emotions. Yes, that's right. Determination not only affects the success of a wizard's spells, but also the effect of the spells can be altered by the influence of emotions, just as a dark wizard always harbors feelings of hatred and loathing. The leg-lowering curse not only renders the target immobile, but can even allow dark wizards to remove the leg bones. That's right. The leg loss curse will cause the target's legs to lose strength, but removing bones will also cause the same leg losing condition, only the effects will be different. So standard spells apply a status effect to the target, while different emotions can apply different effects to the target. That's about right. A levitation spell can only make something levitate, while a certain shattering spell will make the target fly up first and then explode. So most black magic is the most convenient. Among them, the shattering curse has a specific effect on buildings, which can be considered an upgrade of the unlocking curse. In Professor Quirrell's account, it seems that black magic is the direction wizards should take in their magical research. But some things are beyond our control, Professor. Nietzsche pondered for a moment, then continued, at least for me, black magic is not the most convenient option. What exactly are the personal reasons for your departure? If you could tell us, it might be more helpful for the research. The limitations of wands, Ollivander said, mean that wands made of unicorn hair can't become powerful. Nietzsche was a little hesitant, raising his hand to scratch his head. So, I'm thinking of taking a different approach. This is indeed somewhat personal. However, since it's for research purposes, and the other party is a professor, it's harmless to say it out loud. But some things are beyond our control. No, even when you're in dire straits, there will always be a choice. Looking at the descriptions of wand science, dragon heartstrings, phoenix feathers, and yew wood are all suitable for white or black magic, and their powerful effects almost all come from the materials used in wands. How could a material as calm and stable as unicorn hair be considered incapable of great things? Quirrell paused for a moment, touched the wand that had transformed back from the quill pen with his right hand, gave a wry smile, then straightened his headscarf and became serious, a stark contrast to his timid demeanor in class. This seriousness is what gave young Quirrell a professor-like demeanor. No wonder Dean Flitwick sent you to see me. A studious wizard can always discover endless knowledge to learn. If you want to make even the slightest change in the state of the levitation spell, besides the determination to cast the spell, it's your emotions, in other words, your determination to maintain your own inclination towards the effect. Do you know how wizards get into a locked room on a muggle? Nietzsche recalled the table of contents of standard spells, elementary, unlocking spell. That's right. Quirrell became increasingly excited. But what if it's a wizard who's locked up? A reverse unlocking spell. Wrong, it's the advanced spell of Alahomora Bomarda. Quirrell raised his wand and pointed it at the side door of the office. With a loud bang, the bolt on the door was blown open along with the stone wall. The rubble returned to its original path before it even hit the ground, and was restored to its original state by a silent repair spell. Not only the unlocking spell, but also the illumination spell has corresponding strengthening spells. These enhanced versions of standard spells are no less than those of black magic, because they cannot directly harm people, but at least they can provide Nietzsche with a direction for research. He seemed quite pleased with his demonstration, and then stammered, "We can not only make the bolt open automatically and the mechanism run automatically, but we can also directly destroy it. An explosion is the effect of unlocking. The perfect teaching method combines theory with practice." Nietzsche suddenly realized that Quirinus Quirrell, who was not well liked by his classmates, was not the kind of person who was all talk and no action. As for why the shattering spell wasn't used, this is because some curses and poisons cannot cause substantial damage to buildings. They are more effective at harming the fragile bodies of wizards than the hard granite. I see. The levitation spell lifts the target up, applying a levitation state to the object with magic, and the user can advance their power during the lifting process. For example, how do we bring it up? It's as if he can gently lift a piece of paper with his hand, crumple it into a ball and hold it in his palm, or tear it into pieces and throw it into the air. As long as the target remains in a floating state, that's enough. Quirrell glanced at the time, his eyes darting around, and began to urge the guests to leave. He smiled faintly and said, "All right, more than an hour has passed. I think if it had been any later, Filch would have mistaken you for a Gryffindor night owl and arrested you for deducting points." Nietzsche quickly stood up and looked at the other person sincerely. "Thank you, Professor." Sensing the student's sincerity, Quirrell's face broke into a smile. He watched Nietzsche turn away, walking further and further into the distance. "Nietzsche? Nietzsche paused, a little puzzled, his grip on the doorknob faltering. "Is there anything else? Having a good mind isn't enough, you must also be ambitious. Intelligence isn't a privilege, but a talent. I'm really looking forward to your future experimental results. Good night." "Good night, Professor." As the footsteps outside the door grew fainter, Quirrell, who had been sitting up straight, immediately slumped back into his chair. He gripped the edge of his headscarf tightly, his other hand pressed against his chest. He was looking down as if he were talking to himself, but there was always another echoing voice responding in the office. "Master, as you command, he will surely discover the secrets of dark magic. Not only that, assist him more in the unplanned time," the unseen person commanded. "I can sense that his talent is no less than Severus's, and I can see a new dark magic. You did a very good job." Quirrell did not let the weakness in his voice give him any other thoughts. He looked in the mirror and said, trembling, "Master. Yes, as long as the plan succeeds, the strength you gain will be far more than this. Let's see what tricks this mudborn can come up with for now." Quirrell was still happy to hear the other person's perfunctory praise, but he wasn't excited by the benefits the voice's owner mentioned. Rather, he could clearly see a new magic system originating from standard spells, a magic system originating from wands. To turn the levitation spell into a weapon, what a bizarre idea. Use, dark magic, to lure, only power is, immortal. Chapter 24, The Mudseed Effect. Early in the morning, Nietzsche saw several people fighting in the lounge, with shouts like "My dad is higher up in the Ministry of Magic than yours and my bloodline is stronger than yours." That's very Slytherin-like. There's a kind of English drunkard's beauty in it. The one who did the beating was a short-haired upperclassman. He was very tall and muscular. With a wave of his wand, he pinned another Slytherin against the window. The fish passing by outside the window looked curiously at the wizard who was pressed against the window. "Warrington, if you want to be the chaser, wait until I graduate." Marcus watched Nietzsche's departing figure, disdainfully tossing him back to the ground and stomping on him. "I'm the Quidditch captain." No one else dared to step forward and help Warrington up. He could only watch helplessly as the other man used a cutting spell to cut the broom in the other man's hand in two. It wasn't until the tall and gruff Marcus left that some wizards came forward to help Warrington up. They were all Slytherin half-blood wizards, but reasoning with him was completely ineffective here. Bloodline determines interpersonal relationships and power dynamics. Forget it, by the time you finish your OWL exams, Marcus will have graduated too. However, Warrington knelt on the ground, silently holding the shards of the broom. Meanwhile, Draco Malfoy from the next dormitory was also watching, engrossed in how the Slytherins resolved their conflict in private, while also noticing Nietzsche, who had just woken up. You see, he thinks Marcus isn't suited to be a chaser. There are always mixed-race players who can't get their place. Perhaps, as Daphne suggests, Draco learned something new from the Slytherin headmaster and was therefore confident that he could turn the tide. His confidence seemed to have returned. "You really love learning. I'm ready for a real wizard duel with you anytime, a one-on-one contest. Put away that stick." He watched as Ni tapped the floor with his cane, causing Gore and Crabbe to take 2 steps back. "My lord." Nietzsche stretched and yawned in the green sunlight filtering through the black lake. "But I need to go to the dean now. Don't you know he's giving me private lessons?" Draco's face immediately fell, and he clenched his fists. That's how it is. He hated Nietzsche's mannerisms. As a Muggle wizard, he came to Slytherin and, in turn, looked down on them, the pure Slytherins, treating them as a joke. Hopefully someone in Slytherin will be willing to be your assistant, otherwise you'll be facing 2 opponents. You'll pay the price for your previous actions. Daphne peeked out from behind Pansy, her expression mocking. At first, Nietzsche thought that Gryffindor was the most troublesome house, since Hermione was already annoyed by the points deducted there. But that wasn't the case. Perhaps every house was breaking the rules in its own way. For example, Slytherins always resolve things privately in their own way. Perhaps this Muggle wizard has never even heard of wizard duels. Her mockery definitely contained personal emotion. "Heh. As expected of a mudblood assistant. I'll allow you to pick one here, provided they're willing. Hey, anyone here willing to be Nietzsche's assistant in a wizard duel?" The fight next door had already ended, and Malfoy's arrogant voice caused the Slytherins, who hadn't had enough of watching the duel, to turn their attention over. Upon hearing Malfoy's words, they all burst into laughter. Who would help a Gryffindor in Slytherin? Blaise shouted. "Why not go to Gryffindor? I think a fool like Weasley would be happy to be his assistant." So they laughed even louder. "You sent Gore and Crabbe to the school infirmary as soon as school started, so I'll only give you 2 days, Nietzsche. You must accept it, unless you're a coward. I'll be here waiting for you in 2 days. Sunday and Monday, it's only 2 days. Even if Nietzsche was truly a genius, what powerful magic could he possibly have learned before Tuesday? After all, Malfoy had practiced diligently for a week in order to seek revenge. Are we counting on that stuttering Professor Quirrell? Or perhaps invent a magic spell on the spot? Huh? Unless Nietzsche was Merlin reincarnated? Regardless, the advantage lies with Draco Malfoy. Nietzsche noticed Daphne hiding behind Pansy, nodded slightly, thought for a moment, and calmly said, if it's just a duel, that's too boring. How about some stakes? Sorry, Hermione, this isn't something he wants to fight. Besides, I've bought a lot of things lately and I'm short on cash. Nietzsche is planning to emulate Sherlock's experience of earning extra money in underground boxing rings. What do you want to bet? Malfoy was overjoyed. 1 galleon? 10 galleons. Since you don't have the guts to place a bet, you can't blame me. You can only blame yourselves for being spineless. Nietzsche stared at Warrington, lost in thought. He suddenly had a brilliant plan in his mind. To shut up these arrogant purebloods, he couldn't do it alone. Each of them had their own mouth, and they could annoy him to death. 1 wager per person. Nietzsche pointed to the crowd watching behind the other man and said impatiently, you bunch of fools, if you lose, don't talk about bloodlines in front of me. The wizards with pure blood backgrounds, such as Sabini and Parkinson, were so angry that they glared at each other. However, some half-blood wizards who had just gotten up from the ground stood frozen in place, staring at him in disbelief. In Nietzsche's observation, Slytherin was not a rope, in which the contradiction between mixed-race and pure-blooded people was irreconcilable, and the former could only conform to the latter in the larger environment. To put it cynically, even if we knew, what choice would we have? If I win, you will break ties with Gryffindor and join me. Draco didn't think he would lose, and he firmly believed that he would become a worthy heir to the family. Make a deal. But nobody cares what the half-bloods and muggle wizards think. Or rather, what kind of trouble can these people cause? When Nietzsche walked through the corridor outside the dungeon and arrived at the potions classroom, it was already 10 o'clock. There were no students in sight, because no one would want to come to the Batcave on the weekend. Of course, Nietzsche didn't want to either. He was forced into it. You were 10 minutes late for the agreed time. Normally, I would deduct 10 points. Snape's voice came from the corner of the classroom. Looking in the direction of the voice, you could see Snape rummaging through something in the cabinet where potion ingredients were stored, hidden in the shadows. That's because your dear student Draco Malfoy wanted to duel me first thing this morning. Clearly, they look down on mudbloods. Shut up. Snape whirled around, his voice blazing. Don't say that to me again, and don't let it happen again. But he discovered that although Nietzsche said it intentionally, he didn't seem to know the actual meaning of mudblood, because his flat tone was as if he were talking about how many pieces of bread he ate in the morning. I'm sorry, I thought Slytherin allowed students to use blood attacks. Bloodline. Snape strode up to him, placing a hand on the man's shoulder. That's a pure insult, like, a filthy bastard. Nietzsche was somewhat surprised. You know, Snape, as the head of Slytherin, was the kind of person who was indifferent and didn't care about anything that didn't concern him. But now he was getting angry because of an offensive word. This contrast is like a mute person who has been silent for more than 10 years suddenly speaking. Then you should shut your precious student up instead of taking it out on me. It won't change anything, Dean Snape. Nietzsche walked past him and went straight to the desk. Snape knew perfectly well that Malfoy was indeed capable of saying it. Or perhaps, he subconsciously made an excuse for himself. This is a small matter between you two, as the dean. Hermione always says I'm good at making excuses. Looks like I have a companion now. Nietzsche shrugged. Don't worry, if you'd like, I can make the atmosphere in Slytherin a little better. Snape's expression changed for a moment, then returned to its previous indifference. Memorize the potion list for me. I don't believe someone who can't even figure out the names of potions can beat a Malfoy. Honestly, Nietzsche thought the professor was making him work for free, but he didn't expect that he was actually being forced to memorize texts. You know about this. What hobbies could a student who I have to force to memorize the steps to make potions have? I don't think he'll suddenly become a lover of studying overnight. Then why don't you teach me a few moves? Was Snape really the kind of person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside? If that's the case, Nietzsche is willing to apologize for his previous prejudice. Don't you have a defense against the dark arts professor? Snape chuckled coldly. Let me see how well this professor teaches defense against the dark arts. Don't worry, I can at least guarantee you won't die. Sorry, Snape was a living, breathing cold-blooded animal, and his prejudices were correct. There are nearly 76 potions in the potion series, and Nietzsche's task is to memorize all the potion names, effects, and perfect states. By the way, what I mean is, as long as you don't die on the spot, I can save you even if you're still breathing. After all, I rarely use those kinds of mischievous little curses. Snape was definitely petty, but he succeeded in his goal, and Nietzsche suddenly shuddered. Nietzsche, who currently only knows the freeze and levitate spells, can only pin his hopes on Professor Quirinus Quirrell. Leaving aside whether the experiment can succeed within 2 days, he would be grateful if he could acquire some counterspells. In the darkness, what was originally a contest between 2 wizards, a muggle and a pureblood, seems to have turned into a duel between 2 professors. Nietzsche was unaware that what had just happened that morning, after just one lunch, had changed everything. He was now being secretly watched almost everywhere he went. He still underestimated how boring Hogwarts students were on weekends. During the leisurely time after lunch, Nietzsche couldn't find any entertainment, and the Muggle's electronic devices were malfunctioning. He couldn't very well take out the Colt revolver that his father, Watson, had hidden in his luggage, so he could only kill time in the library on the 5th floor. But when he walked between the Latin and rune books, Nietzsche quickly realized why his classmates were staring at him. I heard someone in Slytherin is leading a rebellion against the Malfoys. What? Of course not Harry Potter. I don't know. At a long table right next to the window, several first-year students were having an enthusiastic discussion. Judging from the badges on their chests and their yellow and black bow ties, they were from Hufflepuff. Who did you listen to? I saw it with my own eyes. Nietzsche had seen this girl with 2 braids on the train. I was planning to take the cauldron out of the potions classroom to practice, and guess who I saw? Wait a minute. Hannah, you've been secretly taking potions class behind our backs. Cough, the girl said to herself. That's right. I saw Malfoy locked up in the classroom. Haha. You didn't see it. His hands and clothes were covered in slug slime. No way. Nietzsche imagined Draco Malfoy being dragged by the collar and thrown into the basement by the dean on his rare first weekend, with a whole bucket of slugs at his feet. No, he wasn't planning to elevate Professor Snape's image any further for the time being. What if he changed his mind next time? What are you doing, sneaking around like that? Nietzsche first smelled a citrus scent, then heard a familiar voice. Just as Hannah turned her head, he had already put the books back on the shelf, covering his face. Hermione, it's her again? What? Nietzsche grinned, forcing himself to remain calm. I'm looking at the connection between Latin and spells. Do you know what happened to you at noon? Nietzsche, you can cause trouble every day I don't keep an eye on you. Should I know? He gritted his teeth, turned his head, and found several Gryffindors behind Hermione. They completely blocked the aisle between the bookshelves, including Ron Weasley, who was the one Malfoy scolded the most. When Nietzsche saw Harry's barely concealed excitement, a bad feeling crept over him. Hermione pressed down on his shoulder with one hand, then gradually straightened his body. The Slytherins are all talking about it, saying that you don't like Malfoy and want to take his place among the new students. You even used tricks to get him put in solitary confinement early. And, this is the rune section. No, this is the Latin section. The runes are behind you? He pointed to the book he had just casually put back. I memorized the library's layout by the 3rd day of school. If you hadn't been paying attention to other people, you would have noticed that the cover had ancient runes written in Latin. Tisk. But when Hermione saw his pouting face, she felt as happy as if she had eaten half a chocolate frog. Harry, in particular, was more excited than anyone else, grabbing Ron's collar and shaking him wildly, making his head bounce back and forth like a rattle. Ron, I told you he's different from the other Slytherins. All right, you win. Here, take the last bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from my pocket. Chapter 25, The Duel? The duel? If you were to ask Harry who he hates the most, he can say Dolly Dursley the instant you ask a question. But if you ask the same question now, then Harry might have to think it over and, after making a comparison, tell you, the Dursleys and the Malfoys, you can't do without either of them. Because Malfoy not only represents family heritage, but also has earned a series of titles that are difficult for ordinary people to achieve, such as Dark Wizard, Mysterio's most unprofessional lackey, Wizard Scum, and Fence Sitter. Therefore, Nietzsche's image also gradually changed little by little. But before that, let's bring our thoughts back to the present. Who spread the rumor? Nietzsche found a dusty seat in the innermost corner of the library. Although the duel was indeed real, Malfoy wouldn't be bragging about it everywhere. Among this group, besides Neville, there was another unfamiliar face. Hermione introduced him to Seamus Finnegan, the one who helped Neville out of potions class on Friday. Simo's hair had changed back to its original light brown color from its previous dark brown. His black school uniform was covered in wrinkles and had stains from soup at lunchtime, which meant that the owner of the clothes was somewhat lazy. It seems that George and Fred were talking about how some Slytherins overheard the conversation when they came to buy something from them. Upper grades. Of course they're upperclassmen. The freshmen don't even know they've managed to sneak out of school. Ron proudly recounted his brother's glorious deeds, only snapping out of his daze when Ha nudged him with his knee. But it was too late, because Hermione had already set her sights on him. Ron's mind raced, and he immediately changed the subject, but we didn't expect Snape to put him in solitary confinement. That shouldn't be the case. Maybe you helped him get a lot of points in the house. But Hermione disagreed. She felt Nietzsche shouldn't have used such an extreme approach. Well, she was just worried that if the other party was pushed to the limit, they might take some other means of retaliation. Hermione recalled the first time she met the Watsons. There was a faint smell of smoke coming from their doorway. When she returned home, her father told her that Nietzsche's father was a retired military doctor. Dante fight. That's not a fight. Ron retorted, his eyes wide. That's a duel. If both sides agree, even the school professors can't stop it. Considering we're all freshmen, it's fine as long as one of us is unconscious. What does that mean? Harry asked, somewhat eager to try. Nietzsche, why don't I try? In fact, Ron and Seamus originally wanted to get involved, but for the sake of McGregor, they chose to keep their heads down and eat their beef pies, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Oh, Harry, what spells do you know? Hermione said casually. You can't even pronounce the levitation charm correctly. Are you going to go up there and be Nietzsche's shield? If Nietzsche could win, think about it, trading 1 for 2 is a win either way. Hermione couldn't stand it anymore. She forcefully slapped away Harry's outstretched hand towards Nietzsche, turned sideways, and ruthlessly stood between the two of them. Okay, Granger, calm down, think about how you can minimize the damage. What if Nietzsche loses? What if Nietzsche goes too far? If you're really worried about Nietzsche, why not be his assistant? Ron mumbled, swallowing what was in his mouth. What does this have to do with me? Hermione found them utterly unreasonable. But on second thought, she realized that this was a desperate measure. She could control Nietzsche while also reducing the danger of the duel. Don't worry, we still have 2 days. Nietzsche didn't take Ron's advice to heart, and instead seemed a little disgusted. If all else fails, we can learn some evil spells temporarily. Hermione isn't suited for this kind of practice. Can you please stop using childish reverse psychology? More than anything, I'm worried about what Malfoy has learned from Snape. Neville suddenly remembered something, but the words were on the tip of his tongue and he couldn't get them out. He hesitated, which annoyed Hermione, who was sitting next to Nietzsche, so she simply and decisively issued a pardon. However, one thing is certain, this duel cannot be avoided. Think about it, half the school already knows about it. Damn Malfoy, he's putting you in a difficult position, Harry said coldly. He looks down on us, but you've stolen his thunder, so he's deliberately making it impossible for you to refuse. Although there was a chance for them to be on good terms once, if he could do it all over again, he would still punch Draco Malfoy in the stomach. Harry hates it when people talk about his parents. The cunning Slytherin, Ron muttered, not including Nietzsche, of course, he was a special case. Everyone has their own thoughts, but only Harry wants Nietzsche to choose him as his dueling partner. Perhaps the Sorting Hat is right, he seems particularly eager to prove himself. Hermione looked out the window and saw a stone house on the edge of the distant forest, from which wisps of smoke were rising. She was feeling conflicted. On one hand, she wanted to experience the wizarding dueling culture, but on the other hand, she felt it wasn't right to do so. However, after hearing Ron talk about compliance, her feelings changed. This wizarding culture, similar to nightly challenges, sounds kind of interesting. The group sat for a while longer before leaving. Harry and Ron weren't the type to sit in the library all afternoon, while Neville and Seamus felt they had already done enough for the day. They didn't have Hermione's patience. You know, this first weekend is very precious. As a Gryffindor, you can't just waste all your exploration time in the library on the 5th floor, can you? The atmosphere gradually quieted down as they left. Nietzsche opened his notebook, which contained many new additions by Professor Quirrell. Although his eyes were on yesterday's findings, his mind was preoccupied with the duel. However, he was the first to lose his composure. How about, you become my assistant? What? Hermione crossed her legs and tilted her ear. Sorry, your voice was too soft, I didn't hear you. Maybe I should drop out. Nietzsche suddenly changed his mind. Anyway, Malfoy's father is on the school board, so whether I win or lose, I won't get anything out of it. I might as well just drop out. Hermione just glanced at him sideways, her 2 front teeth showing. This isn't like you. If you help me, there might still be a chance. Seeing that his hard approach wasn't working, Nietzsche had to resort to a softer one. Just this once, just this once. Can you bear to see your classmate being bullied? Hermione got goosebumps. She hated Nietzsche's style the most because she actually found it appealing. Just this once? I won't make an exception again, Hermione said, her eyebrows furrowed, hands on her hips, her voice low and menacing. It's unbelievable. Since when has she changed so much? Hermione thought back to her childhood and suddenly realized how quiet she used to be, never getting angry easily. Oh, it's nothing, Nietzsche was just angry. Perhaps one day she will become the youngest person to suffer from hypertension. Yugadimur Leviosa. Nietzsche's incantation caught her eye. It was the first spell a first-year student would learn, a simple levitation spell. Even so, Hermione's feathers moved the slightest bit throughout the entire class. Even so, Professor Flitwick thought it would be good enough if they could move around a bit during the first class. But what about Nietzsche? He can now make the discarded parchment on the table float and spin in the air. The manipulation of magic. Use emotions to achieve your goals. Professor Quirrell's fragmented teachings echoed in his ears. After trying several times, watching the papers rise and fall, he felt a little annoyed. Without a doubt, this is indeed a levitation spell. But it had no effect. The paper remained floating in midair, occasionally spinning and somersaulting due to the cold wind blowing in from the window. Wait a minute, how did you do that? It's all about putting your heart into it, Nietzsche muttered. Speak English. Listen to this. Does she never pay attention in class? It's about putting your heart into it. Never mind, I don't know where your problem lies. Hermione looked around cautiously, and only after confirming that Mrs. Pants, the librarian, wasn't coming did she confidently draw her wand, clear her throat, and silently recite the spell several times before feeling reassured. Wingardium Leviosa. It was clearly the same kind of craft paper, but she just tore it off the notebook herself and didn't touch it. Hermione, undeterred, shook her wand again. The biggest improvement was that the piece of paper bounced. Yes, it bounced like a frog, leaping only 2 centimeters off the table. If Nietzsche hadn't been watching him, he would have thought it was just a cold wind making him sway. Did I mispronounce the spell? But I've never studied Latin before, so I don't know if the syllables are wrong. A few more times, Nietzsche sighed. Don't focus your energy on the incantation, but on will. Hermione wasn't just worrying unnecessarily, she had a reason for it. Professor Flitwick had mentioned something in Charms class, a wizard mispronounced a syllable, causing the levitation charm to become the buffalo summoning charm. Therefore, Hermione's concerns were not entirely unfounded. This also confirms Professor Quirrell's view of Muggle wizards, a view that seems even stronger in Hermione's case. Really? But this isn't a language lesson? And you didn't mispronounce the spell, although you had a slight accent, that's irrelevant? First and foremost, you need to affirm your own beliefs. That must be related to accent. Hermione seemed to have entered a dead end, she still thought she was learning Latin. It's your lack of self-confidence. Nietzsche thought for a moment and said slowly, you can't just think about trying. There's no such thing as trying. There's only yes or no, just like you have to eat 4 meals a day. It's 3 meals a day. For me, it also includes late-night snacks. Although Nietzsche's words were crude, they roughly conveyed the same idea. Perhaps the remarkable thing about humans is their ability to adapt to certain environments, a point that is particularly evident in Hermione. She needs to get used to this kind of thinking from wizards for the spell to work. On her 14th attempt, and at Nietzsche's urging, Hermione impatiently recited the spell onto the parchment. With a little more force, she could pierce the paper with her wand. But something happened that made Hermione suspicious. She saw the parchment floating precariously in the air, gradually bending over. No, spells can't possibly go wrong. Hermione suddenly lost interest in the book in her hand and said with displeasure, standard spells can only add a specific state to an object or creature, they can't transform it. The passage she recited was also known to Nietzsche, the beginning of standard spells, elementary. Nietzsche stared blankly at the parchment folded diagonally, lost in thought. After a few minutes, he happily pulled a pencil from his pocket and began scribbling in the notebook, as if he were recording something. Tell me quickly, how did you do that? You did it, Hermione. Perfect. What do you mean, how did you do it? Didn't you tell me? That's not what I meant. Nietzsche gestured wildly, as excited as if he had seen a rainbow in the night sky. What were you thinking when you cast the spell? Quick. This was quite a stretch for Hermione. She had to put in a lot of effort to describe her state of mind at the time. It's just annoying, since you keep pointing out that I'm not doing this right or that right. But that wasn't enough for Nietzsche. He looked at the notes on the effects of emotions on outcomes, then suddenly looked up and stared intently into Hermione's chocolate-colored eyes. Yes? He really annoyed Hermione. So what were you thinking when you made it float? The girl blushed and stammered for a long time, unable to string together a complete sentence. But under Nietzsche's relentless questioning, she abandoned her last shred of pride. Stop asking? What do you mean by what I was thinking? I just want to stuff it in your mouth, just like this. The draft paper was folded repeatedly into a hard lump, and then Hermione bent her wrist, pointed the tip of her wand at Nietzsche, and sent the paper ball smashing into his face. Only then did Nietzsche realize the truth. I get it. Hermione, you're a genius. He suddenly opened his arms and hugged the girl in front of him, muttering to himself, so that's how it works, you have to use emotions to make associations first. Hermione couldn't understand why Nietzsche, who had gone to great lengths to teach her the levitation charm, was now thanking her instead. Her cheeks flushed, and her breathing became erratic. The sudden way the other person thanked her momentarily robbed Hermione of her ability to think. All she could do now was wait quietly. Huh? What's wrong with him? 5 seconds later, Nietzsche got up satisfied and ran towards the library entrance, skipping and jumping. No shouting or running. Mrs. Panst's angry shouts couldn't quiet Nietzsche's footsteps. What just happened? Hermione belatedly began to ponder Nietzsche's excitement. He said he was a genius. Hee. Did she just do something amazing? Chapter 26. Quirrell opens a new path. Today is such a relaxing day. Unfortunately, as the bald-headed Quirrell watched the sunset, he put down his textbook and walked to the glass display case, intending to arrange his pressed flowers himself, when the office door was suddenly forced open. Professor? Wait, it's all done. Quirrell hurriedly scrambled to his feet, only his head peeking out with an awkward smile. He crouched down, rolled over, and put his headscarf back on almost simultaneously, all in one smooth motion, so Nietzsche only saw Quirrell suddenly pop his head out from behind the desk like a groundhog. It's really rare. Who would have thought that students would visit their office on a Saturday? Nietzsche, I remember today, I was supposed to take a break. I succeeded. No, someone succeeded. Nietzsche didn't steal Hermione's glory for himself. My friend made a piece of paper float and even create a folding effect. Upon hearing the good news, Quirrell's eyes lit up, and he slowly put his index finger to his lips. Keep your voice down. I have a bit of a headache. He moved his feet silently across the carpet, walked over to Nietzsche, and took the notebook that looked like scribbles. Honestly, he really wanted Nietzsche to spend some time practicing his handwriting. No, unbelievable, this is a huge leap forward from standard spells, Professor Quirrell stammered. Could you tell me how your friend achieved that? But then again, were Nietzsche's friends more geniuses than Nietzsche himself? Based on the successful cases in the current experimental process, it is possible, perhaps, for a Ravenclaw. He couldn't help but think of the college he used to be in. Given the unpredictable variable of emotions, a wizard's subconscious thoughts may directly influence the effects of a spell. Perhaps the levitation charm can do more than just make things float. But I can't deeply experience emotions. Quirrell listened with great interest. Although Nietzsche's words revealed that the success of the experiment was entirely accidental, the fact that even one success out of countless experiments proved its feasibility. What they need to do next is to analyze it in detail, like Nietzsche did, and increase the probability of success. No need to rush. Everyone's experience is different. When I was as young as you, I was already able to directly receive external stimuli, but that's not all good. You're already quite clever if you can figure out the logical relationship between magic, emotions, and consciousness in a short time. Really? Nietzsche pursed his lips and said dismissively, in fact, my father and my uncle always said I was stupid. Although he stutters, it is undeniable that if you listen carefully to what Professor Quirrell says, you will know that he is indeed a good teacher. It just sounds a bit difficult. Quirrell's attention was focused on the latest record, and he could only subtly comfort Nietzsche, telling him not to be too hasty in his emotions. However, he remained silent about his student days. When you reach a certain point, you will be able to directly feel the external stimuli, and the manifestation of those stimuli will be your emotions, fear, hatred, jealousy. They are all good teachers. Couldn't you choose something more positive? Nietzsche's lips twitched. Love? Protection. Quirrell chuckled softly. While I don't mean to look down on them, how many people truly understand that they are far less beneficial than negative emotions? Loving something requires paying a price of several years, or even decades. Hatred, however, may only take a moment. Quirrell thought for a moment. He couldn't recall anything unforgettable about himself, nor had he ever experienced love or being loved. If he really had to talk about something worth remembering, it would probably be Nietzsche, who was different from the other Slytherins. This first-year student's passion for everything was something Quirrell could envy. By the way, Professor, do you have any good dark magic defense charms? Don't bite off more than you can chew. Quirrell placed the notebook on the table and turned his back. Nietzsche cleared his throat, somewhat embarrassed. He hesitated for a moment before saying, No, I just want to learn some self-defense skills. I'm about to have a duel with someone. The word duel is like a fishhook, hooking up deep-seated memories. At this moment, the professor, who had turned his back, suddenly hunched his shoulders. When Nietzsche turned to face him, he found that Professor Quirrell was trembling all over, as if recalling some horrific traumatic event. Perhaps you should go find the Dean of Flitwick House. But you're the defense against the dark arts professor. Nietzsche didn't want to see Snape's sour face. But I can't. No. Quirrell swallowed hard and forced a smile. I'm not very good at these things. To put it bluntly, it was Headmaster Dumbledore who insisted that I take this professorship. Clearly, this professor must have experienced a traumatic event, which led to extreme low self-esteem. He was originally a professor of Muggle studies, so he became afraid of the courses he was now teaching and had no confidence in them. This made Nietzsche frown. He hated traumas that could cause a person's personality to change drastically. The Quirinus Quirrell in front of me, a Ravenclaw graduate, should be creative, not utterly mediocre as he is now. Thus, Nietzsche was, as the magic wand would suggests, honest. He looked at the trembling professor, who was making all sorts of excuses, and said sincerely, but I thought you were more capable than that old bat Snape, because you were the one who helped me find the breakthrough in the spell. It was me, but I only gave you some advice. Snape can't even offer advice. Nietzsche rolled his eyes. Honesty is the greatest weapon. Quirrell asked himself, how much of his help to Nietzsche was genuine and how much was fake. He probably can't tell the difference himself. Professor? We're sure to make more breakthroughs in standard spells in the future, and winning awards in the wizarding world won't be a piece of cake. What do you have to worry about? Us. Quirrell thought he had misheard. He even gently pulled his headscarf up, revealing his ears. I may be a Slytherin, but I'm not that selfish. Yes, he has already seen the prototype of a brand new magic, even magic that perfectly matches the wand. As for the Merlin Knight medal in the future, it's only a matter of time. Perhaps things aren't so bad after all? Although Nietzsche didn't know what Quirrell had gone through, he was certain that Quirrell must have had a great understanding of spells when he was still a Ravenclaw student, otherwise he wouldn't have been so familiar with the various variables of magic. Who are you dueling with? Malfoy from Slytherin, the one, who always leads the mockery of you in class. So he is. Malfoy. Quirrell lowered his head, memorizing the name. No wonder. I had heard that his father was one of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Don't worry, that's just how they are. They're the kind of people who can comfortably dream with just a little poison. Nietzsche despised people like them the most. They're opportunists. The only thing he can rely on is the school board. People like Malfoy don't take risks or create anything. They find a little amusement in others during the day, and then repeat the same thing at night, finding a little more amusement in it, and they never tire of it. It is precisely because they cannot see Nietzsche's exasperation that they cannot find amusement, and that is why they are so angry. Hermione was different, and now, Quirrell was naturally considered half of him in Nietzsche's heart as well. They both possessed infinite potential, so he tried his best to change Quirrell's timid and hesitant demeanor. The red glow of dusk spread from the distant forest into his office. Quirrell slumped in his chair, while Nietzsche waited quietly for the final answer. The second book from the top of the bookshelf, the 14th book from the left, contains some anti-spells I wrote down when I was young, he said abruptly. Consider it my way of thanking you for this gift. The gift Nietzsche gave him was, of course, the notebook that contained the nascent form of new magic. The bookshelf was very tall, and Nietzsche quickly found the faded book by using the movable wooden ladder next to it. The leather cover was rough and felt like sandpaper to the touch. Thanks, Quirrell. Before leaving, Nietzsche offered his sincere blessings, though this was his own idea. May magic be with you, Professor. Quirrell flipped through the notebook by himself, then hid it in a hidden cabinet. It is certain that he found at least what he had once most hoped for in Nietzsche. So that's how it is. So hope has always been by his side. Outside the window, the wizard's jokes could be heard, and inside, the clock ticked. Quirrell, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly chuckled, a laugh tinged with madness, pain, and self-mockery. He thought of Nietzsche's assessment of him. Surprisingly, he's even better than Snape. Time, that's what I lack most. He saw in Nietzsche a respect that was different from that between a student and a professor, more like that between partners. Quirrell completely relaxed, holding his forehead, as if he really saw himself standing in the middle of a crowd, being looked up to by thousands. Sometimes, he fantasizes about taking it a step further and learning a skill that earns him respect. But it doesn't matter, he has now seen new hope in Nietzsche. Everything in front of Quirrell floated up, but before he could even try the levitation spell to be reborn, his thoughts slowed down. Can I really get what I want from him? Chapter 27, Purebloods are dead, half-bloods shall rise. The sun rose as usual, and after the first weekend, everything went back to normal. Just by looking up, one can see that the hourglass above the auditorium has far fewer of the 4 colors of gems than last week, clearly indicating that many people did something against school rules over the weekend. Nietzsche recalled last week's metamorphosis class. Whenever a student made a mistake in the metamorphosis, Professor McGonagall would first loudly reprimand the student for the error, but then add at the end, if you are serious, you can also complete the transformation task in your first class, just like Miss Granger. Hermione may not know that she is also resented by Slytherin. Professor Quirrell remained unchanged, except that occasionally people noticed he would go straight to his office after class and wouldn't linger in the classroom for long. When Nietzsche returned to the classroom on Monday noon, he found a group of people gathered around the notice board discussing something. When he got closer, he realized that it was just some small snakes tearing at each other in the lounge. Everyone was watching as a brand new notice was posted above, featuring 2 crossed brooms and the following text. This Thursday, Slytherin and Gryffindor students will have their flying lesson together on the lawn by the Black Lake Rolanda Hotchkiss. Nietzsche stared blankly at the broom, with only one thought in his mind: he would rather die than ride around on a broom. What era are we living in? Times have changed. Riding a broomstick and flying around everywhere. If Sherlock knew, he would definitely team up with Mycroft to laugh at me. He'd rather ride a jet-powered skateboard. Why aren't first years eligible to play Quidditch? Draco yelled. You know, back in the day, I rode that old, worn-out model and dodged that muggle, something spinning. He seemed to be trying to say that he had dodged the helicopter. Not only Slytherin, but every house's common room received the same message that day. On the way to the History of Magic classroom on the 2nd floor in the afternoon, Hermione seemed to be infected by the atmosphere, and she kept complaining about flying lessons and Quidditch. It seems like all the students from wizarding families have ridden them, but we haven't. What if we can't fly? Will we lose points? Will we fail the exam because of our poor performance? Hermione's mutterings made Nietzsche feel like his head was about to explode. She always felt anxious because of her Muggle family background. Hermione sometimes envied Nietzsche for having such a sharp mind, at least she had never seen him get anxious about anything. You don't like it? Why do you think I'd enjoy flying around on a broomstick? Nietzsche clicked his tongue. I'm curious, but that's all. No, I hate sports, especially rugby. As Nietzsche was walking up the marble steps, he was suddenly bumped into. Warrington, who was a whole size bigger than him, glanced at Hermione disdainfully and said to Nietzsche, perhaps Malfoy is right, you Slytherin traitor, maybe you and that pureblood traitor can get along well. The term pureblood traitors refers to the Weasley family. Draco, who was walking ahead, turned his head and revealed a mocking smile, which made Hermione even more irritated. Are all the Slytherins a little dim-wit? He clearly bumped into me on purpose. But Nietzsche stopped her. Just moments before, Warrington had deliberately bumped into Nietzsche in the crowd, causing him to stumble backward, and slipped something into his hand. When Nietzsche opened his hand, he discovered it was a small piece of paper. There's a name on it, Marcus Flint. This is quite intriguing. Didn't this person have a conflict with him last weekend? Was it some kind of swear word? Hermione asked, frowning angrily. Actually, it's a help, but perhaps Malfoy's assistant is a bit tricky, Nietzsche said unhappily as he entered the classroom. He's an upperclassman, and his strength is currently above mine. But that's only for now. After all, he's only been learning magic for a week. Draco Malfoy clearly valued this duel highly, even going so far as to swallow his pride and seek a capable assistant. As for Goyle and Crabbe, those 2 bodyguards? Malfoy himself probably knows that the 2 of them get a headache just looking at Nietzsche, let alone being his assistants in wizarding duels. They certainly don't want to become permanent residents of the school clinic. This isn't fair. Oh well, this is so Slytherin, they'll do anything for honor. Hermione, already frustrated, felt even more helpless. But why would he help you? However, a closer look reveals the undercurrents beneath Slytherin's surface. Mixed-race people have suffered for too long compared to pure-blooded people. In fact, under the unspoken rules of Slytherin, purebloods are also a constrained party, but at the same time, as beneficiaries, they have no choice but to maintain and pass on the entire system. Conversely, mixed race and muggle races, as slaves oppressed to the extreme, are more likely to rise up in rebellion. He's not helping me, dear Miss Granger, he's helping himself. Although it seems that those people treat Nietzsche as a gamble or a tool, he is not disgusted. On the contrary, he feels that these people are not beyond redemption. He finally understood why the Sorting Hat had said Slytherin was his starting point. Professor Binns was reading the text aloud, while some students were sleeping or chatting. Very few students actually absorbed even half of what was in the textbook. Nietzsche stopped after hastily making a few underlines in that thin textbook on the history of magic. His attention then became completely focused on Professor Quirrell's personal notebook, the words on the cover of which were beginning to blur due to fading. Curses, counter-curses, and curse breakers. Turn to the first page and you'll find a passage from Quirinius Quillio's student days. The essence of breaking a curse is that it is a curse itself. This sentence runs through almost the entire notebook, and Nietzsche spent half a day yesterday, Sunday, trying to understand its meaning. In layman's terms, a curse-breaking spell is like a sharp spear. The relationship between the spell and the curse is that the spearheads are facing each other, using the opposite effect of the curse to counteract its effect. The anti-evil curse is a shield used to prevent the effects of evil curses in advance, such as the fire and moisture prevention curse and the second-grade curse that stops immediately. Locomotor mortis, leg stiff and dead, originating from a counter-curse to the leg-locking curse, can partially negate the leg-locking curse, but be careful about the casting interval. No wonder Quirrell always said that black magic is the shortcut to the modern spell system, because the whole system is biased towards violence. But theories must eventually be put into practice, so Nietzsche needed a suitable experimental subject. That's it? You're the one? Mercury? Taking advantage of Hermione's inattention, Nietzsche immediately lowered his head and slipped away with the crowd. He went down the stairs in the central courtyard, bypassed the boathouses at the dock, and arrived at the owl hut at the top of the hill. Being a pet in the Holmes family has always been a difficult life, whether it was the pug kept by Watson and Sherlock or the owl now. Not only did they have to deliver letters and newspapers, but in their spare time they would also be taken back to be used as guinea pigs. If I had known that even as an owl I would be used as a test subject. The owl shed is a barn-like room divided into two areas, the school owls and the pet owls purchased by the students. When Nietzsche entered, they would all shriek and circle overhead, and he only needed to find the most distinctive one among the flock of owls, because Mercury would not be excited by his arrival. Soon, Nietzsche found the owl facing him, but with its head turned 180 degrees backward. Mercury, we have a great mission. You don't want Hermione Granger to be bullied in tomorrow's duel, do you? Freeze her immediately. You can't blame him. If anyone's to blame, it's Mercury for being so mischievous. It was clearly something important concerning Hermione. How could he run away? A pet should always be concerned for its owner's safety. And so, a scene unfolded inside the shed that terrified the owls. One of their kind was so intimidated by the little wizard that its legs went weak, and it went from struggling at the beginning to having its eyes glazed over at the end. Is there any royal law? If there were an owl court in the shed, they would surely sentence Nietzsche to hanging. Chapter 28, The First Clash Between Man and Superman. I want both the old and new scores settled. Malfoy rubbed his aching wrists. While everyone else was enjoying their weekend, he was alone in the sunless basement, repeatedly steaming an entire bucket of slugs. Ironically, this was something that Headmaster Snape had praised for during potions class. As for why he was put in solitary confinement, it's obvious. Nietzsche and the professor must have complained about it, saying something about the duel. It's all right, tonight you'll show that Mudblood what Slytherin is all about. Pansy shoved his head onto her lap and nodded in agreement. What did Marcus promise you? Does he even need to consider it? Draco snorted dismissively. You know, my mother used to be from the Black family, so I'm related to the Flint family. To put it more positively, even the Flint family now relies on handouts from families like theirs. Draco Malfoy vowed to become a figure no less than his father, and that the Malfoy family would grow even stronger under his leadership. Besides Potter, the people of his own house were naturally worth befriending. However, Daphne watched the two intimately together with a cold eye, but had to put on a smiling face like a bodyguard duo. Fate has already secretly marked the price for everything. Did Nietzsche really complain to Snape? Daphne probably thought it was impossible for such a thing to happen. How could a wizard who dared to isolate Slytherin do such a thing? Besides, it was said that Malfoy and the headmaster had a very good personal relationship, so it was impossible for him to punish Draco for such a trivial matter. Meanwhile, Nietzsche, at the forefront of the undercurrents, was still inside a tower. Dragon scum. Harry led Nietzsche to a giant portrait and said to the fat lady inside. The plump lady first glanced at the people around Harry, then noticed his bow tie, and looked quite surprised, but still made way for the two of them. Slytherin students haven't been here in a long time. Can't other colleges interact with each other? Nietzsche paused in front of the tunnel behind the portrait. Of course, the fat lady laughed. Godric welcomes every wizard and friendly muggle, except for the Hufflepuff Lounge, because Lady Helga considers it a form of protection. Nobody knows how to get into Hufflepuff's common room, and people from other houses can't get in either. Guided by Harry, Nietzsche arrived at the Gryffindor common room for the first time. The temperature there was completely different from the outside, and it exuded a warmth that permeated both his mind and body. The entire lounge is decorated in warm colors, with red as the main color. In the center is a huge fireplace, surrounded by several round tables and comfortable sofas. The space is circular, with stained glass windows, while most of the other areas are made of volcanic rock. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Neville said cautiously, shrinking back. It's all right, it's all right. Harry admits he has a great fondness for Nietzsche. Unlike Hagrid, Nietzsche is more like an older brother, especially when he stands in front of him and beats Dudley. The savior who comes from Muggle society doesn't have so many twists and turns. If you get along well, you're friends. If not, go eat at the same table as Malfoy. Forget about the academy. Nietzsche looked at Harry before him, a bitter feeling welling up inside him. He was bullied by his classmates outside, bullied by his classmates at home, and his parents lost their lives in the first magical battle. He was inexplicably given the title of savior. It's a miracle that this person didn't go insane. Harry felt uneasy under his gaze, touched his face, and said, "Wait a minute, Hermione shouldn't be ready yet." "Hey, Parvati, go call Hermione. What happened to you afterward?" Neville, who was standing nearby, was a little confused by what he said, but Harry seemed to understand what he was asking. "Aside from the occasional lack of food, I haven't starved to death. At least I'm still alive," Harry said with a sigh. "I never imagined you'd end up sitting next to Hermione. I really admire your ability to put up with her." He shielded his face with his right hand and leaned against Nietzsche, as it was best not to let such whispers be overheard. When Nietzsche entered, the people gathered around the table all looked towards Harry. The Weasley twins were the most curious, as they were the first to hear the news from Slytherin. Coupled with what happened on the train earlier, their impression of Nietzsche was unexpected for Harry. "Want some props?" George counted on his fingers. "For your duel tonight, our water-blooming fireworks, which are usually 5 galleons a box, are on sale for only 3 galleons. Can it automatically track enemies?" George and Fred's smiles gradually froze. They looked at each other and said, "No." The explosion had a wide blast radius. "It's just ordinary fireworks," Fred thought for a moment, then added to sell the product, "but it can transform. If you lose, we can turn the fireworks into lions that charge at them." "And what if you win?" George and Fred sighed and patted Nietzsche heavily on the shoulder. At this moment, Hermione rushed out of her dormitory and hesitated again when she saw everyone who was ready. In fact, long before Nietzsche arrived, she had already learned about Marcus from the Weasley twins. He was originally a fourth-year student, but he was held back a year because of an incident involving a fight. No wonder George and Fred didn't think they would win. "It's all right, at least you're a warrior here in Gryffindor. We'll have your name engraved on canary cookies. Even our Captain Wood doesn't dare to challenge him when shaking hands." Nietzsche, however, shook his head and calmly said, "We are wizards, not barbarians choosing leaders." He seemed to have forgotten how Crabbe and Goyle's heads were broken on the first night of school. "No, wait. He used a cane, not brute force. Using weapons properly is what civilized people do." Hermione just frowned, gave Neville a wink, and he went back to his room first. She slowly fastened her clothes, drew her wand, and after pretending to warm up, she waved her hand and walked towards the door as if she were absolutely certain of victory. "Let's go and meet that pureblood." She stopped abruptly as soon as she stepped out, turned around, and said through gritted teeth, "This is the last time. Next time, I'd rather watch you be turned into a spineless coward." However, Nietzsche had already gotten used to seeing her like this. She simply fanned herself with her hand and casually replied, "Okay, Miss Rule-abiding." However, Nietzsche's smile never faded, because he knew that Hermione was actually enjoying the process as well. The duel was to take place by the Black Lake. Although it was nighttime, curfew had not yet fallen, so Filch did not stop the group as they swaggered from the Gryffindor Tower into the Great Hall. He was holding a cat and said fiercely, "George, Fred, it's you two again. I'll catch you a second time today." Nietzsche and Hermione walked in front, their wands emitting a bright, silvery white light. Harry and the others then took out their wands one after another, but their wands only emitted a faint light like fireflies. Lumos, fluorescent blinking. The cold September wind swept across the Black Lake, causing Hermione to pull her shawl tighter over her wizarding robes. After walking along the lake shore for about 10 minutes, Nietzsche finally spotted a few dark figures under a dead tree. "I thought you weren't afraid anymore," Draco said sarcastically. "Let me introduce you properly. This is Marcus Flint." I think Nietzsche has already witnessed his prowess. Marcus's towering shadow made Harry and Ron swallow hard, and even the Weasley brothers, who had been whistling all the way, fell silent. Before a duel, how can you not exchange some trash talk? I have seen it for myself. He's really good at taking brooms apart. Nietzsche waved at him, then immediately whispered to Hermione, "You take care of the small ones, I'll take care of the big ones." "Huh? So your assistant really is a mudblood? I thought it would be funny enough that you would call him Potter and poor Weasley." The laughter of Slytherin and his companions was loud and jarring on the shore of the Black Lake. The word didn't anger the person in question, but Ron Weasley was so angry that his face turned red. He was held back by his two brothers and could only swing his fists towards Slytherin. The last man's amusement is really cheap. "Don't get yourself worked up, Ron." "How dare he?" Ron exclaimed, bewildered. "They're laughing at you, they're insulting you." But standing in their way, facing the laughter, was only Nietzsche's calm. He never cared what others said, because these people could only achieve a spiritual victory. Since that was the case, let Malfoy win. Perhaps because such insults and sarcasm failed to enrage Nietzsche and Hermione as much as Weasley, Malfoy eventually grew bored as well. Don't forget our bet. Draco's smile vanished, and he drew his wand, his voice low and menacing. The Malfoy family never loses. Nietzsche, as the duelist, and Hermione, as his assistant, each took 3 steps. The cold wind made the spectators rub their hands and stamp their feet, but neither Draco nor Nietzsche dared to move. They were both quietly waiting for their opponent to make the first mistake. Hermione glanced at Marcus, who was 2 heads taller than everyone else, and felt a little intimidated. She asked in a low voice, "Are you sure you can handle that tall guy? He's 3 years ahead of you. So, do you have any good solutions? I can only guarantee you won't die here," Hermione said anxiously. She seemed to be waiting for someone to arrive, and in that moment of distraction, Marcus immediately noticed Hermione's slight turn of her head, even in the dim light. A pale yellow light flashed by. Petrificus totalis. Rictus Empra, grinning. As Nietzsche pushed Hermione away, he used the momentum to roll to the other side, dodging Malfoy's spell. Everything changed in an instant, which made Harry's eyes widen, not daring to miss any opportunity. Calmly analyzing the situation, Nietzsche took a deep breath, glanced at the terrain in front of him, and once again dodged Malfoy's spell, mentally calculating the time it would take for the other to cast the incantation. Immobilis. Hermione, regaining her senses, angrily threw the fatal blow at Malfoy. Draco Malfoy panicked for a moment, but when the spell in front of him was only blocked and stirred up white, translucent ripples, he realized that Marcus had been prepared all along. He shouted triumphantly, "I won't fall for the same trick twice." But this was just a test. Nietzsche had already launched his attack the moment his gaze was diverted. Kalishu. This was something he learned from curses, and counter-curses, and it was recorded near the beginning. It was easy, and he had just clearly seen that the tip of Marcus's wand was pointed at Malfoy. In other words, he cannot cast 2 spells at the same time. Marcus dodged swiftly, but Hermione's not curse followed closely behind. He suppressed his anger and said to Malfoy, "Use the spells Professor Snape taught you? How many more opportunities do you want me to create for you?" He was relentlessly pursued by Nietzsche and Hermione, while his only teammate remained smugly pleased with himself. The only output, yet it took on the role of protection. 1, 2, 3, Ugadimum Leviosa. As Nietzsche ran, he saw Marcus turn around and raise his hand. He counted to 3, and as the 4th count sounded in his mind, he used a levitation spell to make the stone in front of him float up, blocking the opponent's leg-locking spell. Marcus gritted his teeth. He hadn't expected this freshman to be so difficult. With this kind of fighting spirit, once OWL is over, Frivy will definitely personally invite him to join the duel club. Did you hear anything? Harry suddenly looked around. Ron and the Weasley brothers both shook their heads and looked behind them, but Filch, the castle's caretaker, did not follow. Is your wound reopening? No? Someone is giving orders. Harry felt like he'd heard that somewhere before. It sounded familiar. But he quickly realized what was speaking, because Hermione had just used the levitation charm to lightly leap away from Malfoy's attack and then heard the snake-like incantation coming from its mouth. Serpensortia, the dragon emerges from its cave. She had never heard of it before, so she squinted and stared intently at the other person, when suddenly she felt a sharp pain in her ankle. It turned out she was looking in the wrong place. Hermione's screams immediately made Nietzsche's heart clench, and Marcus obviously wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Before he could even run a few steps toward Hermione, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. It's a curse that makes your legs weak. Something bit me, but I'm fine. Hermione blinked stubbornly, holding back her tears. Only when he got closer did he discover that a black snake had slithered into the grass near Hermione and gone back into hiding. The killer had completely blended into the darkness, which explained why Hermione hadn't noticed it. In the light emitted by the magic wand, Nietzsche could also see the girl's bitten ankle. The wound above began to swell, the skin under the skin slowly turned purple, and the bleeding wouldn't stop. It's a neurotoxin. Nietzsche immediately bit his sleeve with his teeth, tore off a piece, and shoved it into Hermione's hand without saying a word. Use it to constrict her calves and slow down the spread of the venom. I'm fine. Nietzsche, the professor is coming. Hang in there. Before Nietzsche could ask her anything, he suddenly felt an unprecedented anger, even greater than when he used to beat people up. The venomous snake slithered silently through the grass, waiting for its next command. Well done, Marcus said, panting. Is it really necessary? They're just 2 first-year students. Malfoy cast a disdainful glance. He saw victory approaching, and the immense joy made him involuntarily issue the order, keep attacking, until he surrenders. Snakes? Yes, Harry immediately remembered something. He slapped his forehead in frustration and shouted, watch out to the left. I hear it talking. Wingardium Leviosa. The dark, venomous snake opened its mouth, revealing its fangs, but Nietzsche had suspended it in midair, leaving it only able to hiss weakly, perhaps begging for mercy, but he didn't know, nor did he want to know. Driven by his emotions, Nietzsche subconsciously conceived a thought to grind it into a cake. If Malfoy and Marcus's ears are not damaged, then it is indeed a levitation charm, but how could a levitation charm flatten a snake? They witnessed the venomous snake being gripped by iron hands, its eyeballs bursting from the pressure, and if you looked closely, you could even hear the sound of its bones cracking inside. so the snake meat cakes, with their skin still on, floated in the air. Nietzsche felt a kind of intoxication, as intoxicating as if he had drunk a whole bottle of brandy. He was in a daze and seemed to sense the subtle changes and effects of the spell. But as Hermione groaned in pain, he quickly recovered from the state. I see, so this is what thoughts are like when emotions influence them. Malfoy, you're really lucky. For someone like him, a mortal of the last days, to personally experience the levitation spell that grants rebirth is already a rare stroke of good fortune. Chapter 29, You know nothing about the levitation spell. This is a levitation charm. In Malfoy's mind, the levitation charm was a basic spell for beginners, used at most to make things easier, or to make one's movements lighter, like Hermione Granger. But, to make a venomous snake float in the air and be flattened by magic, doesn't that look like dark magic? The summoning spell, Unleashed, is just a basic summoning spell, but that doesn't mean it's harmless. When used properly and in the right time and environment, even an inconspicuous snake can cause trouble for the enemy. Nietzsche's wand was very quiet and smooth when casting its magic, like a precise machine. By the time the levitation spell's effect wore off, the dead snake had already fallen to the ground. Give up, your assistant has already left. Marcus took a few deep breaths and said calmly, actually, you've done quite well for a first-year student. He admitted that he was scared. It wasn't that he thought he would lose, but looking at the snake, he felt a strange sense of unease. He didn't want to offend a wizard who could make standard spells look amazing. Wingardium Leviosa. Nietzsche chanted the incantation once more, and temporarily shifted his rational thinking to fully and intuitively experiencing all the emotions that the outside world brought him, then used the subconscious driven by those emotions to influence the spell. In this process, he must be honest with himself. Although there will inevitably be casualties in the duel, aside from rational reasoning, he will still feel anxious, angry, and a little regretful because of Hermione's injury. So, Nietzsche waved his wand, and Hermione behind him floated away from the spell's range like a leaf caught in an autumn breeze. At the same time, Malfoy on the other side was like a snake wrapped in a semi-transparent eggshell, except that the eggshell was slowly shrinking and gradually leaving the ground. Amazingly, Nietzsche felt that the weight of a feather and a person were indistinguishable in the face of the levitation spell. Stop him. Malfoy's panicked gaze swept over the dead snake on the ground, then he thought of himself. Your ironclad charm is just stalling. Go kill him. He could feel immense force trying to lift Marcus through his armored spell. There's already a case right before our eyes, and Draco clearly understands what will happen to him if he were to float in the air. In terms of the number of spells, Nietzsche could never surpass Marcus now. George took out his wand, put the tip to his lips, and spoke like a professional sports commentator. Brother, don't forget, Marcus still needs to maintain the ironclad charm, and the student's magic power is not enough to support both ends. Nietzsche was insisting on controlling Malfoy, and it was simply unrealistic to expect him to evade the spell as frequently as before. He knew that if he wanted to maintain the balance of the situation, he had to find a way to take advantage of the opponent's respite and get rid of Malfoy. His mind and attention had to be focused on controlling the magic. Quickly fight back off. Marcus shouted with all his might. Nietzsche felt as if he had been struck head-on by an angry bull, and he was thrown backward. He clutched his abdomen, tentatively pressing it with his fingertips, only to discover that his ribs might be broken. His head was buzzing from the violent impact, and he had also lost some of his hearing. Faced with Marcus's relentless advance, he could only prop himself up on his elbows and slowly walk towards him. Nietzsche, however, seized an opportunity in his mind when Marcus shouted the repulsion spell for the third time. The preparation time, which was originally about 2 seconds, turned into 4 seconds, which meant that the magic power in the opponent's body had run out. What's your plan? Ron was jumping up and down anxiously, as if he were the one who had been defeated. Hermione, didn't you say that Nietzsche wouldn't lose as long as he held on for 10 minutes? Damn it, Neville didn't go looking for his toad on short notice, did he? Hermione said, somewhat annoyed. I knew it. She wanted to stand up and help, but the Weasley twins stopped her, because any more strenuous exercise would only increase her blood flow. Therefore, all Hermione can do right now is hope that Neville can be of some use in crucial moments. But they made a mistake in their judgment. On Warrington's note, Marcus's volatile temper and the moves he used in the duel were clearly recorded. The opponent's strengths lie in knockback and obstacle spells, meaning that as long as it's not a petrification spell like the one that can instantly render Nietzsche immobile, it won't affect his control over Malfoy. Nietzsche was repeatedly defeated by Marcus's all-out attack, but the pain only made him more clear-headed. Malfoy, whose feet were already slightly off the ground, felt a sway and shouted excitedly, that's right. Flint, that's it. Don't give him time to use the levitation charm. The dawn of victory has arrived. Once Nietzsche loses control of the spell, Malfoy will land, and the situation will instantly return to 1 against 2. But he oversimplified things. The shaking was just shaking. For the first time, Marcus felt a strange sense of panic. His opponent was like an unkillable cockroach. Every time he was repelled, Nietzsche would get back up. It seemed that the only way to stop him was to kill him. He was puzzled, but he soon realized what the other party's purpose was under such absolute overwhelming strength. Your wound? Marcus's hands began to tremble. Turning his head to look at Malfoy, who was issuing orders to him from behind, and then looking at Nietzsche in front of him, a huge gap was laid out before Marcus. Nietzsche did not retreat. Instead, he walked towards him. How many times has this happened? Looking at the panting Marcus, Nietzsche seized this fleeting opportunity. I'm sorry, but to be fair, I'll think about it, and eliminate him. Nietzsche hunched over, raising his hands towards Malfoy like an old man, and then Malfoy's body began to bend. Imagine him as a piece of paper. This has nothing to do with size or the level of magic, it is merely a subconscious reaction born from Nietzsche's aversion. That's how you apply a twisting effect to a target while it's in a floating state. Draco, suspended in midair, watched as the ironclad charm gradually dissipated. Fear crept up his spine in the darkness. Then, the Slytherins and others witnessed an even more horrifying scene. Draco Malfoy was hoisted up, and with a crack, all the joints in both arms dislocated. Of the audience members present, only George and Fred were the first to see it clearly. I see. Nietzsche chose to take the full force of Marcus's spell to prevent Malfoy from slipping out of control. He could sense that the other man couldn't manage both at the same time. Nietzsche saw through every tiny change in Marcus. It's incredible, a natural ball tracker. Malfoy's screams were particularly piercing in the night air before curfew, but by the time the sound reached the castle, the wizards peering through the windows simply thought it was some kind of bird calling. Crabbe and Goyle, who were under the trees, had already begun to back away. Hermione heard Pansy first hurling some very offensive insults at the group, then rush out of the crowd, run to Draco, and drag him back. Now it's just the two of us. Marcus looked at the other side with trepidation. Your wounds won't be enough to last a second battle. After his stamina was exhausted, Nietzsche was hit by 2 knockback spells, 1 leg-locking spell and 1 stinging spell. Any other wizard would have been too exhausted to fight back, let alone concentrate. Nietzsche refocused his attention on the wand and laboriously raised his hand. But I was merely maintaining control, so my magic is superior to yours. Nietzsche, bound by a leg-locking curse, stood with his legs together. I told you, the battle isn't over yet. During duels, Marcus would typically keep his enemy conscious while inflicting pain, thus rendering them incapable of thinking. This was one of his preferred methods. Spells like petrification and freezing are simply not within his scope of study. Nietzsche was the nemesis of such people, because pain was like fuel to him. The more pain he felt, the more his inner will burned. This gruesome posture was something Hermione and Harry had never seen before. Strictly speaking, they would never see such injuries on Nietzsche. Usually, it was the person standing opposite him who would have them. Really? Are you confident you can cast it again? Marcus glanced at Nietzsche, who was trembling all over, his face contorted with rage, and took the first step forward. Suddenly, the croaking of frogs came from above the lake, and a toad suddenly jumped down from the hillside. Harry and Ron immediately thought of Neville's Rafetalia. But as it turns out, they were right. Rafer, slow down. Professor McGonagall should be here. Accompanying Leaf was the headmaster of Gryffindor. Tonight, it was the Longbottom boy who knocked on her office. At first, she thought Neville was there to learn, but upon hearing his words, her expression immediately turned from sunny to cloudy. 2 first-year students are having a duel? And there are 4th-year students involved too? Moreover, Neville Longbottom only rushed over to tell her when the 2 sides had already started fighting. Professor McGonagall first looked at Malfoy, who was leaning against a dead tree trunk with his arms hanging down, and then noticed Nietzsche, who was covered in dirt and had a bruised and swollen face. While Neville picked up the toad again, he and Hermione exchanged a glance. Hermione didn't do this on purpose, it was just that there wasn't much good news about Marcus. Even the Weasleys, who usually looked down on Slytherin, had to acknowledge his abilities. This is Hermione's desperate plan B. There are no winners and no losers, it's just that the professor heard the commotion and accidentally discovered that a few people were dueling in private. Potter. She looked behind Nietzsche, even more incredulous at her eyes. Miss Granger, you, don't tell me you were involved too. Hermione lowered her head in shame, unable to meet the dean's complicated expression. But at that moment, Nietzsche, being supported by Neville, interjected, Professor, Malfoy and I are both Slytherin. Ah, that's right. Neville felt himself being poked with a wand and immediately stammered, Hermione told me to tell you, Professor. Professor McGonagall stared at Neville for a moment. This Longbottom boy was usually quite honest and probably wouldn't lie, so she flicked her wand and conjured several stretchers, which were used to lift the injured people up. In the end, Slytherin alone lost 10 points. Hermione was relieved to hear that Gryffindor had escaped unharmed. Professor McGonagall clearly believed Neville's words, and at the same time, she cursed Nietzsche in her heart. She thought to herself, I'm Nietzsche's assistant, so why isn't Gryffindor losing points? Wait, Granger, what are you thinking? You can't have such thoughts? Mrs. Pomfrey was numb. What's going on? It's been a week since school started, and people keep coming to the infirmary every few days. Professor, shut up. McGonagall, dressed in a bright green wizard's robe, interrupted Malfoy's excuses. Regarding your duel, I think Headmaster Snape should come here in person. A puff of silvery white smoke emerged from the tip of her wand, which then formed a kitten that darted out of the window above the hospital bed. It was amazing. When the little cat made of white mist passed by Nietzsche, the negative emotions that had not yet dissipated began to slowly recede, and he unconsciously recalled some scenes that made him happy. Meanwhile, Madame Pomfrey applied medicine to Hermione's ankle and then began to examine Draco's injury. She said with a serious expression, your jokes are going too far. That girl was poisoned by a snake's neurotoxin, and both of your arms are dislocated, as if they were twisted off. However, Madame Pomfrey found no trace of dark magic or spells inside. Did Draco just have a fight with Hagrid? Who did you fight? Draco pointed to Nietzsche, who was in an empty bed next to him. His injuries looked more severe than his own. So Pomfrey asked, what spell did you use? If you don't want to leave any permanent scars on the other person, tell me now. Levitation spell? This dark magic sounds a bit unfamiliar. Wait, a levitation spell? I'm not joking, child, Madame Pomfrey said, somewhat angrily. I don't care what the reason for your duel is, but at least let me know what spells you used. Now everyone crowded into the infirmary, and under the light, they all saw those arms, which looked completely different in the darkness. His entire hand was twisted completely, his shoulder blade joint dislocated, his palm facing upwards, and his muscles turned purplish-red due to lack of blood circulation. Draco Malfoy had completely lost consciousness. The levitation charm won't leave any dark magic scars, you just need to restore the joints of his arm to their original positions. Click. Mrs. Pomfrey tried it, and as his shoulder joint recovered, Malfoy shouted even louder. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Nietzsche shrugged under Hermione's gaze. He was certain he hadn't thought of that, but so far, it seemed to be working quite well. In any case, as long as it works, that's fine. As for Nietzsche's mention of the levitation spell, Madame Pomfrey completely ignored it. In all her years of experience, she had never heard of anyone using a levitation spell to cause such harm to a wizard. Impossible, absolutely impossible. When the infirmary door opened again, Snape entered with a dark expression. Chapter 30, The Pureblood is Dead. While everyone else thought it was just an ordinary wizarding duel, only Hermione, who knew him well, knew that Nietzsche was serious. A duel? I think you still have too much energy. Snape stood beside the sickbed, his face grim. Draco, you've been indulging yourself too much. He then turned to Nietzsche and said, and you, Nietzsche Holmes, are lucky enough to have survived a duel between senior wizards. You should be grateful that your opponent was a troll. Of course, Flint, who was standing in the corner, and Harry, who was standing at the door, were not spared either, as Professor McGonagall had mentioned. As for our Quidditch captain, he would certainly like to continue playing for his team for another year. Ah, Potter, it's a pity that the one lying here today isn't you, the one who's just watching the show. However, Snape knew his limits. After briefly checking the injuries of the three men, he was shocked by Nietzsche's injuries and even put the venomous tongue back into his mouth, ceasing his mockery. His left ribs were broken from the impact, his knee joint was bruised and mangled, with dirt and bits of grass still stuck to it, his left arm was bruised, his eyes were slightly bulging, and he had a mild concussion. Normally, a person would have fainted. Snape pondered for a moment, then pulled Madame Pomfrey aside and asked in a deep voice, this kind of injury shouldn't be treated with a rejuvenation charm, you should. Of course not. That child was conscious when he was brought in. Madame Pomfrey was well aware of the side effects of the resurrection charm. Although this spell could revive a person from a coma and could counteract a single coma charm, its revival actually depleted the comatose person's energy. It will never be used casually unless in an emergency or during combat. She looked at Nietzsche, who had just received the chocolate frog from Neville, and felt a little incredulous. I was planning to ask tomorrow. Snape nodded, then turned away, a cold smile revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Well then, I'll be frank, who initiated the duel, and who won? Severus. Professor McGonagall shouted angrily. Professor McGonagall found this incomprehensible. All those who participated in the duel should be punished. I think they should understand the meaning of a duel, rather than treating it as a game. But if it's not a duel between wizards, you too, for every potion I know, you will suffer just as much. Whether to avoid punishment or not, Nietzsche and Malfoy both nodded in agreement. I'm glad the Dean is willing to be a witness to the duel. Nietzsche, his left hand in a sling, leaned against the pillows, half lying on the bed. According to the wager, Malfoy can never mention the word pathetic bloodline in front of me, any word. Draco jerked his head around, and just as he was about to raise his hand, the pain made him gasp. I haven't lost? Marcus hasn't backed down yet. This is a disgrace. As a pureblood, being forbidden from discussing bloodline in front of mudbloods is unprecedented in Slytherin, where bloodline signifies the most fundamental status. Snape narrowed his eyes, and in Harry's opinion, he seemed to dislike the bet as much. Harry couldn't help but yell, if Professor McGonagall hadn't come, he would have ended up like you. You've already lost, so why can't you lose like a man? This is a difficult problem, and no one knows who will win in the end. In the current stalemate, Snape stepped forward. He slowly paced around the ward with his head down, finally stopping in front of Marcus Flint. His eyes were vacant, and his voice was soft, but his words were clear. Mr. Flint, what was your state of mind before Dean McGonagall arrived? Don't try to lie to me. In the end I ran out of magic because I cast too many spells, but Nietzsche could never win. Did he lose his magic in the end? No, yes. Marcus looked up and met the professor's gaze. He felt as if he had fallen into an icy lake. He dared not lie, but he is almost gone, so the winners should be Malfoy and me. All the young wizards held their breath, awaiting Snape's verdict. Harry thought to himself, if Snape could be fair just this once, he would not only give all the snacks to everyone in the Gryffindor common room, but he would also never join in when others criticized Snape. That makes sense. Snape nodded, but that wasn't all. So you think a wizard can't beat an unarmed muggle, right? What is the problem? Marcus scratched his head, and with his large frame and bewildered expression, he looked just like the dazed woodland troll in the book illustrations. Professor, how could a muggle possibly defeat a wizard? Yes, that's right. So what's the difference between you and a muggle if you lose your magic? He blushed deeply from Snape's sarcasm, but still stammered as he tried to seize this last chance for victory. But he's already. I'm the Quidditch captain. With his small frame, I could take him down with one punch. Professor, this isn't fair. Idiot, he roared at Marcus. He didn't need the revival charm to hold on until now. What difference would a few more punches from you make? If you're going to duel, then show some fighting spirit. You coward who can't even admit defeat. Malfoy immediately lowered his head. Now he could only pray that the dean's anger would not fall on him. Draco. Hearing that drawn-out call, he shuddered amidst Harry and Ron's snickers. Professor, if you can't even face failure, how can you talk about ambition and ideals? Since it's a duel, you need to be prepared to lose. Minerva, the rest is up to you. When Snape looked at Nietzsche with his cold gaze, a strange sense of nostalgia was revealed, a look usually seen only by middle-aged or elderly people reading memoirs. Then he left, and he left very quickly and lightly. Minerva McGonagall was also a little puzzled. Could it be that Snape's potion experiment had been successful? In fact, Nietzsche wasn't very confident at the last moment either. He couldn't even move at the time, so Snape's final verdict was beyond the expectations of Harry, Malfoy, and Nietzsche. Just as Snape said, the meticulous Hermione had naturally prepared an escape route, but it was even better than losing. Potter, Weasley, since you were just bystanders, I'll be lenient with you. Go back and rest now, and don't disturb them. And you, all of you, go back. Before leaving, Professor McGonagall glanced at Nietzsche, who was chatting happily with Hermione. The terrible injuries on his body could not quell his passion for the bet, until Madame Pomfrey could no longer bear it and lowered the pale blue curtains to isolate the beds of the group. Perhaps it was the potion taking effect. After a while, Nietzsche's arm, which felt like it had been stung by a bee, gradually began to feel a tingling sensation as if an electric current was passing through it. He lay in bed, his excitement replaced by drowsiness, and gradually drifted into a dream under the moonlight. For Nietzsche, dreams were a new adventure. When Nietzsche woke up again, his bedside was piled with all sorts of snacks, each containing a card with either a blessing or a name. At first, Nietzsche had no idea who these people were, but after seeing C. Warrington on the crucible-shaped cupcake, he smiled knowingly. What should I do? After getting up, Hermione kept flipping through her textbooks for Transfiguration and Defense Against the Dark Arts. She had planned to go to class this morning, but Madame Pomfrey stopped her. Even though Hermione's wound had healed, she was still required to stay here for a day for observation and was forced to rest. Nietzsche lazily waved his wand, pulling aside the one that had been blocking the two of them. Can't you just shut up for a second? Look at this sunshine, this is a rare forced rest time. Because of you, I missed Transfiguration and Charms classes. Hermione glared at the cupcake on Nietzsche's stomach, her anger flaring. Who knows what kind of knowledge I'd miss? At the same time, I was also a little surprised. When did he become so popular? Hermione was the first to get up, so she could see people coming and going from Nietzsche's sickbed. They would stay for a while, seemingly leaving their things behind, and each time, the number of people would not exceed 3. Those Slytherins were very low-key. Of course, Hermione also received some gifts, but apart from her roommates, they were just some wizards she had tutored regularly, nothing compared to the pile of snacks next to Nietzsche. I'm afraid only Savior Harry Potter can compare to you. Really? How could they not give you any? Nietzsche said, taking out some licorice sticks and honey taffy, feigning anger. You know how difficult it is to get Miss Rule-abiding to make an exception just once. She's so inconsiderate. Is strength really that important in Slytherin? Hermione tossed a honey candy into her water glass, and as she watched the clear water gradually turn pale yellow, she felt a pang of toothache. The honey water had a moderate sweetness. It's hard to imagine how sweet it would be if she just ate it. It's because of our victory. Hermione, we've shaken the Slytherin tradition, Nietzsche said, beaming. Just imagine what they'll think when they see Malfoy unable to say those things in front of me. Warrington and his ilk will launch a fierce counterattack. Even if they cannot replicate this victory, they will not give up, simply because hope remains, and a history of success will forever be etched in their memories. Nietzsche is hope itself. Not to mention, Warrington already had a grudge against Marcus. Having witnessed the truth, how could Slytherin be content with this? Hermione, breaking down the barriers between the house has begun. Nietzsche carefully picked up the cards and exclaimed, this is what life should be like, not suppressed and bound. Pure blood does more than just mean the purity of one's bloodline. In the isolated social environment of the magical world, after 1,000 years of development, it means that most of the magical world's resources, connections, and abilities are a manifestation of the inner yearning for power. In other words, some people don't hate purebloods, but rather hate themselves for not being purebloods. This is why Nietzsche had to confront the challenge. He must trample the authority imposed by the purebloods underfoot. If there must be any power, it is only the will to power deep within his own heart. But even if you one day represent all of Slytherin, what about Gryffindor? What about the other houses? Rather than saying Hermione was swayed, it's more accurate to say that Nietzsche simply brought out her inner thoughts. Hermione longed for the 4 houses to become a true unit. She was fed up with Gryffindor's arrogance and meaningless individualism, and Nietzsche also loathed the bloodline tricks. But you're here too. Nietzsche praised with the cadence of a bard. In Gryffindor under Hermione Granger's rule, there is only one true heroism, and that is. Hermione pursed her lips tightly, holding the glass in both hands. The two sat on the warm blue and white boat, and verses were passed back and forth between them without pause. She took it in a low voice, that is, to still love life after seeing the truth of life. Romain Roland. Nietzsche always inadvertently removed Hermione's conservatism and hesitation. Little did he know that Hermione's transformation after witnessing firsthand that the wizarding world wasn't as wonderful as he imagined would be far more rapid than he had ever thought. It was like meeting Merlin in person. Hermione was fascinated by the feeling of being understood so well. She had never imagined that she would have a friend who understood her so well. The current situation felt so romantic to her. If we forget that the infirmary also has Draco Malfoy, I don't think I did disturb you too. The bed curtains were pulled back, and Professor Quirrell, wearing a reddish-brown headscarf, poked his head in. Professor Quirrell. Hermione immediately straightened up, her gaze hurriedly shifting away from Nietzsche. Please don't mimic me, Miss Granger. Professor Quirrell looked somewhat displeased. I thought you weren't as morbidly humorous as the other students. Hermione was always very restrained in front of the professors, so she immediately said nervously, I'm sorry. But Quirrell suddenly changed his expression and casually sat down on the edge of Nietzsche's bed, laughing with him. Just kidding, Miss Granger doesn't stutter at all when answering questions in class. The professor waved his hand and pulled a notebook from his pocket. I'm just here to ask about some details from last night. The levitation spell that Nietzsche uttered yesterday was so absurd that Professor McGonagall mentioned it to Dean Flitwick this morning when she was complaining about several students dueling without permission. Upon hearing Nietzsche's name, Flitwick immediately thought of that eccentric child. Quirrell, who was enjoying fish porridge, overheard the news of the duel and came over immediately after finishing his Gryffindor lesson. Don't worry, Miss Granger, this is just a little experiment between us. An experiment? Hermione had never heard of it. Based on a whimsical idea of Nietzsche's, I think the potential of standard spells is enormous. Quirrell explained haltingly as he recorded Nietzsche's dictation, it's a completely new system of spells. Just by listening to Nietzsche's imagination, one can imagine how he broke Malfoy's arms. This power is not just about lifting up and flying high, but more like strangulation. Imagine if Nietzsche had broken Malfoy's neck instead of his arm? Chapter 31, Quirrell's Second Life. Quirinus Quillo has been yelling ever since he returned to his office from the infirmary. Humph, trash, waste snack. Of course, it wasn't Professor Quirrell who was cursing, the voice came from inside his headscarf. The unfathomable master naturally knew about the Malfoy family, and the cursing hadn't stopped since the door was closed. Quirrell, on the other hand, sat in a chair with a smile on his face and a pale expression. Thinking I was dead, so they turned to the Ministry of Magic. What did that little piece of trash say again? Little good-for-nothing snack naturally refers to Draco Malfoy. School board member, Master, Quirrell said calmly. He didn't pay attention in class, and even when he was in a duel with a third-year wizard who had repeated a year, he couldn't beat a mudblood, a damned traitor. The voice changed the subject thoughtfully, however, that mudblood is indeed quite capable. Quirrell narrowed his eyes slightly, rested his head on his right hand, and slowly stroked his chin with his fingers. Clearly, his master had noticed something, but Quirrell didn't intend to hide it, since it was pointless, so he simply laid it out to see what his master thought. Do you think I should continue? Why not? After a few seconds of silence, she continued, he's a good Slytherin, perfect for using as a shield. It would be troublesome to look for things under Dumbledore's nose. That research? Quirrell asked excitedly. But his master laughed dismissively, it's nothing special, just a derivative of standard spells. Dark magic can bring the dead back to life, grant immortality. Killing someone with a strangulation spell is not as convenient as a killing curse. The killing curse is one of the 3 unforgivable curses. This murderous spell seems quite ordinary coming from its master. Quirrell breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the mocking laughter. They just looked down on him, they didn't reject his research. This meant that Quirrell could, in some ways, begin a second life, just like when he was a student, loving magic and studying it. Perhaps, black magic isn't the only shortcut. So that's how it is. The connection between magic and thoughts is like this. No wonder, Quirrell practiced the theory recorded in his notes several times. It doesn't require much destructive emotion. Just a slight pull is enough. After only a few failures, Quirrell used his memories to evoke emotions and completed the experiment. Lift it up, and lift it with more force. The wooden chair in front of him, meant for guests, floated in the air and was gradually crushed into pieces. It's important to understand that control is extremely difficult throughout the process, and Quirrell felt that his wand perfectly compensated for this. He didn't need to deliberately distract himself, he only needed to focus his thoughts. Maybe that's not enough. Maybe I can add something to it. Quirrell excitedly jotted down the idea that popped into his head. What if I applied a status effect to one of the target's parts? This is absolutely thrilling. It was just like the first time he used dark magic to retaliate against a classmate who mocked him. As long as it doesn't involve dark magic, the unicorn hair has absolutely no effect and is actually a help. He has never been so grateful that his wand is so stable, unlike the powerful dragon heartstring. The next day, Wednesday, the school clinic was packed with people at noon. Some of the Gryffindors came to visit their tutors, while another group of Slytherins came to visit Malfoy. That being said, the snacks and drinks were left by Nietzsche's bedside. God knows how much Hermione suffered from holding back her laughter. As they passed Nietzsche's bedside, they casually placed their cards and gifts beside him before empty-handed and beaming as they approached Malfoy and Pansy to offer their condolences. You know, I want to study at the Ministry of Magic someday and further my education. The little snake excitedly grabbed Malfoy's hand. We're both Slytherin students. At first, Draco did enjoy their worship, but as time went on, seeing the food piled up beside Nietzsche's bed, he began to feel something was wrong. No matter how you look at it, their handshakes with me seem like a mere formality. So why did you leave all your stuff with him? Draco sniffed. Isn't he from Slytherin? The little snakes looked at each other, then suddenly realized, is there any difference? He is my dual opponent. But these first-year snakes didn't care about any of that. As Slytherins, they were naturally cunning. Hubble, should we take it back? The little snake asked its companion as it shook hands with Malfoy. Idiot, there's no such thing as giving something away and then taking it back. Hubble cleared his throat and immediately explained, Draco, we'll give it to you again next time you're hospitalized. Upon hearing these words, which sounded like a curse, Draco nearly lost his temper. Of course, it'll be next time. Who cares about Malfoy? They're all here to meet this Nietzsche Holmes who's standing on the heads of purebloods, based on what Warrington relayed. Those who had met Nietzsche did not linger, they simply chatted casually with Malfoy and left without looking back. What a disgrace, truly a disgrace. When has the Malfoy family ever suffered such a humiliation? So, you really intend to keep that bet? Pansy crossed her arms, glaring angrily at Hermione and Nietzsche. We are the holy 28 purebloods, we can never bow down to those things. It's just him, I didn't say I'd keep quiet about it to anyone else. Even with this explanation, Malfoy was still very unhappy. The sole heir of the Malfoy family, currently the most powerful family in the wizarding world, has to bow down to a muggle wizard. Nietzsche suddenly felt that the future of Slytherin would not be too peaceful, and hoped that Headmaster Snape could continue to be a good dueling referee. After all, once something happens, it will happen again. Looking at those who were peeking at him, he thought to himself, come on, hurry up and come learn some skills from me. Slytherin was like the cold, dark lake, and he felt like the giant squid in it, except he wasn't so quiet and often stirred up a whirlpool in the lake. Although Nietzsche couldn't leave the infirmary, he wasn't bored. Even when he was at his worst, he could do his homework with Hermione. Wait a minute, do we need to do homework at magic school? Nietzsche became alert. Isn't it just a matter of waving a wand and casting some spells we've learned? Hermione tossed a stack of brown paper into his arms and grabbed some food. What are you dreaming about? The first week is just to help us get used to the new environment. Let me see, the silver needle transfiguration techniques from transfiguration class, and the difference between standard charms and curses from charms class. Each paper must be at least 2 sheets of parchment paper. Great. Finally, I have something to do. Neville, who brought her the homework, looked at Hermione as if he'd seen a ghost. Nietzsche simply waved his hand. He was used to it. You see, Hermione used to be notoriously single-minded, and her passion for homework was so great that she would remind the teacher who forgot to assign it. Of course, she could also have been deliberately reminding him as a way of retaliating against the classmate who isolated her. Neville rummaged through his school bag and pulled out a glass ball that glowed faintly red. He immediately looked worried. What is this? Nietzsche waved his wand, moved the hospital bed he was on next to Hermione, and curiously leaned closer. The memory ball. My grandma gave me this because I'm always so forgetful. When it glows red, it means I've forgotten something. But Neville just can't remember what he's forgotten. He locked Leaf out before leaving. All the homework was there. What else could it be? Perhaps you've forgotten what you learned in class. How is that possible? Wait. Neville's face immediately fell. But for me, it is possible. If that's the case, it's truly a comforting thing, since forgetting it doesn't guarantee you can get it back immediately. Hermione was startled by him and hurriedly pushed Nietzsche away as he approached. What are you doing? Why did you push the beds together like this? Do your homework. Are you planning to write 3 papers by yourself? The defense against the dark arts paper is what is the relationship between emotions and magic. Believe me, you won't find a more complete one than my notebook. Neville couldn't understand their argument, so he silently took 2 steps back, away from the scene. Do you think your notebook is better than the whole library? Hermione pushed the other person's bed away in disgust. Get out of here, I don't care. She seemed to have forgotten how to use the spell, and just pretended to fiddle with it a few times. The 2 beds were moved by the levitation charm, making them look like 2 blankets on one bed. Even at only 11 years old, Neville was able to discover the secrets of the group leader and the Slytherin Viper. No wonder Lavender and Parvati always asked him about Nietzsche. Neville's eyes sharpened. Chapter 32, I hate flying broomsticks. Thursday was an exciting day. Of course, it wasn't just because their injuries were fully healed, it was mainly because of the last flight lesson in the afternoon. As soon as it was 3:30, they rushed out of the charms classroom, except for Nietzsche, who was deliberately slowing down, as if he had been hit by a hindrance spell while packing his bag. Flying lesson. Professor Flitwick, annoyed by his slow pace, urged, aren't you going to touch the flying broom first? Nietzsche watched as the books automatically returned to their places, a grateful smile spreading across his face. But when he turned around, his face immediately fell. To be honest, flying class was the most unacceptable thing for him. He would rather be caught by Snape in the basement right now and memorize advanced potions making. Outside the castle walls, the grass rippled in the breeze on the flat ground, and they could see the dark trees and the stone cottage in the distance. Nietzsche never stopped looking at the old broom on the ground with disgust. All right, what are you waiting for? After the Gryffindor students arrived, Mrs. Hooch, with her white hair, glared at them with her hawk-like yellow eyes and shouted sternly, "One broom each, hurry up." Slytherin and Gryffindor stood side by side. So Nietzsche, the last to arrive in Slytherin, lives next door to Hermione, the first to arrive in Gryffindor. Mrs. Hooch understood their eagerness to try, and during the first flight lesson, she wasted no time, swiftly walking up to the 45 people. Stretch out your dominant hand, place it above the broom, and say, "Arise." Be as steadfast as if you were holding a magic wand. Everyone did just that. Malfoy was the fastest. He turned his head to look at both sides with a smug look and said, "Look, I already wrote it before I came to school. It's too easy." Then it was Harry's turn, and his broom immediately jumped from the ground into his hand. However, only a few people can do it so easily. Most people, like Hermione and Neville, either just roll on the ground or don't move at all. Apart from Nietzsche, he didn't even extend a hand. It's rare to see something you don't know. Harry winked and grinned mischievously. "You won't break this poor broom because it's disobedient, will you?" Seeing Nietzsche's indifference, Harry's smile slowly froze. Cough cough. "You wouldn't really do that, would you?" "Of course not. Do I look like a grumpy goldfish like Flint?" Nietzsche waved his right hand above the broom, then hid his left hand back inside his wizard's robe. "I just don't really like dangerous things." Danger. Hermione had never heard this word used to describe a flying broom before. It was utterly absurd. "I hate things that move between your legs according to your heart," he said indignantly. "It's the 20th century now, why can't we have flying carpets or flying bicycles?" Just as a pure-blooded wizard mocks a muggle's steam train, this Slytherin, as a muggle, is looking down on a wizard's flying broomstick. In fact, his riding skills have always been terrible. He had fallen off the horse several times when Watson took him riding. Upon hearing Nietzsche's rebuttal, the surrounding wizards lowered their heads and chuckled. Theodore Nott, the half-blood wizard closest to him on his left, leaned closer. Because flying brooms are a unique part of wizarding history, and also the least secret among muggles. My mother is a muggle, and when I was a child, many of the books she brought me included descriptions of flying brooms in wizarding stories. However, this can also be considered a reminder. For centuries, wizards have been too lax in protecting their secrets, leading to the long-standing association of brooms with magic among muggles, which has even become a valid stereotype. Malfoy wanted to make a sarcastic remark, but then he remembered his arm, which had been throbbing a few days earlier, and changed his target. "Longbottom, look at you, you idiot. I hope you're still standing on the ground when we take off. Stop daydreaming, child, stretch out your hand. You're quite good at this, aren't you?" Madame Hooch only began the next step of instruction after seeing the broom finally wobble into Nietzsche's hand. However, Hermione heard him chanting the levitation charm. Cheating. The professor walked back and forth 3 times before finally correcting the student's grip posture. "Now get on and wait for my command." Perhaps Neville was too eager to prove himself because of Draco's mockery. Just as Madame Hooch put her whistle to her lips, before she could even blow it, Neville kicked off and dashed off. He shot straight up 7 meters into the air, about 2 or 3 stories high, like a rocket that had been lit. After Connevi flew up, he panicked. He didn't know what to do next, and the broom between his legs became uncontrollable, shaking him off to the other side. Oh my god. 7 meters isn't too high, so the time it took to fall and the unexpected situation left Madame Hooch no time to draw her wand. In just a second, Neville instinctively raised his arm in midair and fell to the ground. Mrs. Hooch ran to him in a panic to check on him. "Wrist broken, but it's healed, don't worry." The accident happened so quickly that she didn't have time to scold the child. She could only pick the child up and carry him towards the castle, constantly turning back to issue a loud warning. "None of you are allowed to move, or you'll be kicked out of school before you even see what Quidditch is. Put your flying brooms on the ground." Thank goodness, Nietzsche quickly dropped the broom, which looked like a withered twig, onto the ground. But such a warning was meaningless to Malfoy. What a joke? Who could fire him? As soon as Mrs. Hooch's figure disappeared through the gate, he burst into laughter. "Hey, have you guys seen that big oaf?" The rest of the Slytherin didn't find it funny, but they just echoed it. "Shut up." Parvati, having picked up some of Maggie's temper, roared sternly. "Ah, Parvati, why are you protecting Neville Longbottom?" Pansy retorted. "Looks like you really like that fat crybaby. She seems to know how to use public opinion to shut others up." Such emotional remarks are taboo for girls, so Parvati could only clench her fists and glare silently at the ugly lion's head. "I don't understand what's so funny. Are all Slytherins this kind of lowbrow people?" Harry retorted, not to be outdone. "Maybe you should learn from Nietzsche what a real Slytherin is like." So the Slytherins shut their mouths. Nietzsche, Nietzsche, Nietzsche. It's always him, and it's always his name? Draco immediately spotted the spot where Neville had just fallen, where there was a shiny golden memory orb. He ran over and picked it up. "It seems Potter is very noble. Why don't you return the memory orb that his grandmother sent him yourself?" His face became ugly with a sneer, and he vented all his emotions on the others. He held up the memory ball and rode the flying broom. "Give it to me, or I'll let you taste the punch I gave you on the train," Harry said grimly. Blood rushed to Malfoy's head, making his ears ring. He rode on his tattered broom, pushed off with his legs, and rose into the air, looking down at the people on the ground. Perhaps Nietzsche set a good precedent, to the point that the Gryffindors thought he was easy to bully. Harry, caught up in the excitement, also rose into the air, but when he was on the same level as Malfoy, he realized how wonderful it was to have such an innate and effortless ability. He suddenly understood why Nietzsche and Hermione were so passionate about learning. Hermione tried to stop him, but Nietzsche grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. "It's still class time," she whispered. "When Madam Hooch comes back, she'll deduct points from Gryffindor and punish Harry Potter. Do you think I don't want to teach Malfoy a lesson? You know Malfoy won't let this opportunity slip by. If no one stops him, Neville's memory orb will definitely be thrown away. Someone has to step up. Can you ride a broom? I certainly can't." Harry didn't go there because he was a Gryffindor. He considered Neville a friend. Perhaps he knew he would end up like Neville, but at least someone would remember his sacrifice. That said, it is indeed surprising that Harry Potter, a wizard raised in an ordinary family, has such a high level of talent in this area. Amidst cheers and applause, Harry charged headlong at Malfoy, who deftly dodged him. Finally, Malfoy threw the glass ball with all his might, while Harry bent down, leaning outwards, holding the broom in his left hand to keep himself from falling, and catching the memory ball with his right hand when he was only 0.6 meters from the ground. The Gryffindors surrounded him and celebrated loudly. Meanwhile, some of the Slytherins looked at Harry with envy, lost in thought. Harry Potter. Looking towards the sound, Professor McGonagall rushed over from the castle tower. She had just witnessed Harry's series of flying maneuvers in her office. "How dare you?" Anger flashed behind his glasses, but his words were filled with fear and concern. "Do you know that what you just did could have broken your neck if you weren't careful? It wasn't his fault, it was Malfoy's." "Shut up, Miss Parvati." Before Madam Hooch could return, Professor McGonagall grabbed Harry by the collar and dragged him out, striding toward the castle. But it was clearly Malfoy's mistake, so Gryffindor, led by Parvati and Ron, vented their anger on Slytherin. But Slytherin was so arrogant that they naturally wouldn't tolerate it. Gryffindor's initial goodwill towards Slytherin, which stemmed from Nietzsche, plummeted back to zero because of Malfoy. Harry was unaware that the two groups had begun to clash the moment he left. "If Harry is going to be expelled from school, why don't we just take Malfoy to the professor? There were two people who just flew up. You don't need to lose your interests because of Malfoy." Hermione didn't want to shift the blame, so she dragged out the smug Malfoy who was hiding behind the crowd. The little snakes of Slytherin thought about it and realized that what they said was true. This has nothing to do with them. It was Malfoy who bullied Neville and provoked Potter, so why are they standing in his way? Despite their strained relationship with Gryffindor, they weren't fools. It was obvious who was causing trouble for whom. Whether it was because he had come to a decision or because he didn't want to get involved in unnecessary trouble, Theodore was the first to make way, followed by Hubble, and then a number of people gradually made way from both sides. Nietzsche, on the other hand, whistled lightly. "Gentlemen, Slytherins are all resourceful people. They can certainly distinguish between advantages and disadvantages." Chapter 33, Slytherin's Choice. The headmaster of Hogwarts is Albus Dumbledore. As the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and the greatest wizard of the century, he is very busy. He was either eating the latest desserts, or wandering around the castle with his hands behind his back, humming to himself. In addition, he also needed to chat with the Sorting Hat when it woke up, so naturally he couldn't notice all the students at the same time. "Minerva." He looked at the old professor who had entered, somewhat surprised. "I don't recall assigning you anything recently." Professor McGonagall, who had been in a great mood, immediately pursed her lips and raised her eyebrows. "It's not about that, and you can't keep pushing the principal's job onto me." She sternly rebuked the other person's shameless behavior. "There won't be a next time?" That sounds familiar." McGonagall conjured a wooden chair and sat down, only to discover that a bat was hiding behind Dumbledore. Okay, I'll be careful." Dumbledore nodded perfunctorily as he grabbed a handful of crawling cockroaches from the bowl beside him. "So you climbed up to the 8th floor just so I could give you a raise. It's about the Gryffindor Quidditch team. You know, ever since Charlie graduated and went to Romania to study dragons, the team's strength has been declining. They can't even beat Slytherin anymore." Snape cleared his throat. While this statement implies that Slytherin is better than Gryffindor, it still sounds rather odd. "Ah yes, that's right." Dumbledore licked his lips, focusing his attention on McGonagall for the moment. "You were a chaser back in the day, so if there's a suitable candidate." "Harry Potter. You decide for yourself." "What? Harry? Isn't he only a first-year student?" Upon hearing the name, Snape instinctively frowned, his dark eyes turning to McGonagall, who was dressed in a green wizard's robe. "Albus, I saw him catch a ball from over 10 meters in the air, hanging upside down with one hand." Her eyes lit up when she talked about Quidditch. "He's a genius chaser. The only downside is that Harry Potter is only a first-year student. First-year students are not allowed to participate in Quidditch. At the very least, they must be second- or third-year students." Even Headmaster Dumbledore, who came from Gryffindor, needed to consider carefully the impact of professors breaking school rules. "Mr. Potter always gets more favoritism." Snape was disgusted by this. In the past, Gryffindor students led the way in ignoring discipline without punishment, and now, they can even be praised. Severus, Dumbledore felt a headache coming on. McGonagall said expressionlessly, I've dedicated my whole life to this school and don't need any material rewards, Albus. Of course, after I got injured in the game, I've always wanted someone to complete my life. Finally, Dumbledore couldn't take it anymore and could only sigh and nod slightly. Since the vice principal has put it this way, if he still doesn't let it go, it would be a huge waste of Professor McGonagall's hard work for the school. By the way, he shifted his focus back to the previous topic, not bothering to hide it from Minerva. Severus, that child you mentioned has been getting quite close to Quirrell lately. He knew Quirinius Quirrell, a decent graduate. Dumbledore gave him the position of defense against the dark arts professor because he had previously taught Muggle studies, so he was qualified and had solid theoretical knowledge. His only shortcoming was that he had no background, but he considered this shortcoming to be harmless. But ever since Quirrell came back, things have changed drastically, and the stark contrast makes it hard for Snape not to have doubts. Snape's cold gaze swept over him quickly. The curse that broke Malfoy's arms last time was a new trick invented by Nietzsche and Quirrell. Professor McGonagall looked back and forth between the two of them, seemingly lost in thought. She knew about the duel and could see the changes in Quirrell, but what did that have to do with Nietzsche, that child? It's possible that Quirrell taught him, Albus. You can't doubt an 11-year-old child without reason. But that's just a levitation charm. Dumbledore's words hit her like a ton of bricks. I know Quirinius well. For some reason, he didn't study standard spells very well during his student years. That really was just a levitation spell. If anyone else had said this, Professor McGonagall would have thought it was a cursed joke. How young, how intelligent, he remains unshaken even when isolated by his classmates. I'm sorry. Behind Dumbledore's half-moon spectacles, a look of apology flickered in his eyes. I'm worried that he might be led astray by some people in Slytherin. You mean that person? Professor McGonagall dismissed his last sentence as nonsense. As a professor and dean, she could never think that a college was bad or that it would lead people astray. No, of course not. Dumbledore exclaimed in surprise, then smiled easily and glanced to the side. He is very similar to Severus, but much better, so I'm just worried. His potions class was a complete mess. Snape's words always seemed to contain only sarcastic malice. But you can't assume he'll go astray just because he's in Slytherin, Albus. That kind of thinking is wrong in education. Besides, Snape is still standing perfectly fine in the headmaster's office. Although Nietzsche was not her student, Professor McGonagall still treated every student as equally as possible. Dumbledore naturally knew where he went wrong, but as the headmaster who ended the First World Magical War and the First Magical War on British soil, he naturally had special perspectives. In fact, Slytherin's criteria for choosing people included not only shrewdness, cunning, ambition, and self-interest, but also, most importantly, contempt for certain laws and regulations. Just because of that, McGonagall smirked. You think I haven't taught those Slytherins? I haven't seen many of them who truly possess these qualities. The Sorting Hat is just talking nonsense. Let's set aside the Malfoys and the Slytherin prefects for now. In terms of ambition and the pursuit of achievement, she seems to embody the most in Ravenclaw. But Snape calmly said, purebloods don't automatically get into Slytherin. Those idiots get in because they have no other qualities but bloodlines. He seemed to have forgotten that he was the head of Slytherin. And according to Severus's observation, this Mr. Holmes was clearly the other extreme. Nietzsche admired Muggles more, and his contempt for purebloods was exactly the same as that for non-purebloods, perhaps even more profound. Who said that? A principal who always delegates his work to the vice principal. It's me, a loud shout came from behind Snape. I never make a mistake. Believe me, Slytherin is the best choice for that child. But Professor McGonagall had already left. She always felt that as a professor, one should maintain a spirit of deep inquiry. It seems that Dumbledore has really become senile. Doesn't he remember that he has already made a mistake once? Even if the student really went astray, it's the teacher's fault, she murmured to herself as she walked downstairs in the darkness. P.S. The original novel, The Deathly Hallows, features Muggle wizards in Slytherin. This is not a fan fiction. Chapter 34, Warrington Wants Revenge. Malfoy never dreamed that one day he would be sold out by his classmate. Perhaps the Slytherins thought his behavior was too low class and simply stopped playing with him. After Madame Hooch deducted 20 points from Malfoy, the little snakes unknowingly left with Nietzsche after class. That's it. Professor McGonagall pulled me into the Quidditch team, and training will start next week. You are definitely the youngest player in Hogwarts history. You have a bright future ahead of you. Malfoy, who had just returned to the Great Hall from the lawn, immediately overheard the conversation of the group. If looks could kill, Nietzsche felt he had been torn to pieces by Malfoy, who, in Fosse's eyes, was a thief who had stolen his status and respect in the academy. Malfoy, accompanied by Goyle and Crabbe, strode towards Harry. How come our score has suddenly dropped so much? Warrington, who had just been discussing team composition with Prefect Gemma, suddenly noticed that the emerald in the hourglass was much less than it had been that morning. Needless to say, it was the trouble Malfoy caused in flight class. Hubble spat, but not daring to be too loud because of the professors in the main seats. Aside from the Muggle wizards of Slytherin, some half-bloods have become less and less appreciative of purebloods. They subconsciously compare Nietzsche and Malfoy, only to find that the latter does not possess many of the qualities of Slytherin. Whenever it comes to deducting points, it's always Draco Malfoy's clique that comes up. What trouble has Malfoy gotten into this time? He bullies Neville because of his family background, that's all he's capable of. When Warrington noticed that some of the freshmen were starting to feel dissatisfied, an idea immediately popped into his head. Since Marcus is relying on Malfoy, why can't these disorganized mixed race and muggle people find a common ground? It is normal to prioritize self-interest, but the most difficult thing is to ensure that one's own interests do not conflict with those of others and that everyone has a share. Therefore, he could not use Nietzsche as a tool. No, it's impossible. Even so, he still has quite a few supporters in Slytherin, and finding a job will be a problem in the future, but it's not a big deal for the wealthy Malfoys. As soon as Warrington's imposing figure settled down, the surrounding freshmen immediately fell silent. This seemed like a tough opponent. The freshmen didn't know who Warrington was and thought he was a pure-blood wizard. But what others give is ultimately theirs, just like a slave taking his master's charity, which only makes him more convinced of his slave status. Nietzsche slowly cut the beef pie open. The outside was crispy, but the juices and butter inside were locked inside. The chefs at Hogwarts were truly first-rate. If it were placed outside, even royal restaurants would be fighting over it. Warrington suddenly broke into a smile, which eased the tension somewhat. That's right. Once the master leaves, what he leaves behind naturally belongs to the slave, but that wealth was originally created by the slave. Senior Warrington, I cannot buy a slave and give him his freedom, Nietzsche said bluntly. True freedom only comes when the slave stands up on his own. He certainly knew what Warrington meant. The other party wanted the captain of the Quidditch team, but he didn't respect Flint, so he wanted to win him over. The problem was that Nietzsche didn't want to be anyone's master. Do you know about the American Civil War? Is it the America of the wizarding world, or the backward slave system in the South severely hampered trade and industrial development in the North, which intensified the conflict between the two sides, and in the end, the Southerners died under the slave system they had promoted. Muggles and half-blood wizards represent the North, while half-bloods represent the backward South. Purebloods clung tightly to their own territory and vigorously promoted the theory of purebloods, opposed the establishment of diplomatic relations between wizards and muggles, and even launched the first magical war, which they were not completely defeated. Yes, it was the purebloods who started the war. Nietzsche, looking at the crudely recorded history of magic, never believed that the mysterious figure whose name could not even be mentioned was the culprit behind everything. The mysterious figure is clearly a product of war, much like the firearms and steam-powered warships invented during the Industrial Revolution. Although Warrington is a half-blood wizard, he has been exposed to the magical world since he was very young, so he knows very little about Muggle history. Fortunately, there is a young wizard like Hubble among the new students who can explain things to him. Warrington's horizons were broadened. He was thrilled just hearing about the impressive weapons that Muggles were making. So those purebloods who monopolize the magic world will eventually fail. He gripped his clothes tightly with both hands. I understand. We don't need to join a team that's destined to lose. If Nietzsche hadn't appeared, he might have turned to purebloods because of Flint's beating. But it was precisely this hope that solidified Warrington's initial belief he didn't need to be a dog for purebloods to get what he deserved. We're Slytherin, why should we give up our best interests? Nietzsche observed them closely and became somewhat intoxicated by their excitement. He loved seeing the weak rise up against the powerful. These moments fill individuals with vitality. Yes, we are Slytherin. The muggle-blooded snakes were lost in their fantasies and showed some disdain for the unspoken rules set by purebloods. Imagine, of course you should imagine. If you can't even imagine, where will you find the courage to take the next step? Of course, this doesn't mean we should retaliate in the same way as the purebloods, otherwise we'd be no different from them, Nietzsche persuaded gently. Let's start with the smallest things, fully expressing ourselves, how about that? His words captivated the little snakes. No one wants to suppress themselves just to conform to the environment. Salazar Slytherin was also a friend of Gryffindor. He never suppressed his own personality for anyone else. Warrington suddenly realized, yes, I understand. Since Flint is someone people dare not speak out against in Quidditch, he can go to other teams to put pressure on them. Warrington turned his head to look at the Gryffindor table. In his memory, Wood was a good opponent, but he had a bad relationship with Marcus Flint. Perhaps he could give it a try. Nietzsche was somewhat bewildered by him. You understand now? Understand what? What I mean is, you don't have to care about the pureblood rules. You can play with whoever you want. The more friends you have, the greater your benefits will be. That's right. I've been in the wrong place all this time. So that's why half-bloods and muggles can't beat purebloods in Slytherin. The fundamental reason is that we've always been playing by other people's rules. After Warrington's explanation, Hubble and Theodore felt they understood a little better, and their eyes showed more admiration when they looked at Nietzsche. No wonder he was the one who single-handedly isolated the pro-pureblood faction of Slytherin. His perspective on things is truly different. This is the real Slytherin? Nietzsche watched as Warrington picked up a glass full of juice and strode toward Gryffindor, silently taking a bite of his pie. The scene of the Gryffindor goalkeeper and captain and the former Slytherin chaser chatting on the eve of a Quidditch match seems to have an inexplicable absurdity. Nietzsche always felt that Slytherin would be led astray by him. Maybe, possibly, probably, likely. Chapter 35, Slytherin Must Change. There's nothing new in the wizarding world. The only good thing is that I can experience life in Germany after World War I, transcending time. Also, my Slytherin house is very harmonious. Nietzsche stopped writing, looked at the wizards mingling together, and shrugged. This is the second weekend already, and Slytherin has gradually split into two factions, the pro-pure blood faction and the liberal faction. It's none of his business. Nietzsche could swear on that. Many things were things the students figured out on their own. Although he didn't know what Warrington and the others had figured out, at least there had been quite a few new developments. Coward. Hubble spat. He's such a gentleman. What happened? You don't know, the day before yesterday, Malfoy was penalized 20 points, while Porter joined the Quidditch team. Malfoy challenged Porter to a duel because of this unfair treatment, and, he actually told that squib, Filch, about it. Wow, these techniques are so similar. Did Malfoy copy it from Hermione? I can't believe that this is all the Malfoy heir has become. Hubble and the little snakes had seen through it all. Draco could only use his father to scare people on ordinary days. This cowardly behavior of avoiding battle made the liberals in Slytherin even more disgusted. As Warrington went downstairs, he casually greeted a burly Gryffindor next to him. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Oliver Wood, the Quidditch captain of Gryffindor. It seems the liberal Slytherins are no longer going to keep it a secret. To paraphrase Nietzsche, if you're going to choose self-interest, why choose a team that's bound to lose? The professors in the main hall didn't seem to mind the change, except for Snape, who had a gloomy face but could only stare blankly at the snakes chatting with the other houses. Suddenly Hubble stood up and sat down next to Nietzsche with someone else. Hey, the Gryffindor table is across the way? Hermione didn't reply to him. She seemed absent-minded, mechanically turning her head and staring at him for a long time with a complicated expression. What's wrong with your house? She said wearily. Harry said that ever since that flying lesson, your former chaser has been pestering Wood to talk about Quidditch. That's not the point. The point is that the two of them got along very well. It was really bizarre that a former Slytherin member and the captain of Gryffindor were chatting so enthusiastically that the Weasley twins even thought Warrington was trying to gather intelligence. This is Slytherin's freedom, we like making friends. You sure? Of course, it's just that they don't want to be friends with Malfoy anymore. Nietzsche spread his hands helplessly. Isn't this a good opportunity for you? Now you can expand the number of people in the study group. It's called a study group, but there aren't actually many people in it. Neville and Hermione's two roommates would listen to her tutoring seriously, while Harry and Ron would only cram at the last minute, forcing themselves to memorize the books the night before potions class. Hermione has complained about the learning environment at Gryffindor more than once in private. You didn't sleep last night. He noticed a dark circle under Hermione's eyes. I know you're worried about your grades, but you don't have to stay up so late studying. But then Nietzsche noticed that Hermione's eyes were darting around and she was avoiding eye contact. I haven't been staying up late, well, I've just been a little tired lately. Hermione paused for a moment, then seemed to realize she was sitting in a Slytherin seat, and quickly stood up. After all, magic is just so wonderful, don't you think? She really can't lie. Because he knew Hermione had mild obsessive-compulsive disorder, she wanted to have everything planned out on a form, specifying what to do, what not to do, and when to do it, so there was no question of her staying up all night to learn magic. But Nietzsche didn't immediately expose Hermione's little secret that she was unwilling to reveal. Hermione Granger? The one Professor McGonagall always praises in class? Hubble asked, showing some interest. If you want to learn something, she's the one to go to. Nietzsche, sensing the other party's suspicion, immediately said innocently, platforms, besides Professor Flitwick's dual club, does Hogwarts have any other learning platforms? After much deliberation, Hubble and Theodore realized that Hogwarts indeed lacked any public platforms outside of class. Although Hermione's study group wasn't exactly a club, it was still a way to deceive oneself and make one feel the atmosphere of after-school learning. Besides, the school rules do not explicitly prohibit students from forming study groups without permission. The starting age for joining the dual club is passing the OWLS assessment. You have 5 years before that, and the platform is also very important in terms of social interaction. Since they don't want to be overshadowed by families like the Malfoys and Parkinsons, they naturally need to know how to make good use of all resources. I understand. Social maneuvering. Just like those clubs at Oxford University. Theodore Knott slapped his forehead, adding to Hubble's point, many students from top and elite schools can use this to gain connections after graduation. The same reason. In the future, no one knows what achievements the people around them will attain in the magical world. Perhaps someone will become a businessman, a politician, a thief, or an ordinary worker. But this means that they can rebuild new connections based on the friendships they formed on the platform, and at that time, their personal networks will spread throughout the entire magical world. Points connect to form lines, and lines weave together to form surfaces. This is a tremendous force, an unbreakable alliance built on shared interests and camaraderie. So, that's why I'm setting you free. N.I. wiped his hands with the tablecloth, then raised his index finger and poked his heart, saying with a smile, you won't make any waves under the rules of pure bloods. He checked the time and realized it was almost time to go to the basement, otherwise Snape would nag him for ages. Nietzsche left the two deep in thought and turned to walk toward the marble steps of the hall. Unfortunately, Malfoy and his friends had just finished dinner and were heading back to their quarters when they ran into Nietzsche on the underground steps. They immediately gave him a look of disgust. Nietzsche casually brushed off the corner of his clothes that had been touched, and said without turning his head, "Young Master Malfoy, perhaps the rules of purebloods can still be applied for a few more years, but they no longer apply after I arrived. What exactly are you trying to do?" "Freedom," he cried. "Even assassination cannot stop the arrival of a new era." Cheerful sounds echoed in the basement corridor. Without turning his head, he stretched out his right hand and made a reverse V sign to the people behind him. Nietzsche was a student with immense potential and full of unknowns, because you never knew what he would do next, or even use recent events to achieve his own goals. At least that's how Snape saw him. Weekends were Nietzsche's potion training time, and also Snape's observation time. "Your task today is the living hell potion." Snape only acted like a normal professor when talking about potions. "But before that, I need you to explain the whole process." There were only the two of them in the entire underground classroom. Here, Nietzsche's only companions were the bronze crucible, the balance scale, and the silver cleaver before him. "First, clean the crucible thoroughly," and I ran his finger around the inside of the crucible. "If there are stains on copper or tin crucibles, it will greatly increase the likelihood that the medicine will turn into poison." From the moment Snape entered, his eyes never left the other man. Nietzsche's words were met with a long, nasal sound as he urged him to continue. He was now filled with worry and questions as he watched the uncontrolled changes in Slytherin. "Then chop the narcissus root, add the mugwort infusion, and keep cooking until the liquid in the crucible is like a cup of coffee without milk." The habits and medicines of wizards are mostly preserved from the Middle Ages. At that time, only valerian was known as a panacea and had a calming effect, making it a perfect match for sleeping beans. The accurate narration made Snape squint and thoroughly enjoy it. "Potions are amazing, aren't they?" Snape circled him, seemingly always looking for something to criticize. Even if a muggle had all the ingredients for a potion and followed all the steps, they couldn't make it. This is what Snape is most proud of. Nietzsche understood his meaning. Clearly, the headmaster of Slytherin disliked muggles and the gradual changes taking place within Slytherin. He was as if he were specifically designed to criticize Nietzsche. Because of the stirring step, wizards always use magic to guide the stirring when they use their wands. That's right, that's why muggles and squibs who can't use magic can't make potions. Snape stopped behind him and said smugly, "If you don't have magic, it's useless even if you deduce all the ingredients of a potion." That's true, otherwise Holmes wouldn't have gotten himself into a dead end. Unfortunately, Snape only noticed what muggles couldn't do, while Nietzsche only focused on what muggles could do and how to do it to the extreme. But muggles will at least write down the dosage and proportion of narcissus root powder and sleepy bean juice. The cauldrons in the wizarding world are all different sizes, so everyone will make slight variations in the amount measured, around 1 spoonful, Snape explained, though he was displeased by the other party's superiority based on the muggle perspective. Potions. Only on this matter would Snape waste his breath. So here's the question, why isn't there a standard for a wizard's cauldron? Every company has a different producer. Is that so strange? Mr. Holmes, you should be worried about making it before bed today, instead of focusing your energy on others. Ignite the fire and grind the daffodil roots while waiting for the crucible to heat up. Nietzsche's goal has been achieved. From these minor details, one can gain a rough understanding of a corner of the magical world. Clearly, the things handled by the government departments here are extremely trivial and disorganized. First, the Ministry of Magic's politics and academia may be completely divided. Secondly, regarding individual vendors selling crucibles and similar items, they only need to ensure that the items are not of inferior quality. In other words, the capacity affected by the shape or carving is not their responsibility. This leads to a very serious problem because of the Ministry of Magic's lack of control. The dosage of potions can never be kept consistent. No wonder it's so blurry. Nietzsche couldn't care less about anything else. He could only pour the standard spoonful into the crucible first. Fortunately, the steam gradually turned from white to light blue. Only then did he add valerian and sedative bean juice, turning the potion into a light lilac liquid. It's like scooping up the part of the lake that reflects the moon. Nietzsche first cut the sleeping beans in half with a silver knife, then squeezed out the juice from the side. "Mr. Holmes, have you misremembered?" Snape, surprised by his actions, said, "The book says to slice the sleep beans, not squeeze them." Outdated. Any muggle who has been to school knows that squeezing puts pressure on an object and makes it easier for juice to be released. Otherwise, where would freshly squeezed juice come from? Nietzsche wished he could squeeze a box of beans into a large bowl of sleep-inducing bean juice and give it to the wizard in charge of updating the magic book. "Looks like you're not so stupid after all." Snape suddenly showed a hint of admiration. In fact, the textbooks were all written by wizards in the academic world, and the most recent one was before 1946. More than 50 years, half a century. It's hard to imagine what the government of the magical world is doing. Is it just about socializing every day? This is the problem. Wizards are completely unaware of how far behind they are, still complacent about their magical abilities, and approach academic work with a pre-reflective attitude. So the shortage of potion geniuses isn't a problem with wizards at all. Nietzsche said angrily. That's an irresponsible attitude. If the Ministry of Magic could standardize its practices and update them in a timely manner, the number of academics could at least double. Enough. Snape sternly stopped his student. He understood all these principles. Hogwarts only had one potions professor, and he had almost no one to talk to. That suppressed, strong desire to discuss academic matters with others was always kept in his heart. It was somewhat frightening to realize why professors like Quirrell and Flitwick liked Nietzsche. He always catered to Nietzsche's tastes, and once he got into the mood, Nietzsche would fool himself into it too. You know absolutely nothing about the magical world, stop pretending. He glared at Nietzsche and the pot of imperfect hellfire potion. You can't even make a standard potion. Nietzsche calmly replied, Professor, I was just doing what the book said. Because that's wrong? Finally, you need to stir it 7 times counterclockwise, then clockwise. Snape stopped mid-sentence, staring blankly and breathing heavily. Looking at the pot of not-so-clear hellfire soup, he realized the other party's meticulous logic, and his rebuttal had gradually entered Nietzsche's logical system. He didn't threaten anyone, he simply used facts to bring Snpla into the picture. If this were a class, Nietzsche felt he would definitely lose some points. Seeing the professor's increasingly gloomy face, he immediately chuckled and retreated step by step toward the door. Snape did not stop him, but simply watched as the other person cautiously retreated to the doorway until he left the classroom. Danger? Utterly dangerous? Just a fleeting moment, Snape realized that anger had welled up within him. The crucial point was that this anger wasn't directed at Nietzsche, but rather, to the Ministry of Magic. Am I really wrong? Snape sat helplessly in Nietzsche's seat, clutching his head in anguish. Was every step he took from the very beginning wrong? Chapter 36, Gathering of All Parties. Quirrell's mood improved as the days went by. It wasn't because of the spell experiment, mainly, he didn't have to worry about classroom discipline. He didn't know when it started, but the Slytherin snakes stopped joking around in class. Although he didn't know what had happened, he could clearly see that the core of the new Slytherin students had quietly changed. Do you know why defense against the dark arts includes some poison spells and curses? Quirrell's gaze swept around the silent classroom, and he nodded with satisfaction. Because it's about fighting poison with poison. The crushing curse and the petrifying curse are both curses, one of the 3 great dark curses. But wizards have very few means of defense, so using curses to attack curses is very common in the magical world. Quirrell, in a great mood, was even willing to stammer and talk about some deeper things. Whether first graders can understand this or not is another matter entirely. Haha, isn't his signature move to scare away vampires with garlic? Draco chuckled to himself. However, some of the Slytherins around him simply nodded and smiled in agreement, though in reality, they had already begun to despise Draco. Nietzsche personally saw the 12 Owls certificates in the professor's office. No one really thinks that a professor officially hired by Headmaster Dumbledore would be helpless when facing vampires. Everyone was just taking it as a joke, but I didn't expect some people to actually believe it. Garlic smell. Which Ravenclaw wizard doesn't have some quirks? As long as they can learn something real, that's enough. As soon as get out of class ended, Nietzsche ran up to Professor Quirrell without hesitation and stopped him from leaving. Professor, about our delayed experiment. He seems much more confident than before. I've been very busy lately, sorry. Quirinus immediately took a step back, keeping his distance from Nietzsche. But the good news is that I've recently gained some new insights. The notebook that originally belonged to Nietzsche flew out of his pocket, along with several sheets of parchment. These were all experimental data about the levitation spell. Nietzsche smoothed out the parchment, carefully folded it, and tucked it into his notebook like a bookmark. However, there is also Professor Quirrell's signature inside. I've accumulated too many problems lately. I know, this is for you to borrow books. Quirrell tapped his forehead lightly with his finger, then stepped back to the stairwell. Don't worry, you can digest my new knowledge a little bit after Halloween, how about it? Nietzsche noticed his change and was genuinely happy for him. It's a deal. Awesome? It's as beautiful as the rising sun, where everything remains the same yet also contains a brand new beginning. Now, more than a month has passed since the start of the school year, and Nietzsche has gotten used to life at Hogwarts. He has to admit that it is indeed much better than some private elite schools. Being able to do research with professors and having meat at every meal, this place is simply paradise. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Holmes. Mrs. Pans put down the book she was holding, her expression surprised. Which student greeted her last time? I can't seem to remember. It's all thanks to you that the Hogwarts library has so many books and they're so well preserved. Nietzsche handed over the autographed document, rubbing his hands together eagerly. I'd like to borrow some books from the restricted section. Quickly reveal your true form. Mrs. Pans simply smiled at his praise, then swept her wand across the note. However, the handwriting remained unchanged, which meant that the note with the signature of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor was not a forgery, considering she had seen too many storms in the past. You're just a first-year student. She went back and pointed to a spot. In the innermost area, you'll see a roped-off area. If you don't have permission, any book that's opened will scream. Mrs. Pans recognized the little Slytherin very well. Although she had been an administrator for a long time and had seen all kinds of students, she sometimes found it hard not to take a second look when she saw a Slytherin arrive on time every day without making a sound. Because Nietzsche was actually reading alone, not taking the opportunity to talk to his classmates. She had a good impression of him as a studious and polite child. Actually, I don't know what's there yet. I'm just looking for books suitable for research. The forbidden section contains records of very advanced dark magic. If you're only interested in research, I recommend the second row, Mrs. Pants joked. The reason these books are preserved is because a student like you wouldn't damage them. An ordinary faculty member is usually hard to notice. Students don't ignore it, they've simply gotten used to it, like taking a sip of water before bed. It's become something so ordinary. Nietzsche kept walking towards the innermost part and finally saw a small, isolated area in the corner. The bookshelves here were blocked off like ancient relics in a museum. He didn't curiously browse around. After all, Mrs. Pants was the expert here, and she wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for him. Following Mrs. Pins's words, Nietzsche immediately began searching through the second row bookshelf. Powerful potion. He stuck out his tongue. That's the old bat's favorite. Please, something about charms. Fortunately, there weren't many banned books, and Nietzsche eventually managed to retrieve the fifth element, exploration, and the poisonous magic from them. The first book was casually recommended by Professor Flitwick, and the second book mentions the origins of black magic, making it perfect for Nietzsche's research. When he opened the book, a gust of wind pressure surged out from the pages. The preface to the very first page of The Most Poisonous Magic contains a warning. This notebook was written by Godrith in Elhorn. Furthermore, it neither discusses nor provides guidance on Horcruxes, the most evil invention. Interesting. There are even things to be afraid of in a book about black magic. Nietzsche casually grabbed a handful of food from his pocket, chewing on nuts as he flipped through the pages. Whatever, I've never heard of it. Quirrell always says that black magic is a shortcut to modern spells, but there is more than one shortcut. Judging from the previous part, many of the recorded black magic spells require the manipulation of emotions. Although this is very effective for the spells, the drawback is obvious. People who are always in a state of emotion will lose their rational thinking. Can black magic shatter boulders? Can it cause enemies to grow pustules? This is not due to magic, but rather to the wizard. Anger and hatred merely bring out the wizard's true thoughts. We often see wizards easily accomplish these things, but they can't bring the dead back to life. It's not that wizards can't transcend death, but rather that we can't understand death. Upon reading this, Nietzsche had a general idea in mind. The effects of magic cannot exceed what can be described in words. So that's how it is. No wonder the wizard's spells haven't improved. In the end, it's because they lack creativity. Their society is stuck in caves, so they can't see the rivers and seas outside. The inability to see means they cannot describe it, which is why magic cannot reach it. Wizards must integrate with ordinary people, not only for the sake of their future lives, but also for the benefit of the wizards themselves, who have been trapped in information cocoons for hundreds of years. What kind of bullshit Muggle Protection Act is this? It's clearly a weapon that's trapping mixed race and Muggle people here to die. Do you know you're eating owl food? As Hermione passed by the restricted section carrying several books, she saw Nietzsche looking down and grinning foolishly. His entire head was hidden by the books, and he was walking unsteadily. Who? Me? Nietzsche snapped out of his daze, looked down, and realized he had reached into the wrong pocket. The bread pieces he had taken from the table were still in his left pocket, and none of them were missing. However, more than half of the owl food in his right pocket was gone, and he hadn't noticed anything wrong after eating for a while. Nietzsche was also wondering why today's bread filling was all nuts. Do you know you're a bit? Nietzsche, full of passion. Hermione, crazy. She turned her head away with difficulty, looking at the black bangs that remained by her ears, feeling somewhat depressed, while the other person's grey-blue eyes were full of vitality. I get it now, Hermione said, stamping her foot angrily. You deliberately sent those people to bother me so you could learn something new. Let me tell you, no way, you're responsible too. I don't remember hating you this much. But Nietzsche still searched his memory. He nodded in affirmation only after he realized that he had indeed not allowed anyone to harass Hermione. Study group. Miss Rule-abiding gritted her teeth, her dark circles under her eyes, and growled from her throat. A bunch of crazy Slytherins came running to me from who knows where, and they're shouting your name. Overcome with emotion, she even started to mimic others in a shrill voice. Oh, Nietzsche recommended we come here. He said this place is perfect for studying. Her hair, which hadn't been styled in a long time, was even more disheveled, and Hermione had completely lost the composure and dignity she displayed in front of her classmates. For her, Nietzsche was the culprit who kept her busy from beginning to end. Was this also part of Nietzsche's calculations? How despicable? But you can refuse. Come out and help me carry the books. Hermione ignored his innocent expression, stood on the outside of the robe, and stretched out her hand. The Gryffindors are under my jurisdiction, but Slytherin is yours. You said that yourself. Hermione is the one who should feel wronged. It seems like those Slytherins were deliberately trying to make things difficult for her. If they came here to learn from each other, that would be fine. But the problem is, I don't know what Nietzsche said, but they've been fawning over me ever since they arrived, acting like I'm the student council president for a first-year student. At first, she felt a little embarrassed, but after a few days, Neville and the other Gryffindors became unhappy. Isn't this a good thing? Nietzsche took out his wand and used the levitation charm to lighten Hermione's burden. The two houses are starting to try to communicate. Hermione, you can't be negligent. Do your two fathers know what kind of person you are at school? You're a typical Slytherin. Hermione glanced at the book that had floated up, then grabbed at the air with her free hands. After moving them around a few times, she immediately patted Nietzsche's back twice. This was her last act of defiance. Shut up, From today onwards, you keep your Slytherin in check. If any diplomatic conflict arises, I'll. Hermione stammered for a while. Nietzsche, you don't want the Watsons to know about your behavior at school, do you? Nietzsche stared in astonishment at the childlike Hermione, unsure of what to say for a moment. If Watson knew what had happened since the start of the school year, he might not say anything, but Mary would be a different story, since she is a teacher herself. Did the Sorting Hat ever say, you might be a better fit for Slytherin than I am? Magic is with him. I really hope Hermione doesn't become a lady like Aunt Irene. Tell me, did you expose him to dark magic? I will do as you say. I have already sent him to the restricted book section. He will find out soon enough. Very good. Quirrell stood in front of the full-length mirror in the room. He had completely removed his headscarf, leaving only a bald head. His skin was now even paler than when he had come in. But if you look a little closer, you'll notice that his scalp is wrinkled and smooth, unlike a head. And with that hoarse, deep voice, the skin on the top of his head would wrinkle, just like a person sitting on a sofa would twist their body to be more comfortable. Master, I know where that thing is hidden, but there are always people patrolling that area. Idiot! Why not just kill someone to divert attention? Quirrell shuddered, looking terrified as he stared at himself in the mirror with a worried expression. He's laughing. But Dumbledore he'll find out. You don't even dare to kill a person, coward. Perhaps he thought Quirrell was right, so he simply changed the subject. How's the potion I asked you to prepare coming along? Remember to send it out. That muggle. Quirrell hunched over again, pleading, Master, please, I'll do anything for you. He's just a muggle, he can't help you achieve your goal. Of course, that muggle is just part of a bigger plan. Give him my improved poison, and the deal is done. The voice was so weak that it seemed to fall asleep after saying just a few words. Those muggles even stole the poison formula you gave me, thinking they could replicate it. Muggles, stupid. Quirrell called out quietly a few more times, and only when he heard no response did he relax. His smile became even more mocking, but he still restrained himself from showing his emotions. Yes, he did expose Nietzsche to black magic. However, his purpose in getting involved with dark magic was for research, not for simply studying it as he had done before. In any case, he wasn't lying, so he went unnoticed. Nietzsche, thanks to you, I was able to find myself again. He looked at the messy papers on the table, covered with notes. The allure of studying the essence of magic is so strong that one can easily become engrossed in it. Quirrell put his headscarf back on and, before leaving, drew his wand and pointed it at his chin. He needs to make thorough preparations before heading out to prepare for his mission. Reversing reality and dreams, Quirrell, that's what you're best at. You've been good at it since you were little. Trying to confuse the public. With a tremor in his body, he escaped reality. Chapter 37, Halloween Eve. After several days of reading, Nietzsche found that his argument was correct. The limit of a wizard is the upper limit of thought. In this respect, metamorphism perfectly illustrates his argument. Mr. Holmes, please put away your charms books in my class. Professor McGonagall walked to his desk and said helplessly, some people in Gryffindor already know the transmutation charm. Turning a match into a needle is nothing special. Do we even need to think about the Gryffindor guy? This kind of spell, which should have been learned by 4th graders, was only known to Hermione among the first-year Gryffindors. However, thanks to the study groups, many of the Slytherins also learned about this knowledge beyond the academic year, and because the basic theory was filled in, the Slytherins' transfiguration course progressed a little faster. Slytherin snake, Nietzsche was right, Granger was really wasting her talent in Gryffindor. The first person to conjure a teacup from the snail on your table gets 5 points. The transfiguration classroom has many different kinds of experimental animals, from those that fly in the sky to those that grow on the ground. These are all small animals used to train young wizards in transfiguration. Professor McGonagall stood on the podium, looking down at the Slytherins below. Now that they had fully integrated into the house, their learning progressed very rapidly. Last week, everyone was able to turn matches into silver needles. So this lesson has begun with learning about the transformation of living things. I have a question. Nietzsche asked, looking at the snail slowly wriggling on the table. Please speak. If I don't know what a teacup looks like, can I still conjure it up? Of course, no. Professor McGonagall focused her gaze on him, giving him a rare smile. That's why sometimes the object of transformation will encounter some minor mishaps due to the wizard. So some errors stem from misunderstandings. McGonagall didn't quite understand at first, but after carefully considering the performance of the students from each college, she slowly nodded. During the first transformation exercise, she asked the students to turn a match into a needle, but even those who succeeded showed many subtle differences. For example, some silver needles are thicker, some have wider thread holes, and some look like antiques from a museum. That's right, but there's no standard for these errors. As long as the object is correct, that's enough. Is there a problem? No, I just happen to have an idea. An idea? Is it about Professor Flitwick this time, or about Quirinus? McGonagall glared at him. Slytherin loses a point. Why can't you be as focused as Miss Granger? It has started. The comparative method, unique to the Transfiguration class, always uses Hermione Granger as its reference point. Because I don't intend to take Hermione's favorite thing away. If Professor McGonagall becomes my tutor, she might kill me out of jealousy. Stop talking nonsense. But when everyone started to concentrate on practicing, Professor McGonagall turned around and chuckled to herself. Is this the kind of student Dumbledore needs to watch out for? In her view, they were just like children, except that they were a little sweeter and more humorous. Professor McGonagall was happy to be with such students in class because it was very comfortable. Professor McGonagall put her hands in front of her and looked behind him with a smile, saying, I don't know if Granger will be sad about this, but one thing is for sure, your classmate can't do without your help right now. That's right, she had long been unhappy with Slytherin, led by Snape. It's normal for classmates to look out for each other, she thought to herself, pondering Nietzsche's future. If nothing unexpected happened, he might become a good teacher. However, she was wrong about one thing. Slytherin was not a united group like Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, but rather a community of shared interests. This was even more pronounced during Friday's potions class. To make their image a little more positive, the little snakes could occasionally remind the lion next to them if it made a mistake. After all, looking back later, they wouldn't want others to remember them as bad people. When grinding the lavender into powder, add the Florper caterpillar slime. Do not add them one by one. Neville heard his colleague at the next table give a reminder without even looking up. He had been hesitant, but when he saw Snape walk in front of him, he immediately threw the materials at hand into the mortar. Then Snape stopped in front of Neville, barely daring to breathe, afraid that he would blow away the powder and lose points. Fortunately, Snape only managed an ugly smirk. He glanced at the little snake beside him and said coldly, Mr. Longbottom doesn't seem too stupid. Neville finally breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as the old bat moved on to find the next unlucky guy, he immediately grinned at the Slytherin beside him to express his gratitude. Thank you, thank you. Just call me Theodore, Nott said calmly. If only Malfoy were like that among all of you, Neville stammered in a low voice. I thought you were only looking for Hermione because... Theodore Nott used his wand to adjust the flame to medium before he had 20 seconds to spare. For a prank? We don't have time for that. Granger has put aside her prejudices and helped us a lot, why would we play a trick on her? However, he didn't finish his sentence. He simply looked over the shoulders of the two Gryffindor girls in front of him at Nietzsche and Hermione in the front row. The two of them were very in sync in making potions. The former had just finished processing the material when the latter grabbed it and threw it into the crucible, as if everything had been timed perfectly. Playing pranks on Hermione Granger? Putting aside whether they were that bored, even if they did, Nietzsche would probably be the first to quietly come knocking on their door. Sorry. Neville scratched his head, knowing he wasn't good with words, and didn't say anything more. What's going on lately? Ron sensed the subtle change around him and said incredulously, Slytherin and Gryffindor are living in peace? Are they crazy, or am I? He saw Neville being helped by a Slytherin and thought he was hallucinating, so he rubbed his eyes hard. Harry wasn't thinking about that, and simply nodded in agreement. Don't you know Hermione's study group? She said that all those Slytherins are there so that they can have a good learning environment after school. It is also distinct from after-school tutoring. He had met his cousin Dudley before. Sometimes, because his grades were so bad, the Vernons would hire tutors to give him extra lessons on weekends. This is completely different, because they can go wherever they want, and when they want to study, they can simply go to the library, meet up with someone, and sit down together. Ah, it seems you two are quite confident in your potion-making skills. Snape suddenly appeared behind them, leaned down, and placed his head between them. Mr. Weasley's sleeping potion won't turn into madness later. That wasn't all. He then extended an index finger from his sleeve and dipped it into the dry powder in Ron's mortar. 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. I made it very clear in the last lesson, both ingredients must be used together. Snape grinned triumphantly. He had finally found a scumbag in this class. But that's not what the book says. Harry protested, flipping open the book. It says, you just need to add 2 powdered ingredients to the crucible. Now our Mr. Potter is starting to think everything in the books is right again, Professor Snape scolded. 2 more points deducted from Gryffindor, Potter. Put away your arrogance, this is not your flying lesson. He then tossed his black robe aside and strode toward the front row. He just wanted to see something that would cheer him up, so he went to the front row and glanced at the cauldron Hermione had just put in 4 portions of valerian. A near-perfect potion, and it actually came from Gryffindor. Snape quickly glared at Nietzsche. To grind lavender into a fine paste, you need to add a drop of caterpillar slime before grinding. The professor poured some pale purple-red liquid into the bottle. Gryffindor, 1 point. This is what he said last Friday, and Hermione obviously took it all in. This is what a well-behaved student should do, instead of blindly following outdated knowledge from books and taking detours on their own. Do you think it's possible that the old bat only gave extra points because Nietzsche was sitting next to him? Lavender shrank back in his chair, hiding his face behind the crucible. But Parvati's opinion was completely opposite to hers. Doesn't seem like it. Why? If that's the case, Snape could have simply forbidden Nietzsche and Hermione from sitting together. Halloween is just around the corner. In contrast, Hermione is also getting busier and busier, juggling her studies with running around to different people. Even Harry and Ron had to squeeze in with others because of their various subjects and assignments. Harry, in particular, not only had to deal with his assignments, but also with Quidditch practice 3 nights a week. Hermione could no longer tutor the two of them individually in potions in the Gryffindor common room as she had at the beginning of the school year. She and Nietzsche have been at the library a lot lately. Ron sounded dejected. Yeah, hanging out with those Slytherins. Even Neville's changed. Harry, don't tell me you're going to. Do you expect me to help me complete the history of magic and potions? Harry shook his head and could only make his way to the library entrance alone through the hidden door of the movable staircase. Upon entering, one could see several long tables pushed together, where dozens of people were huddled together, whispering and discussing their studies. The windows were closed, and the warm temperature made him feel a little dazed. After Harry found a seat and sat down, the rustling sound of paper rubbing against each other intensified his sense of disorientation. You've finally arrived, Hermione said hastily. Harry. Nietzsche sat down next to the girl and waved. You can borrow Theodore and Hubble's notes for now. If you don't come soon, there won't be any seats left here. Harry looked around at the students, most of them were Slytherin. However, those people only glanced at him at most, busy with their own studies, occasionally interrupting to point out his mistakes. Harry had never experienced normal classmate relationships before. He only looked up when Nietzsche walked over. How was it? Nietzsche asked cheerfully, hooking his arm around his shoulder. Like a dream, Harry said softly, head down. In fact, they were well prepared when they heard you were coming. He pointed to the little snake opposite Harry. Don't let their current docile appearance fool you, they'll be secretly thrilled when they get back to their dorms. Is this still the reserved and conservative Slytherin? Harry couldn't believe it until he heard several coughs and Slytherin's displeasure, a feeling of utter humiliation at being exposed. Hermione, however, seemed a little unhappy. While reading, she asked, did you come alone? Ahem. Ron. Ron has something to attend to. Come on, he just won't admit I'm right. Hermione snorted softly. Preserving prejudice against another house, I don't understand. How is that any different from Slytherin back then? Nietzsche listened to their conversation, somewhat bewildered. So he moved closer to Hermione and asked curiously, is it about the duel you had with Malfoy that day? Hermione nodded without saying anything more. Caught in the middle, she briefly weighed her options before turning her attention back to the others. She wouldn't give up everything she had now because of something like this. She shook her head in disappointment. I'm going back to rest now. Me too. As time went by, many people returned to their respective lounges. At this point, Hermione and Harry exchanged a glance, both staring at each other and shaking their heads. What do you want to say? He closed the book. Harry cleared his throat, hesitated for a long time, and finally passed the book to Hermione. You say it. That's your business, Harry. I don't want to get involved. Hermione turned her head, glanced quickly at Nietzsche, and added, nobody wants to, including Nietzsche, that's all. But the more she said that, the more intense Nietzsche's curiosity became. Harry's emerald green eyes glanced nervously at the group at the end of the long table. Do you know about the Gringotts robbery? If Gringotts has only been robbed once recently, then I should know. Yes, that's it. Harry lowered his head and waited for Nietzsche to get closer before continuing. The reports say the murderer stole something empty, but I know where it's hidden. I saw Hagrid take it with my own eyes. Hagrid, that towering giant, Harry saw him with his own eyes? Nietzsche's thoughts were instantly transported back to before the start of the school year. When he was waiting for Watson to exchange pounds for galleons at Gringotts, he did see that tall giant, and that familiar figure was probably Harry. I know he's been hidden, but guarded by a three-headed dog. I understand now. The murderer didn't know that Hagrid had already taken the treasure, and that the treasure was hidden in the school. As expected of Nietzsche, Harry didn't need to recount the whole story from beginning to end. Someone wants to steal it? Nietzsche. But this is Hogwarts, Hermione interrupted him. A school headmastered by the greatest wizard of the century, who would be crazy enough to come here. If that's the case, then it would be better to just go to Azkaban. It would be more convenient and save us the trouble. Chapter 38 Quirrell's Abnormalities. Hermione thought it was impossible for a thief to break into Hogwarts. Although Nietzsche wanted to refute her, Hermione seemed to have a point. Unless the treasure was priceless and someone was willing to let a thief risk being caught and thrown into Azkaban to jump around under Dumbledore's nose. Harry had intended to have Nietzsche give it a try, but without thinking too much about it, he temporarily put aside the idea of the treasure hidden in the fourth-floor corridor. The day after Hermione finished her homework with satisfaction, trouble came knocking. Nietzsche, who had just finished his herbology class, saw Hermione frowning in the distance as he passed through the central courtyard, with Ron on the other side and Harry between them. You had Harry tell Nietzsche about this. Ron shouted, having just come out of the charms classroom. Otherwise what? Hermione retorted without any politeness. You know perfectly well that the Slytherin were the ones who made us run around all day, and now you're going to tell them about it? Oh, I forgot, you're one of them. In fact, when Harry was provoked by Malfoy that day, Hermione was the first to call out, but the only experienced person didn't intend to get involved in such matters. If I say it's the last time, then it's the last time. Hermione chuckled coldly, as if she had heard a joke. If it's about learning from each other, then we're definitely on the same side. Not only that, but I'll be on Ravenclaw's side in the future. She didn't think she had done anything wrong. Nietzsche saw Harry looking miserable, sandwiched between the two of them, glancing to the left and then immediately to the right, making it difficult for him to even get a word in edgewise. Ignorant, stubborn and closed-minded. Ignorant. Ron's mood was at its worst. I've known since I was a child how many dark wizards there are in Slytherin, how many innocent people they've killed. It's fine if you're friends with Nietzsche, but at least don't tell everyone everything. As he spoke, he grabbed Harry's arm and pulled him toward him. It seems that everything was because Hermione made Harry do it, and Ron forgot that his friend had the freedom to do so even if Hermione offered suggestions. It wouldn't matter if Harry didn't want to talk about it. No wonder you don't have many friends in Gryffindor. Maybe you'd be better suited for Ravenclaw. Hermione was initially angry, but then calmed down. She stared at Ron expressionlessly until he lowered his head in nervousness before turning and walking towards the tower with the moving staircase. She needs to go to the library to calm down. Even Harry stared at Ron in surprise upon hearing this. Are you crazy? Even though she's usually tough, she at least considers us friends. If it were anyone else, they might have gone up to Ron and demanded an explanation, but Nietzsche didn't, even though he also disliked Weasley's rhetoric, because such radical methods would only exacerbate the conflict. However, this can also be considered a good thing. Because Hermione is a very strong-willed person, she will not allow anyone to make any unreasonable accusations against her behavior, so Ron's emotional language was just a catalyst. Let me think, maybe I can go to the library and read some more books before the Halloween party starts tonight. Today is the last day of October, and tonight is Halloween Eve, which is usually the time for the wildest parties. So this will be the last time I go to the library today. After all, faculty and staff also need to rest on Halloween. Nietzsche marveled at himself as a truly studious and compassionate wizard. Of course, if he happens to see Hermione and she's upset, he can offer her some comfort. Entering through the main gate from the central courtyard, you will see that every corner of the castle is filled with strange and wonderful decorations. The hall alone is filled with the aroma and sweetness of roasted pumpkin. The armor on the wall emits eerie howls as people pass by, and the flames inside the jack-o'-lanterns are blue, flickering on and off, with bats occasionally flying out from them. Happy Halloween, Nietzsche. Professor Flitwick dressed up as a garden goblin and threw candy to every student he encountered on the way. This is your reward for not causing trouble in class. He also secretly slipped in an extra blue frog-shaped hard candy, Honeyduke's latest mint toad candy. Don't tell them it's from me. Everyone had free classes in the afternoon, and the professors also had a rare moment of leisure. Just then, he saw Professor Quirrell stagger out of the corridor on the left side of the hall. When he saw Nietzsche, he smiled and nodded, quickly wiping his muddy hands onto his clothes. When Nietzsche walked in, the smell of garlic was different from usual. It also had a slightly sour, pungent odor. The banquet tonight is still a while away, Quirinus, hurry up and change into something cleaner. Flitwick pinched his nose and gagged a few times. Did you fall into the toilet? Quirrell blinked and glanced nervously at Nietzsche. I've gone to gather herbs. You know, Sprout's greenhouse likes to use dragon dung as fertilizer. Even with stuffy noses, they could still smell the odors during class. The garlic and pumpkin scents were unmistakable. Nietzsche narrowed his eyes and, out of habit, looked the professor up and down. Quirrell noticed his gaze as well, so he quickly waved with an awkward laugh and hurried upstairs. It was as if she didn't want to spoil their fun. Didn't he dislike potions before? Flitwick glanced at his retreating figure, muttering to himself as he turned his gaze to another student. But Nietzsche knew that the professor hadn't told the whole story. If you were to normally dig herbs from a greenhouse, the soil wouldn't be stuck to the sides of your shoes. Today's weather is cold and dry, so it couldn't be mud or water from the road. The only damp places outdoors are the Black Lake and Forbidden Forest. Did he go to the Forbidden Forest to dig for medicinal herbs? Nietzsche walked up to the 5th floor while pondering. Perhaps because all the young wizards wanted to experience the castle during the festival, Hermione was the only one in the library, so he happened to pick up a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them and happened to sit opposite Hermione. He didn't say anything, just kept reading by himself, and the quiet atmosphere made Hermione feel like she was back in elementary school. Today is the first holiday at Hogwarts. After a while, Hermione was the first to lose her composure. So, Nietzsche looked up and gave her a strange look. Don't you all like wearing those weird clothes and asking people for candy? The library. She suddenly realized she couldn't look at the other person with ordinary eyes, but still stubbornly said, the library is not a suitable place to come right now. In fact, Hermione didn't absorb a single word. She sat there for hours, staring at the words in the book, as if she could see the true nature of magic through those Latin words. Miss Granger, perhaps you haven't noticed it yourself, but I still want to say it since I've been sitting here for 2 hours and 24 minutes. You've only turned the pages 3 times, and one of those times was when you were turning back. And what about you? Hermione, caught out, simply stopped pretending, pushed the book forward, and said with a blush, look. I'm looking so carefully, did you even read the book? Nietzsche silently raised his head and stared into those chocolate-colored eyes. Hermione glared back defiantly, and the two stared at each other across the table, as if whoever gave up first would lose. Suddenly, a cough came from the end of the long table. Mrs. Pants pounded her chest violently. She had choked on her water while watching the duel between the two men. When she saw them turn around, she quickly waved her hand to signal them. Don't worry about me, you guys continue. But after this interruption, they couldn't possibly rekindle the atmosphere. The two pursed their lips, then finally laughed together. Why don't you go for a walk with your friends? Hermione said, her head down, her cheeks puffing out again. Someone as popular as you would definitely get the most candy from the professors. Nietzsche seemed to have rejected her proposal. Usually on holidays like these, I stay inside and wait for Mrs. Hudson to bring up the candies I haven't given out yet. What about you? Me. Hermione looked sad, her eyes filled with envy. On holidays like these, I usually just stay home and watch everyone else get candy. But before he could finish speaking, Nietzsche waved his wand and returned Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them to its original place. Mrs. Pins, at the end of the long table, watched Nietzsche get up and straighten his clothes, shaking her head and sighing. In fact, she herself didn't know why she felt sorry. Hermione looked at the empty seat across from her, listened to the cheerful sounds outside, and sighed. The banquet may have already begun, and Mrs. Pants will be closing the library soon. She doesn't want to put the faculty and staff in a difficult position, because Hermione knows how precious this kind of festive entertainment is to them. Suddenly, she felt something jumping around above her head. She reached out and grabbed it, only to find it was a blue frog candy. I almost forgot, Professor Flitwick gave me two. He said, this is a reward for never causing trouble in class before, and I heard it's the latest product from Honeyduke. Hermione turned around and found Nietzsche leaning against the oak door of the library, turning sideways and winking at her. Clearly, he never left. Upon seeing the taciturn Hermione, Nietzsche continued, do you expect me to stand at the door with a stack of books? She was obviously referring to the time she almost got transferred to another school. Hermione recognized the voice, but she deliberately turned around, put her hands on the back of the chair, leaned on the seat, and shouted back loudly in the library. Of course, I stood there waiting for a whole afternoon that day. Your Excellency Mrs. Pants, what time is it? Normally, a student shouting and yelling in the library would definitely be kicked out, but there are only 3 people here, including the librarian, so I decided to let it go. Mrs. Pants walked up and took the book from Hermione's hands. Watching the show is one thing, but participating in it is a completely different mindset. It's already 6:30 in the evening. She shoved Hermione from behind, winking at Nietzsche with her right eye. Spare me, you two have been sitting here all afternoon. I want some pumpkin pie. Mrs. Pants, wink. Regardless of Hermione's reaction, he pushed her out, closed the door, and turned to leave. The afternoon is over, and I can't move the books now. Let's save it for next time then. Bats fluttered their wings and flew around the menacing jack-o'-lantern, casting shadows that made the light source flicker. Nietzsche stood below, looking at the stiff Hermione, and a tremor ran through his chest. The feeling, like a heart attack, was not painful at all, but it also brought an intense pleasure. He coughed several times but couldn't calm down. I'm actually quite curious about these kinds of holidays. Aha, you want to play this game? Hermione seized the opportunity, her voice trembling slightly. I can't help it. If you really want to experience this childishness, I can play along. But in fact, her performance was the worst and most childish. Yes, Granger. Nietzsche reluctantly took her arm. So please come with me to observe. Thus, 2 lonely souls, unable to connect with their peers, collided. While the 2 were still slowly making their way down from the 5th floor, Quirrell had already searched all the rooms on the 1st floor. The banquet had begun, and everyone was gathered in the auditorium to celebrate. Not a single student abandoned the delicious food and the ever-changing dark clouds above the auditorium. Even Filch couldn't bear to leave. Professor Quirrell. Mrs. Pants emerged from the bottom of the stairs. What are you still doing here? I'm just making a quick inspection. Please go inside, the banquet has been going on for a while now. He breathed a sigh of relief, this should be the last person. Quirrell muttered a few incantations, and suddenly there were several banging sounds coming from the left corridor of the hall. As the wooden planks shattered, the moonlight shone in and cast a huge shadow. Repel them immediately. He pulled out his wand and rushed over, but the spell just bounced off. Immediately afterwards, with a few roars, a giant club flew out from the end of the corridor. It wasn't very fast, but he watched in disbelief as the tree-like club gradually grew larger in his eyes. If this solid wood and its weight were to fall on a person, they would certainly either die or be maimed. Armor protection. Although he blocked some of the force, Quirrell still felt a sharp pain in his chest. He forced himself to sit up and staggered as he burst through the auditorium doors, shattering the cheerful atmosphere. He walked all the way to the head table before leaning against it. Troll, he glanced at the 4 long tables filled with people, then gasped in horror, going down to the basement. I thought you knew that you came in from the corridor of classroom 11. After saying that, he collapsed to the ground and fainted. His face was down, with a faint smile on his lips. Kerr overlooked one thing. Although he had been patrolling from the 3rd floor office all the way to the lobby without finding anyone, he missed Hermione and Nietzsche, who had just come down from the 5th floor library. They were greeted not by friends, nor by the cheerful laughter echoing from the auditorium, but by... As soon as Nietzsche entered the hall, he saw a colossal creature, about 7 meters tall, with dull, gray skin like a rock, and a small, bumpy head on its hill-like body. No wonder Snape always liked to use trolls to insult people, because his brain was really small. But it also saw Nietzsche and Hermione coming down from upstairs. The troll walked to where Quirrell had just gotten up, picked up the stick it had thrown, and even with its size, it could only drag the stick along. Is this a Halloween prank? Hermione's legs trembled, her hands tightly clutching the blue frog candy. Hello. Nietzsche tried to greet him, but the only response was the giant's roar, accompanied by a bit of sticky saliva. Looks like it isn't, this is a real mountain giant. The giant glanced at the little thing under its eyelids, and when it saw the black school uniform on its body, its little head immediately made a decision. This was the same outfit that the little person had just been wearing. So he immediately dragged the wooden stick and rushed towards the two of them. Run! Nietzsche and Hermione simultaneously warned each other. Chapter 39, The Serpent's Fangs and the Lion's Heart. Quirrell, of course, couldn't possibly stand in the auditorium and watch the students at the 4 tables, counting them one by one from 1st to 7th grade to see if anyone was missing. That's why he had to take precautions and patrolled the area around the 1st floor several times. How did an adult mountain troll end up in a school? Professor Sprout hurriedly dropped the food, ran to the unconscious Quirrell, knelt down to check on him, and took a small bottle of medicine from his pocket and poured it into his mouth. In just a few seconds, Quirrell's slightly sunken chest returned to normal. Everyone was talking to each other in fear, nervously watching the hall doors. The noise was deafening, and Dumbledore had to call out several times to quiet the students down. Finally, Dumbledore pressed his wand against his throat. Quiet. The amplification spell amplified his deep voice to an extreme degree, so loud that the students below could feel their cups trembling. Prefects of each college take attendance and immediately lead everyone back to their dormitories. This news is really disappointing. The banquet had barely begun, and the pumpkin pie in my hand was still warm when all the food on the table was cleared away. Don't worry, everything will be the same as before once we get back to the lounge. But just as Professor McGonagall finished comforting her, bad news came one after another. She saw Percy Weasley, the Gryffindor prefect, frantically push through the crowd and run to her to announce that one person was missing. Meanwhile, Snape on the other side also heard news of Gemma Farley. The heads of Slytherin and Gryffindor, as if by telepathy, turned their heads at the same time and saw the worry and anxiety in each other's eyes. Hermione Granger and Nietzsche Holmes aren't here. Professor McGonagall immediately made her judgment and issued a new order to them. Prefect, take the rest of the people and leave. Felius and Severus, come with me. The vice principal's voice wasn't loud, but the message still traveled from the front row of students to the back. Today is Halloween, how could those two be? Well, a man and a woman away from the banquet. It's no wonder that the snakes, lions, eagles, and badgers couldn't help but make connections. Draco's lips curled into a cold smile. This was simply destiny. Oh my god, I just came down from up there not long ago. If they don't go back to their respective lounges immediately, Pins gasped, but despite this, he still tried to think the best of it. I should have gone with them. Although she knew perfectly well that Nietzsche and Hermione couldn't possibly go straight back to their respective lounges after leaving the library, she couldn't help but deceive herself. The news that Nietzsche and Hermione were in danger quickly reached Harry's ears. Wait a minute, Severus, go to the 4th floor first. Dumbledore looked up, and with just a glance, the 4 ghosts floating above appeared before him. What are you waiting for? Quickly find Nietzsche's location. Lady Grey, Bloodman Barrow, Headless Nick, and the Fat Monk swiftly passed through the walls. They were the ones best at finding people. An adult mountain troll isn't fast, but it has big feet. After spotting Nietzsche and his companions, it chased them all the way down the marble steps of the hall to the 2nd floor corridor. This narrow passage was not so friendly to Nietzsche and Hermione. Why can't any of the classroom doors be opened directly? Hermione pulled on each door as she passed it. This area, which was only for students to enter and exit, was perfect as a temporary shelter for the two of them. Nietzsche, panting heavily, impatiently shoved Hermione aside, and a chair flew over their heads with a whooshing sound. My legs are weak. My shoes are stuck to the ground. The two launched a counterattack at the same time, but the spells that could render life incapable of action only made it reach out and scratch its granite-like skin bathed in moonlight. Just as described in the book, it has extremely high magic resistance. I remember now, in Hogwarts, a history, it says that the castle's guards are trolls. Hermione had no strength left, and Nietzsche could only grab her arm. Hermione? I'm glad you're explaining things to me now, but trolls won't earn you any points. Several spells failed to stop it. On the contrary, the troll became even angrier. He was increasingly certain that Nietzsche was the attacker, and Hermione was definitely his accomplice. Since they are comrades, they must also be attackers? So it threw the wooden stick in its hand with all its might. There was no way for two people to hide in this corridor. If they bent down and fell, the giant would take the opportunity to catch up. Jugadimum Leviosa. Hermione instinctively stepped in front of Nietzsche, and the giant tree-like wooden stick floated up. Then, like a musician, she waved her wand, raised both hands above her head, and slowly clenched her left hand into a fist. Just like that, a piece of solid wood broke due to the pressure of magic. As the troll stared in disbelief as his weapon was destroyed, Nietzsche came up with a brilliant idea. There must be a weakest point. Run, he yelled at Hermione. Wait for me at the corner of the U-shaped corridor, around the infirmary. The girl didn't ask why. In this critical moment, she maintained her trust in the other person and ran away. Nietzsche, on the other hand, lifted his school robe and pulled out a modern artifact from his left lower back. Cold, the Rolls-Royce of pistols. Nietzsche didn't want to wait for the giant to recover from his shock. He simply raised his hand, roughly aimed at the head, switched his thumb to double action mode, and pulled the trigger 3 times in a row. .357 Magnum may be late, but it will never malfunction. Where did you get Transfiguration? Hermione was startled by the 3 loud bangs behind her, her face turning deathly pale for some unknown reason. Impossible, transfiguration can't create gunpowder out of thin air. Even if Nietzsche remembered the entire gun's construction, he couldn't change its original properties. Nietzsche cautiously poked his head out and saw the giant behind him furiously pounding everything around him while charging forward recklessly. My dad gave it to me. It's not an electronic product, so it won't be detected. So you just, Hermione stammered, pointing incredulously at Colt in his left hand, walked around the school with a gun. Hermione saw that Nietzsche only responded with silence, so she could only keep it in mind. Then, supporting his body, the black ball and the brown ball appeared one above the other at the corner of the corridor. The giant covered his face, blood seeping from between his fingers, accompanied by muffled sobs. So this is your plan, to have an enraged mountain behemoth beat 2 weak wizards to death on the spot? Hermione exclaimed. Great. If we're lucky, we might even be able to leave them with their bodies intact so the professor can find them. And I nudged her with his elbow, leaned down, and whispered in her ear, coming. The pumpkin lanterns with flickering blue flames on the ceiling cast a long shadow of the giant. It seemed tired, and could only cover its face as it subconsciously walked forward. When they stood close to the troll's feet, Hermione's heart leaped into her throat. She covered her mouth with both hands, feeling as if she were about to vomit her lunch from the pile of smelly socks that had been sitting there for 2 years. The troll finally turned around, but it didn't notice the two of them. Only after it left did Nietzsche breathe a sigh of relief, leaning against the wall and slowly sitting down on the stone slab. We're in its blind spot. Magnum hollow point bullets, even if they don't blow its skull open, they should at least make a hole. It's just too resistant to wizard magic. The blood on the floor washed over Hermione's brain, the stench assaulting her nose. After hearing the distant sound of a giant falling to the ground, she heard nothing more. Only then did she lie on the ground and vomit. Is it dead? Perhaps he just fainted from exhaustion, but he's probably dead. Nietzsche's hands trembled as he fastened the safety catch and tucked it back into his waistband. Is Hermione the only one who's afraid? No, even though Nietzsche had seen too many dead people and heard about all sorts of murders, the feeling was completely different when life actually slipped through his fingers. This time, he was no longer a bystander. Nietzsche took a breath, and frowned as he listened to the mingled smells of blood and sourness. This smell, he felt like he'd smelled it somewhere before. If the trolls are castle guards, why did they attack us? Hermione took Nietzsche's handkerchief, wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, and then put it in her pocket. Do you think a creature that an old bat can use to insult someone must be very intelligent? Nietzsche's joke was inappropriate, but they needed to relax, so Hermione climbed back to his side and sat against the wall like him, her eyes glazed and her hair covered in dust. Several minutes passed before the two of them burst into laughter. You seized the opportunity well. Hermione licked her dry lips, feeling a surge of excitement after the crisis. It was as if she and Nietzsche were born to be this kind of expert. The moment Hermione took action, Nietzsche could quickly find the next opportunity. They could always coordinate so seamlessly, as if everything had been rehearsed in advance. Hermione glanced down but didn't say anything. After all, without the gun, their weak spells were completely useless. What happened here? Bloody Barrow was the first to rush over, the mess in the corridor shocking him. Holmes? Granger? I just heard a few loud noises. But Nietzsche simply pulled the hood of his school uniform over his head and said nothing. Everything in the world is interconnected. He got lost in the information, and the rest was left to Hermione. Hermione Watson Granger. We're just tired. She saw Lady Grey from Ravenclaw float over and pointed to the blood on the ground. The trolls went that way. I don't know if they're still alive. Bloody Barrow gave the two of them a deep look, then nodded to Ms. Grey and said, let's go inform the principal. The second floor finally came alive. Professor McGonagall's head had just leaped over the last step when her vision was filled with blood, stone walls smashed with wooden sticks, and pumpkin lanterns turned into pies. Behind Professor McGonagall was Snape, followed by a trembling Professor Quirrell. I didn't know there were people outside. He clutched his chest and sobbed. While repairing the broken parts, McGonagall searched for the two students and tried to comfort the psychologically fragile defense against the dark arts professor. You've done your best, Quirinus. If you hadn't insisted on welcoming each student into the auditorium tonight, we would have lost more than just the two of them. This is not a dereliction of duty on your part. Perhaps Quirrell truly loves this place, and he is willing to stand at the auditorium door to greet students in place of the old Flitwick. Even Snape was surprised. Quirrell should be unaware of this matter, otherwise he wouldn't need to patrol the hall. If he's involved, then the more students are harmed tonight, the more the professor's attention will be diverted. As Snape pondered this, he temporarily set aside his doubts, but only temporarily. Here, Professor. Barrow led the way above them. Are you all right? McGonagall saw the two sitting on the ground and her first reaction was to go over and take their hands, helping them up. You're all right, kids, you're safe now. This usually stern professor showed a hint of tenderness at this moment. She had already guessed from Mrs. Pans that the two of them must have run into the giant monster when they went downstairs. If they had walked a little faster, perhaps none of this would have happened. Professor McGonagall could easily understand this with a snap of her fingers. How could these two kids, who had known each other since the Muggle world, possibly miss the opportunity to be alone? Of course, this is just her opinion. However, Mr. Holmes, it's best if students don't fall in love too early. You won't be so lucky next time. She then immediately changed her tone and warned Nietzsche. Hermione, like a startled rabbit, suddenly looked up and stared at the professor in astonishment. She and Nietzsche simply wanted to experience the festive atmosphere they usually missed, but the professors clearly misunderstood. Following the trail of blood, Snape found the mountain troll's corpse at another corner of the corridor. It had a hole the size of a bowl in its eye, half of its ear had been cut off, and half of its nose was gone. No wonder the troll caused such a commotion. It's dead. Quirrell was stunned by the unexpected sight. What kind of dark magic is this wound? Even if 2 first-year students used the killing curse, they could only make the troll cough a few times at most. Snape knelt down on one knee, enduring the stench to observe closely. If you want to damage the troll's skin by force, you will need the sharpest weapon. Even if Hermione and Nigel used perfect transfiguration to create a sword, they could only barely cut through it, and would not be able to achieve that kind of power. But Snape suddenly thought of something. Ignoring the filth of the blood, he reached out and poked around in its eyes with his finger. Finally, his fingertip found a small, hard thing inside the lump of rotten flesh. When I took it out, it looked like a small flower made of metal. Muggle weapons. Snape admitted to feeling a lingering fear. If he had been more assertive at Holmes's house, the hole in his head might have been bigger than the one on the troll's body. He ignored Quirrell's bewildered expression and strode back, clutching the hollow point bullet. Nietzsche, I think you need to explain this to yourself. Chapter 40, The Principal's Office. The troll's skin is indeed very tough, but that's only true for wizards. The .357 hollow point bullet increased the initial velocity, tearing apart the internal tissues after penetrating the troll's eye. This was the wound that caused the troll's death, not the small gash that was barely opened on its face. Although this creature's skin is as hard as granite, the skin on its face must be the thinnest. Snape then stopped the 2 people who were being protected by Professor McGonagall. You actually brought that kind of thing into the school. He couldn't believe that if Nietzsche hadn't kept his composure and hadn't been careful with his strength during the duel, Draco and Marcus would have been crippled, if not killed. On the other hand, Snape's understanding of Muggle weapons was refreshed once again. What's wrong with you? McGonagall frowned impatiently. They encountered a troll on their way down, killed it, that's all. Maybe they used a spell to exploit the troll's weakness. She was extremely dissatisfied with Snape's sudden outburst. The 2 children nearly lost their lives. Even if they killed the troll using some not-so-good spells, they should have been allowed to rest for a while before being interrogated like criminals. But Snape bypassed her and went straight to Nietzsche, ignoring the latter's bewilderment and innocence. I've seen better actors than you. Why not strengthen the defenses? Dumbledore suddenly interrupted him, and put his arm around Nietzsche and Hermione's shoulders. Severus, if you have any questions, we'll be waiting for you in the office. Quirinus, you should get some rest early tonight too. Snape knew he had said too much, so he closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. After Dumbledore left with the professor, Harry and Ron appeared on the other side. They originally wanted to find Hermione and Nietzsche, but in the end, they watched the troll fall down. Looks like they're all right, let's go back. Ron pouted and said softly. He glanced at the troll's little head again, gagged a few times, and felt a pounding in his chest, hoping Hermione would forgive him for what he had said before and that he would make up his mind to go up to her and apologize when he saw her. However, Harry had absolutely no intention of going back. Snape didn't come here with Dumbledore immediately, he was planning to go to the 4th floor. Why? Harry suddenly remembered that night when Hermione, who had followed Filch to avoid them and was worried they would get hurt, unlocked the door to the room where the treasure was hidden. The entrance to the headmaster's office, like the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, is on the 3rd floor. Hermione kept her head down, clutching her sleeve. Perhaps Professor McGonagall behind her noticed her nervousness, so she ruffled the students' messy, curly hair and reassured them that everything would be all right. Finally, Dumbledore stopped in front of a hideously ugly, drooping stone beast. He looked at the stone statue and suddenly uttered a word related to dessert, lemon ice cream. This was clearly a password, because Nietzsche saw the gargoyle come to life, twist its stiff body, and nimbly leap to the side, while the wall behind it cracked open, revealing a spiraling staircase leading upwards. After stepping onto the escalator, it automatically raised the group up. After a short while, Nietzsche and Hermione saw a gleaming oak door with a griffin head knocker. Behind the door is the principal's office. The principal's office, but Nietzsche had clearly been to such places many times, and had no worries whatsoever. Don't worry, Miss Granger, sit down and rest for a while. Dumbledore led the group through the Roman columns in the center of the office. As soon as he finished speaking, several soft chairs appeared in front of the desk in the center of the room, with lion claw-shaped legs for both the chairs and the desk. Nietzsche, arriving at the new principal's office for the first time, looked around curiously. It was a spacious circular room with a tall black cabinet on the left and the right wall covered with portraits of the principal from different periods. Above the door they entered through was a sycamore branch with a bright red bird perched on it. The items were arranged in a disorderly order, yet Nietzsche could glean a wealth of information from a mere glance. But this is not a good thing, because with so much information, it will take him much longer to sort out his thoughts. Considering your feelings, I have a recommendation. Dumbledore placed his fingers on the table, and 4 cups that appeared automatically filled with a yellow liquid, topped with white foam, overflowing from the rims. Nietzsche sniffed and smelled a milky aroma. Butterbeer, but this is a one-time thing, they don't have those at school. Perhaps Nietzsche was too thirsty, for he didn't stand on ceremony and quickly took a sip. As soon as the empty cup was placed on the table, it was immediately refilled. Dumbledore was equally observant. He immediately noticed that Nietzsche was holding the cup with both hands, and that it was trembling slightly, indicating that the boy's inner world was not as calm as he appeared. Something seemed to have fallen to the ground in his heart. We can't drink beer, we're still minors. Hermione listened to the gurgling sound she was deliberately making, swung her right leg, and bumped it against Nietzsche's leg under the table. No alcohol taste. Nietzsche turned his head, his face covered in foam like a white beard, looking quite comical. It's sweet, a drink, but a bit cloying, though overall it's very good. Hearing this, Hermione cautiously took a sip. The aroma and sweetness of the butter exploded on her taste buds, and as the liquid slid down her esophagus into her stomach, she could feel a warmth immediately fill her entire body. The atmosphere was a little awkward. The principal, the vice principal, and 2 students sat around a table, quietly drinking butterbeer, with only the sound of drowsiness coming from the principal's portrait and the melodious chirping of birds. Hermione dared not speak, and Nietzsche was also temporarily confused about the headmaster's purpose. How does it feel to take the life of an intelligent being with your own hands? It was as casual as asking them if they had eaten dinner. When asked by the headmaster, Hermione answered honestly, not so good, we can even hear it crying. After the initial excitement of surviving the ordeal subsided, only bewilderment and regret remained. In particular, the agonizing cries of pain lingered in their ears, as if she had killed someone. I understand. Headmaster Dumbledore nodded slightly and looked at Nietzsche. He finally understood. It turned out to be just a psychological therapy session for the 2 of them. Principal, we are human beings with complex and rich emotions and thoughts. In fact, I have never even killed a chicken with my own hands. Watching others kill people is different from killing people with your own hands. The thought of that crying made him uneasy. Perhaps the troll was innocent, perhaps it didn't know what had happened, perhaps it thought of its mother before it died. Once his thoughts began to wander, Nietzsche could not contain them. He could only hide his hands under the table, wring his trousers hard, and rub them back and forth from time to time. Even when his palms were rubbed until they were hot and sore, he could not stop. But this time, Hermione, who was looking down, noticed his change. His left hand, which had nowhere to go, was grasped. You just had no choice. Dumbledore cleared his throat, making his voice sound more amiable. I'm just worried that it will leave a lasting negative impression on you, so don't be too harsh on me. Life is wonderful. Even a goldfish as small as a finger, when placed in a lifeless stone pond, can bring the entire space to life. It's a feeling that's hard to describe. At least, Dumbledore didn't detect any arrogance in either of them. How did that troll escape from the Forbidden Forest? Professor McGonagall looked at the headmaster, her expression gradually becoming serious. I don't know, maybe they're being controlled. Dumbledore stroked his grey beard and continued. The trolls in the Forbidden Forest are the security guards of Hogwarts. They're usually just there to prevent intrusion. It was discovered very early on that trolls possessed their own language and could understand simple human language. Therefore, with a little training, one can see giant guards. Their minds are perfectly suited to this role, because they only need to know what they are protecting to stand firmly there. So in a way, Nietzsche was right, it was indeed innocent. But trolls are single-minded, so if we have to control them, it must be. McGonagall glanced at the students beside her, seemingly reluctant to say it, so she hesitated for a moment. The Imperious Curse. Hermione fell backward, unable to process everything that had happened that night in an instant. That's one of the 3 most unforgivable curses in the magical world, an extremely evil spell. It can twist a person's mind, making them controllable like a walking corpse. But confused charm. Nietzsche squinted, slowly pulling himself out of his thoughts thanks to Hermione's comfort. Trolls are simple-minded. All we need to do is confuse them about the purpose of their mission. Don't you understand? No matter what you do, you would never use a dark magic like the Imperious Curse. Nietzsche has a point, but the question is, was the reason they let the troll in just to pull off a very dangerous prank on Halloween? This is obviously impossible. Just then, Snape stormed in, limping as he nodded to Dumbledore, then immediately pulled the bullet fragment from his pocket and threw it on the table, leaning against it as he stood opposite Nietzsche. Why don't you tell them how a student managed to mess up a troll's brain? The people who came to demand an explanation have arrived. It's 2 people, Headmaster Snape. Nietzsche took a sip of his butterbeer, pretending not to have seen anything. Without Hermione creating opportunities for me, I couldn't have done anything on my own. Take it out. Snape slammed his fist on the table. Nietzsche could no longer hide it, so, to the suspicion of McGonagall and Dumbledore, he pulled a Colt Python revolver from his waist, ejected the spinning magazine, and now only had 3 rounds left. Even a giant monster can die if you hit it accurately. The school doesn't allow such dangerous weapons. I'll tell your parents. He smiled confidently, as if he had Nietzsche's vital spot. In fact, it was my father who asked me to bring it. Nietzsche blinked, looking at him defiantly. Or let me tell you, just say that the next time their son encounters a troll, he can only stand there and wait to die. School plus nearly a murder equals complaint. Yes, Snape almost forgot how strange Nietzsche's 2 foster fathers and 1 foster mother were, so strange that they were like wizards living among muggles who had forgotten how to use magic. Dumbledore stared at the gun, his eye twitching. He knew what Muggle weapons were, of course, but he hadn't expected that such a small thing would be enough to blow a troll's head off. We are all very sorry for this accident, and we can assure you that it will not happen again. Therefore, Mr. Holmes' Muggle weapon will be temporarily kept and returned to you after the holiday. Just as the principal was about to reach out, Nietzsche pressed his hand down, like a child protecting a beloved toy. Hermione was used to him doing this. She glanced around at the people around her and didn't bother to get up and remind Nietzsche. She decided to just quietly enjoy the warm fireplace and sweet butterbeer. Mr. Holmes. Professor McGonagall thought of the same thing as Snape. What if this kid doesn't understand one day and points a gun at his classmate? My two fathers are detectives, so I can help you find the murderer, but this gun with only 3 bullets left is for me to use for self-defense. I promise you, I will never point it at my classmates. Snape found his words somewhat amusing, but looking at Nietzsche's serious expression, he slowly realized that the other man truly thought so. Eh, student? Helping us? He let out a few chilling laughs. This isn't a Muggle world, and it's none of your business. But Nietzsche's attitude was very affirmative. Ordinary people already have a Sherlock Holmes, but not here. Headmaster Dumbledore, when the murderer tries to use innocent lives to achieve his goal, even disregarding the lives of students, it already involves me. I can find the murderer beforehand, and even prevent a similar incident from happening again? Do you really have to see a student die right in front of you before you feel remorse? And Dumbledore understood the meaning of these words: either openly grant him the identity of a detective, or Nietzsche should investigate secretly himself. His idea was actually quite reasonable. Anyone would be curious about something like this, especially people like Nietzsche and Harry. The process of finding the truth was not important, what mattered was the sense of accomplishment at the end. Nietzsche simply put his words out in the open. Honesty, integrity, and uprightness. Wait a minute, you're not really considering it, are you? Snape noticed that the headmaster had withdrawn his hand. Hermione and Professor McGonagall silently drank their butterbeers, leaning to the side as much as possible. McGonagall and little McGonagall just wanted to get back to their studies and didn't want any more work added to their schedules. Finally, Dumbledore gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Your weapon will not be aimed at your friends or classmates, but only at protecting yourself in the most dangerous moments. I believe in you because you have already proven yourself once, but you can only investigate in your spare time. Hermione's tongue swirled around in her mouth, making her face puff out. Surprisingly, Nietzsche's honesty did have some effect. I have one more small request. Hermione rolled her eyes and buried her head even lower, as if she wanted to shove her whole head into the cup. Don't say it's her, don't say it, don't say it, don't say it. Please speak, Mr. Holmes of Hogwarts. Dumbledore seemed to have figured something out, casting aside all his previous worries and doubts. I hope your request is really small. Hermione's idea was good, but that's Murphy's Law. Anything that can happen will happen. A compatible assistant, I think Miss Granger would be perfect. Nietzsche ignored the complaint in the girl's eyes. However, it wasn't impossible. Dumbledore learned about Hermione Granger through several professors. Intelligent, quick-witted, Muggle-born with no magical background, and extremely disciplined in class and school, he enjoys helping others. He's practically the perfect Gryffindor. He was astonished, as if a serious criminal had voluntarily clasped his hands together and asked the police to handcuff him. No problem, but you'll have to hand over your sidearm to her for safekeeping. Nietzsche placed Colt on Hermione's lap, while she merely gritted her teeth and stared intently at him. But who would understand poor Hermione Granger? Yes, there was some. At least Professor McGonagall could empathize. She could only place her hand on Hermione's head again and scratch it. After getting used to it, the fluffy feel was actually quite nice. Now, let me tell you the whole story and the details. Chapter 41 Classic Combinations. The situation has reversed. In the office now, sitting in a row with Principal Dumbledore are the 2 deans. The 3 of them, along with Nietzsche and Hermione, are looking at each other across a table. The only thing that hasn't changed is the 5 beer mugs that never run out of empty glass. Think about it, why would a magic school that is dedicated to learning specifically emphasize the room at the end of the 4th floor corridor? This has never happened before, and it is obviously related to the Gringotts theft. Nietzsche didn't expose Harry and Ron, it was his duty as a friend. He himself did not have the habit of going out at night, so he naturally connected them with certain special plots, and did not even need Sherlock's basic deductive method. These 2 things are completely unrelated, Snape said coldly, stubbornly standing by. The Gringotts manager said the thieves went to an empty vault. Apparently, someone didn't expect the owner to have taken the money beforehand. As a result, there's now a forbidden room in the castle this year. What did Headmaster Dumbledore say before the start of the school year? Now it's Nietzsche Holmes's assistant, Hermione Granger's turn to add to the discussion. If you don't want a terrible death or injury, don't go near that. How could a school have such a place? Doesn't Headmaster Dumbledore really worry about curious onlookers? Nietzsche snapped his fingers. No one would deliberately stand where gold is buried and shout, "There's nothing here." The words spoken by the 2 in concert convinced Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. The principal adjusted his half-moon-shaped glasses and said softly, "Just as you said, that is indeed where the vault treasures are stored. It's just that I made that room in a hurry, since I haven't found a good place to hide them yet." "What's hidden there?" Hermione asked curiously. My friend's belongings were probably targeted by someone with ulterior motives. Therefore, we can conclude that Principal Dumbledore's friends are very wealthy, and the friends he makes are unlikely to be of low quality, otherwise he wouldn't have been targeted. Nietzsche turned his head and pressed his lips to Hermione's ear, seemingly forgetting that they were in front of the deans and the headmaster. Have there been any recent reports of wizarding celebrities passing away? No. Hermione felt her ears getting hot and leaned slightly to the side. The fog is now even thicker. The alchemical gadgets on the table were steaming and making a popping sound. Nietzsche turned his gaze back to the headmaster, and their two pairs of grey-blue eyes met, though one of them was slightly cloudy. And I don't plan to move it, I just need to wait quietly for the thief to make another mistake. Headmaster Dumbledore didn't intend to reveal too much about what the treasure was, so all Nietzsche and the others knew was that the thieves wanted to steal something and were willing to go to any lengths to steal it from the school. Hermione began to consider things Hogwarts, as a magic school, couldn't easily let outsiders in. So the scope has been narrowed down again. Also, we have new information regarding some dark wizards in the Muggle world, and I think your father might need this information. As soon as he finished speaking, Headmaster Snape immediately chimed in, looking extremely reluctant. I found out what was found in your house last time. It's the raw material for undetectable poison and throat gas. I tried it and found that a dark wizard had combined the two poisons together. The professor's voice was completely flat, cold, and emotionless like a machine. Undetectable poisons are those that cannot be detected, leave no trace, and can be completely absorbed, like ricin, which must be taken orally, inhaled, or injected, and cannot be detected by magic even by wizards. Chokehold gas, on the other hand, causes the inhaler to suffocate and is colorless. He's a genius at poisons, making undetectable poisons colorless, gaseous, and able to be directly absorbed through human skin. Cough cough. Hearing Snape getting more and more excited about potions, Professor McGonagall cleared her throat and pulled him back. They were talking about serious matters now, and nobody wanted to hear you praising how genius a poisoner was. Tonight has been full of surprises. After a brief chat, Nietzsche made a final promise to Hermione in front of the professors, handing the gun and all, before they were asked to leave. McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed her trouser legs back and forth with both hands. How could you agree to that? Sometimes, she and Snape really wanted to open Dumbledore's head and see what was inside. Isn't this a good thing? We need him. Dumbledore looked as if he had aged several years, his expression dejected. I don't want to make the same mistake again. This is an opportunity. Severus, he has something you don't. These words seemed to remind Snape of some unbearable past, and his eyes filled with hatred. The coldness was just to mask the anger in his heart, but now he couldn't suppress it at all, or rather, he didn't want to be rational with Dumbledore at all, and didn't want to give him even the slightest bit of respect. If you have what you have now, I could have had it back then too. Severus, calm down. In Snape's eyes, the person sitting there was not a high and mighty wizard, but a shameless old man. But Dumbledore stopped McGonagall, preferring to take the role, because he knew that someone who climbs to the top of a mountain cannot see those climbing below, which could lead to many irreparable mistakes. Feel sorry. You'd better feel sorry. Snape limped and slammed the door shut as he left. The next day, Hermione and Nietzsche's story spread again. It's worth noting that the descriptions of adult trolls in the books are quite astonishing. For example, an adult troll is enough to destroy an unsuspecting village. Therefore, the two of them were depicted as wizards with extraordinary skills. Furthermore, the three loud noises that Harry made were interpreted by Slytherin as some kind of dark magic. War magic, it must be this, Miles Blake boasted loudly. However, that Bumpkin Weasley told Potter it must be some kind of lightning-fast war magic. Nietzsche, who was eating breakfast nearby, was too lazy to argue. War magic? That's not wrong, it's just Muggles' war magic. Draco, however, didn't believe any of this. He was determined to destroy Nietzsche's prestige in Slytherin, so he told them, impossible. He's just a Muggle wizard. I didn't see him use it on the day of the duel. But they didn't care about any of that. What right does a loser who fought against senior students have to say these things? They only want to hear what they want to hear. Daphne was standing opposite Nietzsche, but he completely ignored the prettiest girl in Slytherin's first year, crossing his legs like a retired old man and tearing aside the Daily Prophet to block the two of them. You really know ancient magic. Nietzsche did not reply, his only action was to take a sip of hot black tea. Hey, where did you learn war magic from? Are you pure-blooded people who marry close relatives really out of your minds? Nietzsche pulled the newspaper down, revealing only a pair of blue-gray eyes. If I really were, Marcus would be lying in a hospital bed that day. People are just listening to it for fun. Why are some people taking it seriously? I'm really curious how a first-year student could kill an adult mountain troll. She blinked and brushed a stray strand of blonde hair behind her ear. Sorry, I'm not into your taste. In a few decades, you'll be no different from any other old lady on the street. Nietzsche very gentlemanly raised the newspaper and covered his face again. Why don't you go ask Miss Granger what's in her bag today? But it's okay, he still has a bullet in his cane for emergencies. It is said that no girl wants to be compared to an old lady by a boy, and Daphne's transformation fully proves this point. She slammed her cup down hard, the heaving of her chest causing the chattering snakes around her to lose focus. So you like her type, I get it. Granger? Granger? Every day, she barely exchanged half a sentence with Hermione Granger. Daphne turned her head, thinking of other topics she could use to win her over. Wait, is this a kind of reminder? Therefore, the mature and composed Daphne Greengrass shifted her focus to winning over others. Hermione, who had finally gotten a good night's sleep, listened to her friend's conversation, but not about how to fight the trolls, because the Lavenders were more interested in why she and Nietzsche were together. That's strange. Why did you have to come out of the library with him? Chapter 42. Don't overlook any details. We just strolled around the castle. After all, it was Halloween last night. Just browsing. Then, what else can we do? Lavender looked at the bewildered Hermione, raised her hand and rubbed her temples. She hadn't expected that such a top student would be so slow to react in certain aspects, but it didn't matter. For the sake of the homework, she and Parvati would step in, so she turned her gaze toward Slytherin and happened to see Daphne showing off. What a snake demon. Ravendra tugged at Hermione's sleeve, pointing in that direction. Aren't you worried? Hermione found this strange and said absent-mindedly, what's strange? They're just chatting. They'll take it away. I know what those people are like. Think about it, one day Nietzsche will have a different desk mate, and then you'll just have to watch Medusa take your place and make him forget you little by little. To be honest, Gryffindor's nickname-giving skills are truly impressive. But if Daphne is Medusa, then what is she? Perseus? Hermione shook her head to clear her mind. If Lavender said that, wouldn't she be Cinderella, and Nietzsche would become Andromeda? At this thought, she quickly drank some cold water. Just then, Harry walked over with Ron, who was looking down, and the two of them gave each other an awkward smile. Sorry. Ron managed to squeeze out an apology after Harry grabbed his arm and shook him a few times. If he hadn't acted so impulsively, Hermione might not have been in danger. Looking back, if Nietzsche hadn't been there, Hermione might not be sitting here eating breakfast right now. Hermione simply nodded to indicate that she had heard. She looked at the sliced sandwich on the plate and said, "You were actually wrong about what you said yesterday." Ron was a little confused for a moment, but he knew he owed Hermione, so surprisingly he didn't refute her. It's not that I don't have friends. Hermione picked up her backpack from the ground, hugged it to her chest, and felt a hard object through the fabric. In fact, my friends trust me more than you think. For some reason, Harry suddenly noticed that Hermione had changed a bit today. Well, it seems like they've become more decisive. Did Ron make Hermione very angry? Actually, no. She had known for a long time that Weasley was impulsive, but what he said yesterday reminded Hermione of some things from the past, but that was all. It wasn't enough to make her hate him to the core. Sometimes Hermione felt that only Nietzsche could repeatedly push the boundaries of her tolerance. After November, it started to snow occasionally. A thick, hard layer of ice formed on the surface of the lake, and frost began to appear on the stone paths outside, making it very slippery to walk on. When Slytherin went to herbology class, the group almost always supported each other as they walked. Attention, today's lesson is about the Devil's Web. Professor Sprout's voice came from inside the greenhouse. Do not touch it, and keep it within 2 feet. After Nietzsche entered the greenhouse, he jumped around a few times to shake off the snow and ice crystals from his body. He didn't linger, ignoring the black tentacles clinging to the shrub trellis, and went straight through greenhouse number 2, opening the glass door where the white flowers were cultivated. Unfortunately, he could only smell a faint fragrance. Slytherin, deduct 1 point. The professor's angry voice startled Nietzsche. Surely not? He just opened the door. When would a good Hufflepuff professor ever lose points for something like that? Incendio, blazing fire. It wasn't because of Nietzsche, of course, but because Crabbe's fat arm was entangled in a clump of black vines. Professor Sprout summoned some flames, which flew to Crabbe's side and dispelled the outstretched arms of the plants. Although the professor reacted very quickly, some marks were still left on his arm. The Devil's Web fears light and fire. It prefers dark and cold environments. This kind of weather is its favorite, Nietzsche explained to the students watching, his hands behind his back. On those black vines were some flowers that resembled Christmas cacti, which looked even more vibrant against the backdrop of the Devil's Web, and Crabbe was clearly deceived by its disguise. A very good explanation. Slytherin gets a point. In this weather, the greenhouse won't let them grow too much, so I reached out from the Forbidden Forest and cut some back from Torag. Don't worry about the wound, 5 poisons. Nietzsche's timely intervention redeemed Slytherin's points. This ability to adapt to changing circumstances and his accurate judgment impressed Daphne, who was even more certain of her choice. After the herbalism class, Nietzsche still didn't leave with Theodore and the others. Instead, he paced back and forth in the greenhouse, as if searching for something, which inevitably caught Professor Sprout's attention. So she finally spoke up and asked, "Did you forget something?" "No, I just realized that fertilization isn't necessary in winter." Nietzsche had been waiting for her to ask, so he immediately made up a reason on the spot. "I'm also planning to get some dragon manure. After all, I'm also planning to grow some plants myself." An interest in plants is a great starting point. So Sprout was unaware of anything and was simply pleased that his students enjoyed botany. In fact, fertilizing only once is enough. Dragon dung is very nutritious. You remind me of Quirinus, who also loves botany, so I gave him all the remaining fertilizer. It sounds like there's no problem at all. Professor Quirrell must have gone to plant herbs that day, but the clues just went cold. He had no choice but to force a regretful smile and turn away. These days continued until the start of the Hogwarts Quidditch tournament in early November. With no progress, Nietzsche spent his days attending classes, going to the library to find information, and occasionally sending letters home to inform his family about the progress of the Black Wizard and what was happening at school. The entire school seemed to have forgotten what happened on Halloween, as everyone was excited about the Quidditch match. Nietzsche? Here's a letter from. Hermione received the letter from Mercury during Friday's lunch break in the Great Hall, Downing Street. Ron stood up and tossed his charms homework aside. Outside of mealtimes, the auditorium is filled with students studying and playing chess. In front of each of them was an empty jam jar filled with bright blue flames, lily of the valley flames that Hermione had summoned to keep them warm and provide light. 10. Downing Street, what's going on? It's just a letter from home. That's all. Hermione carefully placed the envelope in front of Nietzsche, as if afraid of making any creases. That's the address of the British Prime Minister's residence? Let's put it this way, it's like Weisengamot here. She used to watch the news with her father often. I never expected that Nietzsche's description of the British warehouse manager would mean this. It was sent by Sherlock. I told him about what's been happening at school lately and wanted him to give me some advice. Nietzsche roughly tore open the letter, and to his utter surprise, this time Shylock did not play his word games, but instead seriously stated the recent progress and offered reminders. Needless to say, it was definitely written by Watson. Only the last paragraph sounds like Sherlock Holmes's voice. Don't overlook any seemingly insignificant details, and don't rush to become the next Sherlock Holmes. You are the Sherlock Holmes of the wizarding world. You're right to think like a wizard. Nietzsche understood what he meant. Sherlock is ultimately just a detective for ordinary people, but his deductive reasoning is useless when dealing with wizards. Therefore, he is reminding Nietzsche not to fall into a trap. Every detail, including the wizard's lifestyle, habits, and psychological characteristics. What are you holding, Potter? Library books can't be borrowed. Snape suddenly appeared behind them. Also, magic is forbidden in the school. Gryffindor loses 10 points. He ignored Nietzsche and simply took the magic Quidditch book from in front of Harry. However, Snape's right leg wound had not yet healed, and he limped and walked very slowly. After leaving the Great Hall, he looked back again, but this time he was not staring at Harry Potter, but at Hermione next to him. As soon as he saw Potter sitting there, he wanted to find something to do, and he deliberately avoided everyone else, only scolding Harry and Ron. What happened to his leg? He was probably hurt by something in the room. Nietzsche looked at Snape's back and had some thoughts. I know what you're thinking, Harry, but unfortunately, the thief couldn't be Snape. Ron was furious because of the earlier targeting, and only spoke up to refute after confirming that the old bat was really far away. Why not? He decided to stand up for Harry. You can't think of all professors as saints like Dumbledore. Because the order to check the room came from Dumbledore, and he and I know everything that happened. If Hermione had a cat's tail, it would be sticking up on her head right now. Besides, he's been at this school for over a decade. But Harry remained convinced of his theory and did not refute it. He simply said, perhaps he released the troll to deliberately cause a commotion, so that Dumbledore would send him to investigate. I know what this is called. It's called the darkest place under the lamp. Harry never considered why Snape had been teaching at the school for so many years. If it really was Snape, then any slip-up would undo all his previous efforts and destroy the reputation he had built up over the past decade. Moreover, he would need to have known about Dumbledore's friend's inheritance more than a decade in advance. Nietzsche shook his head, chewing on a licorice wand. Snape is not a thief, because his behavior makes it impossible for any clues to point to him. So what's hidden underneath? What kind of relic is it that Dumbledore is reluctant to reveal? Yay, it's available now. But I can't be happy. After all, I know that listing something on the shelves means losing revenue. However, the only thing I can guarantee is that it won't be suddenly abandoned. If you don't believe me, you can go to the forum or leave a message in the comments section to find out about Fox's previous books. The only difference between his pen name and his current one is the character, Hui. Well, there's not much to say. This is my first time publishing, so I can only humbly ask that if you find it interesting and watch it, please give it a try. I don't need any donations, just subscriptions are enough. QWQ. Actually, the elements of the Fox are quite mixed. At first, I wrote it for fun, mixing Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, and Marvel. When I found that people were reading it, I continued to write about smaller things. I'm also planning to write a Hogwarts fanfiction version of Breaking Bad. Gussenberg is, of course, our Professor Snape. But later I realized that I wasn't very good at controlling the plot, so I could only pick an interesting setting to write about. So sometimes, I really appreciate everyone's comments and corrections, at least it's not a single-player game. The previous book was around 140 million words long and ended, so it won't be abandoned. Regarding future developments, there might be less sweetness than in the first book, but many classic characters will appear, such as Eileen and Sherlock's archenemy. What will become of Quirrell? You guess. I'm begging you one more time, release it on Friday. I promise I won't abandon it. After all, I'm just a nobody trying to get all my work done. So, let's go. Chapter 43 Dangerous Quidditch. For ordinary people, what is worth stealing is nothing more than readily available material things, including but not limited to money, jewelry, and food. For the privileged class, what is worth stealing is the spoils of others' victories, but that is an ideological battle. And what about the wizards? It might be galleons, but a powerful wizard like Dumbledore wouldn't deliberately protect these, so it's most likely some kind of magic, similar to the sword in the stone and Merlin's scepter in the Arthurian legend. Nietzsche suddenly realized that he had to start with the culture of wizards. We have to go, the Quidditch match is about to start, Theodore hurriedly said, and immediately ran off with his friends. If we're too slow, we won't get any good spots. You guys go first, Nietzsche didn't actually want to brave the biting cold wind just to watch a game of aerial football. Harry patted him on the shoulder, a hot dog covered in ketchup by Seamus dangling from his mouth, and walked out. He really hoped Nietzsche would come to see his first match. After all, there aren't many areas where he can surpass his opponent. Since it's a game today, I might as well mention that I'm the newly appointed Seeker for Gryffindor. Let's go. Next time I'm in History of Magic class, I'll ask Professor Binns about wizarding culture. It won't make a difference if we take a little more time, Hermione teased. You're not just not going because you're jealous, are you? Envy? Him? Nietzsche turned to look at Harry, who was chatting and laughing with his friends. The joy and tension on Harry's face were quite unusual. He shrugged and, with Hermione's help, finally walked out of the castle. Passing through the courtyard and walking along the cobblestone path out the gate, you can see a huge stadium in the distance. On the day of the competition, the whole school was given a holiday, which explains why the wizards were so happy. The cold wind, carrying snowflakes and rain, stung Nietzsche's face. He reluctantly freed his hands to hold onto his wizard's hat to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. Take it. Hermione suddenly shoved the jar of jam containing the bellflower flames into his hand. My frozen hands gradually regained their pain, and only after feeling returned did they feel warmth. Nietzsche pursed his lips, supporting the bottom of the bottle with his left hand, while Hermione placed her right hand on the cap. The two of them, holding the bottle for warmth between their arms, headed toward the Quidditch pitch with the others. Unbeknownst to the two, several lion cubs behind them were secretly gossiping about them. Parvati snorted, his words unspoken. This is what you call a friend? The stadium is oval-shaped, and the spectator seating was divided into 4 sections by the students themselves. Each college had its own banner. With so many people, finding a high platform that was second only to the faculty seating and the lecture hall was no easy task. However, Nietzsche soon had nothing to worry about, because he saw Daphne secretly waving in their direction. Granger, right. She looked the girl in front of her over carefully after seeing the two of them approach. If you're not worried about gossip, then this is the best spot. Very nice. She's still not quite as good as her. Daphne is very confident in her looks. Why worry? You know, quite a few freshmen in your college like to learn from us. This wasn't Hermione's first time seeing Daphne. She had seen her in previous encounters with Malfoy, clearly indicating that Daphne was part of that pure blood group. But what's strange is why was she being so polite? I'd heard about it already. Daphne was watching the small goal where the players were leaving the field, but her mind was still on the two of them. So how much joining fee did you get those people to pay? Hermione looked at her like she was an idiot, and then said, there are no fees, it's all up to your interests. If you find it troublesome, you can leave anytime. Is there such a good thing? This was the first time Daphne had heard of such a rule. Aren't you worried about other things? Like learning something and then leaving, or becoming a traitor? Her voice was soft, always maintaining aristocratic manners. If you want to achieve great things, you can't be so easy to get started. If you want to be sarcastic, just say so. There's no need to beat around the bush. No, you misunderstood. I was just curious, that's all. After all, freedom without constraints is just a pile of loose sand. Nietzsche didn't bother joining the conversation, he simply stood beside Hermione, looking around at every corner. However, he also understood Daphne's purpose. Clearly, she intended to use the topic of the study group to ease tensions, which was a mature approach from a smart person. Even Nietzsche sometimes admired her. Because Daphne can truly let go of things just to achieve her goals. The biggest constraint is the lack of constraints, and the most expensive things are the free ones. Hermione's lips curled up, quite pleased with herself. Daphne didn't understand at first, so she could only keep those words in mind. She glanced at Nietzsche without leaving a trace, and seeing that he was lost in thought, she breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that her guess was right. For the time being, the only way to ease tensions was to start with Granger. Not enough, far from enough. What? Nothing lasts without shared interests, Daphne suddenly said in a haughty tone. Purebloods are always more united than you think. Oh, they're coming out. Let's focus on the game. Nietzsche's fingers tapped rhythmically on the bottom of the bottle in sync with the shouts of the crowd. What appears to be a threat or boast is actually a reminder that while her actions don't quite qualify as taking sides, she is at least taking things seriously, or rather, she is finding a way out for herself. Hermione wasn't stupid, and she gradually understood what Hermione was trying to say. She watched the team members walk out one by one and thought, that's right, they're currently only at the stage of learning from each other. If they make breaking down the barriers between the academies their ultimate goal, they definitely won't go far. Hermione knew she wasn't particularly good at politics, so she couldn't think of any good ideas for the time being. All right, folks. Oh, and could the Gryffindor team please raise the Porter will win banner higher? A bright and cheerful voice came from above. That's right. I heard this is Gryffindor's secret weapon this year. First to emerge was Wood, followed by Chaser Angelina and Arya. They're not only incredibly skilled, they're also stunningly beautiful. Lee Jordan. Professor McGonagall immediately became furious upon hearing the frivolous whistles from the audience. The audience sighed in disappointment. Sorry, Professor. Jordan pouted, then became serious under the professor's watchful eye. All right, everyone, let's save our whistling for now, because Harry Potter is here. The match officially began as Mrs. Hooch blew her whistle in the middle of the field. Hermione and Daphne didn't say anything more, and simply watched the game with their own thoughts. A dozen brooms carried players into the air, the quaffle flew back and forth between the chasers, and the runners hit the ball back and forth between the batters, each time hitting the opposing team's star player. But the problem is, who watches a game like that? Nietzsche squinted, gazing at the sky. Without binoculars, he could hardly see what the players were doing. He'd just seen Harry skim the ground, circling the field once, before disappearing into the clouds. Angelina catches the ball, great. Slytherin's goalkeeper, Blake, is charging at her. But he misses. Gryffindor scores. Well, he could only imagine the scene by listening to Jordan's commentary. Hermione cupped her hands and squinted at the Gryffindor banner. She spotted the tall giant holding several telescopes and waving at her. Hagrid is looking for me, I'll go over there for a bit. He then gave Daphne a polite smile, left the bottle containing the flames, and got up to leave. Half an hour into the match, both Harry and Slytherin seeker Terence Higgs spotted the golden snitch, but Harry reacted faster, and the crowd watched their struggle and whispered among themselves. Foul? He fouled. Warrington slammed his fist on his thigh. Flint deliberately bumped into Harry, almost causing him to fall. This act angered everyone. Slytherins just frowned, looking displeased, while Gryffindor had already started yelling. During halftime, Slytherin's Marcus was reprimanded by Mrs. Hodge, after which Gryffindor took a free kick. Aren't there any red cards? What's a red card? Warrington stopped shouting after hearing Nietzsche's reply. It means, he's sent off, so we need to substitute him. If only there were such a rule, you couldn't leave the game unless you were injured. He crossed his arms, looking disdainful. That's why Slytherin won. Marcus loves to play these kinds of tricks. Although it is despicable, it is indeed useful. These people learn from a young age how to maximize their advantages within the bounds of the rules, and at any cost. Slytherin prefect Lucien Ball, standing nearby, disagreed with these ideas. He believed that Marcus Flint had perfectly embodied the Slytherin qualities, the ruthlessness to the end. He leaned against the steps of the teacher's table and said with a smile, but Slytherin's Quidditch matches, like the House Cup, have never been lost. Warrington, don't you want Slytherin to win? Draco chimed in. At least I don't want it this way. Warrington clenched his fists, completely disregarding etiquette, and roared like a Quidditch thug. Flint doesn't deserve to be a chaser. Nietzsche found Warrington to be a good sportsman, which explains why he could get along so well with Wood of Gryffindor. Suddenly, many people in the stands raised their hands, seemingly pointing to the same thing. Even Draco, wrapped in a scarf, noticed something was wrong. Harry's broom started flipping wildly, and after a while it began to sway back and forth. Nietzsche saw Harry almost fall off several times, hanging on the flying broom. Haha, Potter's going to be in big trouble. P.S. There's another chapter being baked. Chapter 44 Blind Spot discovers Nietzsche. This turn of events sparked discussion among the Slytherins. Harry's broom got broken. Impossible. Flying brooms can't break unless they're snapped, Warrington explained. They're made by wizards with spells, not muggle carriages, and each company has a different breaking spell. Yes, each wizard has different standards for casting spells, which leads to a wide variation in the quality of magical items. The flying brooms produced by trading companies such as Comet and Nimbus may even bear patented spells, such as the Unbreakable Break Charm and Horton Cage's Break Charm, so the flying broom itself is a tradable magical commodity. Nietzsche already knew the reason, and now, he was certain that the loss of control of the flying broomsticks was related to a curse. Only spells can affect objects to which spells have been cast. Nietzsche lowered his head, looking down at Draco on the steps. What do you mean? Draco laughed loudly. Me, Nietzsche? If I had that ability, I would have used it on you secretly long ago. I didn't think you had that ability either, but I just felt that, to choose to act under these circumstances, he must be the one who hates Harry Potter the most, Nietzsche instructed. Take out your wands first. The order for Warrington and Theodore to prepare their wands was to prepare for the worst. Harry's broom is now completely out of control, with only one hand hanging from it. Those who discovered this only saw it with binoculars because it was flying too high. Put away your wand. Lucien's face turned cold. Who dares? Nietzsche strode up to him, ignoring the man's status. Get your wands ready. As soon as Potter falls, use the levitation charm and the barrier charm together. I'm the prefect, and I said, no one is allowed to touch me. While the Gryffindor players were busy protecting Harry, Flint, with his quaffle, hit the woodwork 5 times in a row, earning 50 points. But, this time, there was little cheering from the Slytherin. One group of people held up binoculars and stared in horror at the black dot above, while another group drew their wands and stood facing each other. I don't care who you are. If you insist, I can ask the professor to stop the match later. Nietzsche instinctively reached behind him, but unfortunately, his weapon had already been given to Hermione. Nietzsche, with the tips of his shoes on his head, looked up and gazed. His demeanor was different from before. Perhaps it was because he had been stained with the blood of trolls, which made both Malfoy and Paul feel his ferocity as if he would really start causing bloodshed regardless of the occasion. These are the competition rules. You have no evidence that his broom was cursed. The broom going out of control is the operator's own fault. Draco tried his best to maintain his courage. Potter just can't control his broom, humph. Yes, brooms going out of control seems to happen often in matches. That's luck. It just goes to show that the Slytherin championship is a must. Harry was uncontrollable during the match. If he were a rookie like that, he would have been exposed during training long ago. Nietzsche's words solidified the minds of the previously hesitant Slytherins, which made Draco even more gloomy. He had originally wanted to reassure everyone, but found that no one thought his words of comfort made sense. Many Slytherins began to admire Harry, who was able to hold on to a broom that suddenly went out of control and continue the game. At that moment, Hermione pushed through the crowd and ran over, a pair of binoculars in her hand. Only dark magic can affect flying brooms. Someone wants to harm him. Hermione's breath turned into puffs of white smoke. I read in a book that to use such a curse, one must constantly communicate with the eyes and the advice. Nietzsche glanced around. Apart from the Slytherins around him, everyone else was watching the game. He scanned every corner, every deep breath and shout of the wizards. His gaze swept around the entire Quidditch pitch, taking in every subtle change. What should we do? Hermione desperately wanted to find a solution. Perhaps someone is pretending, but subconscious thoughts cannot be changed. Nietzsche pulled a pistol from her bag and released the safety. Keep an eye on other people's gazes for me. The bigger the commotion, the better, as if Slytherin had split up and were now fighting each other. Upon seeing Nietzsche pull the object from Hermione's bag, some Muggle wizards behind Warrington immediately took 2 steps back. This action made the pro-pure blood wizards burst into laughter, as they thought the other side had backed down. I'd be happier if Potter broke his brain. Whatever tricks you want to pull, go for it. Boom. The sudden explosion startled Lucienne, and the sound echoed across the empty Quidditch pitch. Many eyes turned to them, and Nietzsche immediately returned cold to Hermione, then drew his wand and, before Lucienne could recover from the gunshot, unleashed a spell from the tip of his wand. Relatio. Before the poor prefect could even recover, Lucien Ball's legs buckled, and he fell from the highest platform, tumbling all the way down to the bottom. In fact, Nietzsche remembered everything Nietzsche had done to him before the start of the semester. Go, catch him. Go check on the prefect. I'm fine. Grab him, I'll teach him a lesson about respect. All of you, get him. Dozens of people climbed up from below, stepping on the seats, but Nietzsche wasn't going to be a fool and try to be a hero, so he ran along the edge of the field. This scene was much more entertaining than Marcus Flint scoring a dead ball. Nietzsche ripped off his tie as he ran toward the crowd, the curses behind him making him run for cover, but in doing so, he also accidentally injured others. Excuse me, just letting me pass. He lashed back quickly, shouting, they did it. Those are Slytherin 5th and 6th year students. They think Harry Potter deserved it. One of the little badgers stood up angrily. Chief Gabriel Truman. Slytherins again, brothers, do you really think we're easy to bully? Hufflepuff prefect roared gruffly. Let's teach them a lesson. They're too arrogant just because they won a match. Nietzsche pinched his nose and hid behind them, shouting, that's right, too arrogant. From the moment the pure-blood Slytherin members accidentally injured the first Hufflepuff, the battlefield was no longer confined to the Slytherin stands. First Hufflepuff, then Ravenclaw, and Gryffindor. The Gryffindors were just there for the fun of it. They didn't actually know what was going on until a knockback spell from the opposite audience knocked a lion's red hat off. Porter will win? He will win. Simir, use your explosion charm to blow them up. That was a transfiguration charm, not an explosion charm. Who cast the disarming spell? Who cast the tickling spell? Haha. Disarming spell, tickling spell. Nietzsche, meanwhile, secretly slipped past the fallen wizards, got up, and looked at the chaotic scene of spells flying everywhere. He smiled and dusted off his robe, as if it had nothing to do with him. It seems the wizards are no different from those football hooligans. The only places that escaped the disaster were the teacher's seats and the commentary room. After ducking to avoid a red curse that splashed in through a crack in the window, Lee Jordan immediately hugged his knees and squatted under the table. He looked at Professor McGonagall and said, This has nothing to do with me. I didn't say anything provocative, I was just focusing on my explanation. Chapter 45 Hermione, disheveled in the wind. Who threw a shoe at my face? Let me tell you, even if we win today, it doesn't guarantee we'll get past Ravenclaw. What do you mean by that? You're saying Ravenclaws can easily beat Hufflepuffs? Guys, let's beat them up. The entire stands were in complete chaos, but even so, they wouldn't throw people onto the field. After ducking to avoid a blue spell, Hermione felt herself at the very edge of the Quidditch pitch. With her back against the wall, she dodged the oncoming spells while simultaneously raising her binoculars to observe. Is someone still watching above? Has Harry Potter regained control? You, take advantage of the chaos and teach her a lesson. Draco couldn't see Nietzsche, so the evil thought arose in his mind. Goyle, who had just rushed out of the crowd, was about to pounce on Hermione when he was struck by the blue spell midair and immediately passed out, snoring like a dead pig with his face down. Get away from me, you bastard. Hermione kicked him away. It's unclear whether he was cursing Gerda, who wanted to attack him, or Nietzsche, who caused the trouble. Where is he? Who is that person? Learn from his way of thinking, Granger. You've spent so much time with Nietzsche, you must be able to understand the meaning. What would you do if, while you were concentrating, someone suddenly started fighting next to you? If it were a wizard, they would definitely get impatient, or simply stay away from the battlefield. Hermione turned the camera away from the corner of the audience. First of all, ordinary students couldn't use dark magic to interfere with the flying brooms produced by Nimbus Corporation. That was the absolute difference. Okay, all the students are involved in that bastard's mess. Hermione muttered to herself through gritted teeth. Of course, she looked around every corner of the court, and after confirming that there were no suspicious figures, she immediately looked toward the high platform of the teacher's bench. A few people are missing from the upper level: Dean McGonagall and Professor Quirrell. Everyone, be quiet. No, Professor McGonagall was constantly monitoring Jordan in the lecture room, and she could clearly see the dean's angry and anxious face pacing back and forth at the window. As Snape drank water, he drew his wand and blocked the spell that was veering toward him. But Quirrell was the first to reach the center of the crowd. While Professor McGonagall was still hurrying down the stairs, the stammering defense against the dark arts professor had already stopped a small group of people. Quirrell raised his hands and waved them down as if a conductor were giving the order to begin a performance, and the students around him instantly felt a pressure on their shoulders. Centered on the professor, a group of people within a radius of about 5 seats were all crookedly pressed onto the steps, making it difficult even to raise their hands. Their sudden collapse caused the others to stop. I said, watch the game quietly. He seemed very pleased with his achievement, pressing his wand to his throat and shouting happily. What happened? Professor McGonagall arrived slowly, angrily firing several sparks into the sky, and roared, unprecedented, incomprehensible, look at yourselves, you're nothing but street thugs. He then ran over to Quirrell to express his gratitude. Quirinus, your spells have improved again, huh? Dean Flitwick stood on his chair and saw the students who had been pushed back into their chairs. It didn't work, just some new attempts. But his face changed the next second. He gasped for breath, clutching his chest, and fell straight backward. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall was standing next to him and quickly reached out to catch him around the waist. You are hurt. No, the magic is being used up too quickly, Quirrell stammered. It's just a new spell. Deduct 10 points from each college. No, 20 points? 50 points? Everyone, get back to your seats. Professor McGonagall looked up at the dark shadows constantly flashing across the sky, then immediately said to Mrs. Hodge, ignore them, the competition continues. This was the first time Hermione had seen Professor McGonagall truly angry. She wondered if she would notice anything, but then she thought, it's not like I caused this trouble, so what's there to worry about? However, the professor's natural power to suppress students was amplified dozens of times in Hermione's case. But this morally reprehensible incident must be addressed. All the prefects who can still move, come here. Gabriel Truman of Hufflepuff, Percy Weasley of Gryffindor, Gemma Farley of Slytherin, and Penelope Crivard of Ravenclaw. Apart from the Slytherin members, the others walked over looking disheveled. What exactly happened? How did you all end up fighting? Tell me the whole story honestly, starting with you, Penelope. Professor, it was Gryffindor who started attacking us first, she shrugged, feeling aggrieved. They were shouting things like Gryffindor is the champion and rushing around everywhere. So the pressure fell on Percy's side. Hermione crouched down and squeezed her head through the gap. Percy, I thought you, as the older brother, would set a good example for your younger brother and classmates. No, Professor. Percy stood ramrod straight and pointed at the Hufflepuffs. The Hufflepuffs and Slytherins started fighting first, and then it got involved with us. Cormac McGregor is still petrified. Professor McGonagall didn't speak, but simply moved her eyes with a change in facial expression. Slytherin attacked first. We were eating snacks and watching Quidditch when we were suddenly attacked. Why, Gabriel turned around, called over a small badger, and whispered, why did they attack us? Prefect, wasn't it because those upperclassmen from Slytherin were too arrogant? Badger said honestly. Someone said, maybe it started with Slytherin and Hufflepuff sitting next to him having a fight. Hermione opened her mouth, but in the end, she swallowed her words back. She clearly saw Nietzsche rip off his tie before crawling into Hufflepuff, and now the Slytherins chasing him are the culprits. It's just, absolutely awful. We absolutely cannot let Harry Potter be corrupted by Nietzsche. Is that really the case? McGonagall turned to look at the tall girl. Indeed. Farley did not refute this, and bowed slightly to the prefects. But they were not initially after Hufflepuff. I think it was just a misunderstanding, and I apologize for that. She beckoned with her finger behind her, and then the first group of Slytherins were pushed out. The upperclassmen who favored purebloods blushed, clenching their fists, and finally, under Gemma Farley's warning gaze, helped each other up and apologized to each of the prefects. But this isn't the end of the story. Bullshit? If they have a misunderstanding, why would they insult Hufflepuff's Quidditch and us? Suddenly, a hand was raised from the crowd, clutching a yellow and black tie. The little badger was Nietzsche, who casually took a tie from the unconscious Hufflepuff student. The deliberately raised voice made the professor in front not notice anything amiss. His words made the other Hufflepuffs nod in agreement and shout as well. The little badgers, with Nietzsche leading the way, unleashed their pent-up anger, waving their fists and throwing their ties and hats forward. Hufflepuff is always very united when dealing with outsiders. The yellow and black striped ties and paper hats with Quidditch team badges were all thrown at Slytherin. Everything was beyond Hermione's expectations, and she could only helplessly step aside. Wait, everyone, this has nothing to do with us. Warrington stepped forward, appearing very composed. The Slytherins initially thought that Warrington, the half-blood who had been bullied by Marcus, was there to protect them, but to their surprise, he turned to the side, pointed at them, and looked furious. He said, "These despicable fellows take pleasure in mocking others, even in Quidditch, they like to pull dirty tricks. We Slytherins will never associate with such people." Warrington is right, even those Slytherins who just wanted to protect themselves didn't want to get involved. So everyone took a few steps back, temporarily kicking the senior wizards who were helping each other out of Slytherin. They wanted to stay as far away from this incident as possible and avoid getting involved with the scapegoat snake. "Warrington, if we're going to go by that," Nietzsche was the first to make a move, one of them shouted. "Yes, it was me." Nietzsche pushed through the crowd and came out from the other side. "Your Excellency, they stopped me from preventing Harry from falling, and I can testify that they did indeed humiliate Hufflepuff. As for the insults, since it all started as a group fight due to accidental injury, it's normal to try to gain some verbal advantage." Nietzsche knew the professor was angry, so he adopted a very humble attitude. And while recounting the entire incident, he looked sincerely into Professor McGonagall's eyes. He wasn't lying, but rather selectively skipping parts of the story. To prevent Slytherin from returning to their original positions, he specifically brought out Warrington, Theodore, and others. When Potter's broom got out of control, I had Not, Hubble, and others keep an eye on Harry. That way, when he fell, we could effectively prevent him from getting hurt and continue the exciting match. But clearly some people are used to Marcus's shameless behavior. Dean McGonagall, if Harry Potter is injured, Gryffindor will lose its seeker and can only wait for defeat. Nietzsche's words not only alienated the older students but also won over a wave of goodwill that belonged exclusively to the Slytherins. Percy Weasley excitedly grasped Nietzsche's hands. He had long heard of Slytherin, but he hadn't expected that Nietzsche was really as good as Harry had described. It completely changed his impression of Slytherin. "Thank you, Harry, it's really great to have a friend like you." He looked over the other person's shoulder and nodded to Warrington and the others. Even Professor McGonagall's gaze softened. "See what a difference looks like?" While Nietzsche and Sherlock Holmes were thinking about how to save lives, this group of people were willing to attack their own students and even insult students from other houses for a small Quidditch championship. Slytherin, 10 points deducted. Quirrell ignored Snape's murderous glare, and stood up, leaning on a chair and panting weakly. But because of Nietzsche's behavior, add another 20 points. At that moment, Snape finally emerged from behind the crowd, and Professor McGonagall put her arm around the boy's shoulder, standing in front of him. "Minerva, if I remember correctly, I am the head of Slytherin." Snape was very diplomatic. "Hitting someone is a violation of Hogwarts rules, and I think Nietzsche and the others should be handed over to me. Quirinus has already deducted points from him, which is reasonable." Quirrell nodded in agreement, seemingly indicating that he and Professor McGonagall were both on Nietzsche's side. Professor McGonagall naturally didn't have a very pleasant look towards Snape. She was clearly very concerned about Slytherin's past Quidditch championship wins, and this time Nietzsche had saved Gryffindor. With Dumbledore, the headmaster, absent, Harry would certainly be injured to some extent if he were to fall. "Nietzsche, you're a Slytherin, you should." However, the other party didn't buy it at all. "Is this a threat to me, Professor?" Nietzsche's head popped out from beside Professor McGonagall. "If this is the only way Slytherin can win, then I should indeed apologize." "Perhaps the Slytherin team is used to this method," McGonagall interjected. "This is an opportunity." The moment Warrington saw Snape turn around, he immediately straightened his back. Just then, Harry swooped down and landed on all fours. People immediately clung to the railings of the stands, their eyes wide with shock. As Harry coughed, a golden ball was spat out. Ignoring the drool, he grabbed the golden thief, lifted it above his head, and shouted, "I caught the thief." 150 points. Gryffindor has overtaken Slytherin, we win. Professor McGonagall clapped happily, then excitedly embraced Nietzsche, finally witnessing Gryffindor's resurgence in Quidditch. "Looks like Slytherin's little tricks aren't working anymore, Godric." Although it was a victory for Gryffindor, many of the little snakes also admired Harry, because when they put themselves in his shoes, they realized that they could never have stayed upright in that situation. So they turned their attention to Marcus, who was still lamenting on the grass. Perhaps, without that trick, the Slytherin captain really can't win. Hermione didn't immediately join Harry, Neville, and the others in celebrating. Instead, she grabbed her binoculars and ran to Nietzsche's side. "You deliberately made such a commotion. Surely you must have noticed something, right?" "Of course." Nietzsche pulled her outside, saying softly, "But I'm a little hungry now, how about we find a quieter place first? Let's go over to Hagrid's place, I'll return the binoculars to him then." Hermione turned back for one last look, apologizing to the cheering crowd behind her on behalf of Nietzsche. Everyone was being led by the nose. Poor Marcus, he might even lose his captaincy. Chapter 46 The Locked Suspect. Hagrid's hut is on the other side of the campus. After passing Owl Hut, you can see the pumpkin patch and the stone hut with smoke rising from it by Black Lake. This was Nietzsche's first time seeing Hagrid's residence. After pushing open the door, he found that the interior was even more spacious than it appeared from the outside, and Harry, Ron, and Neville were talking around the fireplace. Hagrid, Hermione called out, bouncing around. She seemed to know the giant, perhaps because of Harry Potter. More guests. Hagrid took a kettle from the iron rack above the fireplace and brewed strong tea for the group. Come in, it's warm in here. Ouch, my head. However, the house was still too small for Hagrid. As soon as he stood up, he bumped his head on the roof beam. Nietzsche was a new face to him, so Hagrid was very nervous. When he saw the boy retied his tie, he became even more flustered and almost threw a piece of bread into the stove, mistaking it for firewood. Nietzsche and John Holmes. Excuse me, this is a rock biscuit. You're from Slytherin, right? I know your headmaster, he's he's arrogant and conceited, and he's very lenient about everything that happens in his academy. Is that what you're trying to say? Nietzsche said calmly. Don't worry, I understand. That's just how he is. Hagrid nodded subconsciously, then awkwardly rubbed his head. Actually, he's helped me make quite a few potions. The giant changed the subject, pointing to the hunting dog by the door. Let's not talk about that, Tooth. He's a new guest, don't bark at him. Nye poked at the things he called cookies on the plate with his fingers. Each one was as big as his face, and the sound they made as they hit the plate left him feeling helpless. To Hagrid, they were indeed cookies. It might still be compressed biscuits. We've been talking about Harry, Neville explained to the two of them, like about the flying broomstick going out of control. What happened? Someone has placed a curse, only powerful black magic can interfere with magical items. Hagrid placed the teapot, now filled with cold water, back on the fire stand, his voice somber. Who would want to harm Harry in Quidditch? I mean, who else but those people would want a child to die? That's true. The only people in the entire school who had a grudge against Harry were Draco and his gang. As for Snape, he did the same to every Gryffindor. Those people, Nietzsche inquired indirectly, were they the ones who followed the mysterious man during the First Magic War? That's right, it's those dark wizards. Hagrid immediately changed the subject, saying proudly, but this is Hogwarts, they can't get in, and Dumbledore won't let them interfere. It sounds like there's a lot of conflict between Headmaster Dumbledore and the Purebloods. But I heard from Draco that they have more people. His father is not only a member of the school board here, but also an advisor to the Ministry of Magic. Nietzsche quietly gave Hermione a look. Dumbledore couldn't do that alone. Watson, now it's your turn to take notes. Hagrid, unaware that he had been tricked, said smugly, one person is enough, and Dumbledore has friends everywhere, one of whom is Nick Flamel, the legendary Nigel Flamel. Neville exclaimed in surprise. No, that's right. Hagrid hesitated for a moment. He probably didn't say much, he just gave these young wizards a brief introduction to his most respected Professor Dumbledore. But Hermione didn't care about any of that. After all that commotion on the Quidditch pitch was just to find out something. So she snatched the rock bread from Nietzsche and threw it in the middle of the table. This thing isn't that pretty, so did you even notice it? Of course, dear Miss Granger, it's really kind of you to cooperate with me. Nietzsche sighed. I've been calling for the professor from the teacher's table ever since Slytherin and Hufflepuff started their attack. To prevent the farce from escalating, Nietzsche disguised himself as a student from another college and went to the faculty section to call out to the professor. He had his head down and back hunched over, his face half covered by a scarf of unknown origin, so no one could immediately recognize him as a Slytherin student, let alone the fact that the students in the audience were engaged in a chaotic brawl. Professors Flitwick and Sprout were initially surprised and somewhat flustered. This was a fight that was practically on a school-wide scale. So when they heard Nietzsche's message, they immediately took action, prioritizing the protection of the students closest to them. Quirrell's first reaction was to look to both sides of the faculty seating area. Only when he saw that the other professors had already begun to stop them did he get up and take out his wand. Snape, on the other hand, stared intently at the sky, not even blinking, only using his peripheral vision to detect any danger around him. Ron exclaimed impatiently, so that means Professor Snape was casting a spell on Harry's flying broomstick. Aha, I knew that old bat was up to no good. He was cheating off the field. But he has no reason, just for this reason. Hermione hesitated. Why not Professor Quirrell? Neville said, trying to bite a hole in the rock crust, his words mumbled. Didn't Nietzsche see two professors watching a game in the sky? Quirk? That professor who stutters. Ron slapped his thigh and laughed. Impossible. He was probably terrified by the scene. Don't you know what he's usually like? Quirinus doesn't make a very good impression. He stutters and seems timid, so what reason would he have to do this? You don't know him at all. Hermione was disgusted by this disrespectful attitude towards the professor. Professor Quirrell was the first professor to run into the center of the crowd and stop this farce. As he spoke, he glared at Nietzsche. Ron chuckled awkwardly, picked up his teacup, and fell silent with Neville. Nietzsche, however, immediately realized what Ron's laughter had reminded him. Was he the first one to come to the center of the crowd? He seemed to be confirming with Hermione. How did he perform? Quickly, I need every detail you observed, every second after he came over. Professor Flitwick said he used a new spell. Hermione described how Quirrell single-handedly overwhelmed dozens of students in the situation, leaving Harry speechless, as they thought the professor was just bragging during class. Did Quirrell really banish those vampires? I suddenly remembered something. Nietzsche suddenly stood up, then gave Hagrid a reassuring smile. Thank you for your hospitality. Professor Quirrell's new spell may be related to the experiment. I'll be going now. It's so abnormal. If Snape cast a small curse or poison on Harry to help him win the Quidditch match, it would be perfectly understandable, as it was his usual practice. Professor Quirrell has always disliked being in the limelight. He's the kind of wizard who would run away if laughed at to his face, and he wouldn't even say anything to deduct points, as if he'd forgotten he's a professor. During regular classes, Nietzsche was largely responsible for maintaining discipline. When faced with unexpected situations, a person's behavior is unlikely to be the opposite of their usual personality, because this is a reflection of their subconscious. It couldn't possibly be Snape, he's been a professor here for decades. Hermione braved the cold wind and chased after them out of the stone house. Let them have their doubts, Hermione. Nietzsche looked at Hogwarts Castle in the distance, slapping her stiff face. Don't alert them. Professor Quirrell is acting too strangely, as if he's doing this on purpose. But what if Snape is only doing this for the game? She didn't dare to think about it. Nietzsche, you have to make sure this is an accusation involving student safety. So I'm going to check now. Nietzsche raised his hand and brushed the rain off her shoulder. Trust me? Hermione could only stand there and watch Nietzsche turn and leave. Believe him. In fact, Nietzsche didn't tell the whole story. If Snape wanted to win the game, he could have just interfered occasionally instead of keeping Harry Potter constantly on the brink of danger. Snape was a rational potions master and would not completely expose himself, even if he didn't care about his reputation. So Quirrell initially looked to both sides, perhaps worried. He thought it was his own problem, and stepped forward to clear his name immediately. Nietzsche observed from the crowd that after the farce subsided, the dean turned his gaze to the sky again, but Harry regained control of the broom and lowered it before stepping out. Snape might be casting a counterspell, but why would Quirrell do that? This seemingly reasonable phenomenon was so abnormal in Quirrell's case. It was just a small flaw that allowed Nietzsche to see through the fog and see the path ahead. So that's how Sherlock saw through those cases. Nietzsche straightened his clothes and, on this day of celebration in Gryffindor, went to the defense against the dark arts professor's office. Looking at the tightly closed oak door, only one thought occupied his mind. He's a curious student, he's come to inquire about the new spell. So he knocked on the door. Please come in. When Nietzsche opened the door, he found that Quirrell had already prepared a chair in front of his desk. He seemed to have been waiting for a long time. He placed his hands on the table, gesturing for the other person to sit down and talk, a smile on his pale face. Let me guess, you've come for our spell experiment. That's right, Professor, Halloween is over. Nietzsche did not deliberately pretend to have an identity to conceal his purpose, but honestly made his attitude clear he came to learn. All he needed to do was wait for the other party to reveal a weakness during the conversation. Woohoo, 7,000 words in a big update? I'm exhausted. Your subscriptions are my motivation. Chapter 47, Crushing and Strangling. It all looks the same as always, professors and students exploring magical wonders. Nietzsche was the curious student, and Quirinus Quirrell was the research fanatic. For now, everything seemed to be the same, and Quirrell knew that Nietzsche would definitely come looking for him. He seemed very confident about it. Today's Quidditch match was truly thrilling. I heard that Professor Snape put a curse on Harry Potter's flying broomstick for the sake of the match. Snape? Quirrell's eyes widened, his voice trembling with fear. I thought he was just a little harsh on people normally. Maybe he has some unspeakable secret. Nietzsche squinted and immediately sat down in the chair. Fortunately, the commotion that followed was big enough. Speaking of which, I saw your new curse in the audience today, it was so cool. Quirrell snapped his fingers, and 2 cups of tea appeared on the table between them. He raised his head slightly, looking very proud. The core of the levitation charm lies in the fact that magic lifts the target according to the wizard's thoughts. Ultimately, it is the interaction between magic and objects. Therefore, my new spell can be said to be completely opposite to the levitation charm. Gravity? Pressure? Describe it however you like. He was still as awkward as ever, but fortunately Nietzsche had gotten used to the other person's way of speaking. It sounds pretty much what I was thinking. He took notes while glancing around out of the corner of his eye. The levitation spell is broken down and the incantation is recited in a completely opposite way. Incredible. I borrowed your inspiration. At Quirrell's prompting, Nietzsche eagerly drew his wand and silently recited the spell several times in his mind. To concentrate fully, break the process down into several parts. First try using the levitation charm to control the object, but don't cancel the spell. Instead, continue to output magic power and feel the interaction between the magic power and the object. Caudy Crush. No, he didn't want magic to lift objects up and fly high, he wanted things to function in a way that was completely opposite to what they were now. First, the water glass on the table began to slowly fall to the ground, but that wasn't the end of it. The invisible hand that had been lifting it began to apply pressure, and the glass screamed and began to crack. The essence of the levitation spell lies in the interaction between magic and objects, because magic attracts, compresses, and collides the object with the tabletop. As the glass shattered, the liquid inside splashed onto Quirrell, who seemed startled and leaned back. I'm sorry, I didn't control myself well. Nietzsche looked at the other person's deep red wizard robe and showed a hint of apology. All cleaned up, Quirrell waved his wand unconsciously. It's okay, everyone's first time is always a bit rough. I think you've probably read enough about spells and magic in the forbidden section. I've also finished studying your notes. Nietzsche acted modestly, so he got up, walked to the bookshelf on the left, took out Quirrell's old notebook from his pocket, and put it back. Interestingly, wizards rely heavily on spells, and Professor Quirrell is no exception, but he uses them with even greater skill. Quirrell's hobby after class is pressed flowers, so his mind is definitely more delicate. In other words, on Halloween night, he wouldn't allow himself to run around with a foul smell. No matter how you perform, your subconscious reactions can never lie. It seems that the standard spell has a wider range of potential for development. Nietzsche smiled and turned back to look at the professor's clean clothes. We are really lucky. At least the predecessors did not steal the credit beforehand. Luck? I don't think so. Maybe it's because they're arrogant. Quirrell was quite satisfied with the entire experiment. In fact, he may have had similar ideas at first, but after seeing the dark magic, he put them out of his mind. If we have to talk about luck, then it should be him. He was fortunate to meet Nietzsche, fortunate to find like-minded students, and fortunate to discover a brand new path. Perhaps if the wizards go out for a walk, they can discover more new ideas. He glanced quickly at the window behind the professor. Is that an owl? Aha, a letter from my friend. The owl used its beak to pull a letter from the package and slipped it through the crack in the window. Nietzsche noticed the mimeographed badge on it the moment it fell onto the windowsill. It was an open book, with a crown on each page, making it look like two fortresses. If Nietzsche remembered correctly, this was a letter from Oxford University. It sounded absurd, a professor sitting in a magic school seemingly having dealings with a muggle school. That is. No, yes, it is indeed a letter from a muggle. Quirrell hesitated for a moment before continuing. It's a friend I met when I was traveling. He's said to be more knowledgeable than most people. The wizarding world has always been very domineering towards muggles. Unless they are family members of wizards, any muggle who knows anything about magic must have their memory erased, a fact clearly stated in books about the wizarding world. There are two possibilities, either Quirrell concealed his identity, or the other party knew of the wizard's existence. Nietzsche sighed inwardly. To be honest, he really didn't want Professor Quirrell to be the person he was looking for, because he had finally managed to improve the professor's condition, so it seemed like he was deceiving himself. It seems that not every genius wizard is so pure-blooded, he said jokingly. The firelight from the fireplace illuminated the sweat on the professor's forehead, but Quirrell didn't feel hot at all and even wrapped his clothes tighter around himself. As he opened the envelope, he said, "Why do you say that? After all, the more you see, the more you understand. Naturally, you won't be like those purebloods, staring blankly at the theory of bloodlines. Aren't all powerful wizards striving to surpass themselves? Only a mind free from shackles has more choices. Perhaps, there are still some exceptions." Quirrell lowered his voice. Wasn't that mysterious person a pureblood back then? Maybe he isn't. Maybe, that person whose name can't even be mentioned is just someone the purebloods make him think he is. Quirrell opened his mouth, about to say something, when suddenly he frowned, put his hands on both sides of his head and started rubbing them again. It was an old problem, the professor would get a headache every time he reached a certain point. He became even more flustered at this point, and ignoring the letter from the muggle, he immediately pushed away Nietzsche, who came forward to express his concern. "Let me rest. Go ahead, once you've mastered the new spell, we still have a lot of things to research. Is it a curse from defense against the dark arts?" Nietzsche's movements were stiff, he didn't want to leave just like that. "I've heard about this course, Professor." "Professor, that's right, it's a curse. I'm not worried about that, but I don't want you to get too tainted." Quirrell was stunned for a moment, then immediately admitted it. It seems that the reason for his physical weakness is this invisible and intangible curse, and every time the curse takes effect on him, Quirrell just wants his students to stay far away from him. Only after Nietzsche was pushed outside did Quirrell lie on the ground, pressed against the doorframe, like a lump of mud. Master, Quirinus, I want you to kill him." "Kill that filthy mudblood? No, I want him to feel the pain himself." "No, now is not the time." Quirrell's voice was much clearer, though somewhat halting. "I'm worried Dumbledore will find out." "Master, you can do it yourself after it's done." But his intentions had already been discovered. "Heart-piercing, bone-ripping? You piece of trash, you can't even kill a Potter, you can't even kill a mudblood. Take off your turban, take it off." Quirrell, just like during a Quidditch match, clutched his chest with his left hand. Gone was the confidence he once had. In the empty room, he crawled slowly towards the mirror like a dead dog. As he slowly untied his headscarf, his scalp, devoid of any hair, was revealed. "Do you think that the great Voldemort is not long for this world?" the hoarse voice said. "Look, he's even having trouble talking to people now." "Quirrell, that's what you think, isn't it?" Quirrell turned his head away listlessly, revealing a wrinkled face on the back of his head. That hoarse voice, the one he called Master, belonged to Voldemort, the dark wizard whose name couldn't even be mentioned. Just as he had made excuses for Snape, perhaps he had some unspeakable secret? But now Quirrell dared not make a sound, and could only fill himself with fear and terror. "Ah, that's it. Maintain your respect." Voldemort examined himself in the mirror. "Choosing you as a vessel, maybe it was a mistake in itself, that damned mudblood. What a terrifying scene. Two faces on one head, Voldemort's entire face seemed to be squeezed out of Quirrell's original skin. His eyes were framed by dark sockets with only a pair of red pupils, and where his nose should have been was 2 gashes cut into the back of Quirrell's head with a dagger. This was the great Voldemort. A Slytherin mudblood, huh? If it weren't for the fact that he's still alive, he might be somewhat useful. Master, I'd be willing to help you get rid of him. Fool. Voldemort muttered, his eyes drooping. Fine, you'd better get me a body before you run out of life force. Nothing ever gives me a moment's peace. This is the curse of defense against the dark arts. Quirrell's weakness was no lie, Voldemort was indeed a curse to him, tormenting him constantly. Fortunately, he had achieved his goal, because Nietzsche had seen his extremely abnormal behavior, and Quirrell did not hide himself, but simply exposed everything. After leaving his office, Nietzsche did not immediately return to the lounge, but instead found an empty classroom to sort out his thoughts. How could a wizard who is used to solving problems with magic make such a mistake? No, he was deliberately trying to be discovered, but his clumsy manner didn't seem to be an act. What does Koichiro want me to see? Think carefully, Holmes. By the way, Hagrid said that the only people in the wizarding world who want to harm Harry now are dark wizards, because it involves the first wizarding war. Vera died because of Harry Potter, so they want revenge. Could Quirrell be the dark wizard? Nietzsche didn't think so. To understand why Quirrell was afraid of his position, it might be due to a curse, and this curse could be that unspeakable secret. In the empty classroom, Nietzsche moved all the desks and chairs to the edge and walked back and forth in the center of the classroom. This is revenge, a revenge orchestrated. Nietzsche seemed to be standing before another version of himself, and lost in his fantasy, he spoke earnestly to him. If he is the knife in the Quidditch incident, then who is the thief? Good question. Nietzsche waved his wand, moved 2 chairs over, and placed the other empty one opposite him. In fact, the thief is the hand that wields the professor's knife. How could a sensitive professor tolerate the stench emanating from a troll? This was clearly a sign. Nietzsche later distinguished between dragon dung and trolls in his herbalism class. Quirrell was indeed lying that day, or rather, he was deliberately reminding others in a certain way. So right now, the one in the most danger is actually Quirrell. You can try communicating with him. There's no way to communicate. Professor Quirrell doesn't want me to be tainted by the curse, which means he sees the curse as contagious. And contagion means he might be monitored. If we have direct communication, the curse will spread. He was deliberately avoiding the topic, and the so-called physical weakness was probably a side effect of some kind of control method. The perfect answer is right in front of you. It's not too late. The next day, Nietzsche took a note and ran up to the 3rd floor. The list above is of the desserts he asked about from others. Nietzsche said dozens of names to the ugly gargoyle statue, and it wasn't until he said a pile of cockroaches that the statue made way for him. Nietzsche rubbed his eyes, but his spirits were unusually high. Headmaster. Huh? What brings you here? Dumbledore hadn't even had time to change out of his dressing gown. If I'm not mistaken, it's Sunday. Slytherin doesn't have morning classes on weekends. It's Professor Quirrell? He's in danger. Nietzsche walked straight over, grabbed a glass of water from the table, and took a swig. He then recounted the entire reasoning process at an extremely fast pace, from the professor's unusual behavior at the beginning to the triple relationship between the Dark Wizard, Gringotts, and Quirrell. Dumbledore's lips parted slightly, like a dazed old man, and a deep murmur came from his throat. Nietzsche thought for a moment that the headmaster was asleep standing up. So you believe there's a dark wizard left over from the ancient magical war, threatening Quirrell with some kind of curse, Dumbledore suddenly said. In that case, it makes sense, no wonder he wanted to steal that thing. However, the principal's focus was completely different from Nietzsche's. This made Nietzsche feel depressed. Already agitated from not sleeping all night, he disregarded his status as a student and raised his voice a few decibels. I think what we should be focusing on now is Quirrell, sir. I don't care what galleons are buried there, or what relics of Nicholas Lemaitre are there, none of these things are as important as a life. Mr. Holmes, I don't know how you know, but what I'm protecting is life, or more precisely, a precious opportunity. This is why Nietzsche was bored. The old headmaster just liked to tell riddles. The Riddler, get out of Hogwarts. Oh, no, Hogwarts originally belonged to the Riddler. What do you mean? Let me be frank, if what you say is true, then Professor Quirrell's situation is more than just dangerous. After Nietzsche described the events, Dumbledore understood what had happened, and his expression became filled with sorrow, the meaning of which was self-evident. He was powerless to change anything. Principal, if you still acknowledge our relationship, you might as well be more explicit. Nietzsche's heart was racing from staying up all night and his emotions running high. He braced himself on the table to keep from falling, and his questioning voice woke up the portraits on the wall. Many principals opened their eyes, cursing as they did so, but his attention was now entirely focused on Dumbledore. Wrong time, wrong place, wrong person, that's how tragedy is born. My purpose in handling cases has never been to uncover tragedies, but to prevent them. Chapter 48, He will rival death. On some matters, the Holmes family members or friends are somewhat stubborn. Nietzsche was no exception. He did not stubbornly try to find the director of the tragedy, but rather wanted to prevent the tragedy from happening. In this respect, Nietzsche was very different from Shylock, especially after he discovered magic. The 11-year-old student was ignoring the reproaches of the other portraits and the unspoken rules, staring intently at Dumbledore. Finally, the old headmaster gave up, having lost to Nietzsche in terms of persistence. Okay, your reasoning is completely correct, but because of some missing information, it's not entirely accurate. However, we too need to combine our conclusions. Dumbledore walked up to him, helped him sit in his chair, and looked at him with affection and admiration. Hey, that's the principal's chair, one of the portraits shouted. Nietzsche looked over there and saw that the gloomy old man sitting in the luxurious armchair was Phineas Nigelis Black. Opposite the wall covered with portraits of the principal, next to the black cabinet, was a huge mirror, though it was temporarily covered by gauze, with only the edges and the golden top showing.